Chapter 1. The Dragon Emerges from the Abyss. Junlin, it has been 7 years. You have nearly mastered the skills of us old fellows. It is time for you to return. Take this Hunyuan sword as your weapon. In a secluded valley, an elderly man with a white beard stroked his goatee and produced a sword. My boy, have you not always desired the 9 yon golden needles? Here, take them. Another elder, clad in a cerulean robe, unveiled a box containing 9 needles radiating a scorching brilliance. Junlin, hold on to this celestial token. If you ever find yourself in peril, seek out your senior brothers at the Celestial Pavilion. They will protect you. A third elder, dressed in a black and white striped robe, presented a token inscribed with the characters for celestial mechanism. Worry not. Junlin, should anyone dare to bully you, wield this seal of Baelyong to summon an army and annihilate their 9 clans. A silver-haired elder boldly produced a seal engraved with a great python, his demeanor exuding authority. Junlin, this card contains some pocket money from your 5th master. Use it wisely, and if it proves insufficient, take this Dragon Soul ring to the Long Clan's Merchant Association there. You shall find ample funds to spend at your leisure. A portly man with a round figure and shrewd eyes tossed a black card and a ring toward Junlin, exuding extravagance. This is the Dark Emperor's order, Junlin. Should any trouble arise, display this token, and none shall dare to harm you. A stoic elder clad in black, emanating an aura of chill, produced a black token adorned with a blood-red character. Junlin, safeguard this jade pendant. Once you descend the mountain, do not forget to visit the Huangpu clan. I have left you something precious there. Another elder, draped in yellow robes with a somber expression, revealed a meticulously crafted jade pendant. Umaba, Junlin, take this relic. It will prove invaluable in critical moments. At this juncture, a monk in a robe, holding a string of prayer beads, retrieved a golden bead from his bosom, which shimmered with a sacred light, clearly a rare treasure. In that valley, 8 elders imparted their guidance to a young man, bestowing upon him their precious gifts. Junlin, after you descend the mountain, remember to seek out your senior sisters. Each of them is a paragon of beauty, eagerly awaiting your return to enchant them. It will be best to win them all. At that moment, a resplendent woman in a white gown, exuding grace and elegance, advised the young man. Ahem, Lurian, what are you saying? The white-bearded elder coughed in response. Did I speak amiss? Do you wish for Junlin to remain a lifelong bachelor like you old codgers? The woman in white shot the elder a pointed glance, leaving him speechless. Esteemed masters, I am profoundly grateful for your teachings over these past 7 years. This kindness, Yi Junlin, shall never forget, and I vow to repay it manifold. Feeling warmth in his heart at the concern of his 9 masters, Yi Junlin knelt and bowed thrice before them, then rose to descend the mountain. The dragon emerges from the abyss. The kingdom shall soon witness a transformation. The venerable elder clad in a black and white striped robe murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Meanwhile, at the roadside beneath the mountain, a convoy of several luxury vehicles had ensnared a BMW 7 Series, effectively trapping it. From these vehicles emerged a multitude of men dressed in black shirts, led by a bald giant, who immediately encircled the BMW. At that moment, a striking woman emerged from the driver's seat of the BMW, clad in black leather and sporting braids. Tall and sharp-eyed, she surveyed the encroaching figures and inquired, "Who are you? What do you intend to do? Miss Jiang, aren't you going to step out of the car?" The bald man sneered, eyeing the back seat of the BMW with contempt. With a click, the rear door of the BMW swung open, and a woman clad in a flowing black dress, sporting sunglasses and cascading hair, gracefully descended. She removed her sunglasses to reveal a face both exquisite and mature, exuding an air of aloof elegance. Fixing her gaze upon the bald man, she demanded, "What do you want?" The bald man retorted coldly, "Miss Jiang, it seems you won't be returning to Jianghai today." Suddenly, the men in black shirts brandished gleaming knives, their presence radiating a chilling menace. The leather-clad woman's expression shifted as she instinctively positioned herself in front of the elegantly dressed woman, rebuking the bald man. "You dare lay a hand on her? Do you not fear the repercussions from the Jiang family's business? Su Tianwang sent you, didn't he?" The woman in the long dress remarked indifferently. The bald man's expression faltered slightly as he replied, "Miss Jiang, It's time for you to depart. Attack! Immediately, the group of men charged towards the woman in the long dress. The leather-clad woman shouted, "Miss, you must flee in the car. I will hold them off." She lunged forward, engaging fiercely with the assailants. Despite her femininity, the leather-clad woman fought with ferocity, dispatching several of her attackers in mere moments. However, as they surged forward, she found herself overwhelmed, succumbing to multiple wounds. Eventually, the bald man struck her with a powerful blow, sending her crashing against the BMW, blood spilling from her lips. The woman in the long dress furrowed her brow at the sight of her injured protector, while the bald man remarked coldly, "What a pity, such beauty destined to perish." Just as he prepared to strike the long-dressed woman, a sudden voice interrupted, "Could I hitch a ride?" With that utterance, the bald man and his accomplices turned in surprise to see a young man, Yi Junlin, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. "Could I hitch a ride? I'm headed to Shanghai too." Yi Junlin glanced at the woman in the long dress, who was momentarily taken aback. The bald man scoffed at Yi Junlin. "Kid, are you out of your mind? Can't you see what's happening here? You want a ride? I reckon you're looking to catch a ride to hell." Suddenly, a crisp slap echoed through the air. Yi Junlin had swiftly delivered a resounding blow to the bald man's face, sending him flying. "Enough of your noise," he declared coldly. With a sudden whoosh, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, leaving everyone present in shock. The bald man, clutching his face, glared menacingly at Yi Junlin. "You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? Attack him! Dismember him!" Immediately, a group of men clad in black shirts, brandishing sharp knives, charged towards Yi Junlin. However, before they could even approach, they were inexplicably hurled backwards, crashing to the ground with anguished cries. This scene left the woman in the long dress, the woman in leather, and the bald man utterly astonished. "You!" The bald man stared at Yi Junlin, momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes betraying a palpable fear. "Get lost!" Yi Junlin commanded coldly. The bald man promptly fled in haste, while Yi Junlin approached the woman in the long dress. "May I offer you a ride?" The woman regarded him with a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. "Certainly. Cough. Cough." Suddenly, the woman in leather began to cough violently, her complexion paling as she appeared to bleed excessively, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. "Xiaoya, are you all right?" The expression of the woman in the long dress shifted to one of concern as she looked at her companion. Whoosh! In an instant, Yi Junlin flicked his wrist, and a silver needle pierced the skin of the woman in leather. She glared at him, bewildered. "What are you doing? If you wish to live, remain silent." Yi Junlin replied coldly. The woman in leather, taken aback by his reprimand, soon found herself astonished. The wounds on her body not only ceased bleeding, but began to heal rapidly, her breathing stabilizing. This spectacle left both the woman in the long dress and the woman in leather with expressions of disbelief. In no time, Yi Junlin withdrew the silver needle. The woman in leather, feeling somewhat embarrassed, looked at him and said, "Thank you. Get in the car." Yi Junlin ignored her and directly took a seat in the back of the BMW. Feeling dismissed, the woman in leather bristled with dissatisfaction and called out, "That's where the lady sits. You should take the front." "Xiaoya, it's all right," the woman in the long dress said softly, joining him in the back seat, while the woman in leather returned to the driver's seat and started the car, heading towards Shanghai. "Hello, I don't believe I know your name yet. I'm Jiang Muge." Inside the car, the woman in the long dress looked at Yi Junlin, inquiring. "Yi Junlin," he replied curtly, closing his eyes immediately afterward, clearly unwilling to engage further. Jiang Muge, however, occasionally stole glances at him. After a journey of 5 or 6 hours, they finally arrived in the city of Shanghai, and Yi Junlin stepped out of the car. "Mr. Yi, wait a moment." Jiang Muge followed him out, addressing him. "Thank you for your assistance today. Here is my business card should you need anything in Shanghai. Feel free to reach out to me." She handed him a card, which he accepted before departing. "Miss, that guy's insufferably arrogant. Who does he think he is?" The woman in leather approached Jiang Muge, visibly upset. "Those with true capability often possess a bit of character," Jiang Muge replied. Jiang Muge offered a faint smile, but her expression quickly shifted to one of resolute determination, a glimmer of cold light flickering in her eyes. "Let us proceed to meet that individual who wishes for my absence." At this moment, Yi Junlin stood at the bustling intersection of Zhanghai, gazing upon the familiar, yet foreign city before him, softly murmuring, 7 years have passed, I have finally returned. 7 years ago, you humiliated my sister, slaughtered my parents, and annihilated my entire clan. This debt of blood, I shall make you repay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. In that instant, the image of an arrogant, domineering youth, lofty and untouchable, materialized in Yi Junlin's mind. His fists clenched tightly as he bellowed each word with conviction. An aura of terrifying murderous intent radiated from him, chilling the very air around, causing passers-by to shiver involuntarily. 7 years prior, Yi Junlin was the esteemed young master of the prominent Yi family in Zhanghai, surrounded by the love of his parents and sister, leading a life filled with bliss. Yet, this idyllic existence was shattered during a fateful banquet. At that gathering of Zhanghai's elite, Yi Junlin's sister, Yi Qianga, caught the attention of a mysterious young heir who sought to violate her. Upon witnessing this, Yi Junlin charged forward, only to be violently cast aside. When his parents intervened, intending to leverage the Yi family's influence to compel the young heir to relent, they were met with disdainful words. The Yi family? What are you? I grant you life or death at my whim. Subsequently, the young heir sought to publicly humiliate Yi Junlin's sister, leading her to a point of unbearable shame, resulting in her tragic act of self-destruction. In a desperate attempt to save their daughter, Yi Junlin's parents were brutally slain by the young heir's minions. Witnessing the horrific demise of his sister and parents drove Yi Junlin to a state of madness. In a reckless fury, he lunged at the young heir, only to be effortlessly subdued, humiliated with the words, "You, a mere waste, can be crushed as easily as an ant," disable his limbs, and cast him into the sea. As for the rest of the Yi family, leave not a single one alive. With that single command from the lofty young heir, Yi Junlin was left mutilated and thrown into the sea, while the Yi family faced utter extermination. In the throes of rage, Yi Junlin's breath became erratic, his fingers digging into his palm until they bled. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. With a deep inhalation, Yi Junlin suppressed the tumult of emotions within him and strode purposefully toward the southern part of the city.
Chapter 2 Utter humiliation in Zhanghai. In the southern part of the city, there stood a long-abandoned mansion, overgrown with weeds, exuding an air of desolation. This was once the residence of the Yi family. At this moment, Yi Junlin arrived, gazing at the home he had lived in for over a decade, and resolutely declared, "Mother, father, sister, I have returned. Rest assured, I will bring those who have wronged you here to repent and make amends." Suddenly, Yi Junlin noticed 4 tombstones standing beside the dilapidated mansion. Approaching them, he saw engraved upon them the names of his parents, his sister, and his own. Who erected these? Yi Junlin furrowed his brow, pondering. When the Yi family fell into misfortune, not a single acquaintance dared to lend assistance. Who would dare to establish gravestones for them? "Come forth." Yi Junlin's expression hardened as he called out. In an instant, a man and a woman appeared behind him. The man was clad in black, his demeanor cold, while the woman donned white, radiant and exquisite. They knelt before Yi Junlin, announcing, "We are Lengfeng and Yena from the Chenji Pavilion, paying our respects to the young master." Yi Junlin turned to regard them and inquired, "Were you sent by my third master?" "Indeed. The pavilion master has entrusted us to serve the young master," the woman named Yena responded. "Do you know who erected these tombstones?" Yi Junlin asked directly. Reporting to the young master, "These gravestones were established by Miss Su Shuya of the Su family," Yena replied. "Shuya." Upon hearing this name, Yi Junlin's expression shifted as memories flooded back. "Brother Junlin, when I grow up, I will definitely marry you." A scene at the seaside emerged in his mind, where a stunning girl, with flowing hair, nestled against a young man's shoulder, her eyes filled with dreams. "Very well. I shall prepare a grand wedding for you when the time comes." The young man gently held the girl's hand in response. This young man and woman were Yi Junlin and Su Shuya. The Su family was also a prominent family in Zhanghai. And they shared a deep-rooted friendship with the Yi family, having grown up together. Sigh. Yi Junlin sighed wistfully, pondering that had it not been for the events of 7 years ago, perhaps he and Shuya would have already been wed. Shuya, has she been well? After a moment of silence, he turned to Yena and asked. Young master, Miss Su. Yena hesitated. Noticing her expression, Yi Junlin furrowed his brow and demanded coldly. What has happened to Shuya? Speak. Miss Su was publicly humiliated by the eldest daughter of the Bai family for unilaterally erecting gravestones for the young master's family. And she was disfigured. Yena finally revealed. Boom. In an instant, Yi Junlin's expression darkened, exuding a menacing aura. Bai Jiruo. How could she be so cruel? What of the Su family? Why did they not protect Shuya? Yi Junlin shouted in fury. In the past, the Bai family, the Yi family, the Su family, and 2 other prominent families were collectively known as the 5 great families of Zhonghai, with Bai Jiruo being the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Young master. After the annihilation of the Yi family, the Bai family seized a considerable amount of their assets, swiftly rising to prominence as the foremost family in Zhonghai. Even the Su family dared not offend them. And out of concern that Miss Su's intention to erect a monument for the Yi family might provoke that formidable young master from years past, they were eager to distance themselves from her, let alone offer protection. Yena recounted. Crack. 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 Yi Junlin's hands clenched tightly, producing a series of ominous sounds. His eyes glimmering with a chilling light, his fury surging uncontrollably. Moreover, Yena glanced at Yi Junlin, hesitating to continue. Moreover what? Speak. Yi Junlin's voice boomed like thunder, demanding an answer. Moreover, that young lady from the Bai family intends to arrange a marriage for Miss Su today at the Zhonghai Grand Hotel. But the potential suitors are said to be a group of vagabonds and beggars. Yena replied, lowering her head. Boom. In that instant, Yi Junlin's murderous intent and rage could no longer be contained, erupting like a volcanic explosion, sweeping across a 100-mile radius. Instantly, both Yena and Leng Feng were overwhelmed by this aura of death, collapsing to their knees, their faces ashen, struggling to breathe. Swish. With a swift step, Yi Junlin vanished. At the Zhonghai Grand Hotel. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered in the hotel lobby, comprising various dignitaries and affluent young ladies and gentlemen from Zhonghai. In the center stood a young woman in a striking red dress, her face adorned with flamboyant makeup. She was none other than Bai Jiruo, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Beside Bai Jiruo stood another woman, her face marred by numerous scars, resembling a writhing mass of worms, appearing exceedingly grotesque and frightening. She was Su Shuya, the young lady of the Su family. Greetings, everyone. The young lady beside me, I trust you all recognize her. She is Su Shuya from the esteemed Su family of Zhonghai. Now that Miss Su has reached the age of marriage yet remains unattached, I have taken it upon myself to assist her in finding true love today. Bai Jiruo smiled at the crowd. As her words fell, the atmosphere erupted with derisive laughter. With Su Shuya's appearance, only a blind person would find her appealing. Humph, let us not insult the blind, even they wouldn't want such an eyesore. Su Shuya is remarkably thick-skinned, even in such a state, she has the audacity to stand before us. A face like that would surely frighten a child into tears. The young men and women present spared no effort in hurling scathing insults at Su Shuya, their taunts reaching her ears, causing her to tremble involuntarily, her head bowed, tears welling in her eyes. Meanwhile, Bai Jiruo, undeterred by the mockery, wore a broad smile and continued, today, to ensure Miss Su finds her true love, I have specially selected a group of individuals for her to choose from. Clap. Clap. With that, Bai Jiruo clapped her hands. Dozens of individuals emerged from the side of the hotel, each of them elderly men in their 50s or 60s. Their hair was disheveled, their garments tattered, and their skin bore a dark hue, emanating an unbearable stench. Many limped or hobbled, while some were completely toothless, unmistakably appearing as either vagrants or beggars. The onlookers Witnessing this dismal assembly, instinctively covered their noses, their expressions rife with disdain. Miss Su, this is the other half I have found for you. Do take a look and see if any of them meet your approval. I shall officiate your wedding. Bai Jiruo remarked with a smile directed at Su Shuai. The crowd could not help but muse upon Bai Jiruo's ruthlessness. Not only had she marred Su Shuai's beauty, but she was now resorting to such means to torment and humiliate her. It was a veritable assault on the heart and soul. As Su Shuai gazed upon the ragged figures before her, her body trembled, tears welling in her eyes, and her face contorted in anguish as she implored Bai Jiruo. Bai Jiruo, must you truly be so merciless? What have I done to offend you? You have already destroyed my visage, why must you continue to subject me to this? Bai Jiruo scoffed. In the past, you were hailed as the most beautiful woman in Zhonghai, with everyone, including Yi Junlin, fawning over you. Who ever cast a glance my way? Now, I shall ensure that all know you, Su Shuai. Have not only transformed into an ugly creature but have also chosen a lowly beggar as your husband. I intend to render you the most despicable woman in Zhonghai, forcing you to live eternally in a nightmare. I wonder how Yi Junlin would feel if he were alive to witness his beloved Shuai being defiled by such wretched and grotesque vagrants. At that moment, Bai Jiruo's eyes brimmed with jealousy and resentment, radiating a disturbing pleasure that sent shivers down the spine. Once a distinguished lady of the Bai family, she had always been overshadowed by Su Shuai, who commanded the admiration of all, including Yi Junlin, the very object of Bai Jiruo's affections. This imbalance gnawed at her, twisting her psyche. Following the downfall of the Yi family and the ascendance of the Bai family as the foremost clan in Zhonghai, Bai Jiruo seized the opportunity to exact her revenge by obliterating Su Shuai's enviable beauty under the pretext of erecting a monument for the Yi family. Over the ensuing 7 years, she relentlessly tormented and humiliated Su Shuai. In a fit of sadistic pleasure, she even concocted the plan to have Su Shuai marry a beggar, aiming to utterly disgrace and degrade her, reducing her to the most contemptible woman in Zhonghai. I would rather die than endure such humiliation, Su Shuai declared, her eyes reflecting a newfound resolve. Die. If you dare entertain such thoughts, I shall immediately take action against the Su family. Your parents and the entire Su clan will accompany you in your demise. Bai Jiruo replied coldly. Her words extinguished Su Shuai's fleeting thoughts of suicide. While she might consider her own death, she could not bear the thought of implicating her family. Now, Miss Su, allow me to select one for you. This one shall do, Bai Jiruo concluded with a chilling tone. Bai Jiruo selected a beggar from among the ragtag group of vagrants and beggars, a man who was both hunchbacked and limping, bald, and utterly filthy. The onlookers exchanged glances, pondering whether he and Miss Su were a fitting match. With a smile, Bai Jiruo remarked, a hideous creature paired with a beggar, what a perfect match. The crowd erupted in laughter, proclaiming, indeed, it is too fitting. Bai Xiujia has performed a great act of kindness today. Among them, the young ladies and gentlemen laughed unabashedly. Meanwhile, Su Shuai trembled uncontrollably, her lips bleeding from being beaten, tears streaming down her face, embodying helplessness and exhaustion. In that moment, she wished fervently that 7 years ago she had perished alongside her brother Junlin, sparing her the indignities she now faced. Today, she is yours, Bai Jiruo declared, gesturing towards her chosen beggar. Very well. The beggar, over 60 and having never known the touch of a woman, was rendered exhilarated at the sight of the young Su Shuai, even in her disfigurement. He approached her, drooling and gazing at her with a foolish expression as he limped closer. Miss Su, from this day forth, he shall be your husband, you must serve him well, Bai Jiruo remarked with a playful grin. As the beggar advanced, Su Shuai quaked in fear, her complexion paling, tears welling in her eyes as she bore the weight of relentless humiliation, her spirit beginning to fracture. She yearned for death, yet for the sake of the Su family, she could not succumb. In that moment, she felt as though she were living a fate worse than death. Brother Junlin, she whispered inwardly, her eyes brimming with despair. Suddenly, a chilling voice filled with menace echoed from outside the hotel, Bai Jiruo, you seek death. Chapter 3, You mar Su Shuai's beauty. And I shall mar yours. With a chilling sound echoing, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically as their gazes turned towards the entrance of the hotel. At that moment, a young man, his demeanor icy and his eyes glinting with a cold light, exuding an aura of lethal intent, stepped inside with measured strides. As he entered, the atmosphere within the hotel seemed to drain away, leaving everyone with a suffocating sensation. This man was none other than Yi Junlin. You. Baishiro stared at Yi Junlin, her brows knitting together in recognition. 7 years had passed since Yi Junlin was merely a 16-year-old boy, now, transformed and matured. It took a moment for the crowd to recognize him. However, Su Shuai, upon seeing Yi Junlin, felt a jolt in her heart. Her pupils widening as excitement washed over her. Clearly, she recognized him despite his considerable changes, having known him for over a decade. She instantly identified the young man before her as her childhood companion, Junlin Gage. Junlin. Su Shuai beamed with joy at the sight of her long-lost brother. Her heart racing with exhilaration. Just as she was about to call out to him, she hesitated, quickly covering her face and bowing her head. Not daring to meet Yi Junlin's gaze. She wished to preserve the beautiful memories he held of her. Not wanting to disrupt the image he had of her in his mind. Meanwhile, as Yi Junlin stepped further into the hotel, his eyes fell upon Su Shuai, whose face was marred with scars, her eyes red and brimming with despair. Witnessing the transformation of the once vibrant and stunning girl who had dreamed of marrying him. Into this broken soul, caused a pang of anguish to grip Yi Junlin's heart, swiftly followed by an overwhelming surge of fury and murderous intent. Swish. Yi Junlin fixed his gaze on Baishiro, his voice laced with unrestrained wrath as he declared, Baishiro. The name echoed with murderous intent, sending a tremor through Baishiro, instilling in her an inexplicable sense of dread. You are. Smack. Yi Junlin delivered a resounding slap, sending Baishiro crashing to the ground, her face a gruesome sight, bloodied and bruised. The onlookers in the hotel gasped in shock at this violent display. You bastard! How dare you hit me? Someone, seize him! Baishiro screamed, clutching her face, her expression twisted in rage. Suddenly, the group of security personnel and bodyguards surged forth. In that moment, the esteemed elites of the Jeong and Hai families, along with the young lords and ladies present in the hotel, gazed at Yi Junlin with incredulity. Shuai! Yi Junlin called out, his heart swelling with warmth as he observed Su Shuai resolutely positioning herself in front of him. Brother Junlin. Su Shuai cast a fleeting glance at Yi Junlin, but then lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her garment, betraying her inner turmoil and anxiety. Shuai, I am truly sorry. It is I, Brother Junlin, who has failed to protect you. I apologize. Yi Junlin's face bore the weight of guilt as he looked upon Su Shuai. Brother Junlin, you have nothing to apologize for. Your very existence brings me joy, but I feel unworthy of you now. Su Shuai's eyes brimmed with self-doubt, her heart racked with pain. The brother she had longed for was alive. Yet she had transformed into someone unrecognizable, believing she could never be his wife. Shuai, to me, you will forever remain the kind and beautiful girl I once knew. Yi Junlin declared earnestly, gently caressing her scarred cheek. Worry not, Shuai, I shall restore your beauty. Yi Junlin, I never expected you to be alive. You truly possess a tenacious spirit. Baishiro rose, her expression twisted with malice as she fixed her gaze upon Yi Junlin. In an instant, the warmth in Yi Junlin's demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold stare directed at Baishiro. Baishiro, you have marred Shuai's beauty and tormented her with these vagrant beggars. You are a venomous woman deserving of death. What? Does witnessing your beloved transformed into a hideous creature cause you pain? Perhaps you will feel even greater anguish when you see her being humiliated by these grotesque beggars. Baishiro cackled maniacally, then coldly commanded, seize him. Immediately, the hotel security and family guards surged toward Yi Junlin. Suddenly, Leng Feng and Yena appeared, swiftly dispatching the guards and security with ease. Yi Junlin advanced step by step toward Baijiruo. What do you intend to do? Baijiruo's expression shifted. A hint of panic creeping in as she observed Yi Junlin approaching. I initially thought to kill you, but that would be too merciful. Instead, I have decided to make you experience the anguish that Shuya has endured. Yi Junlin declared, his demeanor frigid. With sharp slaps, he struck Baijiruo's face repeatedly, transforming it into a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, rendering her original visage unrecognizable. Oh! Oh! Baijiruo shrieked in agony, while onlookers could only swallow hard, astonished by the scene unfolding before them. You have destroyed Shuya's beauty, thus, I shall ruin yours. Yi Junlin coldly stated, then cast a glance at the group of beggars. You wished for Shuya to marry these vagrants. Very well, I shall ensure you wed them. You. Baijiruo's eyes glinted with fury as she fixed her gaze upon Yi Junlin. Who is the owner of this hotel? Yi Junlin replied indifferently. I am the hotel manager. Young master, what are your instructions? At that moment, the hotel manager approached hastily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Gazing at Yi Junlin in trepidation. Prepare a bridal suite for our esteemed Miss Bai. Yi Junlin commanded coldly, and the manager nodded vigorously. Leng Feng, Yena. Yi Junlin called out directly. Leng Feng and Yena instantly comprehended Yi Junlin's intent, each spoke a few words to the group of homeless beggars, leading them upstairs, while one of them dragged Baijiruo up as well. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically as they grasped Yi Junlin's purpose, each regarding him with palpable fear, inwardly remarking on his ruthlessness. Now Baijiruo was utterly ruined. Shuya, let us depart, Yi Junlin said, taking Su Shuya's hand as they exited the hotel. Before long, explosive news spread throughout Zhonghai. The once presumed deceased young master Yi Junlin had returned to Zhonghai after 7 years. Not only publicly disfiguring the Bai family's eldest daughter but also subjecting her to disgrace. Upon the revelation of this news, it sent shockwaves through Zhonghai, igniting discussions among various circles of society. Chapter 4: The Coming Storm at the Su family. At this moment, the hall of the Su family was filled with numerous individuals. Seated at the head of the table was a middle-aged man clad in a long robe, the eldest son of the Su family, Su Tianguo, who was also the elder uncle of Su Shuya. Following the sudden stroke that had left the family patriarch in a coma, Su Tianguo had assumed control of the Su family affairs. Alongside him was Su Tianguo's younger brother Su Tianmin, Su Shuya's father, his mother Du Mengwan, and the third brother Su Tianlin, among other direct descendants of the Su family. Elder brother, do you have any idea what Baijiruo intends to do to Shuya today? Are you truly willing to stand by and watch her suffer humiliation? Su Tianmin implored, his voice filled with desperation. I understand you wish to avoid offending the Bai family. But Shuya is my daughter, I cannot remain indifferent. Du Mengwan, her face etched with worry, interjected, Tianmin, do not argue with him. They only see the interests of the Su family, there is no sense of kinship here. We must hurry to find Shuya. As the couple attempted to leave, Su Tianguo's cold voice cut through the air. I have stated clearly, no one is to leave the Su residence today. Do you disregard my words? Suddenly, a group of guards appeared outside the hall, blocking the path of Su Tianmin and his wife. Elder brother, I beseech you. Su Tianmin turned and knelt before Su Tianguo, pleading fervently. This is all because Shuya acted rashly by erecting a monument for the Yi family. The tribulations she faces now are of her own making. If you go and provoke that young lady from the Bai family in her wrath, the Su family may find itself in a predicament akin to the Yi family. My dear younger brother, do you wish for the entire Su family to accompany your daughter to her doom? Su Tianguo's authoritative tone brooked no dissent. Indeed, second brother. I believe elder brother speaks with wisdom. You cannot jeopardize the well-being of the entire family for the sake of your daughter. Second master, Su Shuya has been disfigured. Her existence is already a disgrace to our family. Will you continue to offend the Bai family on her behalf? What is the fate of a woman unworthy of regard? If she were to perish, what consequence would it bear? At this moment, Su Tianlin and other members of the Su family voiced their disdain, their faces reflecting contempt as they spoke of Su Shuai. You selfish, unfeeling wretches. You are unworthy of the title of humanity. Du Mengwan cried out, her anger boiling over as she pointed at them. Silence. Su Tiongguo slammed his hand on the table, his voice commanding. Master, it is grave. A crisis has arisen. Suddenly, the family steward rushed in, breathless. Steward, has something happened to Shuai? Su Tianmin asked anxiously, while Du Mengwan suppressed her fury, focusing on the steward's tense expression. What has transpired? Su Tiongguo inquired calmly. The steward recounted the events that unfolded at the Zhonghai Grand Hotel. When the Su family members learned that Yi Junlin was still alive, they were taken aback, disbelief etched across their faces. However, their astonishment turned to shock when they heard that Yi Junlin had disfigured Bai Shiruo and subjected her to humiliation at the hands of a group of vagrants, leaving them utterly speechless. Even Su Tianguo's expression shifted, his brow furrowing as he inquired, where is Yi Junlin at this moment? It is said that he has left with Miss Shuai, and their whereabouts are currently unknown, the butler replied. In an instant, Su Tianguo's demeanor transformed, and he bellowed at Su Tianmin, look at your precious daughter, she is leading our Su family to ruin. Brother, what do you mean by that? Su Tianmin asked, perplexed. That scoundrel Yi Junlin has so shamelessly humiliated and tormented the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Do you believe the Bai family will let him off the hook? Now that he is with Su Shuai, the Bai family will surely think that all of this is orchestrated by our Su family. When the time comes, they will never spare us. Su Tianguo shouted vehemently. In an instant, Su Tianmin and the members of the Su family grasped the gravity of the situation, their expressions morphing into one of dread. Brother, what shall we do now? Su Tianlin, unable to remain calm, hastily inquired. Immediately send someone to locate the two of them. Su Tianguo commanded coldly, casting a stern glance at Su Tianmin and his wife. And you two, come with me to the Bai family at once. Meanwhile, upon learning of the incident at the Zhonghai Grand Hotel, the members of the Bai family were taken aback and rushed to the hotel. When they discovered Bai Shiruo in her current pitiful state, resembling a living corpse, their rage erupted. Yi Junlin, I will tear you to shreds. Bai Feng, the eldest son of the Bai family, roared in anguish upon witnessing his daughter's condition. Swiftly, the patriarch of the Bai family issued a decree, seal off the entire city. Spare no effort in locating Yi Junlin. Consequently, the governor of Zhonghai received the news and immediately mobilized a large contingent of city defense forces to seal all exits of Zhonghai, including high-speed rail, airports, highways, and docks. In addition, the Bai family activated all their forces within Zhonghai, deploying thousands to conduct a thorough search for Yi Junlin, determined to find him. In that moment, the entire Zhonghai was shrouded in an atmosphere of tension and fear. Various factions secretly lamented that the scion of the Yi family was courting death by openly opposing the Bai family, as though he was still the formidable young master of yore. At this moment, Zhonghai was enveloped in a foreboding darkness, a sense that a tempest was on the horizon. Unbeknownst to Yi Junlin, his actions at the Zhonghai Grand Hotel had incited the wrath of the entire Bai family, leading to his being wanted throughout the city. He was currently at an undisclosed location in Zhonghai with Su Shuai. Chapter 5: Restoration of Beauty in the opulent villa community of Zhonghai, known as Ipin Beiyuan. Yi Junlin arrived with Su Shuai, accompanied by Yena and Lingfeng. They entered a 3-story European-style villa within the enclave. Young master, this is the residence we have arranged for you, equipped with all the necessary appliances and living essentials. Are you satisfied? Yena inquired, glancing at Yi Junlin. Yes. It is quite suitable, Yi Junlin replied with a nod. You two stay outside and ensure no one enters. With that, Yena and Lingfeng stepped out. Su Shuai, filled with curiosity, asked, Brother Junlin, who are they? Why do they refer to you as young master? And where have you been for the past 7 years? Why did you not return, nor send any word? Swear, I will explain everything to you in due time. But for now, let me help you restore your beauty. Yi Junlin said gently, gazing at Su Shuai. Really? Su Shuai paused, looking at him. Can my face truly be restored? Absolutely. Trust me. Yi Junlin assured her, gripping her hand with unwavering confidence. Yes, I believe in you, Brother Junlin. Su Shuai nodded, her faith in him unwavering and unconditional. Yi Junlin then retrieved a set of silver needles and began the treatment. His second master was the esteemed leader of the Holy Physician sect, renowned for his miraculous healing skills, earning the title of a generation's divine healer. As his disciple, Yi Junlin had mastered these techniques in just 7 years, making the restoration of Shuai's beauty a manageable task. As several hours passed, twilight descended upon Zhonghai. Outside, warriors and members of the Bai family scoured the area in search of Yi Junlin, their efforts resembling a force of nature shaking the very foundations of the city. Unbeknownst to him, they had nearly uprooted Zhonghai in their quest. As the final needle was placed on Su Shuai's face, a layer of dark impurities began to emerge. Minutes later, Yi Junlin carefully removed all the silver needles and said, Shuai, go wash your face. Brother Junlin, my face. Su Shuai looked at him. Anxiety etched on her features. You will know once you wash it. Yi Junlin smiled softly, leading her to the bathroom, where he personally washed her face, removing the layer of black impurities. As the dark veil was washed away, the scars on Su Shuai's face vanished, revealing skin that was smooth and radiant, akin to that of a newborn. In that moment, she radiated beauty, her visage flawless and unblemished, resembling a masterpiece sculpted by nature itself. All right, Shuai. Come and look in the mirror. Yi Junlin gazed at Su Shuai with a gentle smile while she became increasingly anxious. Ever since her visage had been marred, Su Shuai had refrained from looking in the mirror, fearful of confronting her reflection. It's all right, you must trust Brother Junlin. Yi Junlin encouraged her, bolstered by his words. Su Shuai gradually lifted her head and beheld her reflection in the mirror. When she caught sight of her flawless, porcelain-like beauty, her entire being was rendered speechless, her eyes widening in disbelief. Su Shuai could hardly fathom that the visage before her was indeed hers, the beauty that had been destroyed had truly been restored. Brother Junlin. My face has returned, it has truly returned. At that moment, Su Shuai caressed her smooth, unblemished face, devoid of any scars, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed. I told you I would help restore your face, I always keep my promises. Yi Junlin looked at her with affectionate pride, overcome with emotion. Su Shuai embraced Yi Junlin tightly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Junlin. At that instant, her long-suppressed emotions surged forth, tears glistening in her eyes, evoking a sense of heartache and compassion. Silly girl, your face is restored, why are you still crying? If you keep crying, you won't be adorable anymore. Yi Junlin gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Brother Junlin. Suddenly, Su Shuai lifted her gaze to meet his, and before he could react, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed her lips against his. Yi Junlin was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond, as this was indeed his first kiss with a girl. Just then, Su Shuai's phone rang, startling her. She hastily pulled away from the kiss. Her face flushed with embarrassment and anxiety as she retrieved her phone to answer, Mom, I. In the next instant, her expression shifted dramatically, and she cried out, Don't harm my parents. With a sharp click, the call ended. Yi Junlin regarded her with concern. Shuai, what happened? Brother Junlin, the Bai family has captured my parents. They demand that I bring you to them, or they will kill my parents. What should we do? Su Shuai exclaimed, her face filled with urgency. The Bai family. It seems they are eager for their demise. Yi Junlin replied coldly, looking at Su Shuai, Shuai, we must go to the Bai family. No, brother Junlin. Given what you've done to Baijiruo, the Bai family will not spare you. Going there now would be akin to walking into a trap. It's far too perilous. Su Shuya insisted. But your parents are still with them, Yi Junlin stated. Su Shuya clenched her teeth and replied, I will go to the Bai family myself. I cannot implicate you, brother Junlin. Hearing her resolve, Yi Junlin felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. Shuya, fear not. The insignificant Bai family cannot harm your brother Junlin. However, Shuya, you have been disfigured by Baijiruo, yet your parents have done nothing for you. Even in such a dire situation today, they have not come to your aid. Are such parents truly worthy of your concern? Yi Junlin spoke solemnly. His discontent towards Su Shuya's parents palpable. After all, had he not fortuitously returned today, the outcome for Shuya would have been unimaginable, yet her parents remained absent. Which naturally left Yi Junlin feeling disdainful. Brother Junlin, you cannot blame my parents. If they were to stand up for me, it would implicate the entire Su family. I cannot allow my personal troubles to bring suffering upon so many in the Su family. That would weigh heavily on my conscience, Su Shuya explained. What a foolish girl. Yi Junlin remarked, gently ruffling Su Shuya's hair with a sense of bittersweet admiration. Subsequently, Yi Junlin took Su Shuya directly to the Bai residence. Chapter 6: What use is mastery if it cannot stop bullets? At this moment, the atmosphere within the Bai family was overwhelmingly oppressive. In the grand hall, a group of Bai family members had gathered, each bearing a solemn countenance, their eyes ablaze with fury. Among them stood Bai Feng, the patriarch of the Bai family and father of Baijiruo, his expression contorted, eyes glimmering with intense rage and murderous intent. Kneeling before the assembly were three figures: Su Tiongguo, the eldest of the Su family, his brother Su Tianmin, and their wife, Du Mengwan. If that wretched Su Shuya does not bring back that scoundrel, Yi Junlin, I will ensure that every last member of your Su family meets a miserable end. Bai Feng bellowed, his face twisted with malice as he pointed an accusatory finger at Su Tiongguo and the others. Su Tiongguo trembled at these words, hastily responding, Bai Patriarch. This is solely Su Shuya's doing, and has nothing to do with the Su family. We had no knowledge that Yi Junlin was still alive. I implore you, spare us. Spare you. Who will compensate for the humiliation and torment my daughter has endured? Bai Feng retorted, delivering a brutal kick to Su Tiongguo, sending him sprawling to the ground. In that instant, Su Tiongguo's face contorted in pain, rendering him speechless. Meanwhile, Su Tianmin and Du Mengwan exchanged anxious glances, fervently hoping that Su Shuya would not appear. However, mere minutes later, Yi Junlin and Su Shuya entered the Bai family residence. Dad, Mom. Su Shuya rushed toward her kneeling parents upon seeing them. Shuya. Su Tianmin and his wife's expressions shifted dramatically at her arrival, but they were rendered speechless when they beheld Su Shuya's visage. Are you both all right? Su Shuya asked, concern lacing her voice. Shuya, your face. Du Mengwan gazed at her daughter in disbelief. Mom and Dad. My face has been healed by brother Junlin. Su Shuya declared confidently. The members of the Bai family and Su Tiongguo looked on in astonishment at the transformation of Su Shuya's appearance. At Su Shuya's proclamation, Su Tianmin and Du Mengwan's eyes instinctively darted to Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin approached, addressing Su Shuya's parents, uncle, aunt. It has been a while. Humph. Since you are still alive, why return to harm Shuya? Have you not caused her enough suffering? Do you wish for her to die because of you? Du Mengwan shot back icily, her discontent palpable. Mom, brother Junlin. Su Shuya began to explain, but Du Mengwan interjected coldly, Shuya, this is all his fault. If it weren't for him, would you have been disfigured? Would you have suffered such humiliation? Now, his reckless actions threaten your life again. You accuse me of harming Shuya. Yet where were you when she was disfigured? Where were you when Baijiruo humiliated her in that hotel, even attempting to force her into marriage with a beggar? You have no right to condemn me. Yi Junlin retorted, his tone unapologetic in light of Du Mengwan's demeanor. You. Du Mengwan pointed at Yi Junlin with a face full of fury, while Bai Feng beside her shouted, "Enough." In Bai Feng's eyes glimmered a fierce intent as he gazed at Yi Junlin. "You, the scion of the Yi family. I never anticipated that after being crippled and cast into the sea all those years ago, you would still be alive. Had I known, I should have dismembered you then. Otherwise, my daughter Jiruo would not have had to endure such torment." Yi Junlin cast a cold glance at Bai Feng, regretful. "Are we? You, the Bai family. Have usurped the assets of the Yi family and have brought such harm to Shui. What your daughter has endured today is merely a fraction of the interest owed." Yi Junlin, with an icy demeanor, bellowed, "Yi Junlin, you seek death. Someone, apprehend him. I shall have him torn to shreds." Bai Feng bellowed furiously. Instantly, a group of Bai family guards surged in, ready to confront Yi Junlin. "You seek to deal with me, allow the Su family to depart first," Yi Junlin stated indifferently. "Leave? They deserve to die." Bai Feng retorted coldly, "Let them go." Yi Junlin called out once more, his piercing gaze sweeping over Bai Feng, causing a sudden tremor in his heart. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bai Feng turned to the members of the Su family and commanded, "Get lost." "My gratitude to the head of the Bai family." Su Tianghua hastily rose and uttered a brief statement before dashing outside, while Yi Junlin turned to Su Shuya and said, "Shuya, please take your parents back home fast." "Sister Shuya." Su Shuya gazed at Yi Junlin with a face full of concern, to which he replied, "Rest assured. I am fine. Shuya, let us depart." Du Mengwan directly took Su Shuya and headed outside, while Su Tianmin glanced at Yi Junlin, let out a faint sigh, and departed from the scene. "Kid, even if I let them go, once you perish, they shall meet the same fate." Bai Feng gazed at Yi Junlin with a chilling expression and exclaimed, "You no longer have this opportunity." Yi Junlin replied coldly, "Attack." At that moment, upon Bai Feng's command, the entire cohort of Bai family guards surged forth towards Yi Junlin. Whooshed! Whooshed! At this moment, Leng Feng and Yan Er appeared, their figures darting like lightning amidst the throng of Bai family's guards. Pft, pft, pft. In an instant, the entire group of Bai family guards collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "Who are you?" Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Feng's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze fixated on Leng Feng and Yan Er as he exclaimed, "Those who dare to harm the young master shall face death." Cold Front shouted expressionlessly, "How dare you act so recklessly in my Bai family's presence? Do you truly believe that my family lacks power?" Suddenly, a deep and resonant voice echoed from outside the hall. Several figures entered the grand space. At the forefront was an elderly man with flowing white hair, clad in a pristine white robe. His expression was dark and brooding, with a shadowy glimmer in his eyes. Following closely behind him were four individuals, their temples bulging and their eyes gleaming with a captivating intensity, exuding an extraordinary presence. "Father!" The esteemed elder. Bai Feng and the members of the Bai family gazed at the elderly man, exclaiming in unison, for he was none other than the esteemed patriarch of the Bai family. "Both of you are martial artists, are you not?" The elder Bai cast a stern glance at Leng Feng and Yan Er, his voice resonating with authority. "Even as martial artists, my Bai family is not a place for your impudence." In an instant, two of the four individuals behind him sprang into action, their movements as swift as lightning, unleashing a fierce gust of wind, clearly displaying their prowess as martial artists. With a swift motion, Leng Feng brandished a dagger, slicing through the throat of one assailant in an instant, while Yan Er, with her delicate hands, pierced the chest of another with her elongated, sharpened nails. Both martial artists, wide-eyed in disbelief, collapsed lifelessly to the ground, their eyes forever unblinking. Observing the grim fate of his subordinates, the elder Bai's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his dismay. These two were second-tier martial artists, each capable of contending with 20 to 30 elite soldiers, yet they had been effortlessly dispatched in a single move. "You two, apprehend them," he commanded the remaining two individuals, who were esteemed protectors summoned by the Bai family, boasting a formidable fourth-tier prowess, the strongest combatants of the clan. As the two Bai family protectors stepped forward, Prepared to assert their dominance, they began to taunt, "You two younglings." However, before they could finish their sentences, Leng Feng materialized before them like a specter, his dagger slicing through the air with blinding speed. In that moment, the two fourth-tier protectors' eyes widened in shock as blood erupted from their throats, and they fell to the ground in a daze. With their demise, the expressions of the elder Bai and the rest of the Bai family turned ashen with despair. How? How could you have such powerful martial artists by your side? The elder Bai's gaze shifted to Yi Junlin, disbelief etched across his face. He could hardly fathom that the boy who had suffered the annihilation of his family 7 years prior, left maimed and cast into the sea, now commanded such formidable allies. With a cold smile, Yi Junlin approached the elder Bai. "Fire." However, the elder Bai remained remarkably composed, uttering just 2 words. In an explosive flurry, gunshots rang out. Bullets hurtling toward Yi Junlin, Leng Feng, and Yan Er from various directions, revealing the presence of hidden marksmen. No matter how skilled you are, can you withstand bullets? The elder Bai scoffed, yet as soon as he spoke, his expression froze in shock. Chapter 7, 10 days later, atonement approaches with a mere wave of his hand. Yi Junlin astonishingly deflected 6 bullets, sending them hurtling back along their original trajectory. Whooshed! 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 As the piercing sound sliced through the air, the 6 bullets raced back towards the gunman, resulting in a chorus of anguished cries as the ambushed assailants collapsed to the ground. "You!" The elderly Bai trembled uncontrollably at this scene reminiscent of a science fiction film. The members of the Bai family were engulfed in profound despair, unable to fathom that this resurrected scion of the Yi family could not be slain even by bullets. Was he even human? Old Bai. At that moment, a group of people stormed in from outside the Bai residence, led by Governor He Guang of Zhonghai, flanked by the soldiers of the city defense forces. Swish! Old Bai's expression shifted upon seeing He Guang, and he shouted, "Governor He, your timing is impeccable. Immediately apprehend those 3. He Guang cast a casual glance at Yi Junlin and his companions, coldly commanding, "Seize them." As the foremost family in Zhonghai, even the esteemed governor held a modicum of respect for the Bai family. This was why, at Old Bai's command, He Guang promptly mobilized the city defense forces to seal off Zhonghai. Now, with a mere word from Old Bai, He Guang felt no need to inquire further and was prepared to detain Yi Junlin and his companions without hesitation. "Stop!" Leng Feng interjected, striding forward to confront He Guang. "You are the governor of Zhonghai, are you not? Impudent! How dare you speak to the governor in such a manner?" An aide beside He Guang shouted, pointing accusingly at Leng Feng. Swish! Leng Feng produced a green identification document and presented it to He Guang, coolly stating, "Take a look for yourself." Curious. He Guang opened the document, his expression shifting dramatically as his pupils constricted in shock at the sight of Leng Feng. "Have you finished?" Leng Feng inquired, observing He Guang, who trembled slightly before respectfully returning the document. Just as he was about to speak, Leng Feng coldly interrupted, "Take your men and leave." "Yes." Without further ado, He Guang departed with the city defense forces, leaving Old Bai's face contorted in disbelief as he called out, "Governor He, you." However, it seemed He Guang paid no heed to Old Bai's words, hastily exiting the premises with his troops. The abrupt departure left the Bai family in a state of bewilderment, unsure of the reasons behind it. Yet Old Bai, sensing the gravity of the situation, fixed his gaze on Leng Feng, inquiring, "Who are you truly? Those who are dead need not concern themselves with such matters." Leng Feng replied coldly, shifting his attention to Yi Junlin. "Young master, shall we eliminate them all?" "No. They must not perish just yet." Yi Junlin shook his head and approached Old Bai, locking eyes with him. "If I wished to annihilate the Bai family, it would be as easy as breathing. Yet, I shall refrain from doing so, for I cannot allow you to meet your end so swiftly. In 10 days, it will be the anniversary of my parents' passing. At that time, I demand that all of you who have wronged the Yi family come to the Yi residence to kneel and offer your apologies to my parents and the souls of all those lost from the Yi family. Remember, 10 days hence, I shall await your arrival at the Yi family estate. Should you fail to appear, I shall ensure that your existence becomes a living torment. Do not harbor thoughts of escape, for there is no refuge for you. Yi Junlin's lips curled into a devilish smile as he regarded the members of the Bai family, instilling a chilling dread within them. With a thud, the patriarch of the Bai family collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin, accompanied by Ling Feng and Yena, vanished from the Bai residence. The Bai family members remained in a state of shock, struggling to regain their composure. "Father, how are you?" Bai Feng hurried to support the elder. At that moment, the patriarch took a deep breath, gradually recovering. "Father, what shall we do now? Are we truly to kneel and beg for forgiveness from the ghosts of the Yi family in 10 days? Bai Feng asked, the grimace on his face. "Even if we go, he will not spare us. This is merely a ploy to humiliate and torment us." The elder shook his head. "What then shall we do? That young man seems formidable, even the governor dares not intervene." Bai Feng's expression was one of despair. To which the elder retorted coldly, "You must mobilize all the resources of the Bai family and inform the other two prominent families. Both have previously acted against the Yi family, and Yi Junlin will not spare them either. Convey to them that our only chance of survival lies in unity. And immediately disseminate news of this young man's survival as far and wide as possible." At that moment, Bai Feng raised an eyebrow and said, "Father, do you wish for that distinguished young man from years past to learn of this young man's survival? Given his character, if he discovers that Yi Junlin still lives, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Should he take action, this young man may not survive until the anniversary of the Yi family's downfall." The elder responded sharply. "Father, your strategy is astute. I shall act at once." Bai Feng nodded decisively. The elder continued, "You must also reach out to your sister." "Father, do you wish for the Shen family to intervene?" Bai Feng's eyes widened. "Though your sister harbors resentment for being wed into the Shen family, in this moment of life and death for the Bai family, she must contribute. If the Shen family is willing to act, their status as a premier family in Jiangnan will make dealing with this young man trivial." "Understood, I shall contact my sister immediately." Bai Feng responded promptly. Outside the Bai residence, Ling Feng turned to Yi Junlin, "Young master, why not eliminate them directly? Why wait for 10 days? You seek to draw out the mysterious young man who destroyed the Yi family so long ago, do you not?" Yena interjected softly, gazing at Yi Junlin. "Indeed. If the Bai family desires to survive, they will exhaust every means to inform that individual of my continued existence. When he appears, I shall exact vengeance for my parents and sister." Yi Junlin's hands clenched tightly, his eyes glimmering with boundless murderous intent. Regarding the origins and identity of that enigmatic young master from years past, Yi Junlin remained utterly uninformed. He had once inquired with his 7 exceptionally powerful masters. Yet they all remained tight-lipped, merely instructing Yi Junlin to seek the truth for himself. Thus, Yi Junlin could only resort to this method to draw the other party out. "Yena, I need you to handle something," Yi Junlin instructed Yena before turning to Ling Feng. "What did you show that governor earlier?" He appeared quite frightened. It was an identification document prepared by the Tianji Pavilion. With this document, the officials of Longwo would not dare to trouble the young master, Ling Feng replied. "Is it truly that formidable?" Though Yi Junlin was aware that his third master's Tianji Pavilion was no ordinary institution, he was still uncertain about its specific functions. "This is a mere trifle for the Tianji Pavilion. Should the identity of the young master as the head of the Tianji Pavilion be revealed, I fear that all the dignitaries of Longwo would rush to pay their respects," Yena teased. "Is the Tianji Pavilion really that impressive?" Yi Junlin mused in awe. "In time, the young master will gradually comprehend the prowess of the Tianji Pavilion," Yena assured him. Shortly thereafter, Yi Junlin called Su Shuya. Upon answering, she exclaimed, "Brother Junlin, are you all right?" I'm fine, Shuya. Where are you now? Yi Junlin inquired. I'm at Su. Before Su Shuya could finish her sentence, the call was abruptly disconnected. Yi Junlin frowned and made his way to the Su residence. As Yi Junlin proceeded to the Su family, a piece of news rapidly spread throughout Zhonghai. 7 years ago, Yi Junlin, the son of the annihilated Yi family, issued a proclamation: anyone who had wronged the Yi family must, on the anniversary of their demise in 10 days, go to the old Yi residence to kneel and seek forgiveness. Those who failed to comply would face dire consequences. This announcement sent shockwaves through all factions in Zhonghai, particularly those who had participated in the downfall of the Yi family and plundered their assets. Notably, the Su and Ming families, 2 of the 5 prominent families of Zhonghai, had also opposed the Yi family and appropriated a significant portion of its wealth. Upon receiving this news, the members of the Su and Ming families quickly began to discuss it amongst themselves. Soon, the Bai family relayed information, and both families were astonished to learn of Yi Junlin's recent actions at the Bai residence. 7 years apart, and this young man has grown so powerful. The elder of the Su family remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. Patriarch, what should we do now? A group of senior members from the Su family gathered, expressing their worries. What is there to fear? The Yi family is no more. What can he accomplish with just 2 skilled allies? The elder of the Su family scoffed. Immediately contact our second son and have him mobilize an elite force from the Jiangnan war zone. I refuse to believe we cannot handle him. Meanwhile, within the Ming family, the elder issued a command: contact the Wolf Gate. The Ming family is willing to offer 300 million for Yi Junlin's life. Aside from the Bai Su and Ming families, various other factions that had once opposed the Yi family began to employ every means at their disposal to eliminate Yi Junlin. In an instant, the land of rivers and seas stands on the brink of an impending tempest. Chapter 8: Poison the Su family. Yi Junlin has arrived here. How could you still be alive? As Su Tianguo, Su Tianmin, Du Mengwan, and Su Tianlin gazed upon Yi Junlin, their expressions shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment. Brother Junlin! Su Shuya exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement as she leaped into his embrace. Shuya, come here. Du Mengjuan's expression changed, and she chided Su Shuya, her gaze then turning to Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin, though I am unaware of how you escaped from the Bai family, I implore you to recognize the reality. You are no longer the esteemed young master of the Yi family. You are unworthy of being with Shuya, and your presence will only bring her peril, endangering our entire Su family. Mom. Su Shuya's countenance shifted, momentarily at a loss for words. Since you mention Grandfather Su, let him speak for himself. Yi Junlin replied coldly. Brat, my father has long suffered a stroke and cannot move or speak. What do you expect him to say? Su Tianguo retorted sharply. Grandfather has had a stroke? Yi Junlin inquired, astonishment evident in his tone. Su Shuya then interjected, Brother Junlin. Grandfather suddenly suffered a stroke a year ago and has since been unable to move or speak. Shuya, where is grandfather? Take me to see him, Yi Junlin requested. Yi Junlin, who do you think you are? The old man is not someone you can simply visit at will. Guards, throw him out. As Su Tianguo spoke, Su Tianmin quickly added, Brother, after all, father held great affection for Junlin back in the day. Let him see father, perhaps his presence could improve the situation. Shuya. Let us go. Yi Junlin disregarded Su Tianguo entirely and followed Su Shuya to the room where the elder of the Su family resided. In this room lay a frail, white-haired elder, motionless on the bed, his eyes vacant and expression rigid. It was Su Sihai, the elder of the Su family. Yi Junlin approached the elder, his brow furrowing suddenly. Brother Junlin, what is wrong? Su Shuya noticed Yi Junlin's troubled expression and inquired curiously. Grandfather has been poisoned. Yi Junlin stated directly. WH what? Su Shuya's face paled, exclaiming, how can this be? Poisoned. Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? At that moment, Su Tiongwo entered, casting a cold glance at Yi Junlin. Following closely behind, Su Tianmin looked at Yi Junlin and asked, "Is what you just said true? Grandfather is indeed poisoned, and this poison is not of the ordinary kind. Regular doctors and instruments cannot detect it, they merely assume it to be a stroke." Yi Junlin replied coldly. "If you claim that doctors and instruments cannot detect it, how do you know the old man is poisoned? Are you deliberately speaking nonsense to showcase your own abilities?" Du Mengwan coldly rebuked Yi Junlin. "Mom, I believe Brother Junlin. He would never lie." Su Shuya quickly interjected, while Yi Junlin calmly replied, "Whether he is poisoned or not, we shall know once the old master awakens." With a swift motion of his right hand, 2 silver needles appeared between his fingers, and he promptly inserted them into the Baihui and Tonshong acupoints of old Master Su. "What are you doing? Stop." Su Tianguo's expression changed as he witnessed Yi Junlin administering the needles, and he immediately rushed forward to intervene. "Silence." Yi Junlin cast a piercing glance at Su Tianguo, causing a shiver to run down his spine, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. "Uncle, please remain calm. Brother Junlin is skilled in medicine, and he is treating Grandpa." Su Shuya hastily explained. "He is skilled in medicine?" Du Mengwan skeptically glanced at Yi Junlin. "Indeed. I mentioned earlier that my face was healed by Brother Junlin." Su Shuya affirmed with a nod. "Utter nonsense. How could a mere wastrel, bereft of family and fortune, possibly understand medicine? Someone, throw this boy out." Su Tianguo declared with an air of authority, ready to summon his servants to act against Yi Junlin. At that moment, a sudden cough resonated through the air. The members of the Su family were taken aback as they beheld old Master Su's previously dull gaze returning to normal. He had regained consciousness. The 2 silver needles embedded in him had turned black and were emitting dark fumes. Yi Junlin swiftly removed the needles and inquired, "Grandpa Su, how do you feel now?" "Junlin, you are alive. That is wonderful." Old Master Su exclaimed with exhilaration. "Grandpa." Su Shuya called out joyfully upon witnessing her grandfather's awakening. Meanwhile, Su Tianguo and the others were expressions of disbelief before exclaiming, "Father." "Humph. You lot unable to discern whether the old man suffered a stroke or was poisoned. If it weren't for Junlin, I would have surely met my end." Old Master Su chastised Su Tianguo and the others, who lowered their heads, too intimidated to retort. "Junlin, thank you, had it not been for you, I fear I might have." Old Master Su expressed his gratitude to Yi Junlin, who smiled and replied, "Grandpa Su, you have treated me with kindness in the past, it is only right that I assist you now. However, Grandpa, do you know who poisoned you?" Old Master Su's eyes narrowed as he solemnly stated, "The only ones capable of poisoning me are those within the Su family. Someone within the family dared to poison my father. I will unearth this perpetrator immediately." Su Tianguo declared, but Old Master Su interjected, "There is no need. Let Tianmin handle the investigation." Instantly, Su Tianguo's expression shifted, while Su Tianmin responded, "Yes, father, I will swiftly ascertain who is responsible." "Grandpa, although the poison within you has been cleansed, given your age, you must take care to recuperate properly," Yi Junlin remarked, his gaze fixed upon Su Shuya. "Shuya, I shall prepare a prescription for you shortly. Please arrange for someone to procure the medicine according to the prescription for Grandfather Su, it will aid in his swift recovery." "All right." Su Shuya nodded in agreement. After Yi Junlin completed the prescription, he took his leave. While the Su family commenced an investigation into the individual who had poisoned the elder. In a dimly lit room within the Su residence, a chilling and furious voice echoed. "Damn Yi Junlin. How dare he sabotage my plans? My lord, what shall we do next?" Another voice inquired. Although the elder has regained consciousness, he has begun to harbor suspicions towards the eldest brother. It is time to initiate our next scheme. The cold, wrathful voice resounded once more, followed by the declaration. Yi Junlin must be eliminated. At Ipin Bu1, as Yi Junlin returned, a car pulled up beside him. Jeong Ma-gong emerged from the vehicle. Her expression one of surprise as she exclaimed, "Young Master Yi, what brings you here?" "Oh, it is you." Yi Junlin glanced at Jeong Ma-gong, suddenly furrowing his brow and cautioned, "Be careful." Chapter 9, The Transaction Beware. Yi Junlin gazed at Jeong Muge, who had suddenly been called out. He swiftly stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her waist and evading danger. Clang! At that moment, a bullet whizzed past the spot where Jeong Muge had been standing, striking the ground with a dull thud. Jeong Muge's expression darkened as she stared at the bullet. Had it not been for Yi Junlin's timely intervention, she would likely have met her demise, and the attack was not yet over. Whooshed! 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 In an instant, 3 more bullets sliced through the air, all aimed directly at Jeong Muge, intent on taking her life. Yi Junlin swiftly pulled Jeong Muge behind a nearby vehicle, while the female bodyguard, Xiao Yu, who was tasked with protecting Jeong Muge, reacted with remarkable speed, leaping from the passenger seat and asking, "Miss, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Jeong Muge shook her head. Xiao Yu continued, "It's a sniper, undoubtedly sent by Su Tianwang. That old fox should have been dealt with long ago." She glanced at Yi Junlin and added, "You protect the miss, I will take care of that sniper." Whooshed! Just as Xiao Yu prepared to charge out, another bullet shot towards her, grazing her scalp and embedding itself in the wall across from her, forcing her to retreat once more. At that moment, Yi Junlin stood up, prompting Xiao Yu to exclaim, "Get down." Whooshed! As Yi Junlin rose, another bullet soared through the air. Unfazed, he flicked his wrist, and a glint of silver shot forth. The bullet was struck down by the gleaming projectile, which continued on its path. Oh! The next second, a scream echoed through the air. This scene left both Jeong Muge and Xiao Yu momentarily stunned. "All is well now," Yi Junlin stated calmly. Jeong Muge slowly rose to her feet, and Xiao Yu, regaining her composure, looked at Yi Junlin in astonishment. "Did you kill the sniper?" "Go see for yourself," Yi Junlin replied nonchalantly. Without hesitation, Xiao Yu dashed outside, returning shortly with the lifeless body of a man, a silver needle still embedded in his forehead. "Is he the sniper?" Jeong Muge asked in disbelief. "Indeed." Xiao Yu nodded, her gaze shifting to Yi Junlin, filled with awe. She had never imagined that he could eliminate a hidden sniper with merely a silver needle. It was astonishing. "Mr. Yi, thank you for saving me once again." Jeong Muge expressed her gratitude, and Yi Junlin looked at her. "You truly are a femme fatale. So many wish to see you dead." "Hey, how can you speak like that?" Xiao Yu glared at Yi Junlin, while Jeong Muge chuckled, "Femme fatale. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Yi. May I ask how you came to be here?" "I reside here," Yi Junlin began, but Jeong Muge interjected, "What a coincidence. You live here too?" "And you as well." Yi Junlin glanced at Jeong Muge, who nodded, "Yes, I reside in Villa number 5. I wonder where Mr. Yi is staying. I would love to express my gratitude in person." "Villa number 1. After Yi Junlin finished speaking, he departed. Jeong Mugu, upon hearing about Villa number 1, revealed a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. Next to her, Xiao Yu expressed her astonishment. "Miss, you were unable to acquire Villa number 1 back then. How could he possibly reside there?" "This Mr. Yi is quite intriguing, we should investigate him." Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but we must not overlook Su Tianwang. This old fellow is a trusted confidant of my father and has deeply entrenched himself in the Jeong Family Business Association. As you witnessed today, the elders of the association are all aligned with him. We cannot act against him just yet. But what if he attempts to harm you again, miss? It would be wise to increase our security detail." Xiao Yu voiced her concerns. "No worries, I have devised a plan." Jeong Mugu replied with a faint smile. The following day, as Yi Junlin awoke and made his way to the living room, Yen Er approached him. Young master, breakfast is ready. You prepared breakfast as well. Yi Junlin exclaimed in surprise at the array of dishes laid out on the table. My duties extend beyond merely following your commands. I am also responsible for your daily needs. Yan Er explained. I appreciate your efforts. Yi Junlin began to eat. Yan Er then placed a document before him. Young master. This is the list of individuals you asked me to investigate regarding the usurpation of the Yi family's various enterprises. That was swift. Yi Junlin remarked, sipping his milk while studying the list in astonishment. For the intelligence system of the Tenji Pavilion, such investigations are not difficult at all. Yan Er responded. The Tenji Pavilion is truly impressive. Yi Junlin marveled, having heard his master boast about its prowess, yet he had remained skeptical. Witnessing its capabilities firsthand left him astounded. The Tenji Pavilion could easily intimidate a city governor with mere identification, and its robust intelligence network was indeed formidable. These opportunistic scoundrels. As he scanned the names on the list, a cold glint flashed in Yi Junlin's eyes. None of these individuals shall escape. I will reclaim every single item belonging to the Yi family. He clenched the list tightly, radiating a chilling aura. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Yan Er went to answer it, revealing Zhang Mugu and Xiao Yu standing outside. Who are you? Yan Er inquired. Zhang Mugu glanced at Yan Er and asked, may I inquire if Mr. Yi resides here? What brings you here? Yi Junlin approached, looking at Zhang Mugu, who smiled slightly. Aren't you going to invite me in for a chat, Mr. Yi? Come in, Yi Junlin replied casually. Once inside the villa, Zhang Mugu remarked, this villa of yours is far more luxurious than mine. It is said that countless tycoons once sought to purchase Villa Number 1 but were unsuccessful. Who would have imagined that it was acquired by you, Mr. Yi? Though the Yi family is no more, it seems that as the scion of the Yi family, your influence remains substantial. With a piercing glance, Yi Junlin scrutinized Zhang Mugu and coldly remarked, you have been investigating me. Mr. Yi, I apologize. Zhang Muge offered a slight bow and said, my curiosity about you prompted me to inquire, and I discovered that you are indeed the esteemed heir of the Yi family, the foremost clan in Zhonghai. I beg your pardon for my previous ignorance. Yi Junlin regarded Zhang Muge with a piercing gaze and replied, if your visit today is solely to convey this, then you may take your leave. I am here to propose a transaction with you. Without hesitation, Zhang Muge declared the transaction. What sort of transaction? Yi Junlin questioned. His brow furrowed in confusion. I wish for you to become my personal bodyguard, to ensure my safety. Zhang Muge stated directly. Huh? Yi Junlin let out a soft laugh and remarked, Miss Zhang, why do you believe I would agree to be your bodyguard? Do you think that because the Yi family has fallen, I am relegated to such a role? Do you deem yourself worthy of having the heir serve as your protector? At that moment, Yan Er cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Muge, while Xiao Yu's expression turned icy as she fixed her gaze on her. What did you just say? Zhang Muge gestured for Xiao Yu to remain silent, maintaining a smile as she looked at Yi Junlin. Mr. Yi, you misunderstand me. I am aware that although the Yi family has faced hardships, your formidable return ensures that you would never fall to the level of being a bodyguard. However, I have recently encountered some troubles, which you have likely observed. Thus, I require a trustworthy and skilled individual to guard me for a time, and after much contemplation, I found that only you meet my criteria. Of course, I would not ask you to serve without compensation. I possess an item that I believe you would find exceedingly intriguing. Zhang Muge whispered. What item? Yi Junlin inquired, his interest piqued. Zhang Muge responded directly. The map of mountains and rivers. Boom. Upon hearing those three words, Yi Junlin's eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Chapter 10, Are you threatening me? With the utterance of the words Shon He too, a terrifying aura emanated from Yi Junlin, pressing down on Zhang Mugu, Xiao Yu, and Yan Er, rendering them breathless. The Shon He too is an ancient painting. And Yi Junlin's intense reaction stemmed from its status as the treasured heirloom of the Yi family. His father had once conveyed to him that the Shon He too was the most significant possession of the Yi family, utterly irreplaceable. In the next moment, Yi Junlin composed himself, retracting his imposing presence, and gazed at Jeong Mugu, inquiring, "Do you know where the Shon He too is?" "I do." Jeong Mugu responded with a nod. "If Mr. Yi is willing to serve as my bodyguard, I can return the Shon He too to you." With a swift motion, Yi Junlin's expression hardened, and he fixed his gaze on Jeong Mugu. "Are you threatening me?" "Yi." Jeong Mugu began, but before he could finish, Yi Junlin's hand shot out, grasping his throat with lightning speed. Xiao Yu's expression shifted, and she prepared to intervene, only to be swiftly subdued by Yen Er. "I abhor being threatened." Yi Junlin's demeanor was frigid, his eyes glinting with a cold light as he scrutinized Jeong Mugu before releasing his grip. Cough, cough, cough. Jeong Muji's complexion turned pale as he coughed violently. "Miss, are you all right?" Xiao Yu inquired with concern. To which Jeong Mugu shook her head and turned to Yi Junlin. "Mr. Yi, I apologize for the misunderstanding. I did not intend to threaten you. There will be an auction at Zhonghai tonight, and the Shon He too will be presented for bidding." "An auction?" A cold glint flickered in Yi Junlin's eyes as he regarded Jeong Mugu. "I do not wish for such matters to arise again. You may leave." "My apologies, Mr. Yi." Jeong Mugu bowed slightly and departed with Xiao Yu. "Young master, I will retrieve the Shon He too at once," Yen Er declared. But Yi Junlin shook his head and replied coldly, "No need, I shall go myself tonight." Outside the villa, Xiao Yu observed the marks on Jeong Muji's neck and indignantly exclaimed, "Miss, that man is truly insufferable. He shows no regard for your well-being and dares to lay hands on you." "It's nothing. I merely underestimated the importance of the Shon He too to him," Jeong Mugu replied, shaking her head. "By the way, miss, why didn't you inform him that tonight's auction is organized by our Jeong family? What if he causes a scene?" Xiao Yu questioned. "That would be ideal. Have you forgotten who is in charge of tonight's auction?" Jeong Muji's eyes gleamed with insight. Xiao Yu paused, then suddenly exclaimed, "Su Tianwang." Meanwhile, within the Su family, "Father, I am truly wronged. I am your own son. How could I possibly poison you? Please see reason, someone must be framing me. Yes, it must be the second son. He seeks to usurp the position of head of the Su family and is deliberately plotting against me." At this moment in the hall, Su Tiongwa knelt on the ground, gazing at the venerable Su Laoyes, who was incessantly recounting events, while he pointed angrily at Su Tianmin nearby. "Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly frame you?" Su Tianmin hastily defended himself. "Indeed, my Tianmin would never stoop to such treachery, do not unjustly accuse him." Du Mengwan chimed in, urging caution. "Enough." At that moment, Su Laoyes glared at Su Tiongwa with palpable fury, admonishing, "You ungrateful wretch. With both witnesses and evidence present, do you still dare to quibble? For the sake of the head of this family, your heart is truly ruthless. Guards, take him away and deliver him directly to the police station." "Father, please. I swear I did not poison you," Su Tiongwa pleaded desperately. "Grandfather, could this be a misunderstanding? How could uncle possibly poison you?" Su Shuya interjected, only to be rebuked by her mother. "Shuya, the evidence is irrefutable, do not speak out of turn. What is happening?" Suddenly, Yi Junlin appeared, intrigued. "Junlin, I apologize for the spectacle. The person who poisoned me has been uncovered, and to my dismay, it turns out to be my own son. Truly a misfortune for our family." Su Laoyes lamented as he regarded Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin's gaze fell upon Su Tiongwa. "Is it he who administered the poison?" "Indeed. He instructed his trusted subordinates to carry out the deed, then poison was found in his chambers." Su Laoye's face turned a dark shade as he rebuked, "This scoundrel, in pursuit of the family head position, has lost all sanity. It was not me. Truly. It was not I. That subordinate is deliberately framing me. As for the poison, I have no idea how it ended up in my room." Su Tiongguo continued to protest. While Su Tianlin interjected, "Brother, cease your explanations, they are futile. Perhaps he did not administer the poison after all." At this moment, Yi Junlin spoke suddenly, causing Su Tianlin's expression to shift, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "How could that be? The witnesses and evidence are irrefutable. Witnesses can be falsified. And so can material evidence. Without direct proof, we must exercise caution to prevent the true culprit from escaping justice." Yi Junlin stated calmly. "Junlin, have you uncovered something?" Su Laoyes inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, I have discovered certain evidence that may lead us to the individual who poisoned you, but I cannot disclose it just yet. I implore you, Su Laoyes, to exercise patience for a few days." Yi Junlin replied. "Very well, as you say. For now, let us confine this wretch." Su Laoyes nodded. And Su Tiongguo was taken away. "Junlin, what evidence have you found?" Su Tianlin asked, curiosity piqued. "Are you so eager to know?" Yi Junlin replied. While Su Tianlin awkwardly responded, "I merely wish to uncover the truth as swiftly as possible. Rest assured, the truth shall soon come to light." Yi Junlin assured him. Suddenly, Yi Junlin turned to Old Master Su and said, "Grandpa Su, I would like to take Shuya out for a stroll. May I?" "Of course." Old Master Su nodded. "By the way, Junlin, I have heard about the Bai family situation, and you. Grandpa Su, you needn't concern yourself with this matter, I will handle it myself," Yi Junlin declared, before departing with Su Shuya. "Father, why are you allowing Shuya to go with him? This fellow has offended the Bai family and could face death at any moment. Shuya will be in danger. Especially since he is no longer the wealthy heir of the Yi family from years past. Do you truly wish for them to be together?" Du Mengwan exclaimed with dissatisfaction. "I have faith in him. With Junlin's exceptional medical skills, he is no longer the same person he was 7 years ago. Have you not wondered how he managed to leave the Bai family unscathed yesterday?" Old Master Su replied, his eyes shimmering with profound insight. Shortly thereafter, Yi Junlin led Su Shuya away from the Su residence, the pair wandering through Zhonghai like a couple in love. Before long, they arrived at a restaurant and chose a dining establishment. "Brother Junlin, I haven't felt this happy in a long time," Su Shuya exclaimed, gazing at Yi Junlin with excitement. "I will ensure that every day is as joyful as today for you," Yi Junlin replied tenderly, gently brushing Su Shuya's slightly disheveled hair. "What a beautiful girl. Who would have thought that dining out could lead to meeting such a lovely lady?" Moments later, a group entered the restaurant, led by a flamboyantly dressed young man who immediately spotted Su Shuya, his eyes sparkling with interest. He eagerly approached her and smiled, "Miss, may I add you on WeChat?" Su Shuya furrowed her brows and responded, "Young Master Ming, what do you want?" "Miss, you know me." The young man, who was none other than Ming Cheng from the illustrious Ming family, the fifth prominent family of Zhonghai, exclaimed in surprise. "I am Su Shuya. Do you truly think I would recognize you?" she retorted. "You are Su Shuya. I thought you were," Ming Cheng stammered, momentarily taken aback. Then, recovering, he remarked, "I didn't expect your appearance to have improved so dramatically. You've become quite beautiful. It seems you could be entertaining." As he reached out with a hand to touch Su Shuya's face, a fork suddenly pierced his palm. "Oh!" Ming Cheng screamed as blood flowed from his hand. And the one who had acted was Yi Junlin. "You!" Ming Cheng glared furiously at Yi Junlin, but before he could speak, Yi Junlin delivered a slap that sent him sprawling to the ground. "Scoundrel, get him. Beat him to death," Ming Cheng shouted from the floor. Immediately, Those accompanying Ming Cheng surged toward Yi Junlin, causing Su Shuai's face to pale in fear. You have frightened Shuai. Yi Junlin rose and cast a cold glance at the group, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. This caused the as Yi Junlin suddenly appeared before Ming Cheng. He regarded his counterpart and remarked, You hail from the Ming family, do you? I did not seek you out, yet here you are, presenting yourself to me. Who are you? Ming Cheng stammered, his expression shifting dramatically. Yi family, Yi Junlin. Declared Yi Junlin, as he swiftly brought his foot down upon the groin of the young heir from the Ming family. A sharp, anguished cry escaped Ming Cheng, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as his lower region was swiftly stained crimson with blood. Chapter 11 The belongings of the Yi family are beyond your grasp. The Ming family, upon discovering that his only grandson had been rendered impotent by Yi Junlin, the patriarch of the Ming family erupted in fury, exclaiming, Inform the Wolf clan, I demand to see Yi Junlin's head today. Meanwhile, in the Su family, Elder Su gazed at a middle-aged man clad in military attire. Second son, with you by my side, that insignificant brat from the Yi family poses no threat. A family of extinguished nobility daring to boast is indeed a sign of overstepping their bounds. Rest assured, father, I shall ensure he is dealt with. However, I have another matter to attend to upon my return. This middle-aged man was Su Tianming, the second son of the Su family and an officer in the Zhongnan military district. What matter? Elder Su inquired with curiosity. Our commanding officer's birthday is approaching, and he has a fondness for ancient paintings. I have heard of an auction tonight in Zhonghai featuring a rare piece of art. I intend to acquire it as a gift for him. Su Tianming elaborated. With the commanding officer's birthday on the horizon, it was indeed imperative to prepare an appropriate gift. If the officer were pleased, it could elevate both Su Tianming and the Su family to new heights. Elder Su responded with evident excitement. In the Bai family, Elder Bai and Bai Feng sat with a lavishly adorned woman and a youth with a spoiled demeanor. These two were Bai Feng's sister, Bai Yu, and her son, Shen Ao. Sister, your presence is truly delightful, I was beginning to worry. Bai Feng expressed with enthusiasm upon seeing his sister. It has been many years. Let us not dwell on the past. Regardless, I am still a part of the Bai family. Now that the Bai family is in peril, how could I stand idly by? Bai Yu replied coldly. Grandfather or uncle, you need not fret. That Yi Junlin, no matter how formidable he may seem, is but an ant before the Shen family. 7 years ago, he was trampled underfoot, and 7 years later, I took and crushed him. Shen Ao scoffed, a look of arrogance on his face. Haha, well said, Aoa. Indeed, before you, Yi Junlin is nothing. Elder Bai chuckled, pleased. This grandson of his was a prominent young master from the Shen family, one of the 6 top aristocratic families in Zhongnan. Though he could not compare to the mysterious young master from 7 years ago, he still represented an insurmountable presence for Yi Junlin. With the Shen family's influence and power, extinguishing Yi Junlin would be as effortless as squashing an ant. What has become of Jiruo? Bai Yu suddenly inquired. Sigh. Jiruo's face has been marred. And after enduring such humiliation, she has suffered greatly. She has now completely shut herself away. Bai Feng lamented, his heart heavy with sorrow. At this, Bai Yu's brow furrowed. I have heard that Jiruo's plight is due to that young lady from the Su family. Indeed, it is because of her. Were it not for that girl, Yi Junlin would not have laid such ruthless hands on Jiruo. I had intended to eliminate that scoundrel first before dealing with the Su family, Bai Feng declared, his face ablaze with fury. Jiruo is my niece, and I shall avenge her grievances as her aunt. Tomorrow, I will ensure that the young lady of the Su family and her kin face the repercussions they deserve. Bai Yu's expression grew cold, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. Meanwhile, in a hotel in Zhonghai, a middle-aged man clad in a black long coat sat with a glass of red wine in his hand. Beside him stood another man who inquired, "My lord, what is so special about that landscape painting that warrants your personal attention?" "The painting is a commission from Master Sun. As for its significance, only Master Sun can truly comprehend it," the middle-aged man replied, sipping his wine. "I have heard that this painting is a relic of a fallen clan from Zhonghai. Might it bring misfortune?" The man expressed his concerns. "Since the master desires it, we must acquire it regardless of the implications," the middle-aged man declared, finishing his wine with an air of authority. As night fell, the scene outside a building in Zhonghai was one of opulence, with luxury cars congregating and numerous influential figures from Zhonghai's elite, including magnates from various cities in Zhongnan, in attendance. A grand auction was set to take place, organized by the renowned Zhong family business, making this event incredibly lavish, drawing luminaries from all sectors. At the auction venue, many had already gathered, including a distinguished man with graying temples, clad in a suit and adorned with a jade ring, who was greeting esteemed guests. "Vice President Su, I've heard Chairman Zhong's condition is dire. It seems you are on the cusp of becoming the new chairman of the Zhong family business." "Indeed. It seems we ought to extend our early congratulations to Vice President Su," remarked several prominent figures from Zhonghai's business community, smiling at the man in the suit. "Such comments are premature. Even if Chairman Zhong were to pass, the position is destined for his daughter. How could it possibly fall to me?" he humbly replied, revealing himself as Su Tianwang, vice president of the Zhong family business. "Are you referring to Chairman Zhong's daughter, Zhang Mugu? While she possesses some managerial skills, she is still quite young and cannot possibly compare to someone of your caliber." "Indeed, Vice President Su, you are Chairman Zhong's right-hand man, the true pillar of the Zhong family business. In terms of experience and accomplishments, that girl is not worthy of the chairmanship." The business magnates flattered him. "Thank you all for your kind words. The auction is about to commence, so please take your seats." Su Tianwang smiled slightly, signaling for attendants to escort the guests to their places. "Master, it seems everyone is quite supportive of your ascension to chairman. That girl stands no chance against you," a man behind Su Tianwang remarked. "That girl is not as simple as you believe. She has evaded 2 assassination attempts, indicating she possesses some capability," Su Tianwang responded coolly. "However, as long as tonight's auction proceeds smoothly, I will be able to rally the support of these business elites. Even if that old coot Zhang Kanshan returns, I shall firmly secure the chairmanship," Su Tianwang declared, gripping the ring in his hand with a chilling resolve. Moments later, the auction officially commenced. In an instant, a plethora of treasures were presented, inciting a frenzy among the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item for auction is an exquisite landscape painting, which, according to our experts' appraisal, boasts a history of no less than several centuries. Collectors of ancient art should not miss this opportunity." On the auction stage, the auctioneer eloquently introduced the piece, while 2 staff members approached with a box, which they opened to reveal a scroll, gently unfurling it. Suddenly, the captivating scene of mountains and rivers, imbued with an antique charm, emerged before the audience, capturing everyone's gaze. "This is indeed the Yi family's prized mountain and river map. Such a magnificent piece," exclaimed the elderly Mr. Su, gazing in awe at the artwork. Turning to his companion Su Tianming, he remarked, "If this painting were presented to the commander, it would surely win his favor." At that moment, many dignitaries and elites present were entranced by the mountain and river map, their eyes fixated upon it. The starting bid was set at 10 million, with increments of no less than 500,000. The auction commenced. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, attendees began to call out bids. 11 million. 13 million. 13.5 million. 15 million. 20 million. 40 million. In the blink of an eye, the bid soared to 40 million, and Mr. Su boldly declared 80 million. His substantial increase effectively deterred many bidders. 100 million. Another elder called out. 200 million. A middle-aged man in a black long coat, who had been sipping red wine at the hotel, raised his paddle. 300 million. Mr. Su called out once more. Immediately, the elder and the man in black continued to bid. In no time, the price of the mountain and river map escalated to 700 million. 1 billion. The man in the long coat declared again, causing a stir among the crowd, for 1 billion is no trifling sum. Even a publicly listed company would find it challenging to produce such an amount in one go. Father. Su Tianming looked at his father with a troubled expression. While the latter's gaze flickered momentarily before he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, 2 billion. With this declaration, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Even the auctioneer was taken aback. Promptly stating, 2 billion for the first time. 2 billion for the second time. 2 billion. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, the doors of the auction venue were suddenly flung open, and a young man exuding an air of coldness strode in, none other than Yi Junlin. You have no right to auction my family's possessions. Yi Junlin coldly addressed the auctioneer. Chapter 12, Killing without hesitation. You have no right to auction off the possessions of the Yi family. Yi Junlin's voice resonated coldly in the auction hall as he made his presence known. A tumultuous stir swept through the venue, with the distinguished guests and prominent figures of the business world murmuring amongst themselves, many recognizing Yi Junlin as the heir of the Yi family from years past. The auctioneer's expression shifted slightly as he regarded Yi Junlin. Sir, are you here to participate in the auction? If so, please take a seat and follow the bidding process. Without uttering a word, Yi Junlin fixed his gaze on a painting of mountains and rivers, striding towards it. Stop. Someone, throw him out. At that moment, Su Tianwang rose. His face darkened with discontent. This auction represented his opportunity to consolidate power among the elite, and he would not allow a mere youth to disrupt it. In an instant, a cadre of security personnel surged towards Yi Junlin, ready to take action. Suddenly, the figures of Leng Feng and Yan Er emerged, their strikes swift and decisive, neutralizing the security guards effortlessly. Su Tianwang's expression soured further, fury evident in his voice. How dare you cause a ruckus at my Jiang auction? As his words faded, a group of bodyguards clad in black appeared, drawing their firearms and aiming them at the trio. Yi Junlin glanced at the armed men, continuing his approach towards the painting. Fire! Su Tianwang commanded coldly. His guards prepared to pull the trigger, but with a flick of Yi Junlin's wrist, silver needles shot forth, piercing the guards' heads before they could react, leaving them sprawled on the ground. This astonishing scene left Su Tianwang aghast, while the onlookers gasped in disbelief. The possessions of the Yi family are not for you to auction, Yi Junlin declared as he stood before Su Tianwang. With a swift motion, he struck Su Tianwang, sending him flying, half of his face mangled from the blow. Gasping in shock, the crowd was taken aback by Yi Junlin's audacity to assault the vice president of the Jiang Business Association. Yi Junlin approached the auction platform where the auctioneer, drenched in cold sweat, recoiled in fear, scarcely able to utter a word, while the staff holding the painting trembled, swallowing nervously. Gently, Yi Junlin reached out to caress the painting, a treasured heirloom of the Yi family, and slowly began to take it. You are the surviving young master, Yi Junlin, from the Yi family? Suddenly, old Master Su stood up, his demeanor imposing as he addressed Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin cast a glance at old Master Su. Old man Su, I didn't expect to see you here, young man from the Yi family, since you were fortunate enough to survive back then. You ought to spend your days in a secluded wilderness instead of returning to the Zhonghai and expecting us to pay homage to the deceased of your clan. It is utterly absurd. Old Master Su regarded Yi Junlin with disdain. So you are the young scion of the Yi family. I had planned to send someone to deal with you tomorrow, but it appears you have delivered yourself to us tonight. Since you are here, you shall not depart. At this moment, Su Tianming, with a cold expression, shouted at Yi Junlin. I do not wish to take your lives today. You have 9 days to live, make the most of it. Yi Junlin, holding the map of mountains and rivers, intended to leave. Suddenly, A heavy sound of footsteps echoed from outside the auction hall as a group of fully armed soldiers appeared, blocking Yi Junlin's path. Do you believe you can live today? Su Tianming sneered at Yi Junlin. People from the Zhongnan battle zone. Cold Fong cast a glance at these soldiers, then turned his gaze to Su Tianming. You are from the Zhongnan battle zone. Indeed, I am Su Tianming, a 3-star lieutenant, Su Tianming replied with haughty pride. Is a mere 3-star lieutenant so arrogant? Is this how Zhong Tengshan usually trains you? Cold Fong retorted with an impassive expression. Silence. How dare you slander the commanding officer? Su Tianming's demeanor turned icy as he launched an attack on Cold Fong. With a swift motion, Cold Fong brandished his right hand. And a dagger was poised at Su Tianming's throat in an instant, freezing his expression. Release the lieutenant. The soldiers, witnessing Su Tianming in peril, shouted at Cold Fong. The young master has commanded that you live a few more days, Cold Fong replied coldly, retracting the dagger. Su Tianming gasped for breath. His expression twisted in fury as he shouted, shoot. Kill them. In an instant, the soldiers raised their weapons, preparing to open fire on Yi Junlin and his companions. Get back. Yi Junlin declared coldly, stepping forward. An invisible force struck the soldiers, sending them sprawling across the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Cold Feng's eyes glinted with lethal intent as he fixed his gaze on Su Tianming, poised to strike. Su Tianming's heart sank, and he called out. I am from the Zhongnan battle zone. If you dare to lay a finger on me, the commanding officer will not spare you. Are the people from the Zhongnan battle zone truly so formidable? Yi Junlin glanced at Su Tianming, snatched the dagger from Cold Feng's hand, and hurled it. With a sickening thud, the dagger penetrated Su Tianming's throat, ending his life. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell to the ground, lifeless, unable to close his eyes. He could scarcely fathom that a mere stray dog like Yi Junlin would execute him without hesitation. Tianming! Old Master Su exclaimed. Grief-stricken at the sight of Su Tianming's tragic demise. At the auction, the onlookers were taken aback as Yi Junlin swiftly eliminated a 3rd-tier lieutenant. How audacious! To kill without hesitation. This was a blatant affront to the Zhongnan war zone. You will meet a terrible fate. Elder Su shouted furiously at Yi Junlin. Rest assured, you shall certainly perish before me. Yi Junlin coldly strode toward the exit when suddenly a man obstructed his path. It was the gentleman in long robes who had previously sought the Shanhua map. Who are you? Yi Junlin inquired icily. Young man, you possess remarkable courage and strength. Yet this world is not governed solely by ability. You have committed a grave offense by slaying a member of the Zhongnan war zone. However, if you are willing to relinquish that ancient painting to me, I can guarantee your survival. The man in robes spoke with an air of utmost confidence. Not interested. The brevity of Yi Junlin's response darkened the man's expression. Are you certain you will not reconsider? Once you step outside this door, no one will come to your aid. Yi Junlin dismissed the man's words entirely and continued on his way. My lord, should I? At that moment, another man approached the robed figure. But the latter shook his head. No haste, this fellow is quite intriguing. Let us observe for now. Soon, Yi Junlin exited the auction house, but at that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the distance. In the next instant, a formidable throng of individuals appeared before him, all clad in black. Emblazoned with a wolf insignia on their chests, wielding sharp blades, their eyes fierce, exuding an aura of intimidation. Upon closer inspection, there were hundreds of them, completely surrounding Yi Junlin. Chapter 13 shares humiliation. The members of the Wolf Gate. Cold Edge cast a glance at the group. While Yi Junlin pondered, what sort of force is the Wolf Gate? Young master, the Wolf Gate is a formidable organization in Zhonghai, boasting thousands of members. The leader, known as the Wolf King, is notorious for his brutality and bloodlust, and no one in Zhonghai dares to provoke them, Yena explained. Are you Yi Junlin? A scar-faced man among the Wolf Gate members sneered as he regarded Yi Junlin. Who sent you? Yi Junlin inquired, perplexed, for he bore no enmity towards the Wolf Gate. Yet they seemed intent on attacking him, evidently under the direction of some unseen puppet master. "You'll find out when you're dead. Attack!" the scar-faced man shouted arrogantly. And his fellow members brandished their sharp blades, charging at Yi Junlin. Swish! Swish! Cold Edge and Yena sprang into action, their movements swift as lightning. Undaunted even when surrounded by hundreds. Indeed, they are two promising talents. Yi Junlin remarked approvingly as he observed Cold Edge and Yena. Although still young, their formidable prowess was commendable, marking them as exceptional martial arts prospects. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the hundreds of Wolf Gate members lay defeated, leaving the scar-faced man utterly stunned. Swish! Regaining his composure and recalling the leader's orders. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he gripped his dagger tightly and lunged at Yi Junlin. However, Yi Junlin merely extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the blade and halting its advance. Crack! In the next moment, he squeezed his fingers, shattering the blade with ease. With a swift motion, Yi Junlin drew the broken blade across the scar-faced man's throat, blood gushing forth as his eyes widened in shock. Clutching his throat, he collapsed without uttering a word. Soon, Cold Edge and Yena had dispatched the remaining Wolf Gate members, leaving a scene of devastation in their wake. "Young master, shall I annihilate the Wolf Gate?" Cold Edge asked, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Let it be, consider it a lesson for them. If they remain unrepentant, we shall deal with them in due time," Yi Junlin replied, shaking his head. The trio then departed, leaving the stunned guests of the auction house to gawk at the carnage that lay before them. Meanwhile, at the first-class villa, Number 5, Jiang Muge donned a silk nightgown, languidly seated on the sofa, her delicate fingers swirling a glass of red wine, exuding an air of mature allure. Suddenly, Xiao Yu rushed into the villa, addressing Jiang Muge. "Miss, there's been an incident at the auction." "Did he go?" Jiang Muge inquired, taking a measured sip of her wine. Xiao Yu nodded vigorously. "Indeed, he barged in, killed Su Tianwang's bodyguards, slapped Su Tianwang, and took the painting. Just as I suspected." Jiang Muge smiled subtly. However, Xiao Yu's expression darkened as she gazed at Jiang Muge, hesitating to voice her thoughts. "What is it?" He had also slain Elder Su of the Su family on sight, a 3-star lieutenant from the Jiangnan combat zone, executed publicly. It is said that the Wolf Gate dispatched hundreds to eliminate him, resulting in heavy casualties. Xiaoye recounted these events to Jiang Muge. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Muge's eyes as she murmured, "It seems I have underestimated him. Miss, this fellow has killed a 3-star lieutenant. The Jiangnan combat zone will undoubtedly seek retribution. He is bound to meet his demise, and even if the Ministry of War does not pursue him, the Wolf Gate, having suffered such significant losses, will certainly not let him off lightly. I fear he may not survive for many more days," Xiaoye remarked with a disdainful pout. "I believe he is not so easily dispatched," Jiang Muge replied with a slight smile. Suddenly, her phone rang, and upon answering, her brows furrowed, her smile vanishing, replaced by a look of gravity. "All right, I understand," she said, ending the call with a flicker of concern in her gaze. "What has happened, miss?" Xiaoye inquired, her curiosity piqued. "The steward just called to inform me that my father's condition has worsened. If there are no viable treatments, he may not last much longer." Jiang Muge replied, her expression heavy with worry. Xiaoye's countenance shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "What shall we do? If something happens to the master, have the president of the Jiangnan Chinese Medicine Association come to see him personally," Jiang Muge instructed decisively. "Understood." Xiaoye nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin was en route back to the villa when a group-wielding club suddenly appeared. "Who are you?" Yi Junlin asked coldly, eyeing the group. "You must be Yi Junlin, attack him," one of them commanded, and the group charged at Yi Junlin with ferocity, evidently intent on taking his life. Cold Fong, standing nearby, sprang into action, swiftly toppling them all to the ground. Who sent you? Yi Junlin demanded, surveying the fallen assailants. It was the third master of the Su family. They stammered, fear evident in their eyes. So it is he. A cold glint flashed in Yi Junlin's eyes. Meanwhile, in a room within the Su family estate, Su Tianlin sat facing a man, berating him furiously, incompetent fool, you can't even handle a mere kid. Sir, please calm down. Although we lost contact with that group, it's possible they have already dealt with the boy and are now celebrating, the man hastily explained. Only to be struck down by Su Tianlin's hand, who coldly retorted, do you think I am a fool? At that moment, a chilling fury glinted in Su Tianlin's eyes. It seems I must go find him myself. In the wolf gate, the voice filled with bloodlust echoed, those who dare to kill my men, find them. Bring them to me, I want their skin flayed and their tendons pulled. As the new day dawned, chaos reigned within the Su family. All the bodyguards lay defeated. And in the grand hall, the elder, Su Tianmin, Du Mengwan, Su Shuya, and other high-ranking members of the Su family knelt on the ground, their faces etched with despair. Before them sat two figures, Bai Yu and Hassan Shen Ao, flanked by two cold-faced middle-aged men. Additionally, a group of imposing figures, the guards of the Shen family, stood both inside and outside the hall. Early that morning, Bai Yu and Hassan had stormed into the Su family estate, effectively taking control. Madam Shen, what do you intend to do? Elder Su inquired, directing his gaze at Bai Yu. What do I intend to do? It is due to the wretched actions of your Su family that my niece has suffered unimaginable torment and humiliation. What do you think I should do? Bai Yu retorted fiercely, pointing at Su Shuya. Today, I shall make your Su family pay the price for this. It is all my fault. If you seek vengeance, direct it at me and spare my family. They are not involved. Su Shuya pleaded desperately, her eyes fixed upon Bai Yu. Fear not, little girl, Bai Yu replied, her gaze unwavering. I assure you, I shall not let you off easily. I have heard that you and Yi Junlin have been childhood sweethearts, deeply entwined in affection. He allowed Jirua to be humiliated by so many, today, you shall experience the same. I wonder how he will feel witnessing your degradation. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Su Shuya turned pale, her body trembling. Please do not harm Shuya. It is all Yi Junlin's doing, if you seek retribution, direct it at him and spare my daughter. Du Mengwan cried out to Bai Yu. Mother, this girl is quite exquisite and appears to be untouched, it would be a shame to waste her. Allow me to enjoy her for a while first. Shen Ao remarked, the wicked gleam in his eyes as he focused on Su Shuya. Bai Yu, eyeing her beloved son, replied, very well, you may have your fun with this girl for now. He. Shen Ao chuckled sinisterly as he approached Su Shuya, gripping her chin. Fear not, little beauty. I shall cherish you well. Brother Junlin will not let you succeed. Su Shuya declared defiantly. Humph, if your brother Junlin dares to come, all the better. I shall play with you right before his eyes, that will surely be exhilarating. Shen Ao laughed heartily, brimming with excitement. I will never allow you to triumph. Suddenly, a fierce determination ignited in Su Shuya's eyes. She sprang to her feet, rushing towards a nearby pillar. Chapter 14. Do you really think you can trample me underfoot? Shuya, don't. Shuya. Su Tianmin, Du Mengwan, and the old master Su all shouted as they watched Su Shuya charge towards a nearby pillar. Shen Ao was equally astonished by the girl's unwavering resolve, willing to embrace death. Goodbye, brother Junlin. In that moment, as Su Shuya hurtled towards the pillar, a tear trickled from the corner of her eye, revealing a hint of regret. She slowly closed her eyes, prepared to sacrifice herself to preserve her innocence. Yet, at that critical juncture, a figure suddenly appeared, catching Su Shuya in an embrace. She had anticipated the impact with the pillar, but instead found herself colliding with a warm body. Bewildered, she opened her eyes to see the familiar face of Yi Junlin. Silly girl. How could you do something so foolish? Yi Junlin gazed at Su Shuai with deep concern as he gently patted her head. Brother Junlin. With tears welling in her eyes, Su Shuai threw herself into his arms, sobbing. I thought I would never see you again. Yi Junlin comforted her softly. Shuai. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for arriving too late, causing you to suffer. I take full responsibility. At that moment, Old Master Su and the others sighed in relief, seeing that Su Shuai was unharmed. So, you are that scion of the Yi family? Shen Eo remarked coldly, scrutinizing Yi Junlin. With a flicker of icy disdain in his eyes, Yi Junlin shot a chilling glare at Shen Eo and declared, You will pay for the humiliation of Shuai. Oh, you are quite arrogant. Shen Eo retorted contemptuously, You are nothing but a stray dog now. Daring to act tough before me. I heard you were trampled and humiliated 7 years ago. Today, I shall ensure you relive that degrading experience. Men, seize him. At Shen Eo's command, the group of guards from the Shen family surged towards Yi Junlin, their movements swift and precise, revealing their rigorous training. In a flash, Yen darted in, her strikes fierce as she sent the advancing guards flying. Seeing this, Shen Eo's expression darkened as he bellowed, Charge. Instantly, all the Shen family guards launched their attacks, yet none could breach Yen's formidable defense, all being defeated in succession. At this moment, Yi Junlin's expression was frigid, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes as he advanced step by step towards Shen Eo. You two, capture him. Bai Yu commanded sternly to the two middle-aged men beside him. Instantly, the two men revealed a glimmer of cold determination in their eyes and swiftly charged towards Yi Junlin. Both were 5th-tier Huang realm warriors, specially dispatched from the Shen family by Bai Yu. Warriors are categorized into 4 realms: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Each divided into 9 tiers. The prowess of those in the 5th tier of the Yellow realm is sufficient to dominate a city. Especially considering that even the most formidable family in Zhonghai, the Bai clan, boasts only a top-tier expert of the 4th tier. As for the Shen family, being one of the 6 prominent clans in Zhongnan, their influence extends throughout the region, thus the mobilization of 2 5th-tier Yellow realm experts is not particularly remarkable. As Yi Junlin observed the 2 middle-aged men advancing with intent to attack, he swiftly unleashed 2 silver needles. With a swift whoosh, the 5th-tier warriors had no time to react before one needle pierced through each of their foreheads, their eyes wide in disbelief as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This shocking scene caused the expressions of Bai Yu and Shen Eo to shift dramatically, their eyes reflecting utter astonishment. Just as Shen Eo was about to speak, Yi Junlin appeared before him and delivered a resounding slap, sending him crashing to the ground. Bawa! Bai Yu cried out in distress at the sight of her beloved son being struck, her expression turning ferocious as she pointed at Yi Junlin like a furious shrew, exclaiming, How dare you hit my son? I will ensure your demise. With a swift motion, Yi Junlin retaliated, striking Bai Yu down as well, leaving half her face swollen and bruised. The onlookers from the Su family were left in shock. Then Yi Junlin placed his foot upon Shen Eo's face, coldly declaring, Do you truly believe you can trample upon me? Are you worthy? Furious, Shen Eo snarled, You damn scoundrel. I am the young master of the Shen family. How dare you treat me this way? You will pay dearly for this, I will make your life a living hell. You have no chance left, Yi Junlin replied expressionlessly, applying pressure with his foot and crushing Shen Eo's head with a sickening pop. The gory scene unfolded before the stunned audience. The expressions of Elder Su Tianmin, and Du Mengwan shifted as they grappled with the horror of the moment. Bawa! Bai Yu lay on the ground, witnessing her son's tragic demise before her eyes. Her face contorted in anguish as she cried out. Her gaze turned crimson with rage as she fixed her eyes on Yi Junlin, vowing, I will kill you. In a frenzy, Bai Yu scrambled to her feet, clawing her way towards Yi Junlin. At that moment, Yena had dispatched the Shen family's guards and approached Bai Yu, her fair hand slicing through the air to sever the woman's neck, discarding the lifeless body onto the ground. Thus, The mother and son duo from one of Jeonnon's 6 illustrious families met their untimely demise, never anticipating such an end. "Grandfather Su, are you unharmed?" Yi Junlin inquired, glancing at Elder Su as he assisted him to his feet. "Junlin, we owe you our gratitude, or had it not been for you, I might have lost my precious granddaughter." "Sure." Elder Su expressed, his face filled with appreciation. "Without your intervention, would Shuya have endured such humiliation leading to her own death? This fellow has not only offended the Bai family, but has also slain Bai Yu and Shen Ao, one being the lady of the Shen family and the other a young master. With their deaths occurring within the confines of our Su family, once the Shen family becomes aware, all members of the Su family will surely face a fate beyond burial." At this moment, Du Mengwan glared at Yi Junlin with a countenance filled with fury and resentment. "The Shen family? Are they truly formidable?" Yi Junlin retorted coldly. "What do you know? The Shen family is one of the 6 prestigious families of Jiangnan Prefecture, with a legacy spanning a century, profound heritage, and enterprises scattered throughout Jiangnan. With a mere word from them, no matter how powerful you consider yourself, your path will lead only to demise. Now that you have killed the lady and young master of the Shen family, their wrath will be monumental. Even the Yi family, should it still exist, cannot withstand such fury. You have now put the entire Su family in jeopardy. You are a calamity, having already brought ruin upon your own Yi family. And now you seek to drag us down with you." Du Mengwan shouted vehemently at Yi Junlin. In an instant, Yan A's expression turned icy, ready to strike at Du Mengwan, but was halted by Yi Junlin. "Enough." The elder of the Su family furrowed his brow and admonished. Su Tianmin quickly intervened to restrain Du Mengwan. "Mengwan, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I mistaken?" Du Mengwan retorted coldly, her face a mask of bitterness. Had he not overstepped his bounds by provoking that esteemed young master back then, would the Yi family have faced annihilation? Now he dares to challenge the Bai and Shen families, endangering us all. Is he not a harbinger of disaster? "Mother, please do not speak of Brother Junlin in such a manner." Su Shuya interjected hastily, only to be met with Du Mengwan's harsh reprimand. "Su Shuya, if you still recognize me as your mother, then you must immediately sever ties with this scoundrel, or else do not call me your mother any longer." In that moment, Su Shuya's eyes brimmed with conflict, revealing a pained expression. Yi Junlin, observing Du Mengwan, spoke, "In consideration of Shuya, I shall address you as Aunt Du. I am aware of your disdain toward me, believing I am unworthy of being with Shuya, that I have burdened her and the entire Su family. Am I wrong? Is that not true?" Du Mengwan glared at him coldly. "Rest assured that as long as I, Yi Junlin, draw breath, Shuya shall remain unharmed. And the Su family shall likewise endure," Yi Junlin declared with unwavering confidence. "Humph, after years apart, you have grown quite arrogant." Du Mengwan scoffed derisively, while Su Tianmin pulled her back. "Enough, Mengwan, cease your words. Junlin, do not take Mangjuan's words to heart. Grandfather knows that all your actions are for Shuya's sake. Fear not, while the Su family may not rival the Bai and Shen families. Not a single coward resides within our ranks. Should they seek vengeance, let them come." The elder of the Su family stated directly to Yi Junlin. "Thank you, grandfather." Yi Junlin smiled, then continued, "By the way, Grandfather Su, I have already uncovered the true culprit behind the poisoning. You have found the real perpetrator." The elder's expression sharpened with surprise. "Leng Feng." Suddenly, Yi Junlin called out, "And Leng Feng brought someone here, who happened to be the individual sent by Su Tianmin to assassinate Yi Junlin last night. Who is he?" Elder Su and the others gazed at the person with confusion. "Speak," Yi Junlin coldly commanded, and the individual promptly revealed that Su Tianlin had ordered him to kill Yi Junlin. "Tianlin? Why would Tianlin want to kill you?" Elder Su looked at Yi Junlin in shock, while the other members of the Su family also appeared perplexed. "Because he believed I possessed evidence implicating him in poisoning Grandpa Su, hence his intention to silence me," Yi Junlin replied coldly. In an instant, Elder Su and Su Tianmin's expressions shifted dramatically, displaying sheer astonishment. Junlin, are you saying that it was Tianlin who poisoned me? Elder Su inquired, his voice trembling with disbelief. Indeed. Yi Junlin nodded affirmatively. How is this possible? The third son has always been honest, unambitious, and uncontentious. How could he poison Grandpa? Su Tianmin exclaimed incredulously. I had previously noticed his unusual demeanor, which prompted me to feign having evidence of the true culprit behind the poisoning, merely to test whether he would act impulsively. To my astonishment, he indeed could not restrain himself. Yi Junlin stated matter-of-factly. Suddenly, a round of applause resonated from outside. Chapter 15. Remember, my name is Yi Junlin, and the Yi family is not finished. Yi family scion, you possess some skill. I never expected to be deceived by you. Outside the hall, two figures entered, one of whom was Su Tianlin. He looked at Yi Junlin, clapping his hands with a cold expression. Third brother. Did you truly poison our father? Su Tianmin asked Su Tianlin hastily. At this point, there was nothing left to conceal. Indeed, it was I who administered the poison. Su Tianlin confessed without hesitation. The Su family members were instantly rendered speechless. Unworthy son, why would you do such a thing? The elder Su glared at Su Tianlin. His face contorted with anguish. Why? Naturally, it is for the position of the Su family leader. Su Tianlin replied coldly. But even if father were to be incapacitated, the leadership would not fall to you. Su Tianmin expressed his bewilderment. Su Tianlin retorted, I am well aware of that. Initially, I planned to frame our eldest brother for the poisoning and then arrange an accident for you, second brother. The position would naturally belong to me. Alas! All of this was thwarted by you. At that moment, Su Tianlin's eyes shimmered with a chilling light as he fixed his gaze on Yi Junlin. Had it not been for you, my plan would have succeeded flawlessly. For the sake of a mere position, you would dare to harm your own father. You heartless beast. You deserve to die. Yi Junlin shouted coldly. Is he the one who disrupted my poison? The other person accompanying Su Tianlin cast a cold glance at Yi Junlin. Dressed in a long black robe, with sunken eyes and prominent cheekbones, his hawk-like nose and icy gaze sent shivers down the spine. My lord, it is he. I implore you to take action and capture him. Su Tianlin said respectfully to this figure. The man smiled sinisterly at Yi Junlin. I never expected there would be someone in this mundane world capable of countering my poison. You possess some talent. Is that what you call poison? Merely the toys of children. Yi Junlin scoffed dismissively. In an instant, the man's expression darkened like a stormy sky, his eyes gleaming with a predatory coldness. He stepped forward and coldly declared, Arrogant youth, today you shall learn what true poison is. With a swift motion, he waved his hand, releasing a vibrant cloud of powder toward Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin stood still, allowing the colorful powder to settle upon him. Young master. Cold Fong and Yena's expressions shifted dramatically as they called out to Yi Junlin. Do not bother. This fool has been struck by my multicolored poison and will soon meet a painful demise. The man sneered coldly. Brother Junlin. Upon hearing this, Su Shuai looked at Yi Junlin with intense worry, while the latter suddenly remarked, multicolored poison. The name is unimpressive, and the poison itself is rather trivial. You are unharmed? The man gazed at Yi Junlin, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Although the poison he wielded was not the most lethal, it was considered one of the finest among the many concoctions of the five poison sect. Even a formidable master of the Shen realm would struggle to withstand it. How could this young man before him possibly remain unscathed? Did he truly believe he could poison me? Do you hold me in such contempt? Yi Junlin's expression was one of utter disdain. Over the past 7 years, his second master had relentlessly subjected him to various toxins to enhance his medical skills, allowing him to experience a myriad of bizarre poisons from across the world. The poison before him was trivial compared to what he had endured previously. Akin to a child's play. Upon hearing Yi Junlin's words, the man was nearly driven to fury, yet he maintained his composure, recognizing that this young man, who could disregard the colorful poison, was no ordinary individual. For his own safety, he promptly turned to flee. But could he escape? Just as he made a move, Yi Junlin's hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, forcing him to kneel on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth uncontrollably. What are you doing? Let me remind you, I am a disciple of the Five Poison sect. If you dare to harm me, the sect will not let you go. The man shouted at Yi Junlin, his expression contorted in fear. Crack. With a sudden exertion of force, Yi Junlin crushed the man's internal organs, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood, his life extinguished in an instant. The Five Poison sect. What nonsense! Yi Junlin remarked dismissively. Swiftly, his gaze shifted towards Su Tionlin, who, witnessing the demise of his greatest ally, turned and knelt before old Master Su, regret etched across his face. Father, I am sorry. It is all my fault. It was a moment of folly that led me to commit such inhumane acts. You may punish me as you see fit. You. Sigh. Old Master Su looked at Su Tionlin, yearning to speak but finding no words, only a heavy sigh escaped him. Grandfather, this man harbors malicious intent. I believe it would be prudent to eliminate him at once. Yi Junlin suggested to old Master Su, causing Su Tionlin to tremble, his complexion shifting, yet he remained silent. First, confine him and allow me to contemplate this matter thoroughly. Old Master Su replied, his face drawn with weariness. Observing this, Yi Junlin chose to refrain from further comment. Recognizing that this was a family affair of the Su clan, and he was not in a position to intervene. Subsequently, Yi Junlin instructed Leng Feng to return the bodies of Bai Yu and her son to the Bai family, while he and Yena ventured to a commercial district in the southern part of Zhonghai City. This area was characterized by towering skyscrapers housing numerous companies. Standing before one such edifice, Yi Junlin's mind flooded with memories. This building was none other than the headquarters of the Yi Group. In its prime, the Yi Group was the foremost conglomerate in Zhonghai, crafted by Yi Junlin's father himself. This structure became another significant place for Yi Junlin, aside from the Yi family home. However, since the fall of the Yi family, the Yi Group had been partitioned among various factions in Zhonghai, and this building had fallen into the hands of others. Today, Yi Junlin had come to reclaim the very edifice his father had painstakingly constructed. Young master, this building is currently under the control of the Taiyuan Group. Yan Er was introducing the background of the current owner of the building to Yi Junlin. After listening, Yi Junlin stepped inside the edifice. On the 20th floor of this building, in an office, a tall woman dressed in a black business suit, with an elegant appearance and neatly tied hair, was reporting to a portly, bald man seated at the desk. At that moment, the bald man was leering at the woman, his eyes scanning her from head to toe, as if he intended to see right through her. Once she finished her report, the woman said, "President, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Yunshi. Wait a moment. The bald man suddenly called out, rising to stand before her. The woman's expression shifted slightly, and she took a step back, basking, "President. Is there something else? Yunshi, you've been with the company for quite a while now. Don't you want to get a promotion?" The man said, his eyes gleaming with an inappropriate intent as he gazed at her figure. "President, I don't think my abilities are sufficient for that right now," the woman replied softly. "It's all right to think about it. If you are willing, you could even become the vice president of this company." He continued, wrapping an arm around her waist. The woman's expression changed dramatically, and she exclaimed, "President, what are you doing? Stop. Don't be afraid, my little beauty. If you obediently become my woman, you will be the mistress of Taiyuan Company." The bald man leaned in to kiss her, while the woman struggled and shouted, "No, no, let me go." Suddenly, with a loud bang, the office door burst open, and Yi Junlin walked in with a cold demeanor, his brow furrowing at the scene before him. The bald man, startled, released the woman and turned to Yi Junlin, exclaiming in frustration, "Who are you? Who let you in?" The woman hurriedly adjusted her clothing and cast a fleeting glance at Yi Junlin, momentarily taken aback. "You are the head of Taiyuan Company?" Yi Junlin inquired coldly. "Indeed. Who do you think you are barging in here? Call security." The bald man shouted arrogantly at Yi Junlin. "No need for that. I am here to inform you that I have reclaimed this building. Take your people and get out immediately," Yi Junlin proclaimed, sitting down on the sofa with an air of authority. "Ha!" The bald man was momentarily stunned by this declaration, treating Yi Junlin as if he were insane. "Which mental hospital did you escape from to come here and spout nonsense? Get out of here. This building is named Ye's mansion and does not belong to you," Yi Junlin replied coldly. "So what? The Yi family is long gone, this building is mine now." The bald man scoffed. In an instant, a glint of cold light flashed in Yi Junlin's eyes as he appeared before the man, gripping his throat tightly and stating coldly, "Remember my name, I am Yi Junlin. The Yi family is far from finished." Chapter 16, Taking Advantage of the Chaos. Bang. Yi Junlin hurled the man out, his body crashing against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth. Swish. The woman in professional attire, upon hearing Yi Junlin's name, felt her pupils constrict, astonishment etched across her face as she gazed at him. You are from the Yi family?" At that moment, the bald man lay on the ground, his expression twisted in agony as he looked at Yi Junlin. With a casual wave of his hand, Yi Junlin summoned Yena, who approached the bald man with a document in hand. "Sign the agreement. This building will have nothing to do with you from now on," Yi Junlin stated coldly. "You think just because you are from the Yi family, it matters? Do you know who I am associated with? I serve under Vice President Su of the Jiang Chamber of Commerce. If you think you can take this building, you are dreaming." The bald man spat defiantly, his teeth clenched. "Vice President Su?" Yi Junlin furrowed his brow, and Yena interjected. "He was the one who stood up to the young master at the auction yesterday. He is the vice president of the Jiang Chamber of Commerce, which is one of the 3 major chambers in Jiangnan County, encompassing dozens of conglomerates. Did you hear that? The Jiang Chamber of Commerce is formidable. Even the Yi family of yesteryear could not contend with it. What makes you think a mere inexperienced youth can oppose them? You are courting death," the bald man retorted arrogantly. "Oh, is that so? Then let me show you today whether Su Tianwang can protect you." Yi Junlin's demeanor hardened as he looked at Yena. "Take him to find Su Tianwang." Subsequently, Yena grasped the bald man and followed Yi Junlin out, while the woman in professional attire, watching Yi Junlin depart, opened her mouth as if to speak but ultimately remained silent. "He is still alive." At this moment, the woman gazed at Yi Junlin's retreating figure, murmuring to herself, her eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. Meanwhile, at a villa in Zhonghai, a gathering of individuals clad in suits exuded an air of authority. These were the high-ranking members of the Jiang Chamber of Commerce, each a titan of the Jiangnan business community, casting fleeting glances towards the upper floor. Among them sat 2 individuals, Jiang Muge and a strikingly handsome man in his 30s with slightly long hair, dressed in a long coat. "Miss Jiang, do not fret. With President Mu's medical expertise, your father should be fine. Here, have some tea," the man said, leisurely preparing a cup while smiling at Jiang Muge. Though Jiang Muge appeared calm, a hint of anxiety flickered in her eyes as she frequently glanced upstairs. She turned to the man and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Ning." Soon, an elderly man with graying hair descended the stairs. Jiang Muge promptly rose and hurried towards him. "President Mu, how is my father?" "The situation is quite dire for Chairman Jiang. His organs are beginning to fail. I have employed acupuncture and medication, but it can only sustain him for a brief period. He can last at most 3 more days." The elderly man regarded Jiang Muge with a shake of his head, causing her to tremble as her complexion shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, The other senior members of the Jeong Merchant Association engaged in fervent discussions. "Miss Jeong, are you all right?" A man approached, addressing Jeong Muge, who merely shook her head and turned to the elder. "President Mu, thank you. Miss Jeong, you are too kind. It is my inadequacy in medicine that has prevented me from saving President Jeong's life." However, the elder paused momentarily. "However what?" Jeong Muge's gaze sharpened as she looked at him. The elder replied, "To my knowledge, old Jo is proficient in a particular acupuncture technique known as the Tongshan needle method. If he is willing to lend his expertise, while it may not fully restore President Jeong's health, it could at least extend his life by 6 months to a year." Old Jo? Jeong Muge was taken aback. Old Jo is one of the 5 honorary directors of the Chinese Medicine Association in Longwa. A true luminary in the realm of medicine, and he is also the mentor of young Master Ning. The elder spoke once more. "Indeed." Jeong Muge directed her gaze toward the man, who responded, "My master is indeed skilled in the Tongshan needle method, but he has refrained from treating others for many years. Yes, old Jo has long since put his needles away. It may prove difficult to persuade him," the elder sighed. "Young Master Ning, since you are his disciple, you must surely have a way to convince him. I implore you to persuade old Jo to save my father. This kindness, I, Jeong Muge, shall forever remember and repay in the future." She bowed deeply to the man before her. The man regarded Jeong Muge, his eyes flickering momentarily. "Miss Jeong, you are too courteous. Though we have only just met, I feel a certain affinity between us. It is only right that I assist you. However, my master is rather obstinate, even my intervention may not suffice unless..." "Unless what?" Jeong Muge inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Unless I can provide my master with a compelling reason to act," he replied. "A compelling reason?" Jeong Muge's brow furrowed. At this moment, the man tactfully added, "My master has long been concerned about my marital prospects, urging me to settle down. If Miss Jeong would consider becoming Ning's wife, then President Jeong would become my father-in-law. And my master would undoubtedly be compelled to treat him." Instantly, Jeong Muge's expression shifted, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, while the nearby Xiao Yu interjected with dissatisfaction. "Isn't this taking advantage of a crisis? Xiao Yu, do not speak recklessly." Jeong Muge admonished her, turning her gaze back to the man. "Young Master Ning, I apologize. My guard has a blunt tongue, please do not take offense." "Not at all." The man smiled slightly. "Miss Jeong, I understand that this proposal may seem abrupt. But it is the only reason I can think of that might persuade my master to act. Furthermore, I find myself quite taken with you. Should you truly consider becoming my wife, I shall treat you with the utmost respect and care. Miss Jeong, I believe that Master Ning's words hold considerable merit. Should you and Master Ning be united in matrimony, old Master Zhou would undoubtedly have no reason to withhold his medical expertise from President Jeong. Furthermore, as a disciple of old Master Zhou, Master Ning has already garnered significant acclaim in the medical field at such a young age. He is destined to inherit old Master Zhou's legacy and emerge as a new pillar within the realm of medicine in the Dragon Kingdom. You two are undoubtedly a perfect match, embodying both talent and beauty." At that moment, President Mu, the head of the Jiangnan branch of the Chinese Medicine Association, spoke up. The Chinese Medicine Association is the largest medical organization in the Dragon Kingdom, encompassing thousands of medical elites and numerous professors, masters, and even luminaries of the medical domain. Beyond the headquarters in the capital, the association has branches in 9 prefectures of the Dragon Kingdom, each managed by its respective president, thus forming the core strength of the medical community. At this juncture, Jiang Muji's expression shifted continuously, her gaze flickering uncertainly. "If Miss Jiang feels it is too much to bear, then so be it. However, I fear that my esteemed master may," Master Ning remarked, looking at Jiang Mugu. "Miss, I believe that marrying Master Ning would be a commendable choice." Suddenly, a voice emerged from outside. Su Tianwang entered the villa. And the senior members of the Jiang clan respectfully greeted him. We pay our respects to the vice president. Jiang Mugu cast a disapproving glance at Su Tianwang, her brows furrowing. Miss, do you not wish to save the president? If you marry Master Ning, the president could enjoy a few more days of life. Is that not appealing? Or do you secretly wish for the president's demise to hasten your ascension as the head of the Jiang clan? Su Tianwang approached Jiang Mugu, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What nonsense are you spouting? Little Yu immediately pointed at Su Tianwang, displeased, while he coldly regarded her and retorted. This is not a matter for you to comment on. With that, the figure swiftly emerged from behind Su Tianwang, delivering a sharp slap to Little Yu's face, sending her staggering back. Su Tianwang, you. Jiang Muji's expression turned icy as she glared at him. Miss, I advise you to accept Master Ning's proposal at once, otherwise, I and the members of the association may truly begin to question your intentions. Su Tianwang pressed insistently. In that moment, Jiang Muji's demeanor fluctuated. Bang! Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted. Immediately after, a figure flew in, crashing down before Su Tianwang. Chapter 17 Provoking You? You are not worthy. Bang! With a dull thud, a figure flew in from outside the villa, landing right at Su Tianwang's feet, causing him to stumble back in surprise. The others inside the villa were startled, their gazes drawn to the figure, who was none other than the bald-headed president of Taiyuan Group, the one who had taken over the Yi family building. President Sun, what brings you here? Su Tianwang exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the bald man. Vice President Su, help me. The bald man pleaded, clutching at Su Tianwang's pant leg in desperation. What is happening? Su Tianwang furrowed his brow. At that moment, Yi Junlin and Yena entered the villa. Whooshed, whooshed, whooshed. Upon Yi Junlin's arrival, both Jiang Muge and Su Tianwang were taken aback, as were several high-ranking members of the Jiang Chamber of Commerce present, their expressions shifting dramatically. Vice President Su, it's him. He claims to be a member of the Yi family and is trying to force me to hand over the Yi family building. I told him I was one of your people, and he arrogantly dismissed you, saying he would settle the score with you. The bald man recounted, embellishing his tale. Su Tianwang's gaze darkened as he regarded Yi Junlin with a hint of coldness. Yi Junlin surveyed the crowd and remarked, there are indeed quite a few people here. Kid, what do you intend to do? Su Tianwang barked at Yi Junlin. This fellow claims you are his master and threatened that if I touched him, you would ensure my demise, so I brought him here to see if you would indeed let me meet my end for his sake, Yi Junlin replied nonchalantly. Kid, do not be so arrogant. With Vice President Su present, your fate is sealed. The bald man taunted, pointing at Yi Junlin. Silence. Su Tianwang suddenly struck the bald man across the face with a resounding slap, his expression grim. The bald man stood there, bewildered. Vice President Su, San Yuan, the Yi family building belongs to you, this matter is between you and him, and I will not intervene. Su Tianwang declared, clearly distancing himself from the bald man. After all, the events of the auction last night were still vivid in his mind. This young man from the Yi family had the audacity to kill a captain, he was undoubtedly a madman, and Su Tianwang had no desire to provoke him. The bald man was left utterly dumbfounded by Su Tianwang's words. It seems Vice President Su has no intention of protecting you, Yi Junlin sneered at the bald man, whose expression darkened considerably. Su Tianwang, I have done so much for you in the past. Now that I am in trouble, you wish to kick me aside? Fine. Since Miss Jiang and everyone else are present, should I reveal how you have secretly transferred Chamber of Commerce assets to develop your own company? Whooshed. 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 As the bald man lashed out in desperation, the expressions of the high-ranking members of the Jiang Chamber of Commerce changed dramatically. Jiang Muge's demeanor turned icy as she looked at Su Tianwang. Su Tianwang, is what he said true? Impossible. Su Tianwang immediately denied. His expression dark as he glared at the bald man, delivering another slap. San Yuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Tian Wang, you scoundrel. I shall reveal everything you have compelled me to do. The bald man exclaimed in exasperation, while Su Tianwang's expression turned icy. He exchanged a glance with the man beside him, who had previously struck Xiao Yu, prompting him to approach the bald man with intent to crush his throat. Bang! Yena struck out fiercely, sending the man staggering backward. He has yet to return the Yi Corporation building to me, he cannot die yet. Yi Junlin stated coldly. Su Tianwang. Are you truly attempting to kill me? The bald man, visibly frightened, quickly addressed Yi Junlin, young master. I shall return the Yi Corporation building to you at once, I implore you to spare my life. Sign it. Yena placed the transfer agreement for the building and a pen before the bald man, who hastily scribbled his name on the document. Young master, I have signed, you. The bald man looked eagerly at Yi Junlin, who replied softly, now that you have signed, you may resolve your own matters. At that moment, the bald man's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, you. Come out. Su Tianwang stepped forward and seized the bald man's collar, dragging him away. Miss. That man possesses evidence against Su Tianwang, we cannot allow him to take him away so easily. Xiao Yu warned Jiang Muge, who, her gaze flickering, did not intervene as Su Tianwang escorted the bald man out. Let us depart as well. Yi Junlin prepared to leave, but Jiang Muge stepped forward and said, Mr. Yi. Yi Junlin regarded her, is there something you need? Mr. Yi, having witnessed your extraordinary medical skills in treating Xiao Yu, I wish to request your assistance in treating my father. Might you be willing? Jiang Muge stated directly. Treat your father. Yi Junlin furrowed his brow. While Mu Chuan and the young Master Ning exchanged troubled glances, particularly the latter, who glared at Jiang Muge with a dark expression, Miss Jiang. What do you mean by this? Young Master Ning, please do not misunderstand. This Mr. Yi is also a physician of remarkable skill, and as fortune would have it, he is here today. I simply wish to seek his expertise in treating my father, to see if there is any hope for his recovery. Jiang Muge explained. Just a mere youth, how extraordinary could his medical skills be? Does he truly surpass President Mu? Young Master Ning scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Junlin, Miss Jiang. Do not squander your time, only my master can save your father. If he does not intervene, no one in this world can save him. Therefore, you would be wise to accept your fate as my wife, at which point I shall summon my master to treat your father, granting him a few more years of life. Otherwise, you should prepare for your father's funeral. And as for you, young man, you would do well to keep your distance. With that, a young Master Ning looked down upon Yi Junlin with an air of arrogance and contempt. Huh? Yi Junlin let out a cold laugh as he gazed at Jiang Magong. I initially had no intention of treating your father, but circumstances have compelled me to act. I detest arrogance, especially when it surpasses my own. Thus, I have resolved to save your father's life. Really? Thank you, Mr. Yi. Jiang Mugong's eyes sparkled with joy as she expressed her gratitude. Meanwhile, the expression of young Master Ning darkened dramatically, his gaze fixated on Yi Junlin. Are you attempting to provoke me, boy? Provoke you? You are not worthy of such attention. Yi Junlin replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference towards young Master Ning. I merely cannot tolerate the arrogance of certain individuals. Moreover, I am curious to see what illness requires the expertise of only your master to heal. You. Young Master Ning glared at Yi Junlin, nearly exploding with rage. Youth, one may indulge in reckless eating, but not in careless words. Chairman Zhong's illness is beyond the capabilities of someone as inexperienced as you. At that moment, Mu Chuan interjected, casting a glance at Jiang Magong. Miss Jiang. Your father's condition is precarious. It would be unwise to let just anyone treat him. If complications arise, even old Zhou would be powerless to save Chairman Jiang. Miss. Xiao Yu chimed in, unable to contain her concern. Despite having witnessed Yi Junlin heal her injuries, she felt his youth rendered him less capable than Mu Chuan. If Mu Chuan could do nothing, what could this young man possibly achieve? Thank you for the reminder, Chairman Mu, but I still wish to give Mr. Yi a chance. Jiang Mugong's gaze shifted to Yi Junlin. Mr. Yi, please. With that, Yi Junlin followed Jiang Magong upstairs. Humph. I am eager to see what abilities you possess to act so brazenly. Young Master Ning snorted as he ascended the stairs. On the upper floor of the villa, in a room, lay a man in his 50s wearing an oxygen mask. His hair was graying and his face appeared gaunt, giving him the appearance of someone in their 60s or 70s. Mr. Yi, this is my father, Jiang Shengtian, Jiang Magong introduced him to Yi Junlin. Approaching the bedside, Yi Junlin studied Jiang Shengtian and suddenly inquired, was your father a soldier? Ah. Mr. Yi, how did you know? My father is a retired veteran. Jiang Magong looked at Yi Junlin with curiosity. Your father bears numerous hidden injuries that have never fully healed. Now that he is older and has overexerted himself, these latent wounds have flared up, resulting in the failure of his organs. Such injuries are only sustained by those who have served in battle, Yi Junlin explained. Upon hearing Yi Junlin's words, Jiang Magong, Mu Chuan, and young Master Ning were taken aback. They never anticipated that Yi Junlin could discern the entirety of Jiang Shengtian's affliction with but a single glance. Jiang Magong hastily asked, Mr. Yi, can you treat my father? Without uttering a word, Yi Junlin waved his right hand, and a golden needle materialized between his fingers, swiftly piercing a specific acupoint on Jiang Shengtian's chest. Subsequently, Yi Junlin gently twisted the golden needle, which began to vibrate at a unique frequency, emitting a radiant glow. Swish! Swish! Upon witnessing this scene, both Mu Chuan and young Master Ning were momentarily frozen, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. Could it be manipulating the needle with one's qi? Mu Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 18, Mastery of Acupuncture Through Qi. Could he truly comprehend the mastery of acupuncture through qi? At this moment, Mu Chuan, the esteemed president of the Jiangnan branch of the Chinese Medicine Association, gazed in astonishment at Yi Junlin's needlework, exclaiming in sheer disbelief. Mastery of acupuncture through qi is an ancient technique that harnesses the energy generated by acupuncture to heal ailments within the human body. Its efficacy is extraordinary. Once one achieves mastery, it surpasses ordinary acupuncture by several magnitudes, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. However, reaching such a level of skill is exceedingly challenging. Within the entire realm of Chinese medicine in Longguo, the number of practitioners capable of this technique is exceedingly rare. Even Mu Chuan, the president of the Jiangnan branch, is unable to perform it. Hence, witnessing Yi Junlin's application of this technique left him utterly astounded. Only the most revered figures in the medical community, like Elder Zhou, truly understand the nuances of acupuncture through qi. Meanwhile, the young Master Ning, observing Yi Junlin's execution of this technique, exhibited a similar expression of shock, his disbelief palpable. After studying medicine under his mentor for over a decade, he had yet to grasp this skill, while this young man, seemingly unassuming, had already mastered it. This realization was difficult for Ning Hao to accept, evoking a sense of humiliation. Although Jiang Muge was unfamiliar with the concept of acupuncture through qi, she could glean its significance from the expressions of Mu Chuan and Ning Hao. A flicker of hope ignited within her. Her request for Yi Junlin to treat her father was merely a trial, as she harbored a deep reluctance to wed Ning Hao. As Yi Junlin's needle descended, the golden needle quivered, radiating a luminous glow, while wisps of mysterious energy coursed through it into Jiang Shengtian's body. Minutes passed, and gradually, Jiang Shengtian's complexion improved. His once withered skin regained its vitality, and even his breathing stabilized as Yi Junlin removed the oxygen mask. What? Mu Chuan's expression shifted once more as he observed Jiang Shengtian's transformation. After several more minutes, Yi Junlin suddenly supported Jiang Shengtian, who then expelled a mouthful of black blood onto the ground, his previously languid energy completely restored. Father. The sight of her father vomiting blood caused Jiang Muge's expression to change dramatically. At that moment, Jiang Shengtian's eyelids fluttered, and his eyes slowly opened, his awareness returning. "Father!" Jiang Muge exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement upon witnessing her father's revival. At this instant, both Mu Chuan and Ning Hao were utterly speechless. With a swift motion, Yi Junlin extracted the golden needle and turned to Jiang Muge, stating, "Your father's internal injuries have returned to normal, and his exhausted organs are no longer in distress. From here, he merely requires some restorative herbs and a month of recuperation, after which he will be perfectly fine." "Mr. Yi, are you saying my father is completely out of danger?" Jiang Muge's expression was one of incredulity upon hearing Yi Junlin's words. After all, even Ning Hao's revered mentor, a renowned figure in the Chinese Medicine Association, could only promise her father a few more years of life. The fact that Yi Junlin had seemingly cured him was difficult for Jiang Muge to fathom. "Indeed, if you doubt my words, take your father for a comprehensive examination at the hospital. He could potentially live another 20 to 30 years. Yi Junlin spoke softly, "This is impossible. How could you possess such formidable medical skills?" Ning Hao exclaimed, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Junlin. At that moment, Mu Chuan approached to examine Jiang Shengtian's condition. And upon his inspection, he was utterly astounded. "President Mu, what is the situation?" Ning Hao asked urgently. "The internal injuries within President Jiang have indeed vanished, and his organs have returned to normal." Mu Chuan exhaled deeply, and his words left Ning Hao's expression frozen, while Jiang Muge was equally stunned. She had never anticipated that Yi Junlin could heal her father so swiftly. How is this possible?" Mu Chuan gazed at Yi Junlin, rendered speechless by astonishment. He understood that completely healing Jiang Shengtian required not merely knowledge of needle techniques but mastery of a technique far superior to the renowned Shou Lao's transcendent needle method. Yet, the transcendent needle method was already considered one of the pinnacle ancient needle techniques that have been passed down through the Dragon Country. What technique could surpass it? At that moment, Mu Chuan's inner astonishment was beyond words. "Nothing to disclose," Yi Junlin replied coldly to Mu Chuan, while Ning Hao pointed at him and exclaimed, "How can you be more formidable than my master? This is impossible." With disdain, Yi Junlin retorted, "With such minor injuries, you still dare to claim that only your master can heal? It is nothing short of narrow-minded and foolish." Ning Hao, infuriated by Yi Junlin's words, felt his blood boil, nearly causing him to spit blood. Mu Chuan quickly interjected, "Mr. Yi, I apologize, it was all a misunderstanding, please forgive us. Miss Jiang, since President Jiang is well, we shall take our leave." Mu Chuan promptly pulled Ning Hao away, leaving in a disheartened manner. Jiang Muge turned to Yi Junlin, expressing her gratitude, "Mr. Yi, thank you. Young brother, I never expected someone so young to possess such extraordinary medical skills, healing my long-standing internal injuries. You are truly my savior." At that moment, Jiang Shengtian addressed Yi Junlin, "You need not be so formal, I intervened merely because I could not bear to see that man so arrogant. Moreover, as a retired soldier, a hero safeguarding the nation, you certainly deserve my assistance." Yi Junlin replied, "Due to my fourth master's military background, I hold a particular admiration for those who protect the homeland. Jiang Shengtian's internal injuries, remnants of the battlefield, attest to his past as a defender of the nation, making it worthy of my intervention. To think that such a young brother possesses such a sense of national duty is truly heartening," Jiang Shengtian remarked. Meanwhile, in another villa in Zhonghai, Su Tianwang sat with a stern expression, smoking a cigarette, when the man who had previously followed his orders to slap Xiao Yu approached. "Is that matter resolved?" Su Tianwang asked coldly. "It has been handled thoroughly." The man nodded, then added, somewhat puzzled, "Master, why did you previously agree to let Jiang Muge become that young Master Ning's woman? Originally, I intended to marry off that girl, which would allow me to seize control of the business association, for after all, that old fool Jiang Shengtian, even if he managed to survive another year or so, would pose no obstacle to my ambitions. However, I never anticipated that the scoundrel from the Yi family would ruin my plans. This rascal disrupted the auction yesterday, thwarting my scheme, and now he has meddled again, truly infuriating. Su Tianwang spoke with a dark expression. Suddenly, his phone rang, and upon answering, his countenance changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "Is what you said true?" Crash. He then hurled the phone to the ground, his face shadowed, eyes glinting with malice. "What happened, master?" the man inquired curiously. "That old Jiang Shengtian has been cured by that young scoundrel from the Yi family," Su Tianwang replied coldly. "How is that possible? Even Elder Zhou from the Chinese Medicine Association could only extend Jiang Shengtian's life for a year or so. How could he possibly cure him?" the man exclaimed in shock. "The members of the business association have already witnessed Jiang Shengtian's recovery with their own eyes. That damned fellow." At this moment, Su Tianwang's eyes flickered with a sinister glint. His face shrouded in gloom. "Master, now that Jiang Shengtian is unharmed and Jiang Mugu remains unmarried, the situation has become precarious," the man quickly remarked. "Gather all members of the business association immediately. We will convene a meeting tomorrow. Also, reach out to that young Master Ning," Su Tianwang commanded. A cold glimmer in his eyes. "The Jiang family business shall be mine." Meanwhile, at the Bai family estate, upon witnessing the bodies of his daughter and grandson, the elder Bai was so enraged that he spat blood. "Father!" Bai Feng swiftly supported his father. "Yi Junlin, you have gone too far," Elder Bai roared. His eyes filled with a relentless murderous intent as he bellowed, "Bai Feng, relay my orders, gather all available personnel from the Bai family and arm them. I want the entire Su family and Yi Junlin to accompany Yua and Aoa in death." Bai Feng nodded, saying, "Father, what about the Shen family?" "Inform them of this matter," Elder Bai commanded. Subsequently, in Jiangnan Prefecture, at a manor belonging to the Shen family, one of the 6 foremost aristocratic families of Jiangnan, a man rushed before the family steward, panting, "Steward, we have a grave situation." "What is it? You seem so flustered," the steward reprimanded. "The lady and the young master have died in Zhonghai," the man stated. Swish. The steward's expression changed dramatically, revealing disbelief. What did you say?" "The Bai family has reported that the lady and young master were killed by that young master Yi Junlin," the man continued. "We are finished." The steward's face turned ashen, and the man added, "Steward, the head of the family has accompanied the elder to Lingyin Temple to pay respects. They likely remain unaware of this matter. What should we do?" "Follow me to Lingyin Temple at once," the steward ordered. Outside a room in the Zhongnan military district base, a sudden knock echoed. Moments later, a man clad in a long robe, in his 50s with grey-streaked hair, emerged. He looked at the soldier standing before him and inquired, "What is the matter?" Reporting to the commander, "An incident has occurred." The soldier promptly conveyed the news of Su Tianming's murder from the previous night. The man before him was none other than Commander Wei Shan of the Zhongnan military district. With a swift motion, Wei Shan's expression hardened, and he rebuked such audacity. "They dare to lay hands on my men in the Zhongnan military district, totally disregarding the law. You are to take your men immediately and retrieve this individual for strict punishment. Should there be any resistance, eliminate them on the spot." "Yes, Commander," the soldier responded with utmost respect. Chapter 19. Dare to harass Shuya again, and you shall perish in Zhonghai. At Zhonghai University, Yi Junlin made his appearance, having received a call from Shuya, a senior student at the university. As he observed the vibrant and youthful students bustling about, a glimmer of yearning flickered in his eyes. Had it not been for the tragic incident 7 years prior that obliterated his family, he too might have been savoring the delights of university life. Alas! Such moments are forever lost. Yi Junlin lamented. "Brother Junlin." At that moment, Shuya's voice rang out. Yi Junlin turned to see Su Shuya approaching him with a smile. accompanied by a girl with a ponytail, large, expressive eyes, and porcelain-like skin, who was nibbling on a lollipop, exuding a quirky charm. Shuya. Yi Junlin called out to Su Shuya. The girl with the lollipop gazed at Yi Junlin and remarked, Shuya, is this the brother Junlin you've been longing for? He looks decent enough, but not particularly handsome, is he? Who are you? Yi Junlin inquired, looking at the girl. Su Shuya promptly introduced her, brother Junlin. This is Tang Yao Yao, my classmate and best friend. She insisted on meeting you upon hearing you returned, so I brought you here. I hope it hasn't interrupted your plans. Not at all. Yi Junlin replied, shaking his head. Though you may not be the most handsome, I appreciate that you helped Shuya regain her beauty. Tang Yao Yao stated, looking at Yi Junlin. You needn't thank me, it is merely what I ought to do. Yi Junlin responded, turning to Shuya, Shuya, shall we explore your university? Certainly. Su Shuya nodded, leading Yi Junlin on a tour of Zhonghai University. Tang Yao Yao trailed behind, occasionally inquiring about Yi Junlin's experiences over the past 7 years, to which he responded casually, as matters concerning his 9 masters were not suitable for outsiders. As they walked, the trio, 2 women and 1 man, captured the attention of countless students. Su Shuya, already a focal point due to her previous beauty, became the center of attention once more after regaining her appearance. She had transformed from the most unattractive student at Zhonghai University to its most beautiful flower, drawing significant admiration. The sight of her walking so closely with a man alongside the charming Tang Yao Yao ensured they turned heads at every step. Now that Shuya is the belle of Zhonghai University, you might find yourself a rival among the male students here. Tang Yao Yao teased, noticing the gazes of others. Yao Yao. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Shuya blushed, while Yi Junlin boldly took Shuya's hand, declaring, if they wish to compete with me, they have a long way to go. Who are you? Release Shuya's hand. Suddenly, the group approached, led by a handsome young man with blonde hair, who pointed at Yi Junlin and shouted, albeit with a noticeable foreign accent. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Look, the rival has arrived. Tang Yao Yao, with a lollipop in her mouth, flashed a playful smile at Yi Junlin. This gentleman is the top of the campus idol ranking at Zhonghai University, a master of karate with a 5th-degree black belt. Moreover, he hails from a prominent family in country, embodying strength, beauty, and status, a true paragon of masculinity. Since Shuya has regained her beauty, he has publicly declared her as his girlfriend and forbids any other man from approaching her. You've gotten yourself into quite a predicament. Ito Koji. I have already expressed my disinterest in you. Please refrain from meddling in my life. Su Shuya stated directly to Ito Hai. Shuya, regardless of your feelings for me, you are the woman I, Ito Hai, have chosen. No man other than me is worthy of being with you. Ito Hai proclaimed with an air of dominance, his gaze shifting to Yi Junlin. Kid, I don't care what department or class you're in, release Shuya immediately and get lost, or don't blame me for being unmerciful. Boss, why waste words with him? Let us teach him a lesson. Daring to covet the boss's woman is tantamount to courting death. At this moment, a group of followers behind Ito Hai clenched their fists, looking arrogantly at Yi Junlin. A crowd of students began to gather around, shaking their heads in disapproval as they regarded Yi Junlin. They knew that Ito Hai, wielding his 5th-degree karate prowess, was a tyrant at Zhonghai University. Crossing him was akin to inviting suffering. You all. Su Shuya was about to speak when Yi Junlin stepped forward. Casting a cold glance at Ito Hai, when did it become your prerogative for a foreigner from in-country to act so arrogantly in the land of Longwa? Impudent. Ito Hai's entourage lunged at Yi Junlin, their postures brimming with bravado, yet in Yi Junlin's eyes, they were merely empty threats. Bang! 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 With a swift motion, Yi Junlin dispatched the group, coldly remarking, as a proud citizen of Longwa, serving as a lapdog to a Saku countryman is nothing short of disgraceful. This scene astonished the surrounding students. A single individual had effortlessly taken down more than a dozen adversaries. How formidable! Scoundrel! Ito Hai's expression darkened. A flicker of rage igniting within his eyes as he launched a powerful kick toward Yi Junlin. The kick sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh, emanating an imposing force. Watch out! Su Shuai couldn't help but exclaim, while Tan Yaoyao displayed a hint of anxiety. The onlookers braced themselves, dreading the impending disaster that awaited Yi Junlin, knowing that Ito Hai's martial prowess could shatter marble with a single kick should it connect with a human. It would surely break several bones. Oh! A blood-curdling scream soon echoed through the air. The spectators turned their gazes, initially believing the cry to be from Yi Junlin, only to discover it was Ito Hai who was howling in agony. He lay several meters in front of Yi Junlin, his right leg twisted at an unnatural angle, with bone fragments protruding grotesquely. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply at the sight. The students who remained with their eyes open were silently swallowing their saliva, gazing at Yi Junlin with expressions of astonishment. Moments earlier, they had witnessed him effortlessly shatter Ito Hai's powerful kick with a mere flick of his foot. It was utterly terrifying. Such a meager display of skill dared to present itself in such a humiliating manner. Yi Junlin regarded Ito Hai with palpable disdain. You! Ito Hai gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Yi Junlin. Remember, if you dare to harass Shuai again, you will face death. Yi Junlin proclaimed coldly, a chilling glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, sending shivers down the spines of those who beheld it. This fellow is intriguing, Tan Yaoyao mused, crushing her lollipop, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light as they fixed upon Yi Junlin. Before long, the sun dipped below the horizon, in a bustling street known for its delicacies. Yi Junlin, Su Shuai, and Tan Yaoyao arrived at a particular stall. I used to frequent this place, and I thought I'd bring you here to try it. But you must treat us, Tan Yaoyao informed Yi Junlin with familiarity. All right, indulge yourselves, Yi Junlin replied with a slight smile, and the trio settled at a table, while Tan Yaoyao called out to the vendor, ordering a plethora of dishes. They then began to enjoy their meal with great enthusiasm. However, a mere 15 minutes later, several hundred soldiers appeared, driving away all patrons and sealing off the street. Shortly thereafter, the man in combat attire who had previously reported to the commander approached Yi Junlin with a group of men in tow. Brother Junlin, they, Su Shuai remarked, her expression tinged with anxiety. No worries, continue eating, Yi Junlin responded with an air of composure. You are Yi Junlin, the son of the Yi family. The soldier stood before him, his demeanor stern. Indeed. You are from the Zhongnan battle zone, correct? Yi Junlin inquired. Since you are aware of our identity, you must also understand our purpose. Come with us, the soldier asserted directly. Do you not see that I am in the midst of eating? Why would I accompany you? Go back and inform your commander that I have taken a life. If he is displeased, let him come find me personally, Yi Junlin retorted coldly. Humph. The soldier's expression hardened, and he backed. You have quite the audacity, young man. Do you truly believe a mere boy like you is worthy of the commander's personal attention? It is laughable. I will give you one last chance. Will you come with us or not? If you refuse, then you needn't leave at all. As his words fell, the soldiers beside him aimed their weapons at Yi Junlin, fingers poised on the triggers, ready to fire. Su Shuai and Tan Yaoyao's faces paled, while Yi Junlin coolly remarked, You may attempt it. The soldier's gaze sharpened, and he gestured for his men to pull the trigger, but in the next moment, they were all rendered speechless. Chapter 20 The Fury of the Shen Family Bang. Just as the group of soldiers prepared to pull the trigger, Yi Junlin abruptly slammed his palm against the table before him. A heap of skewers they had been consuming soared into the air, hurtling towards the soldiers with remarkable speed. Thud! In an instant, the bamboo skewers pierced through the palms of the soldiers grasping their firearms, blood gushing forth as they let out pained groans and staggered backward, their weapons clattering to the ground. Swish! This astonishing scene caused the man clad in battle attire to narrow his eyes in disbelief. He lunged at Yi Junlin, only to find himself seized by the throat in an instant. Release the captain. At that moment, the commander of the Zhonghai City Defense Force rushed forward, admonishing Yi Junlin, while his troops aimed their weapons at him. Bang! With a casual toss, Yi Junlin threw the battle-clad man to the ground, coldly asserting, "If you wish to spare them from death here, tell them to drop their weapons immediately." "Drop your weapons," the battle-clad man shouted, prompting the commander to hastily order his men to lower their arms. He quickly approached the fallen man, helping him up with concern. "Captain, are you all right?" At this moment, the man holding the rank of 7-star captain gazed at Yi Junlin, fear flickering in his eyes. The fact that he had been dispatched in a single move by someone of lesser rank underscored the latter's formidable prowess. Should such a powerful individual choose to act, the soldiers around them would be utterly helpless. "I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable. Yet, do you understand that within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, even a powerful warrior lacks the right to kill indiscriminately? Especially when you have slain an officer of the Jiangnan war zone. I advise you to return with me quietly. Given your youth and extraordinary abilities, perhaps the commander will show you mercy. Otherwise, your fate will be dire." The 7-star captain addressed Yi Junlin sternly. "I only eliminate those who deserve it. If you are dissatisfied, have your commander personally seek me out. As for you, be gone at once." Yi Junlin retorted coldly before returning to his seat to resume eating. "Captain, perhaps I should," the commander began, but the 7-star captain, his gaze flickering, interrupted, "Withdraw." Thus, the soldiers, still nursing their pierced hands, and the city defense troops retreated entirely. Meanwhile, Su Shuai and Tan Yaoyao observed Yi Junlin with unwavering attention. "What are you staring at me for? Is there something on my face?" Yi Junlin inquired, perplexed as he touched his face. "Goodness! You dare to kill even those from the war zone. Are you not afraid for your life?" Tan Yaoyao exclaimed in astonishment. "Am I not living quite well?" Yi Junlin replied nonchalantly. "Brother Junlin, you." At that moment, Su Shuai looked at Yi Junlin with deep concern. He smiled faintly and reassured her, "Sure. There is no need to worry about me, no one can harm your brother Junlin." After finishing their meal, they prepared to leave. "This spring night is worth a fortune. I shall not be the third wheel. Farewell." Tan Yaoyao flashed a mischievous smile at Yi Junlin and Su Shuai before slipping away. Su Shuai's cheeks flushed as she turned to Yi Junlin, saying, "Brother Junlin, please don't mind Yaoyao, that's just her nature." "It's nothing." Yi Junlin shook his head and remarked, "That girl is quite adorable." Yaoyao was the only person, aside from my family, who has not looked down upon or mocked me because of my appearance over the years. On the contrary, she frequently defended me at school, standing up for me whenever someone ridiculed or taunted me. If it weren't for Yaoyao's unwavering support and care these past few years, I might not have persevered until now." Su Shuai spoke with a complex expression. "Shuai, I apologize for not appearing sooner and allowing you to endure so much hardship." Yi Junlin embraced Su Shuai tightly, gently stroking her hair. "Brother Junlin, I am not wronged." Su Shuai replied sweetly. "Rest assured, Shuai, as long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to bully you, not a soul," Yi Junlin declared, his eyes reflecting a chilling yet resolute determination. "Memem." Su Shuai nestled contentedly in Yi Junlin's embrace, unaware that his promise would soon unleash a storm of blood and chaos. An hour later, Yi Junlin held Su Shuai's hand, escorting her back to the Su residence. He had initially intended for Shuai to stay at the Ipin villa, but she declined, as her mother still harbored a strong aversion towards him. If they were to live together at this moment, her mother would certainly disapprove, being inherently kind-hearted. Su Shuya did not wish to irreparably damage her relationship with her mother. Yi Junlin understood Shuya's concerns and did not press the issue. Brother Junlin, you can rest assured. I will make my mother accept you. Su Shuya softly kissed Yi Junlin on the lips before stepping into the Su household. Yi Junlin touched his lips and departed. However, instead of returning to the Ipin villa, he wandered through the streets of Zhonghai, reflecting on the changes in the scenery and lost in memories. The nights in Zhonghai were now more vibrant and bustling than 7 years ago, filled with young men and women enjoying the nightlife. At that moment, Yi Junlin felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. Suddenly, he sought a place to have a drink and noticed a bar not far away, making his way there. Yet, as he arrived at the entrance of the bar, he witnessed several casually dressed men assisting a young woman who appeared flushed, reeking of alcohol. With striking features and a tall stature, the woman kept protesting, "Who are you? Let me go. Beautiful lady, you are drunk. We are just helping you get home to rest." A group of men, their eyes glinting with malice, leered at the woman, intent on forcibly dragging her away. However, she suddenly broke free from their grasp and fled forward, colliding directly into Yi Junlin. Taken aback, Yi Junlin looked at her and asked, "Miss, are you all right?" "There are bad men," she replied, her breath reeking of alcohol, yet she retained a semblance of awareness. The men rushed forward, attempting to reclaim the woman. But Yi Junlin cast a piercing glance at them. "Do you know her?" "Of course, she is our friend," the men hastily responded. "Then what is her name?" Yi Junlin inquired. "Why are you asking so many questions? Just get lost," they retorted impatiently, advancing to seize the woman once more. Unwilling to let such a remarkable beauty slip away. "Leave," Yi Junlin commanded, seeing through their intentions. Enraged, the men prepared to strike. But Yi Junlin's cold demeanor emanated an aura of lethal intent that made them tremble in fear, drenched in cold sweat, prompting them to flee. "Miss, Devi left." Yi Junlin addressed the woman, only for her to suddenly vomit all over him before losing consciousness entirely. Dumbfounded, Yi Junlin had no choice but to bring her home. For she was too intoxicated to fend for herself. Abandoning her would surely lead to her being preyed upon by the wolves of the bar scene. Meanwhile, in a VIP ward of a hospital in Zhonghai, Itohai lay with one leg encased in thick plaster. His expression twisted in fury as he shouted at a man beside him, "What did you say?" "Young master, the doctor said your right leg's nerve is severed. And you may never practice martial arts again," the man replied, lowering his gaze. "Baka!" Itohai roared in anger. "Please, young master, do not be agitated. I have already contacted the family. Once you return, they will ensure your leg is healed." The man quickly assured him. "I refuse to go back. I will not return until that bastard is dead. And that wretched Su Shuya dared to reject me. I will make her understand my power." At that moment, a chilling glint flickered in Itohai's eyes as he commanded the man, "Immediately inform the Wolf King. Tell him that the Ito family has nurtured him for so long. And now it is time for him to serve. He must bring that couple before me by tomorrow, or he can forget about being the leader of the wolf sect." "Understood." The man nodded. In Zhongnan County, atop a mountain, stood an ancient temple known as Lingyin Temple, the most revered site in the region. At that moment, within a meditation hall of the temple, an elderly man with white hair and beard was in deep contemplation when suddenly, the door swung open. A middle-aged man, his expression dark and seething with rage, stormed in, exclaiming, "Father, you and Aoa are in trouble." The elderly man opened his eyes and inquired, "What has transpired?" The middle-aged man promptly revealed the grim news of the murder of Baiyu and Shen Ao. He was none other than Shen Chenqiu, the head of the prestigious Shen family in Zhongnan, and before him stood the venerable elder, Shen Wanshan. Boom! Upon learning that his daughter-in-law and grandson had been brutally slain, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from Shen Wanshan. In an instant, the once serene Buddhist hall was suffused with boundless malice, transforming into a realm of carnage. Dispatch the order to mobilize the Shen family's forces throughout Jiangnan to converge upon Zhonghai at once. Inform the consortium to crush Zhonghai's economy at any cost. Notify the governor of Zhonghai that from this moment forth, no one is permitted to leave Zhonghai. Failure to comply means death. Shen Wanshan proclaimed, each word brimming with inexorable fury. The following day, Zhonghai, Ipin Villa. A piercing scream reverberated throughout Villa Number 1. Chapter 21, Usurpation. At this moment, within the confines of the villa, Yi Junlin was ensconced in slumber when a piercing scream jolted him awake. What is happening? An earthquake. Bewildered, Yi Junlin emerged from his chamber. Young master. Yena approached him, and Yi Junlin inquired, whose wailing is this so early in the morning? It's the lady you brought back last night. Yena replied. That woman. Yi Junlin was taken aback and proceeded to another room. Inside, a woman clad only in her undergarments, exposing a considerable amount of her figure, appeared utterly flustered. You're awake. Yi Junlin addressed her, recognizing her as the woman he had encountered at the bar the previous night. Upon seeing him, her expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, Who are you? What have you done to me? You scoundrel. You drank like a dead pig last night and vomited all over me. Do you really think I would do anything to you? Yi Junlin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Instantly, Lin Mengwei huffed in displeasure, You're the pig. Are you out of your mind? Is that the crux of the matter? Don't you recall what transpired last night? Yi Junlin sighed in frustration. Lin Mengwei paused, her mind racing back to the events of the previous night. After quarreling with her family, she had gone to the bar for a drink, where several individuals had attempted to drag her away, and then someone else had appeared. Gradually, the memories of last night resurfaced, and she looked at Yi Junlin. You saved me last night. Who else could it be? Yi Junlin smirked. What about the clothes I was wearing? Lin Mengwei's eyes narrowed suspiciously as she pondered. Miss, your attire was soiled, and I helped you remove it. At that moment, Yena entered, addressing Lin Mengwei. Now do you understand? Yi Junlin cast a glance at Lin Mengwei and then departed. Subsequently, in the villa's dining room, Yi Junlin was enjoying the breakfast prepared by Yena when Lin Mengwei, now dressed, approached him, her demeanor somewhat awkward. I'm sorry about earlier, I misunderstood you. It's alright, after all, your intelligence is akin to that of a pig. Yi Junlin remarked as he sipped his soybean milk. You. Lin Mengwei retorted, her frustration evident when suddenly her stomach growled loudly. In an instant, she clasped her stomach, mortified. She had been too preoccupied with drinking last night to eat, then subsequently had expelled all the alcohol, leaving her ravenous. Miss, why not sit down and have something to eat? Yena suggested, placing a breakfast dish on the table. Thank you, sister. Lin Mengwei beamed, promptly sitting down across from Yi Junlin and devouring her meal with fervor. You certainly are not shy at all, Yi Junlin observed. To which she shot him a glance. Sister told me to eat, why should I be polite? This is my home. You soiled my clothes last night. Now you are eating my food and spent the night here. How do you intend to settle this matter? Yi Junlin said nonchalantly. Why are you being so petty? As a grown man. It's merely money. How much do you need? I shall provide it. Lin Mengwei cast a disdainful glance at Yi Junlin and reached to extract money from him, only to realize that he had spent all his cash at the bar the previous night. Well, I currently have no money on me. I shall repay you when I have some. Rest assured, I will not shortchange you. Lin Mengwei then awkwardly smiled and patted her chest in assurance. I do not require the money. Let us finish our meal and part ways, Yi Junlin stated directly. At that moment, Lin Mengwei's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller's name, she abruptly hung up. You haven't returned home all night. Was that a call from your family? Why not answer it? Yi Junlin inquired. I simply don't wish to. Lin Mengwei replied with a pout. Suddenly, the doorbell of the villa rang. Yi Junlin rose and walked over to open the door, revealing Jiang Muge standing outside. What brings you here? Yi Junlin asked. Mr. Yi. My father would like to invite you to our home for lunch to express his gratitude. Jiang Muge said, looking at Yi Junlin. There is no need for such formality. Yi Junlin responded. Yi. Jiang Muge was about to say something more when her phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, her brow furrowed. And her expression soured as she remarked, all right, I will head over immediately. What is the matter? Yi Junlin asked. It's nothing. There's just a minor issue at the business association that I need to attend to. I will contact you once I am finished, Mr. Yi. Jiang Muge stated before leaving promptly. Young master, I have investigated. Su Tianwang is scheduled to hold a grand meeting at the Jiang Commerce Association today. Likely to make significant moves. Yena approached Yi Junlin and said. What are you investigating him for? Yi Junlin inquired. To which Yena replied, because Su Tianwang has secretly acquired a considerable amount of the Yi family's former assets, including the coveted landscape painting, hence my focused investigation on him. A cold glint flickered in Yi Junlin's eyes. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Jiang Commerce Association in Zhonghai, a conference room was filled to capacity. All the high-ranking officials of the Jiang Commerce Association, along with executives from various conglomerates and some elder figures of the association, were present. Su Tianwang occupied the chair that traditionally belonged to the president. Ladies and gentlemen, I have called this meeting today to announce two matters. The first is that the president has fully recovered. Su Tianwang declared, prompting shock among many attendees, while others, having been at the Jiang residence yesterday, remained unfazed by this news. The second announcement is that, with the unanimous support of several elder members and numerous executives, I shall assume the role of the new president of the Jiang Commerce Association. Su Tianwang stated once more. His proclamation sent waves of astonishment through the room, even among the association's high-ups. They were unprepared for Su Tianwang's bid for the presidency, especially considering the president's recovery. It was a blatant usurpation of power. Su Tianwang. Is the position of president one you can simply occupy at will? Bang. The door to the conference room swung open, and Jiang Muge strode in, casting a cold gaze upon Su Tianwang. Muge, you have arrived just in time to witness this glorious moment as I assume the presidency of the Jiang Chamber of Commerce. Su Tianwang smiled as he regarded Jiang Muge. Without hesitation, Jiang Muge approached Su Tianwang and coldly retorted, Su Tianwang, my father has now recovered. Do you truly believe you are fit to hold this position? What if your father has recovered? The Jiang Chamber of Commerce does not belong solely to Jiang Shengtian. The 4 esteemed elders of the chamber and the 18 group leaders who have joined the chamber unanimously support my selection as president. Do you think I am unworthy of this role? Su Tianwang scoffed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Muge's expression shifted dramatically as she directed her gaze toward the 4 elders and the group leaders of the chamber. Are you truly endorsing Su Tianwang for this presidency? Muge, President Jiang has aged, while you are still young. It is most fitting for Tianwang to assume the role of president, one elder of the chamber stated. Indeed. The other 3 elders concurred. We all support Vice President Su taking on the presidency. The group leaders chimed in unison. In that moment, Jiang Muge's countenance darkened considerably as her eyes fixed upon Su Tianwang. Su Tianwang, what means have you employed to secure their unanimous support? Jiang Muge was acutely aware that while Su Tianwang had covertly cultivated and bribed many, it was inconceivable that he could sway the 4 esteemed elders who had fought alongside her father, as well as all the group leaders, to his side. There must be some underlying reason. It is I who has orchestrated their support for President Su. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind Jiang Muge. Chapter 22, Economic Paralysis. At that moment, a figure entered the conference room, none other than Ning Hao. Jiang Mugu cast a swift glance at him, her expression shifting to one of surprise. Young Master Ning, what brings you here? Why shouldn't I be here? Ning Hao approached with a gentle smile. Jiang Mugu. It is precisely because of young Master Ning's assistance that I have garnered the support of the 4 elders and various executives. Su Tianwang mocked with a laugh. Jiang Mugu gazed intently at Ning Hao, her expression grave. Young Master Ning, you truly possess remarkable influence. There's nothing extraordinary about it. Though these individuals are wealthy and powerful, their greatest fear is illness and death. I promised them that my master could ensure their safety, and naturally, they complied willingly. Ning Hao replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Muji's countenance darkened considerably. She understood all too well that, given her master's esteemed reputation in the realm of medicine in Longwa, numerous dignitaries sought his healing yet were often denied. Ning Hao's offer, a lifeline at such a critical moment, was an irresistible temptation for the elderly elders and those who valued their lives dearly. Jiang Mugu, I trust you have no objections to my assuming the position of president now. Su Tianwang sneered at Jiang Mugu. Her expression was a tumult of emotions when Ning Hao turned his gaze toward her. Miss Jiang, I can offer you an opportunity. An opportunity? Jiang Mugu looked at him in confusion. If you are willing to become my woman, I can have them directly support your ascension to the presidency. What say you? Ning Hao smiled faintly. At that moment, Jiang Muji's expression shifted dramatically, and Su Tianwang's face also changed as he quickly interjected, Young Master Ning. We did not agree to this. Silence. Do you think you have a say here? Ning Hao dismissed Su Tianwang with contempt. Then turned his attention back to Jiang Mugu. Miss Jiang, consider this carefully. This is your final opportunity. Are you truly prepared to relinquish your father's hard-built enterprise? Even if the Jiang Corporation were to vanish, I would never allow my daughter to be associated with someone as despicable as you. Suddenly, Jiang Shengtian appeared, leaning on his cane and glaring at Ning Hao. Father, what are you doing here? Jiang Mugu rushed forward, concerned for her father. He looked at her, replying, with such a significant issue at hand, how could I not come? Jiang Shengtian then fixed his determined gaze on Ning Hao and Su Tianwang, declaring, You may take the Jiang Corporation if you wish, but using my daughter as a bargaining chip is out of the question. Old man, are you looking to make an enemy of me? Let me tell you, that brat can save you, but I can just as easily bring about your demise. Ning Hao's expression darkened as he stared at Jiang Shengtian. Is that so? I would like to see how you plan to kill President Jiang. A cold voice suddenly interjected. Yi Junlin entered the conference room, followed closely by Yan Er and Ling Feng. Mr. Yi. Jiang Muge gazed in astonishment as Yi Junlin appeared. Swish. Ning Hao's expression turned icy as he regarded Yi Junlin, his eyes glinting with malice. It's you again. Did you not intend to let President Jiang perish? Why do you hesitate to act? Yi Junlin coldly retorted as he approached Ning Hao. You. At that moment, Ning Hao glared furiously at Yi Junlin, and with a sudden movement he unleashed a powerful strike. Although Ning Hao was also a martial artist, his abilities were rather limited. Merely at the 3rd rank of the Yellow Realm. This was sufficient to deal with ordinary individuals, but the man standing before him was far from ordinary. Smack. Yi Junlin swiftly retaliated, delivering a resounding slap that sent Ning Hao flying, crashing into the conference table and shattering it. Thud. Ning Hao crumpled to the ground. Blood gushing from his mouth, his face contorted in agony. With such pathetic strength, do you aspire to take a life? Go home and practice more. Yi Junlin scoffed disdainfully. You. Ning Hao lifted his head, fixating on Yi Junlin, but before he could utter a word, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Someone, take him away. Jiang Shengtian commanded as he observed Ning Hao, and immediately, individuals stepped forward to carry him away. As Ning Hao was removed, the expressions of Su Tianwang and the members of the Merchant Association shifted dramatically. Swish. At that moment, Jiang Shengtian directed his gaze at Su Tianwang. Su Tianwang. I have nurtured you with great care, yet you have disappointed me profoundly with your actions. Su Tianwang's countenance darkened as he retorted, You are growing old, old man. It is time for a change in leadership. Now, everyone supports me in assuming the presidency of the Jiang Merchant Association. You and your daughter are no longer relevant. You might be rejoicing too soon. Yi Junlin cast a glance at Su Tianwang, who frowned and exclaimed, You, young scion of the Yi family, what is your intention? We have no enmity. No enmity. You have consumed the assets of the Yi family and auctioned our treasures, does that not constitute enmity? Yi Junlin's gaze turned frigid as he locked eyes with Su Tianwang, delivering his words with deliberate emphasis. Swish. Instantly, Su Tianwang's expression shifted, and he replied, I can return all the assets of the Yi family. To return the assets, you must first meet your demise. Yi Junlin pronounced judgment upon Su Tianwang as if he were a deity of death. No sooner had his words fallen than Cold Fong lunged toward Su Tianwang. Swish. At that critical moment, the man who had previously slapped Xiaoye positioned himself before Cold Fong, only to be swiftly dispatched, his throat slit, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. You. Su Tianwang's face paled dramatically, and just as he was about to scream, Cold Feng's dagger pierced his chest. Thud. A spray of crimson erupted from Su Tianwang's chest, his eyes widening in shock as he fell to the ground, lifeless. The onlookers in the conference room were taken aback. Beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. President Jiang, my apologies for the bloodshed. Yi Junlin's gaze turned to Jiang Shengtian, who replied, Mr. Yi. You have cleared the path for me, I should be thanking you. Subsequently, Jiang Shengtian cast his gaze over the members of the Chamber of Commerce. The four elders, who had once shared a brotherly bond with him, quickly spoke up, Shengtian, There's no need to elaborate. In light of our past camaraderie, I prefer not to dwell on this matter. Please withdraw from the chamber on your own accord, Jiang Shengtian interjected, waving his hand dismissively. The four elders sighed, choosing to remain silent thereafter. At that moment, Jiang Mugo's phone buzzed, and upon answering, her expression shifted dramatically. She turned to Jiang Shengtian and exclaimed, Father, something terrible has occurred. What is it? Jiang Shengtian inquired, concern etched on his face. Just now, the Shen family's Shen group issued an order to mobilize 300 billion into the Zhonghai stock market. As a result, the stock prices of major companies in Zhonghai are plummeting, with numerous firms collapsing, leaving the entire Zhonghai economy in disarray. Jiang Mugo recounted. Her words left Jiang Shengtian and the others utterly astonished, each hastily retrieving their phones to verify the shocking news. What on earth is the Shen family attempting? Have they lost their minds? Jiang Shengtian's countenance transformed, disbelief evident in his tone. Father, the Shen family has announced that the madam of the Shen family and the young master have perished in Zhonghai. Consequently, they intend to make the entire region pay a price. Jiang Mugo continued, her eyes fixed on the news on her phone. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, as everyone was taken aback. The madam and young master of the top-tier Shen family had been killed in Zhonghai. Who possessed the audacity to commit such an act? Is this true? Who would dare to kill the madam and young master of the Shen family? Jiang Shengtian questioned in shock. I did. At that moment, Yi Junlin spoke up. Instantly, all eyes in the conference room turned towards Yi Junlin. Just then, Yena received a message, and she looked at Yi Junlin, saying, Young master, the Su family is in danger. Let us go. Yi Junlin's expression hardened as he dashed out, leaving the others in stunned silence. Chapter 23, With your strength. You cannot stop me. On a street leading to the Su family estate in Zhonghai, thousands of men clad in black appeared with a cold demeanor, half wielding guns and half brandishing knives, exuding an aura of lethal intent. At the forefront stood Bai Feng. Their objective was to annihilate the Su family and subsequently eliminate Yi Junlin, avenging Bai Yu and Shen Ao. Remember, leave no one from the Su family alive, Bai Feng commanded icily. Understood. The multitude responded in unison. The street leading to the Su family had been cleared in advance by the Bai family, ensuring no civilians were present, otherwise this scene would have ignited a media frenzy. Suddenly, a deafening roar of an engine echoed from afar, and a car sped into view, executing a drift before coming to a halt before Bai Feng and his men. Yi Junlin, Yena, and Leng Feng emerged from the vehicle. Yi Junlin. Bai Feng's gaze was filled with palpable malice. Quite a crowd you have. Yi Junlin remarked with a sardonic smile. Kid. I initially planned to eliminate the Su family before dealing with you, but it seems you have delivered yourself right to my doorstep. In that case, I shall strike you first. You killed my sister and nephew. Today, I will ensure you have no grave. Open fire. Bai Feng commanded coldly. As his words fell, those armed with firearms raised their weapons and unleashed a torrent of bullets toward Yi Junlin. Bang! 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 In an instant, a storm of bullets filled the air, forming an impenetrable barrage. Leng Feng and Yena exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Given the ferocity of the firepower, even if they fought with all their might, it would be challenging to withstand such an onslaught. After all, while martial artists are formidable, unless they reach a certain level, they cannot contend against such a multitude of firearms. Suddenly, Yi Junlin stomped down with force. Boom! The concrete ground erupted with a thunderous roar, shattering and sending debris flying, colliding with the bullets in midair. In that moment, the hail of bullets was entirely thwarted. Continue firing. Bai Feng's expression darkened as he shouted. At that moment, Yi Junlin had already charged into the throng of Bai's men, unleashing a brutal onslaught. Puff! 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 As Yi Junlin closed in, his adversaries had no time to fire back, falling one by one to his blade. Kill him! Quickly, kill him! A reward of 1 billion for whoever takes his life. Bai Feng cried out in alarm as he retreated. Upon hearing the promise of 1 billion, the crowd descended into frenzy, rushing toward Yi Junlin in a relentless wave. In that instant, Leng Feng and Yena charged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the throng. Under the onslaught of Yi Junlin, Leng Feng, and Yena, the thousands of men proved no match, falling to their blades with alarming swiftness. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the crowd lay slain. This time, Yi Junlin, along with Leng Feng and Yena, showed no mercy. Every strike was lethal, leaving only corpses in their wake, no survivors. Puff! 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 In a swift and brutal turn of events, the multitude of over 1,000 souls was reduced to a mere handful, their lifeless bodies accumulating like small hills upon the ground, blood staining the entire street crimson. Bai Feng stood utterly dumbfounded, while the remaining survivors regarded Yi Junlin and his companions with expressions of sheer terror, unable to even grasp their weapons. They are not human, they are not human. The crowd cried out, each individual turning to flee in panic. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Junlin unleashed a flurry of silver needles that rapidly pierced through the bodies of these fleeing individuals, dispatching them one by one, while the remaining few were swiftly dealt with by Yan Er and Leng Feng. At that moment, aside from Yi Junlin and his companions, only the dazed Bai Feng remained on the scene. Third, Bai Feng, overwhelmed by the gruesome spectacle before him, collapsed to his knees, drenched in cold sweat. Just then, a large group of individuals clad in white uniforms appeared, each adorned with a black emblem on their chests, exuding an air of authority. They were all well-trained warriors, each at least of the second rank in the Yellow Realm. Zhenwu Division. Yan Er remarked, casting a glance at the group. What is the Zhenwu Division? Yi Junlin inquired with curiosity. Young Master, the Zhenwu Division is an organization established by the Dragon Kingdom's court specifically to suppress and deal with warriors. They have branches in major cities throughout the Dragon Kingdom, organized into 9 divisions, each overseen by a commander responsible for a county. Whenever warriors cause disturbances, the Zhenwu Division intervenes to apprehend them, wielding significant authority, Yan Er explained in detail. At that moment, The members of the Gyeonghai branch of the Shunwoo division gazed upon the thousands of corpses, their expressions shifting to one of profound shock. As members of the Shunwoo division, they had witnessed many grand spectacles, but they had never encountered a scene as horrific as this, the veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was utterly terrifying. To slay 1,000 people, one must possess an unparalleled ruthlessness. With a sharp gaze, Li Yan, the leader of the Gyeonghai branch, turned his attention to Yi Junlin and his companions. The bloodstains and palpable aura of killing surrounding them confirmed his suspicions. These three were indeed the perpetrators of the mass slaughter. Yet, Li Yan could hardly fathom such cruelty from individuals so young. "Did you kill all of them?" Li Yan demanded, his voice rising. "Indeed," Yi Junlin replied resolutely. Instantly, the members of the Gyeonghai branch of the Shunwoo division fixated their gaze upon Yi Junlin and his companions, gripping their weapons with wariness. "You possess audacity beyond measure to commit such wanton slaughter in Gyeonghai. You are blatantly defying the law of the land. Arrest them all," Li Yan commanded coldly. In an instant, the members of the Shunwoo division surged toward Yi Junlin and his companions. However, with a single step, Leng Feng advanced and tossed a document to Li Yan, the very one he had previously shown to the governor of Gyeonghai. As Li Yan received and examined the document, his expression shifted dramatically. He looked at Leng Feng and said, "You are from the Dragon Group." "Indeed," Leng Feng confirmed. "Then are they also from the Dragon Group?" Li Yan cast his gaze upon Yi Junlin and Yana. "Are you still planning to capture us?" Cold Feng replied indifferently. In an instant, Li Yan's expression shifted repeatedly. "What exactly is the Dragon Group?" Yi Junlin inquired curiously, looking at Yana, who responded, "The Dragon Group is yet another special organization within the Dragon Nation, tasked with executing various exceptional missions and endowed with the authority to act fast and report later." "Does the Dragon Nation have so many organizations?" Yi Junlin exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Li Yan glared at Cold Feng and declared, "Even if you are members of the Dragon Group, you cannot engage in such wanton slaughter. They attempted to attack us, they deserve to die," Cold Feng stated expressionlessly. "Whether they deserve to die or not should be determined after our investigation. For now, you all must return with me to the Shunwoo division for inquiry," Li Yan asserted directly. "What if I refuse to go?" Yi Junlin suddenly interjected. "That is not for you to decide." Li Yan's demeanor turned icy, and all his men drew their weapons. "With just you, you cannot stop me," Yi Junlin scoffed. "Young lad from the Yi family, you are quite arrogant for one so young." Suddenly, a chilling voice, imbued with authority, resonated through the air. Chapter 24, daring to provocate the young master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. "They are playing with fire. The young scion of the Yi family, though still in his youth, exhibits remarkable audacity." As this voice echoed, a figure emerged in the vicinity. Clad in the attire of the Shunwoo division, this individual appeared to be in his 40s. His countenance stern, and wielding a long knife that radiated an aura of bone-chilling coldness. His eyes glimmered with a gaze that could instill fear in the hearts of many. "Deputy Commander He." Li Yan's expression shifted upon seeing this individual. He promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and proclaimed, "I am Li Yan, the head of the Gyeonghai branch of the Shunwoo division, paying my respects to Deputy Commander He." Salutations to Deputy Commander He. At this moment, all members of the Shunwoo division knelt before this person in reverence. The man's identity was none other than He Bing, the deputy commander of the Shunwoo division in Gyeongnan Prefecture. The Shunwoo division had 9 branches, each led by a commander, with multiple deputy commanders assisting in managing the division. He Bing was one of the 5 deputy commanders in Gyeongnan Prefecture, his status comparable to that of a prefectural governor. Swish. At this instant, He Bing's icy gaze fell upon Yi Junlin, as he coldly inquired, "Are you the son of the Yi family, Yi Junlin, whose entire clan was annihilated 7 years ago? Why even ask when you already know?" Yi Junlin replied coldly. "Presumptuous. How dare you show such disrespect to the deputy commander?" Li Yan admonished Yi Junlin. A mere deputy commander is but an ant before our young master. Yan Er retorted disdainfully. Swish. Instantly, both Li Yan and He Bing's expressions altered, the latter sneering, such arrogance. Yi Fami's progeny, it appears you have undergone significant changes over the years. No wonder upon your return, you dare to stir such commotion, even going so far as to kill members of the Shen family. But do you comprehend the magnitude of the Shen family's power? He Bing's gaze remained icy as he scrutinized Yi Junlin. I have no desire to know. Yi Junlin replied indifferently. Because of your actions, the entire Zhonghai stock market has been brought to its knees. And the Shen family has mobilized a considerable force to deal with you. Your existence has severely disrupted the normal order of Zhonghai. I come here under the command of the commander to escort you to the Zhonwu division in Zhongnan Prefecture. If you wish to avoid a swift demise, you will comply and come with me quietly. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to send you to your grave right now. He Bing declared coldly, gripping the long knife in his hand. Swish. Swish. Leng Feng and Yan Er's expressions turned icy as they focused on He Bing, preparing to take action. What a lively scene we have here. At that moment, a deep voice resonated through the air. A middle-aged man, accompanied by a subordinate, emerged. He was the same man who had desired to bid on the mountain and river map at the previous auction. Yi Junlin cast a glance at the man. It's you. We meet again. The man offered a faint smile in response, while He Bing turned to him, coldly inquiring, Who are you? I am Gongsan Yang. The man replied nonchalantly. Swish. He Bing's brow furrowed as he asked, Are you from the Gongsan family? Our master is the third master of the Gongsan family. The subordinate behind the man scoffed. Instantly, both He Bing and Li Yan's expressions shifted, revealing their astonishment. It was none other than the esteemed Lord Gongsan. What could have brought him here? He Bing inquired, his tone softening considerably. For him. Gongsan Yang's gaze swept over Yi Junlin as he approached, stating, Young master. Should you be willing to part with that landscape painting, I can leverage the prestige of the Gongsan family to ensure your safety. Neither the town marshal division nor the Shen family would dare to lay a hand on you. This statement caused a noticeable change in He Bing's demeanor. His eyes fixated on Yi Junlin. You seem quite invested in obtaining a mere painting. Yi Junlin remarked, observing Gongsan Yang's declaration. The latter then asked, What are your thoughts? Young master. The landscape painting is a possession of the Yi family. As a descendant of the Yi clan, how could I possibly sell it to an outsider? Yi Junlin retorted firmly. Young man, our Lord Gongsan is speaking to you with kindness, do not refuse a toast and instead opt for a punishment drink. One of Gongsan Yang's attendants expressed their displeasure towards Yi Junlin. I have a particular fondness for punishment drinks. Yi Junlin replied coldly. Gongsan Yang's expression hardened as he stated. It appears you are resolutely unwilling to part with the landscape painting. Absolutely not. Yi Junlin declared without hesitation. In that case, there is no alternative. Gongsan Yang's gaze shifted to He Bing. You may take the person, but before you leave, I must ascertain the whereabouts of a certain item from him. He Bing responded promptly, agreed. He then turned his attention to Yi Junlin. You truly fear not for your life, disregarding such a valuable opportunity for survival. In the next instant, He Bing advanced towards Yi Junlin, blade in hand, only for Yena to interpose herself, stating, Are you certain you wish to harm the young master? Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Are you implying the identity of the dragon team? While others may fear them, the town marshal division does not. He Bing scoffed. Suddenly, Leng Feng lunged forward, brandishing a dagger towards He Bing, who swiftly unsheathed his long knife, the blinding flash of steel emanating from it, exuding a terrifying aura. Clang! Unexpectedly, Yi Junlin flicked his finger, and a silver needle shot forth, striking He Bing's long knife with a piercing clang. The force of the strike sent He Bing's weapon flying and caused him to stagger backward several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Leng Feng positioned his dagger at He Bing's throat. This scene astonished everyone present, particularly He Bing, who was momentarily taken aback. "Young master, shall we eliminate him?" Leng Feng inquired. Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on He Bing, his gaze darting towards Yi Junlin, revealing a glimmer of fear. The power of a mere silver needle had effortlessly disarmed him, such strength was simply unfathomable. "Return and inform your superiors that it would be wise for them to refrain from meddling in my affairs with the Shen family. Otherwise, regardless of your affiliations, I shall show no mercy," Yi Junlin coldly warned, casting a chilling glance at He Bing. In that moment, Cold Blade sheathed his dagger and coldly addressed He Bing, "Leave." The expression on He Bing's face turned sour as he cast a glance at Yi Junlin. Without uttering a word, he departed with Li Yan and the others. Meanwhile, Gongsan Yang's demeanor shifted repeatedly, prompting Yi Junlin to inquire, "Do you intend to take action?" "I apologize for the disturbance," Gongsan Yang replied, before leading his entourage away as well. At this juncture, Yi Junlin's gaze shifted to Bai Feng. "Sever his head and present it to the Bai family, informing them that on the day of the Yi family's mourning, I shall await their elders' retribution." "Understood," Cold Blade nodded, striding towards Bai Feng. Before he could utter a word, the dagger in Cold Blade's hand swept through the air, causing the head to roll onto the ground. Suddenly, Yi Junlin received a call from Su Shuya. "Hello, Shuya, what is it?" The voice of Tan Yaoyao resonated from the other end, urging him to come to the Intai shopping mall. After hanging up, Yi Junlin turned to Yana, "Have someone attend to these corpses." With that, he departed from the scene. Cold Blade approached, holding Bai Feng's head, and remarked to Yana, "This time, we have offended the Shenwu division, and they are unlikely to let this go easily. Furthermore, the Shen family wields considerable influence in Zhongnan. Should we reach out to higher authorities to mobilize reinforcements? To provoke the air of the Tianji Pavilion is to play with fire." Yana retorted, promptly pulling out her phone to dial a special number. Chapter 25, This Dress. "I shall take it." At the Silver Tie shopping mall, two youthful and radiant young ladies stood together. One donned a white dress, her flowing hair cascading around her, exuding an aura of youthful charm reminiscent of a neighborly girl. The other, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, possessed a doll-like visage, dressed in a student outfit, and playfully gnawing on a lollipop, radiated vivacity and energy. These two were none other than Su Shuya and Tan Yaoyao. "Yaoyao, do you think what we are doing might disturb Brother Junlin?" Su Shuya said softly. "Shuya, you are overly considerate of your brother Junlin. Isn't accompanying his girlfriend on a shopping spree something a boyfriend ought to do?" Tan Yaoyao pouted. "What boyfriend? We aren't in that kind of relationship." Su Shuya blushed immediately, her eyes filled with shyness. "Shuya, you wouldn't tell me that you two haven't defined your relationship yet, would you? But that doesn't add up. The way you interacted at school clearly indicated you were a couple in love. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so harsh with Itohai." Tan Yaoyao exclaimed, astonished, as she stared at Su Shuya while holding her lollipop. "It has only been a few days since Brother Junlin returned, we haven't had a chance to discuss these things." Su Shuya replied, a hint of nervousness in her tone. "What are you two talking about?" At that moment, Yi Junlin's figure appeared before them. "Hey, let me ask you. Do you like our Shuya?" Tan Yaoyao inquired directly, gazing at Yi Junlin. "Why do you ask?" Yi Junlin was taken aback, while Tan Yaoyao insisted. "Just tell me, do you like her or not?" "Of course I like her," Yi Junlin declared without hesitation. Instantly, a glimmer of joy appeared in Su Shuya's eyes. And Tan Yaoyao continued, "So, does that mean you acknowledge that Shuya is your girlfriend?" "Shuya is my woman," Yi Junlin stated decisively. Upon hearing this, Su Shuya's eyes sparkled with excitement, her delicate frame trembling slightly. "Humph, at least you have some conscience. But let me make this clear, if you dare to let Shuya down, don't blame me for being unkind." Tan Yaoyao glared at Yi Junlin, then promptly bit down on her lollipop, shattering it as if to issue a warning. Yi Junlin, witnessing the candy being crushed, felt a chill run down his spine. Hastily crossing his legs, realizing that this girl was quite formidable. "All right, let us commence our shopping," Tan Yao Yao said nonchalantly. "Shopping?" Yi Junlin was taken aback. To which Tan Yao Yao replied, "Indeed, we called you here to accompany us on our shopping spree." "What? Are you unwilling?" "Brother Junlin, if you don't wish to shop, we can forgo it," Su Shuya quickly added. "It's nothing, just a bit of shopping." Yi Junlin smiled faintly. Thus, the three of them began to wander through the shopping mall, drawing envious glances from many men within the establishment due to the charming trio of one man and two beautiful women. Before long, half an hour had passed, and Yi Junlin held 5 or 6 bags filled with items purchased by Su Shuya and Tan Yao Yao. "Shuya, didn't the school ask you to attend the anniversary gala? It's the perfect opportunity to select a dress." At that moment, Yi Junlin and his companions passed by an upscale gown store. Tan Yao Yao turned to Su Shuya and inquired about the upcoming school anniversary gala. "In just a few days, we will celebrate the 50th anniversary of our school, and the administration intends to host a gala to invite distinguished alumni back for a reunion. It also serves as an opportunity to promote the school, and they plan to select a group of students to attend. Shuya has received an invitation," Tan Yao Yao elaborated. "Yao Yao, the gowns here must be quite expensive, let us not," Su Shuya replied, shaking her head at the sight of the boutique. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Su family, she had always preferred modesty over extravagance, typically wearing ordinary clothes and seldom indulging in designer brands. "Don't worry, Shuya. Since we are here, let us choose a dress. I'll take care of the payment," Yi Junlin interjected. "Did you hear that? Someone else covering the bill. So what do you have to fear?" Tan Yao Yao exclaimed, pulling Su Shuya into the boutique. Upon entering, an array of dazzling, luxurious gowns greeted them. A sales associate approached with a warm smile. "Ladies, how may I assist you today? Please help my sister find an appropriate gown for the gala. One that accentuates her grace and figure," Tan Yao Yao promptly requested. "Certainly, miss." The sales associate began selecting gowns for Su Shuya. "This gown is our latest arrival, designed by a top Milan designer. There is only one in all of Jiangnan County. Would you like to try it on? I believe it suits your figure and demeanor beautifully." The associate presented a gown adorned with numerous diamonds, crafted from a fabric as delicate as snow, exuding an air of opulence. Both Su Shuya and Tan Yao Yao's eyes sparkled at the sight of the gown. "This dress is stunning, Shuya. Wearing this to the gala will surely captivate everyone," Tan Yao Yao exclaimed excitedly. 360,000. Is it really that expensive?" Su Shuya's expression shifted as she noted the price. "That's far too costly, let us find something else. There's no need to look further. This is the one," Yi Junlin asserted confidently. "Brother Junlin, this gown costs 360,000. It's too much," Su Shuya protested, having never spent such a sum before. "Don't fret, as long as you love it, the cost is inconsequential," Yi Junlin replied with a smile. "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" the sales associate inquired. "Absolutely. Please wrap it up, I'll take care of the payment," Yi Junlin declared, producing a black card, one bestowed upon him by his master before his descent from the mountains. Tan Yao Yao's eyes flickered with intrigue upon seeing the card in Yi Junlin's hand. "Very well." The sales associate's excitement grew. Selling this gown would earn her a considerable commission, and naturally, she was thrilled. "This gown is officially yours, miss." Just as the sales assistant was about to wrap the gown, a sultry voice pierced the air. Suddenly, a woman adorned in designer attire and donning sunglasses approached, flanked by a retinue of followers, exuding an air of grandeur. "Madam, this gown has already been purchased," the sales assistant hastily declared. "Are you deaf? Did you not hear me say that I want this gown? The woman retorted with an imperious tone. However, before the sales assistant could utter another word, the woman struck her across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Someone, wrap this gown for me at once, the woman commanded coldly. Chapter 26, The Supreme Dragon Card. With a sharp slap, the sunglasses-clad woman struck the sales assistant, causing a palpable shift in the expressions of those present in the boutique. Wrap this gown for me at once, she commanded nonchalantly after the act. How utterly arrogant, Tan Yao Yao remarked, her dissatisfaction evident as she glared at the woman. What did you say? The woman's demeanor shifted to one of cold menace upon hearing Tan Yao Yao's words. I said you are insufferably arrogant, Tan Yao Yao replied candidly. In an instant, the woman was taken aback and retaliated with a slap aimed at Tan Yao Yao. However, a crisp sound echoed through the air, not the sound of Tan Yao Yao being struck, but rather the woman herself, who found herself knocked to the ground, her face bruised. The one responsible for this decisive action was none other than Yi Junlin. Well done, Tan Yao Yao exclaimed, giving Yi Junlin an approving thumbs up. Miss. The entourage accompanying the woman momentarily froze before rushing forward to assist her. How dare you strike me? She seethed, clutching her face in fury as she glared at Yi Junlin. Do you have a problem with that? Yi Junlin retorted with equal bravado. You. The woman's expression twisted in rage as she barked orders at her followers, seize him. Instantly, several of her attendants lunged at Yi Junlin, only to be dispatched effortlessly, each sent flying with a swift kick. The woman's expression darkened, her anger palpable as she glared at Yi Junlin. Do you know who I am? I have no interest in knowing, Yi Junlin replied coolly. I am the daughter of the Zhang family, the prominent figure in Jiangnan, she declared, pointing accusatorily at Yi Junlin. And that makes you impressive? Yi Junlin scoffed, then citing further ire from the woman, who gritted her teeth in frustration. Are you all right? Yi Junlin asked as he helped the sales assistant to her feet. Thank you, sir. She expressed her gratitude. Please wrap that gown for me, Yi Junlin instructed nonchalantly. Certainly. The sales assistant nodded, but just then, a voice interrupted, wait. A portly man in a suit approached hastily, addressing the sales assistant, that gown is for Miss Zheng. What are you doing? Hurry and wrap it for her. But manager, this customer was the first to express interest. The sales assistant protested. And what of it? Look at them, or do they even look like they can afford a gown worth hundreds of thousands? Do you lack any discernment? You won't be coming to work tomorrow. The manager cast a disdainful glance at Yi Junlin and his companions, his eyes filled with contempt, before turning to Miss Zheng with an ingratiating smile. Miss Zheng, I am the manager of this boutique. I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident, it was our staff's oversight. Indeed. A boutique of your caliber should not permit such trash to enter, and that scoundrel even dared to strike me. The woman seethed. Miss Zheng speaks the truth. The manager nodded slightly, casting a glance at Yi Junlin. Young man, quickly apologize to Miss Zheng, or the consequences will be severe. Hey, what is wrong with you, manager? Are you looking down on us? Tan Yao Yao retorted angrily. This gown costs hundreds of thousands. Do you really think we can't afford it based on our appearance? Can you afford it? Just look at your attire. The manager scoffed. Whether we can afford it will be revealed once the card is swiped. Yi Junlin replied coldly. At that moment, the sales assistant picked up the black card Yi Junlin had handed over and showed it to the manager. Manager, this is the gentleman's card. What kind of card is this? I've never seen it before, it's probably just some cheap card from a street vendor. The manager glanced at the black card, which bore the intricate carving of a 5-clawed golden dragon and had no other information, before tossing it aside disdainfully. With a swift motion, the card was thrown away. And Yi Junlin's expression turned icy, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. At that moment, the group of people happened to pass by the store entrance. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit noticed the discarded black card and, upon seeing the 5-clawed golden dragon, his pupils contracted. He hurriedly picked it up, his expression filled with excitement. This is. Mr. He, what is the matter? The others accompanying the middle-aged man inquired, puzzled. Suddenly, the man rushed into the gown store, shouting, "Who threw this card?" "Mr. He, what brings you here?" the manager exclaimed respectfully upon recognizing the man as He Feng, the owner of the mall. "Who threw this card?" He Feng demanded, holding the card up towards the manager. The manager, looking at the card he had discarded, replied, "Mr. He, I threw it. Is there a problem?" Slap. Without warning, He Feng delivered a resounding slap to the manager's face. The crowd fell silent in shock. "Mr. He, what? What did I do wrong?" the manager asked, bewildered. "Who gave you this card that you dared to toss it aside so carelessly?" He Feng reprimanded fiercely. "I did," Yi Junlin stated matter-of-factly. He Feng immediately turned his gaze to Yi Junlin and approached him, his demeanor serious. "Is this card yours?" "Indeed, it is mine." "Is there a problem?" Yi Junlin replied directly. "No problem." He Feng quickly shook his head. "Young sir, may I inquire what you intend to do with this card?" Yi Junlin surmised that He Feng might have recognized the significance of the card, given that it was bestowed upon him by his esteemed master. He succinctly recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing this, He Feng's expression darkened considerably, his gaze filled with fury as he glared at the manager, wishing he could crush him for the audacity to insult someone holding the supreme dragon card of the Long Clan. This was nothing short of courting disaster. The Long Clan Commerce, indeed, stands as the foremost commercial entity in Long Nation, boasting a plethora of publicly listed companies under its aegis, with industries spanning every sector of the economy. It is truly a titan in the realm of commerce, rivaling even the most venerable global conglomerates that have thrived for centuries. The Long Clan Commerce has meticulously crafted a card that symbolizes its prestigious identity, known as the Dragon Card. This card is categorized into 5 tiers: silver, gold, diamond, purple gold, and supreme, distinguished by the imagery of a 1-clawed to 5-clawed golden dragon emblazoned upon it. Possessing a dragon card of varying levels grants individuals different privileges within the Long Clan Commerce. Among the elite circles of Long Nation, countless influential figures, business magnates, and scions of affluent families yearn for a dragon card, as it epitomizes status and rank. The Supreme Dragon Card represents the pinnacle of this hierarchy. Those fortunate enough to possess it enjoy complimentary access to any enterprise under the Long Clan Commerce and are entitled to the most exclusive treatments, including the ability to withdraw an astonishing sum of 10 billion. Furthermore, holders of the Supreme Dragon Card command respect and deference from the powerful elite throughout Long Nation. However, acquiring a dragon card from the Long Clan Commerce is an arduous endeavor, with higher tiers proving increasingly elusive. The Supreme Dragon Card has become a myth, with no known individual having ever obtained one. He Feng was taken aback to encounter the Supreme Dragon Card that day, astonished yet not doubting its authenticity. After all, in Long Nation, the fabrication of a counterfeit dragon card is tantamount to courting disaster. "My apologies, sir. I did not anticipate such an occurrence in our establishment," He Feng expressed to Yi Junlin, his gaze shifting toward the manager. "You apologize to this gentleman immediately and implore his forgiveness. Otherwise, I assure you, you will not see the morrow." The manager, upon hearing He Feng's command, was left dumbfounded, while the onlookers were expressions of sheer disbelief. "Do you not comprehend my words?" He Feng backed again, and the manager quickly realized that this seemingly unassuming young man was of considerable significance. He hastily knelt and pleaded, "Sir, I am truly sorry. I was blind to your worth and inadvertently offended you. Please, grant me your forgiveness." "Begone," Yi Junlin replied coldly, devoid of expression. "Immediately remove him from these premises, ensuring he never sets foot here again," He Feng commanded, and the manager was promptly dragged away. "My sincerest apologies, sir." I shall have your gown wrapped up at once. And you shall incur no expense. He Feng said, respectfully returning the Supreme Dragon card to Yi Junlin. Not at all. This gown has caught my eye. And no one is permitted to take it. At that moment, Zheng Yunyun, the eldest daughter of the Zheng family, interjected once more. Chapter 27, Rooting Out the Problem. Leaving no future trouble swish. He Feng's gaze swept toward Zheng Yunyun as he coldly inquired, "Who are you?" "I am the eldest young lady of the Zheng group. This dress is mine to claim, do you dare to refuse me?" Zheng Yunyun exclaimed imperiously. Is the Zheng group truly impressive? It merely relies on the Zhao family for support. He Feng scoffed. Indeed, my grandfather is the old master of the Zhao family. And my uncle is the head of the Zhao family. Do you dare to offend me? Zheng Yunyun retorted with a proud expression. Referring to the Zhao family as one of the 6 prominent families in Jiangnan County. Humph, merely a wealthy family like the Zhao family. Does she truly believe herself to be the emperor of the Dragon Nation? He Feng regarded Zheng Yunyun with a look of incredulity. How could one who possesses the Supreme Dragon card be trifled by a mere local aristocracy? The Zhao family may wield considerable power and prestige in Jiangnan County. But in the grand scope of the Dragon Nation, they amount to nothing. Not even the 6 prominent families of Jiangnan County would dare to challenge the master of the Supreme Dragon card. You dare to oppose the Zhao family? Zheng Yunyun glared at He Feng in fury, to which he commanded, "Someone, throw this woman out." You dare. Zheng Yunyun's expression shifted dramatically as He Feng's men promptly ejected her from the premises. Young master, was this handling satisfactory? He Feng then turned to Yi Junlin with a respectful demeanor. Very well. Yi Junlin nodded, and He Feng cautiously inquired, "May I ask how I should address you?" "I am He Feng, the manager of this mall." "Just call me Yi Junlin replied, and soon after, a sales assistant approached with the packaged dress. "Sir. The dress is ready. Young Master Yi, would you like me to arrange for someone to deliver it to your home?" He Feng offered. "No need." Yi Junlin accepted the dress and departed with Su Shuai and Tan Yaoyao. Few once Yi Junlin had left. He Feng took a deep breath and hastily dialed a number. "Mr. Fu, I have something to report." "What? Is what you said true?" Moments later. In a luxurious office in Jiangnan County, a corpulent man weighing over 200 pounds leapt up from his chair in shock. His clothing audibly tearing as it could no longer contain him. "All right, I'm coming right away." The man exclaimed excitedly. He was Fu Dotsai, the head of the Longsha Chamber of Commerce's Jiangnan County branch. Immediately after hanging up, Fu Dotsai shouted, "Xiaoma, prepare a car for me, no, arrange a helicopter. I must fly to Zhonghai at once." At that moment, as Yi Junlin exited the mall, he turned to Tan Yaoyao and said, "How long are you going to keep staring at me?" Since leaving the dress shop, Tan Yaoyao's gaze had not strayed from Yi Junlin, nearly leading him to believe that the girl had developed feelings for him. "Who exactly are you? How do you possess the Supreme Dragon card of the Longsha Chamber of Commerce?" Tan Yaoyao directly questioned Yi Junlin. "The Supreme Dragon card? Are you referring to my black card?" Yi Junlin replied, astonished. "Are you unaware that this is the Supreme Dragon card?" Upon hearing Yi Junlin's words, Tan Yaoyao was taken aback. "Unaware? That was my pocket money from my 5th master." Yi Junlin shook his head. "Pocket money?" Instantly, Tan Yaoyao looked at Yi Junlin with her jaw nearly dropping, silently pondering who this 5th master of his could be. To treat the Supreme Dragon card as mere pocket change, how extravagant. Indeed, what's the matter? Yi Junlin remained oblivious to the significance of the black card his 5th master had bestowed upon him, otherwise, his expression would have been quite different. "You'd best refrain from mentioning that to anyone else, or it could land you in trouble." Tan Yaoyao shot Yi Junlin a disapproving glance. Soon after, the 3 of them found a place to dine, but before they could finish their meal, a throng of individuals burst into the restaurant, forcibly ejecting all the other patrons. There were at least 500 or 600 of them, completely filling the restaurant inside and out, brandishing weapons and radiating an intimidating aura. The expressions of Su Shuai and Tan Yaoyao shifted dramatically, while Yi Junlin sighed, "Why is it that I can never enjoy a peaceful meal?" It seemed he had an uncanny knack for attracting trouble whenever he dined out. Suddenly, a figure strode in, clad in leather and sporting a mane of silver hair. Exuding an arrogant demeanor akin to a rebellious wolf, he was none other than the Wolf King, the leader of the Wolf Gate. The Wolf King cast a piercing gaze at Yi Junlin and his companions before striding toward them. Addressing Yi Junlin and Su Shuai directly, "You are Su Shuai and the one who injured young Master Ito, are you not? Were you sent by Ito High? You are not from the Wolf Gate, are you?" Yi Junlin glanced at the Wolf King. "Oh, so you are familiar with the Wolf Gate, you possess some discernment." The Wolf King remarked with a cold snort, just as a man approached him and whispered something in his ear. Instantly, the Wolf King's demeanor hardened as he fixed his gaze on Yi Junlin. "You are the one who crippled the young master of the Ming family. No wonder you know about the Wolf Gate, our paths are fated to cross. You speak far too much." Yi Junlin shook his head. "Not only have you offended the Ming family, but you have also antagonized the Wolf Gate and young Master Ito. Today, I, the Wolf King, will ensure that." The Wolf King boasted, but before he could finish, Yi Junlin suddenly reached out, seizing his head and smashing it onto the table, while his other hand brandished a knife and fork, pressing it against the Wolf King's throat. "Release the leader." The members of the Wolf Gate immediately changed their expressions, brandishing their weapons at Yi Junlin. "You!" The Wolf King was left utterly stunned. "So, you are the Wolf King? I expected you to be far more formidable." Yi Junlin remarked coldly. "What kind of skill is a sneak attack? Have the courage to let me go and fight me again." The Wolf King shouted. "You won't have that opportunity." Yi Junlin's knife and fork pierced through the Wolf King's throat. At that moment, the members of the Wolf Gate were all rendered speechless, while Su Shuai and Tan Yaoyao's expressions shifted once more. Bang! Yi Junlin unceremoniously discarded the corpse of the Wolf King, his gaze piercing through the members of the Wolf sect with a chilling bloodlust. "Leave." The sight of their leader being swiftly vanquished sent shivers through the ranks of the Wolf sect, stripping them of any desire to confront Yi Junlin. And they fled in disarray. "My apologies for frightening you," Yi Junlin said, turning to Su Shuai and Tan Yaoyao with a hint of contrition. "You are truly ruthless." Tan Yaoyao murmured, observing Yi Junlin. "I prefer to eliminate any potential threats," Yi Junlin replied nonchalantly. "Eradicate the roots, leave no future troubles." These 8 words were a mantra instilled in Yi Junlin by his masters. "Brother Junlin, I'm sorry for causing you trouble again," Su Shuai said, her expression one of regret as she looked at Yi Junlin. "What are you apologizing for, you silly girl?" Yi Junlin smiled gently, then turned his gaze toward Tan Yaoyao. "Are you not afraid after witnessing a murder? What else there to fear? I've seen plenty of killings on television." Tan Yaoyao shrugged dismissively. Yi Junlin regarded her with a knowing glance and suggested, "Let's out find another place to dine." As night fell, Yi Junlin had just seen Su Shuai back to the Su residence when Yin appeared before him, stating, "Young master, the Shan family of Zhongnan has assembled 8,000 men and has now entered Zhonghai." 8,000? That is quite an impressive force. Yi Junlin chuckled lightly. "Let us go and engage with them." Chapter 28, 8,000 disciples seek to slay Yi Junlin. As night fell, the once boisterous Zhonghai had succumbed to an oppressive silence. Hours earlier, the governor of Zhonghai had abruptly declared a curfew, forbidding any citizen from venturing outside. Consequently, the streets of Zhonghai lay deserted, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Yet, upon one of the main thoroughfares, a solitary figure sat, Yi Junlin. Before him lay an exquisite tea set, with Yana skillfully preparing tea, while Leng Feng stood nearby, resembling a sword poised to be drawn, radiating an aura of sharpness and readiness. In this tranquil setting, the trio of Yi Junlin stood in stark contrast to the surrounding silence. Suddenly, the distant sound of heavy, synchronized footsteps echoed through the night. In an instant, a multitude of figures emerged, filling the street to its very end, 7,000 to 8,000 men, all clad in white mourning garb, exuding an air of impending doom. Each individual wielded a sharp blade, their intent palpable in the charged atmosphere. At the forefront of this formidable assembly stood Shen Qianqiu, the head of one of the 6 prominent families of Zhongnan Prefecture, equally adorned in white mourning attire, his countenance cold and eyes brimming with a relentless desire for vengeance. Before long, Shen Qianqiu, leading the 8,000 gathered from various cities, confronted Yi Junlin, their collective gaze fixated upon him. At that moment, Yi Junlin lifted the tea prepared by Yena, savoring a sip, and remarked, "Yena, your tea-making skills are commendable, though they still pale in comparison to my third master's finesse. How could a mere subordinate possibly compare to the esteemed lord?" Yena replied, bowing slightly. "Yi Junlin." Shen Qianqiu's voice rang out, icy and filled with murderous intent. He had seen Yi Junlin's likeness before. The visage of the man who had slain his wife and children was indelibly etched in his memory. With a deliberate motion, Yi Junlin set down his teacup and directed his gaze toward Shen Qianqiu, uttering, "Oh, the member of the Shen family, I presume." "I am Shen Qianqiu, head of the Shen family." "Yi Junlin, you have murdered my wife and children. Tonight, you shall pay in blood for your transgressions." Shen Qianqiu thundered, his rage palpable. "Pay in blood?" Yi Junlin scoffed, the derisive smile curving his lips. Their demise was well deserved. His words ignited an inferno within Shen Qianqiu, whose eyes blazed with unrestrained fury as he clenched his fists and declared, "You dare to brazenly appear before me after slaughtering my family? Do you truly believe my Shen family is insignificant?" "Shen family?" Yi Junlin sneered, his disdain evident. That mere glance was enough to provoke Shen Qianqiu beyond measure. With a roar, he commanded, "Kill him. Tear him to shreds." In an instant, the gathering of 8,000 individuals brandished their sharp blades, poised to strike. However, at that moment the hasty procession of several hundred figures appeared, all adorned in the uniform of the Zhenwu division, led by 5 individuals. Among them was He Bing, the vice commander of the Zhongnan Prefecture's Zhenwu division, accompanied by the remaining 4 vice commanders. "Master Shen, please restrain your anger," one of the vice commanders implored, addressing Shen Qianqiu. His name was Xian Jian, the most formidable among the 5 vice commanders, holding a position and strength second only to the commander of Zhongnan Prefecture. "What brings you here, Zhenwu division?" Shen Qianqiu retorted coldly, fixing his gaze upon Xian Jian and the others. "Master Shen, I deeply regret the events that have befallen your family, yet I urge you to remain calm. Your unilateral assembly of such a multitude to invade Zhonghai has far-reaching implications. If this stirs the capital, it could lead to significant trouble." Xian Jian cautioned. "And what of it? Do you expect me to abandon my quest for vengeance?" Shen Qianqiu glared icily at Xian Jian. "Rest assured, we in the Zhenwu division will apprehend the culprits responsible for the deaths of your wife and child. And we will ensure that justice is served to the Shen family," Xian Jian asserted directly. "The avenging of my wife and child's deaths is a matter I shall handle myself, without the interference of your Zhenwu division. Today, I will slay this scion of the Yi family, and none shall deter me. Anyone who attempts to obstruct my path shall find themselves an enemy of the Shen family." Shen Qianqiu declared, each word laced with lethal intent, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed firmly on Yi Junlin. "I dare to see who among you would dare to harm the young master." Yena, with a frosty demeanor, called out to Shen Qianqiu, while Lingfeng brandished a dagger, radiating an aura of chilling menace. "Do you believe that the 2 of you can stand against my 8,000 men?" Shen Qianqiu scoffed dismissively. "Who said it was only the 2 of us?" Yena replied with a subtle smile. Boom! 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 At that moment, a series of thunderous roars erupted from the void above. Several helicopters appeared in the sky, and soon after, more than 20 individuals descended from each aircraft. In the blink of an eye, nearly 300 figures materialized before Yena, each clad in uniform, their expressions grim, wielding an array of weapons. Members of the Dragon Group. Xian Jian and the other 4 vice commanders exchanged alarmed glances, their faces paling in shock. These individuals were garbed in the attire of the Dragon Group, unmistakably denoting their elite membership. How could so many members of the Dragon Group possibly appear? One vice commander of the Shonu division exclaimed, stunned. It is crucial to note that the Dragon Group is a specialized organization within Longwa, executing various extraordinary missions, comprising elite members whose prowess is unparalleled. The mere presence of one could dismantle an entire faction, and now, with nearly 300 members emerging at once, the strength they wielded could easily seize the governance of a small nation. At that juncture, He Bing spoke up. The man accompanying Yi Junlin is from the Dragon Group. Could it be that these members have been summoned by him? How is that even conceivable? Gathering such a multitude of Dragon Group members must surely be an undertaking reserved for the upper echelons of the organization, one deputy commander questioned. Could it be that you are insinuating that this young man, who suffered the loss of his family 7 years ago, is now among the high ranks of the Dragon Group? Even the most ordinary members of the Dragon Group would find it exceedingly challenging to summon such a vast number of their comrades at once, unless the command came directly from one of the elders or the leader of the Dragon Group. Xian Jian remarked with a serious demeanor. But why are these Dragon Group members present here? At that moment, the deputy commanders of the town marshal division were left utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Shen Qianqiu, observing the Dragon Group members and hearing the discussions among Xian Jian and his companions, furrowed his brow. As the head of the Shen family, he was well aware of the immense power and authority wielded by the Dragon Group. Yet he had not anticipated that the young man from the Yi family would have any ties to them. Who are they? Yi Junlin also regarded the Dragon Group members with a puzzled expression. Young master, they are members of the Dragon Group. Yan Er responded. Did you summon them? Yi Junlin inquired in astonishment. No, it was the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Leng Feng interjected. While Yan Er cast a glance at Shen Qianqiu, do you still intend to take action? Young man, I did not expect you could enlist the Dragon Group to back you, but even with their support, you shall still meet your demise. With merely their presence, they cannot guarantee your safety. Shen Qianqiu bellowed with a fierce countenance. This time, even if it meant incurring the wrath of the Dragon Group. He was determined to eliminate Yi Junlin, otherwise, how could the Shen family retain their dignity? Is that so? Yan Er responded with a mysterious smile. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of heavy footsteps echoed from behind Yi Junlin, as if an army of thousands was marching forth. In an instant, the expressions of Shen Qianqiu and Xian Jian shifted dramatically as they exchanged glances. Chapter 29. A formidable lineup at this moment, behind Yi Junlin. A formidable assembly emerged, warriors clad in silver armor, wielding silver spears, radiating an aura of invincibility and unparalleled lethality. Their numbers exceeded 1,000. Each with a frigid gaze and an air of terrifying battle intent, marching in perfect unison, unmistakably a well-trained elite legion. Though the legion comprised merely 1,000 men, their imposing presence overshadowed the 8,000 troops of the Shen family. They were the Silver Dragon Guard. Xian Jian and the other 4 deputy commanders gazed upon this legion, their expressions shifting once again, astonishment flashing in their eyes. How could the Silver Dragon Guard possibly be here? He Bing exclaimed in shock. What is the purpose of this gathering tonight? The Dragon Group has arrived, and even the Silver Dragon Guard has made an appearance. One deputy commander appeared somewhat numbed by the revelation. Who are they? Yi Junlin regarded the legion with a puzzled expression. Youth, they belong to the Silver Dragon Guard, one of the 3 elite guards of the capital. Yan Er replied calmly. The 3 elite guards of the capital. Yi Junlin was taken aback, and Yan Er elaborated. The 3 elite guards are the pinnacle forces tasked with safeguarding the capital, directly under the Elder Council. Such prowess. Did the Tiangong Pavilion summon them? Yi Junlin was astonished upon seeing Yan Er nod, never imagining that the Tiangong Pavilion could command even the guards of the nation. This was beyond impressive. The shock experienced by the 5 deputy commanders stemmed from the identity of the Silver Dragon Guard, after all. The 3 elite guards had always been responsible for defending the capital and were directly controlled by the Elder Council, impervious to external influence. How could they possibly appear here? As the Silver Dragon Guard materialized, the atmosphere grew exceedingly oppressive, even Shen Chenchio's countenance darkened significantly. Though he was unaware of the Legion's true identity. Their imposing demeanor and attire indicated their formidable origins. Shen Chenchio had not anticipated that dealing with a destitute youth would attract such powerful forces. However, his astonishment was far from over. Whooshed! 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 Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. From the surrounding high-rises, ropes shot forth. Their ends affixed with iron claws embedding themselves into the ground. In swift succession, figures cloaked in black, wielding black scythes, descended along the ropes, materializing around the 8,000 troops of the Shen family. These figures numbered a staggering 3,000. Each bore a cold gaze, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence, akin to a legion of reapers emerging from the depths of hell, causing the temperature of the air to plummet dramatically, chilling to the bone. The members of the Shen family and the troops of the Shenu division were equally taken aback by the sudden arrival of these black-clad figures. Who are they? A deputy commander inquired, his expression grave. They are the assassins of the Dark Pavilion. Yan Er stated succinctly. As soon as her words fell, Shen Chenchio's face paled dramatically. His body trembling violently, disbelief evident in his eyes. Meanwhile, the 5 deputy commanders from the Zhongnan branch of the Shenu division were expressions of utter shock. The Dark Pavilion, one of the 4 premier assassin organizations in the Dragon Kingdom, is notorious for its infallible precision. No target set upon by its members has ever escaped. Even the Martial Command, wary of its formidable reputation, refrains from provoking it lightly. In the upper echelons of Dragon Kingdom society, many influential figures resort to hiring assassins from the Dark Pavilion to deal with their adversaries, albeit at an exorbitant price. Now, with 3,000 assassins from the Dark Pavilion present, the sheer scale of this display left the 5 deputy commanders of the Martial Command utterly speechless. The head of the Shen family, Shen Chenchio, who understood the terror of the Dark Pavilion all too well, was equally astounded. Are you still contemplating the assassination of the young master? Yena remarked coldly, her gaze fixed on Shen Chenchio, whose expression shifted uncomfortably. To lay a hand on the young master is to invite merciless retribution. Cold Front declared with an impassive demeanor. As his words reverberated through the air, the members of the Dragon Group surged forward, attacking the Shen family's personnel, while the over 1,000 Silver Dragon guards brandished their spears, charging into the fray. With a swift and ghostly grace, the 3,000 assassins from the Dark Pavilion joined the onslaught, their weapons gleaming like the scythes of death, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the Shen family members. In an instant, the 8,000 troops assembled by the Shen family were overwhelmed, utterly crushed, and reduced to mere lambs awaiting slaughter. This scene left the members of the Martial Command in a state of shock. Does the Martial Command wish to eliminate the young master as well? Yena inquired, her gaze now directed at the Martial Command personnel. The mere utterance of her words caused the 5 deputy commanders to flinch, their faces paling with apprehension. With the combined might of the Dragon Group, Dark Pavilion, and Silver Dragon Guards, even the entire contingent of the Martial Command from Zhongnan Prefecture would be swiftly annihilated. The sheer ferocity of this alliance was overwhelming. At that moment, the 5 deputy commanders turned their eyes to Yi Junlin, their minds swirling with profound questions. Who is this individual? To command the allegiance of the Dark Pavilion, Dragon Group, and Silver Dragon Guard simultaneously requires an extraordinary level of influence. My apologies, we have no intention of opposing young Master Yi, Xian Jian stated, clasping his fists in deference. Given the circumstances, it was his only recourse, otherwise, they might not survive to see another day. You may leave, Yi Junlin replied, fixing a steely gaze on the Martial Command members. Should there be a next time, I shall not be so accommodating. With that, Xian Jian swiftly led the martial command personnel away. In the span of mere minutes, the 8,000 troops of the Shen family were ruthlessly decimated by the forces of the Dark Pavilion, Silver Dragon Guards, and Dragon Group, leaving a mountain of corpses in their wake. That truly harrowing spectacle. Shen Qianqiu found himself seized by cold front and brought before Yi Junlin, where he knelt in abject submission. Shen Qianqiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yi Junlin, utterly at a loss for words. He could scarcely fathom that the Shen family's full might would culminate in such a devastating outcome. Since both your wife and son have perished, you might as well join them, Yi Junlin remarked coldly as he gazed at Shen Qianqiu. With a swift motion, Leng Feng promptly ended Shen Qianqiu's life. Thus, the head of the Shen family, one of the 6 prominent families in Jiangnan, collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by an insatiable sense of bitterness. Young master, shall we proceed to eradicate the Shen family entirely? Yena inquired, her eyes fixed on Yi Junlin. The commotion tonight has already escalated significantly. Let us proceed with caution for now, Yi Junlin replied. If the members of the Shen family remain oblivious to their impending doom, then they shall not be spared. Although he harbored intentions of annihilating the Shen family, he was acutely aware of their status as a top-tier family in Jiangnan, with extensive connections. A direct assault would undoubtedly provoke monumental repercussions. Despite having the support of 9 masters, he preferred to avoid stirring a considerable uproar. By the way, inform the Shen family to immediately lift their economic suppression of Zhonghai, otherwise, they shall bear the consequences, Yi Junlin instructed Yena, who nodded in assent. Afterward, Yi Junlin returned to the Ipin villa, yet upon entering the residence, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Chapter 30, Do you wish to erase my existence from this world? At this moment, within Yi Junlin's villa, a group of individuals clad in black suits stood with an air of coldness, their temples bulging, revealing their martial prowess. Seated upon the sofa was a middle-aged man with a square face, exuding the authority of a superior, his expression stern. Before him stood a woman with a defiant demeanor. She was Lin Mengwei, the very woman Yi Junlin had rescued from a bar. You finally returned, Lin Mengwei exclaimed joyously upon seeing Yi Junlin. She hurriedly approached him, grasping his arm and leading him to stand before the middle-aged man. Look, he is my boyfriend. In an instant, the man's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes upon Yi Junlin, emanating an intimidating aura that few would dare to meet head-on. Yi Junlin, taken aback, glanced at Lin Mengwei, who subtly gestured towards him with her eyes. You are my daughter's boyfriend. The middle-aged man, revealing himself to be Lin Mengwei's father, barked coldly at Yi Junlin. I am not her boyfriend, Yi Junlin replied bluntly. You. Lin Mengwei's eyes rolled in frustration at Yi Junlin's lack of cooperation. Kid, consider yourself fortunate. You are not worthy of becoming my Lin Shengtian's son-in-law, the middle-aged man remarked with a tone laced with disdain. Dad, what are you saying? He is not my boyfriend because I am still pursuing him, but he has yet to accept me, Lin Mengwei retorted to her father, Lin Shengtian. Lin Shengtian's expression darkened as anger flickered in his eyes, directed at Lin Mengwei. Nonsense. You are my daughter, the esteemed young lady of the Lin family. How could you humiliate yourself by chasing after someone? What would the world think of our family? Where would our dignity lie? He then turned his gaze to Yi Junlin. I care not who you are or what relationship you share with my daughter, but I demand that you immediately vanish from her presence and ensure you have no further dealings with her. Shouldn't it be you who disappears? This is my home. You seem to be unaware of the situation, Yi Junlin replied, somewhat bewildered by the absurdity of the demand to vanish from his own home. Humph. And what of your home? I demand you leave my daughter's sight at once, or I shall ensure you are erased from this world entirely, Lin Shengtian declared, his demeanor imposing, as if Yi Junlin were merely an insect at his mercy. Dad, you. Lin Mengwei's expression shifted to one of concern upon hearing her father's threat of erasure. She quickly interjected, knowing full well that with her father's influence, Making someone disappear was a trivial matter. She had merely intended for Yi Junlin to serve as a shield against her father's insistence on her arranged marriage. She had never intended for him to be put in jeopardy of losing his life. Upon hearing her father's words, Lin Mengwei anxiously spoke up. But before she could utter more than a few phrases, Yi Junlin suddenly strode towards her father. "Did you just say you want me to vanish from this world?" Yi Junlin coldly addressed Lin Shengtian, advancing with purpose. At that moment, the group of martial artists clad in black suits within the villa narrowed their eyes. Swiftly positioning themselves before Yi Junlin with a chilling glare, ready to engage in combat, as if prepared to strike the instant he dared to take another step forward. "Get lost." Yi Junlin cast a disdainful glance at the suited warriors and backed. His words darkened their expressions, prompting them to launch an attack against him. All of these individuals were martial artists of at least the 7th rank in the Yellow Realm, with several reaching the 9th rank. And even 2 at the precipice of the Shen Realm. The presence of such formidable guards underscored Lin Mengwei's father's considerable background, yet to Yi Junlin, they were no more significant than mere insects. With a flurry of movement, Yi Junlin's strikes were as swift as lightning, sending the group of martial artists sprawling in mere moments. This spectacle caused Lin Shengtian to raise an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he regarded Yi Junlin. "You are indeed a martial artist." In one fluid motion, Yi Junlin stepped forward, positioning himself directly before Lin Shengtian, his hand darting towards him like a bolt of lightning. The latter's gaze sharpened, and he retaliated with a fierce surge of energy directed at Yi Junlin. With a resounding impact, Yi Junlin transformed his hand into a claw, forcefully countering Lin Shengtian's attack. And with overwhelming force, he seized the latter by the throat, lifting him off the ground. "You wish for me to disappear from this world?" Yi Junlin questioned, his expression devoid of emotion. At this moment, Lin Shengtian's neck was firmly gripped by Yi Junlin's hand, his face flushed and features contorted. The earlier air of authority and dominance utterly dissipated. Seeing this, Lin Mengwei was taken aback. She had never expected her father's strength to be so swiftly subdued by Yi Junlin. After all, she had witnessed her father single-handedly slay a tiger with a single punch. In her eyes, her father was a figure of extraordinary prowess, yet today, her understanding was profoundly challenged. "You." Lin Shengtian attempted to articulate a response to Yi Junlin but found himself unable to voice it. "If you desire my disappearance from this world, then I shall ensure your own vanishes as well," Yi Junlin declared, preparing to end Lin Shengtian's life. "Please, no." Lin Mengwei quickly reacted, rushing to stand before Yi Junlin, pleading, "Do not kill my father. Please, spare him." Yi Junlin glanced at Lin Mengwei, noting her distress. With a dismissive flick of his wrist, he hurled Lin Shengtian to the ground. With a third Lin Shengtian as Yi Junlin reclined on the sofa, he coldly declared, "For the sake of your daughter, I shall spare your life today. However, you are to vacate my residence immediately. Should you dare to return, there will be no mercy." At that moment, Lin Shengtian gazed at Yi Junlin, his expression shifting with discomfort. "Father, perhaps you should return home," Lin Mengwei urged. "Are you not coming with me?" Lin Shengtian shot an intense look at Lin Mengwei, who retorted, "Did you not hear me express my intention to pursue him? I refuse to return until I become his girlfriend. He nearly killed you just now, and yet you still wish to pursue him." Lin Shengtian glared at Lin Mengwei. "Father, you cannot blame him, you were the one who spoke of wanting him gone. He was merely warning you, not truly intending to kill." Lin Mengwei insisted. "Now, please hurry home. Otherwise, he may genuinely kill you." Lin Shengtian's gaze flickered as he regarded Yi Junlin. "I warn you, should you harbor any improper intentions towards Mengwei, the Lin family will not let you off easily." Yi Junlin's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Lin Shengtian, causing the latter's expression to change. He left the villa with his entourage. "Thank you for not killing my father just now." Lin Mengwei turned to Yi Junlin and expressed her gratitude. "What are you still doing here?" Yi Junlin asked. I already told you I intend to pursue you, Lin Mengwei replied. Do you expect me to believe that? Yi Junlin rolled his eyes at her. Indeed, I only said that to deceive my father, otherwise, he would drag me back to marry a man I loathe. But now, I have made my decision, I shall officially pursue you. Lin Mengwei stated directly. Ah. Yi Junlin looked at her in astonishment. Are you feverish? What nonsense are you spouting? I am not speaking nonsense. Ever since I was young, I dreamed of marrying a great hero. The fact that even my father is no match for you proves you are indeed a great hero, and thus I want you to be my boyfriend. Lin Mengwei proclaimed earnestly. I believe you have watched too many dramas. What great hero? I have no interest in you. Yi Junlin scoffed and stood to head upstairs. Hey! Am I not a beauty in my own right? I possess both looks and figure. How could you possibly have no interest in me? Lin Mengwei protested, her displeasure evident. Having been treated like a princess and surrounded by suitors throughout her life, it was shocking for Lin Mengwei, the proud young lady, to hear a man express disinterest in her. You lack a chest. Yi Junlin bluntly remarked, casting a glance at Lin Mengwei's shortcomings. Ah! Lin Mengwei was momentarily taken aback. Once she processed his words, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she angrily shouted at Yi Junlin, pervert. Rogue. Scoundrel. Meanwhile, in a hospital ward by the river, Ito Hei lay in bed, while before him stood a middle-aged man of diminutive stature, with a drooping mustache and a darkened countenance. Uncle, you have finally arrived. You must avenge me. Ito Hei exclaimed, gazing at the man. How dare they inflict such harm upon you? They are truly scoundrels. Where is that scoundrel, Wolf King? Did he fail to apprehend the culprit? The middle-aged man spoke with a heavy accent in the language of the Dragon Kingdom, his expression grim, and his eyes glinting with fierce intensity. I previously dispatched him to capture the individual, but he was killed. Ito Hei replied. Killed? Indeed. Those from the Dragon Kingdom are utterly unreliable, they are nothing but a pitiful lot. Fear not, my dear Hei, for tomorrow I shall personally seek vengeance for you. Those who dare to harm members of the Ito family shall face a fate worse than death. The man's eyes gleamed with a malevolent light as he spoke coldly. Chapter 31. Behind the forces. The following day, Jiangzhou, the Shen family. In the grand hall of the Shen family, a group of senior members stood. Their expressions grim and filled with discontent. The atmosphere was heavy with oppression, and before them lay a lifeless body, the remains of Shen Chenqiu, the head of the Shen family. The sound of footsteps echoed ominously. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and the venerable patriarch of the Shen family, Shen Wanshun, rushed in with great urgency. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of his son, Shen Chenqiu, a profound tremor coursed through his entire being, and his complexion turned as pale as death. Shen Wanshun gazed upon the lifeless body of his son and cried out, but as he uttered a single word, he suddenly expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, his body swaying unsteadily. My dear father. Immediately, the members of the Shen family hurriedly stepped forward to support one another. However, Shen Wanshun declined their assistance and approached the lifeless body of Shen Chenqiu, gazing into the unblinking eyes that reflected a profound anguish and desolation. The patriarch of the Shen family found himself reeling from the recent loss of his daughter-in-law and grandson. Now, with the death of his own son, the magnitude of his grief is beyond comprehension. In an instant, Shen Wanshun appeared to age several decades. Old master, you must take care of your health. The members of the Shen family gazed at Shen Wanshun, expressing their concerns. Now that Shen Chenqiu has passed away, the family can only rely on the old master, otherwise they will face utter collapse. Who is responsible for my son's death? Shen Wanshun gently reached out and closed Shen Chenqiu's still open eyes, his expression darkening as he spoke. Immediately, one of the Shen family members interjected, the family head must have been killed by that young man from the Yi family, he sent someone to deliver the family head's body back to us. What about the 8,000 men How is it that so many of them could not protect my son? Shen Wanshan, veins bulging, exclaimed with fervor, "Old master. There has been no word from them to this day. I dispatched individuals to Zhonghai to seek any tidings, yet not a whisper has reached us. I fear they may have all perished." The members of the Shen family bowed their heads. And his words caused the expressions of the other Shen family members present to change dramatically. 8,000 people, all perished. How could this be conceivable? Surely. It is inconceivable that 8,000 pigs could be entirely slaughtered in a single night, is it not? All perished. Every last one. Shen Wanshan's countenance was equally grim, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. "Old master, the other party has also sent word demanding that we immediately lift the economic blockade against Zhonghai, or else." The member of the Shen family continued. "Or else what?" Shen Wanshan bellowed, "Otherwise, bear the consequences." A member of the Shen family proclaimed directly. Boom. At this moment, an overwhelming fury erupted from Shen Wanshan, his eyes brimming with boundless killing intent. Everyone present could feel a terrifying oppressive force, as if a volcano was on the verge of eruption. "Good, very good." Shen Wanshan enunciated each word with chilling lethality, his voice dripping with venom. "Issue my command immediately, mobilize every last resource of the Shen family to ruthlessly crush Zhonghai's economy. Let every soul in Zhonghai know this, unless that your wealth perishes. Our Shen family shall drag this city's prosperity back 3 decades. Immediately contact the second brother and inform him that his elder brother, sister-in-law, and nephew have all perished." Shen Wanshan commanded one by one. "Understood." The members of the Shen family nodded in unison. At the same time, contact Shen Ren and instruct him to lead the Viper Legion back immediately. Shen Wanshan commanded once more. The mention of the Viper Legion caused the members of the Shen family to exchange anxious glances. This formidable unit was cultivated at great expense by the Shen family abroad. Having seen the battlefield and comprised of true merciless executioners, it was one of the family's crucial trump cards, tasked with safeguarding Shen family assets overseas. Besides the senior members of the family, no one else was privy to its existence. The old patriarch's decision to summon this elite force back indicated a willingness to stake everything against that young man from the Yi family. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan district base of the Shenwu division, Deputy Commanders Xian Jian and He Bing, along with 3 others, sat with grave expressions. "I have investigated the events of last night regarding the Dragon Group, Dark Pavilion, and Silver Dragon Guards appearing in Zhonghai. There are no leads whatsoever. Not even a trace of their mobilization from the capital," one deputy commander reported. "How can this be possible? Over 200 members of the Dragon Group and thousands of Silver Dragon Guards were mobilized, yet there is no evidence in the capital. Were they summoned from the heavens?" He Bing exclaimed in disbelief. "This situation suggests that someone has meticulously erased all traces," Xian Jian stated. "Moreover, with such significant occurrences in Zhonghai last night, the absence of any news indicates a deliberate information blackout. Who possesses such power?" The 4 deputy commanders asked in astonishment. "The young man from the Yi family has been missing for 7 years. During this time, we have been unable to uncover any information about him. Which signifies that the forces at play behind him are far beyond our imagination. I have contacted the commander, who will return in a few days. We shall await his arrival to discuss further." Xian Jian replied. "Has the head of the Shen family been killed? I fear for the Shen family." He Bing expressed his concerns. "For now, we can only observe the situation unfold. Perhaps the Shen family can assist us in uncovering the true forces hidden behind that young man from the Yi family." Xian Jian's eyes sparkled with determination. In a room within the Jiangnan district base, Commander Wei Shun sat, his expression shifting upon hearing his aide's report. "Is this true?" he asked in shock. "Indeed, Commander. Shen Qianqiu's body has been returned to the Shen family." The aide responded. "What is this young man's background? Contact the War Department immediately and ascertain the forces behind this Yi family scion," Wei Shun commanded decisively. Meanwhile, within the Bai family in Zhonghai, three elders sat together, the patriarchs of the Bai, Su, and Ming families. Elder Bai, you can see the situation at hand. That young man from the Yi family has vanished for 7 years and has undergone a complete transformation. He is no longer the same young master we knew 7 years ago. He comes prepared this time. If we do not unite now, we may indeed have to accompany the Yi family to their doom. Elder Su remarked coldly. Do you have any good suggestions? The patriarch of the Bai family appeared haggard, his expression dark as he cast a stern gaze upon the elder of the Su family. Indeed, I have conceived a plan. But it necessitates the collaboration of our three families. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Su's eyes as he elaborated on the scheme. Very well, let it be done. After a moment of contemplation, the Bai patriarch exclaimed vehemently, his visage twisted in fury as he declared, this time, without fail, I shall ensure that Yi Junlin meets his demise. I intend for the Yi family to be utterly extinguished. Meanwhile, within the luxurious confines of Ipin Villa. In the first villa, Yi Junlin awoke and made his way downstairs, only to find Lin Mengwei seated at the dining table, enjoying her breakfast, while Yena busily prepared a meal for him. Why haven't you left yet? Yi Junlin inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. I have already stated my intentions. I aim to pursue you, so of course, I cannot depart. Lin Mengwei retorted, pouting. I have made it clear that I have no interest in your superficial charms. Yi Junlin replied unabashedly. You in an instant, Lin Mengwei, incensed, bit down on her bread in frustration, exclaiming, I take pride in my modesty. I save fabric for the nation. Do not prepare breakfast for this girl any longer, you are mine, not her servant. Yi Junlin directed towards Yena. At that moment, his phone rang, and upon answering, he was met with the urgent voice of Tang Yaoyao. Yi Junlin, hurry to the school, something has happened to Shuya. In an instant, Yi Junlin's expression shifted dramatically, an aura of lethal intent emanating from him as he forsook his breakfast and rushed out. Chapter 32, The Humiliation of Su Shuya. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered on a playground at Zhonghai University. In the center stood 2 or 3 dozen figures clad in black attire, wielding katana-like swords, their eyes sharp and their presence exuding a chilling malice. Among them sat Ito Hai in a wheelchair, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze on Su Shuya. Beside him stood a short, middle-aged man with a mustache, whose hawk-like eyes reflected a sinister gleam, Ito Hai's uncle, Ito Jian. On the other side, Tang Yaoyao looked anxiously at Su Shuya, but she was unable to reach her due to the group of sword-wielding figures blocking her path. What do you want? Su Shuya asked nervously, glancing at Ito Hai and Ito Jian. What do we want? It's because of you, you wretched woman, that Haya has suffered like this. And you still dare to ask. I will ensure that you and the one who harmed Haya experience a fate worse than death. Ito Jian declared coldly. With a sudden change in expression, Su Shuya replied, this has nothing to do with anyone else. If you seek vengeance, direct it at me. Wretched woman. Even at this juncture, you still defend that man. Ito Hai shouted in rage, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity as he looked at Su Shuya. Su Shuya. If that boy cares so much, I shall turn you into a complete laughingstock today. Let us see if he still cares for you afterward. Strip her of her clothes, he commanded, glancing at the 2 sword-wielding men. The surrounding students changed expressions, murmuring among themselves, shocked by the ruthlessness of it all. Su Shuya's face drained of color at the thought of being stripped publicly, her body trembling uncontrollably. You bastards, how dare you? Tang Yaoyao shouted at Ito Hai, attempting to rush forward but was forcefully blocked by the sword-wielding figures. Stop! A commanding voice rang out as a group of young men in martial arts uniforms appeared. They were members of the Zhonghai University Martial Arts Club, and at the forefront stood the club president, Situ Kong, a robust young man with short hair. Situ Kong. You've come to join the fray. Ito Hai scoffed disdainfully, casting a glance at Situ Kong. Ito Hai, you scoundrel. How dare you openly humiliate a girl in school? Do you even have a shred of humanity left? Situ Kong retorted coldly. The Ingwa people are not worthy of being called human. Another member of the martial arts club exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, they are nothing but beasts. The others echoed in outrage. With a darkened expression, Ito Hai glared at Situ Kong and the others. Do you wish to die? Ito Hai, let me make it clear, as long as I, Situ Kong, am present, I will never allow you to bully our Dragon Kingdom girls. Situ Kong shouted defiantly. A swarm of ants. At that moment, Kenichi Ito displayed a look of disdain. Casually waving his hand to signal the group of sword-wielding figures to charge towards Situ Kong and the members of the Martial Arts Society. Brothers, forward! Situ Kong shouted as they surged ahead. The sound of fierce combat erupted instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, the members of the Martial Arts Society were all sent sprawling, each one collapsing to the ground, spitting blood and crying out in agony. Soon, Situ Kong himself was also hurled away, kneeling on the ground as he expelled a mouthful of bright red blood. The black-clad figures had not even drawn their swords. With mere punches and kicks, they had effortlessly decimated the students of Zhonghai University's Martial Arts Society. This scene left the surrounding students profoundly shocked. They had never anticipated that the martial arts of their nation could be so easily vanquished. These people from Ingwa are overwhelmingly strong. Is this what you call the martial arts of Longwe? Truly pathetic. Kenichi Ito mocked. You. Situ Kong clenched his fists, glaring at Kenichi Ito with a face full of indignation and fury. Strip her. At that moment, Heito Ito commanded, directing two sword-wielding figures towards Sushuya. They approached her, intent on tearing her clothes away while she desperately shielded herself, repeatedly pleading, "No, please, no." Suddenly, two silver needles shot forth, piercing the necks of the assailants before they could react, causing them to collapse lifelessly to the ground. This unexpected turn stunned everyone present. In the next instant, a figure rushed in, none other than Yi Junlin, who had arrived in haste. You finally made it, Tan Yao Yao exclaimed upon seeing him. Brother Junlin. Su Shuya looked at him with a pitiful expression. As Yi Junlin beheld Su Shuya's vulnerable state, the surge of wrath ignited within him, radiating an aura of terrifying ferocity. His gaze locked onto Heito Ito and Kenichi Ito as he pronounced, "You people from Ingwa deserve to perish." Uncle. That is the one who crippled my leg. Heito Ito cried out to his uncle upon spotting Yi Junlin. Kenichi Ito's eyes narrowed as they settled on Yi Junlin. So you are the brat who ruined Haya's leg. You've arrived just in time, seize him. Immediately, the sword-wielding figures charged at Yi Junlin. Without mercy, Yi Junlin retaliated, executing lethal moves that dispatched each assailant without sparing a single life. In less than half a minute, the 2 or 3 dozen warriors from the Ito family lay dead at his feet, their swords still sheathed, for they had never even had the chance to draw them. The students in attendance watched in horror as the warriors fell, their expressions shifting to one of fear. The faces of Heito Ito and Kenichi Ito darkened in response. Those who torment Shuya shall perish. Yi Junlin's voice, as frigid as the judgment of Yama, resonated as he approached the duo of uncle and nephew. You, young man, possess some skill, today I. At that moment, Ito Ken, with a cold snort, prepared to strike, for he too was a warrior of notable prowess. However, before he could act, Yi Junlin unleashed a powerful kick. Bang! The resulting thunderous roar echoed through the air. Ito Ken was sent flying by Yi Junlin's kick, his body soaring through the air before crashing into a nearby wall several meters away, the immense force embedding him within it. Gasp! Ito Ken, resembling a large character affixed to the wall, coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Yi Junlin, uttering not a word before drawing his last breath. Chapter 33, shattered to pieces. At this moment, the crowd on the playground stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Ito Hai was particularly stunned. Suddenly, the world before him dimmed, and upon looking up, he found Yi Junlin standing right in front of him. You. Ito-hai gazed at Yi Junlin, panic seizing his heart as he screamed. Yet, before he could utter another word, Yi Junlin seized him, lifting him effortlessly before slamming him forcefully to the ground. Third act. Blood spewed from Ito-hai's mouth as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Bang! 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 Yi Junlin relentlessly slammed Ito-hai into the ground, mercilessly reducing his body to a mangled heap, a sight too tragic to bear. The young master of the Ito family endured a torment worse than death, ultimately meeting a grim fate. This scene left the expressions of all present rigid with shock. Their eyes widened in disbelief, completely at a loss for words. Soon after, Yi Junlin approached Su Shuya, gently embracing her as he spoke. Shuya, I am so sorry for not protecting you and allowing you to suffer. It's all right, brother Junlin. Su Shuya shook her head, her gaze drifting to the corpses of Ito-hai and his cohorts. Brother Junlin, do you think killing them in public will? A pack of beasts from in-country, their demise is but a relief. Master C was right, all in people deserve to perish. Yi Junlin's eyes glinted with a cold, fierce light as he retorted. You truly are remarkable. At that moment, Tang Yaoyao approached Yi Junlin, her admiration evident. Thank you for notifying me in time today. Yi Junlin expressed his gratitude. Without your warning, I cannot fathom the torment Shuya would have endured. Shuya is my dear sister, it is only right for me to act. Tang Yaoyao replied resolutely. You are the one who incapacitated Ito-hai with a single blow. Truly impressive. At that moment, Situ Kong rose from the ground, blood staining his lips and his complexion pale, gazing at Yi Junlin with profound respect. Who are you? Yi Junlin inquired, puzzled. I am Situ Kong, the president of the Martial Arts Society at Zhonghai University. I intended to rescue Su Shuya earlier, but alas, our skills were insufficient, and instead of aiding her, we merely made fools of ourselves. Situ Kong admitted, embarrassed. Brother Junlin, President Situ, and his members were injured while trying to save me. Could you please help them heal? Su Shuya looked at Yi Junlin with pleading eyes. Of course. Yi Junlin nodded. He approached Situ Kong and said, thank you for your willingness to act. You are a true man. With a swift motion, Yi Junlin pierced Situ Kong with a silver needle, and soon, the injuries began to mend. A look of astonishment filled Situ Kong's eyes as he gazed at Yi Junlin. You are not only a hero but also skilled in the healing arts. Yi Junlin then moved to the other members of the Martial Arts Society, healing all their injuries with deft precision. Thank you. The members of the Martial Arts Club gazed at Yi Junlin with expressions of gratitude. All right, Shuya, let us depart, I have yet to partake in breakfast. Yi Junlin remarked as he approached Su Shuya. Hero, how about I invite you to our cafeteria? We have a splendid breakfast selection. At that moment, Situ Kong eagerly interjected, casting a glance at Yi Junlin. That sounds good, I have yet to dine at the university cafeteria. Yi Junlin nodded in agreement. President, a member of the club, noticing the bodies strewn across the ground, expressed concern. Do not worry, someone will take care of it. Yi Junlin promptly called Yena to handle the situation, then surveyed the students present. I trust that today's events will remain solely between us, and no one else shall be informed. Upon hearing Yi Junlin's words, the students snapped back to reality, nodding in unison, their gazes imbued with profound trepidation. Yi Junlin wished to keep the incident from escalating, particularly since Shuya needed to continue her studies. Any significant fallout could adversely affect her. Subsequently, Yi Junlin, Su Shuya, Tang Yaoyao, and Situ Kong proceeded to the cafeteria of Zhonghai University. A few minutes later, they arrived at the bustling cafeteria. The moment they entered, they captured the attention of numerous male students, their gazes fixated on Su Shuya, who, having regained her beauty, was now the most esteemed belle of Zhonghai University, attracting admiration wherever she went. Is your cafeteria truly this expansive? Yi Junlin marveled at the spacious, multi-level dining area before him. Zhonghai University boasts tens of thousands of students. Thus, the cafeteria is naturally substantial. Tan Yao Yao murmured. Hero, what would you like to eat? I shall fetch it for you. Situ Kong inquired of Yi Junlin. No need. I shall procure it myself, Yi Junlin replied. Hero, today you have rid us of danger and even healed us, this breakfast is on me. Situ Kong insisted earnestly. Very well, just grab something simple, and please refrain from calling me Hero. My name is Yi Junlin, he asserted directly. Then I shall refer to you as young Master Yi. You all go ahead and find a seat while we procure breakfast. Situ Kong promptly led a few members to the counter to place their orders, while Yi Junlin and the others settled at a table. Brother Junlin, after having taken so many lives today, will there truly be no repercussions? Su Shuya expressed her concern, gazing at Yi Junlin. Do not fret, nothing shall happen. No one can intimidate you, Brother Junlin. Yi Junlin replied with a confident smile. I have heard that the Ito family is quite formidable in Ingwa. Given their demeanor today, they likely possess significant influence. You ought to remain vigilant. Moreover, your casual approach to violence could easily attract the attention of the Zhenwu division, who may very well seek to apprehend you. Tan Yao Yao cautioned Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin cast a glance at Tan Yao Yao, remarking, You are quite impressive, knowing about the Town Martial Division. This organization, which serves to suppress martial artists in the Dragon Nation, is generally unknown to the common populace, except for those of notable status or martial prowess. Clearly, Tan Yao Yao is not an ordinary individual. Yi Junlin had already discerned that this young girl was far from typical. Upon hearing his words, Tan Yao Yao's expression shifted slightly as she replied, I heard it from others. What exactly is the Town Martial Division? Su Shuya inquired with curiosity. It's nothing. Yi Junlin shook his head. Come, young Master Yi, we have gathered a variety of breakfasts for you to choose from. Soon, Situ Kong and a club member approached Yi Junlin, presenting an array of different breakfast items. This is quite an abundance. Shuya, have you had breakfast yet? If not, let us share a meal, Yi Junlin suggested. All right. Though Su Shuya had already eaten, she nodded, eager to enjoy breakfast alongside her brother Junlin. Suddenly, a figure entered through the cafeteria door, capturing the attention of everyone present once more. Chapter 34, The Zhao family's worth at this moment. A woman adorned in high-end fashion entered the dining hall. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, framing a face of exquisite features, delicate, elongated eyebrows, slender eyes, a prominent nose, and a cherry-red mouth that could entice anyone. Yet, there was an air of arrogance and aloofness about her, akin to a goddess perched upon a pedestal. Indeed, she was considered the epitome of beauty at Zhonghai University, revered by countless male students as their dream goddess, Honcharan. Previously, she had been crowned the university's most beautiful flower, but with the resurgence of Su Shuya's beauty, her title had been relegated to second place. Nonetheless, she continued to attract the admiration of many. Goddess, what would you like to eat? Allow me to fetch it for you. Goddess, this spot is perfect. Please take a seat here. Instantly, a throng of students flocked to Honcharan, vying for her attention, prompting Tan Yao Yao to remark, what a bunch of sycophants. At that moment, Honcharan seemed to have caught wind of Tan Yao Yao's words, her gaze sweeping over to the source, landing on Su Shuya. Her expression shifted slightly as she approached Su Shuya directly. Are you Su Shuya? Greetings, Honcharan inquired. Su Shuya, rising to respond, acknowledged her. Although both were students of Zhonghai University, their paths had never crossed before, as Su Shuya had previously been considered the university's most unattractive girl, while Honcharan epitomized beauty. Had it not been for Su Shuya's transformation that snatched the title of the most beautiful flower from Honcharan, it is unlikely they would have ever met. I heard you were once labeled Zhonghai University's ugliest girl. I must admit, I had not anticipated your transformation into the university's most beautiful flower in such a short span. What kind of procedures did you undergo to achieve such remarkable results? Hon Charan remarked nonchalantly. Su Shuai's expression darkened, feeling somewhat humiliated, while Tan Yao Yao rose indignantly, pointing at Hon Charan and exclaiming, "Hon Charan, what are you saying? Who has undergone surgery? Is she not a product of cosmetic enhancement?" Hon Charan replied, maintaining her composure. "If you continue to speak carelessly, I will ensure you take the title of Zhonghai University's ugliest girl." At that moment, Yi Junlin cast a cold glance at Hon Charan. "And you are?" Hon Charan inquired, eyeing Yi Junlin with disdain, noting his modest attire. "Miss Hon, I apologize, but we are currently dining. Would you kindly take your leave?" Su Shuai stated directly. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the dining hall as a group of individuals stormed in. Led by a young man dressed in designer wear and an arrogant young woman, none other than Zheng Yunyun, the heiress of the Zheng group, who had previously clashed with Su Shuai over a gown. "Cousin, they are over there." Zheng Yunyun suddenly spotted Yi Junlin, Su Shuai, and Tan Yao Yao, urgently calling out to the young man beside her. The young man, Zhao Fei, the second son of the Zhao family, one of the 6 most prestigious families in Zhongnan, cast a glance at Yi Junlin and the others. Suddenly, a group of individuals approached Yi Junlin and his companions, drawing the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. It was that woman. Both Su Shuai and Tan Yao Yao had acknowledged Zheng Yunyun, while Hon Charan gazed at Zhao Fei, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Especially when she saw him advancing towards her, a flicker of joy crossed her face as she called out Zhao Gong. Before Hon Charan could finish her sentence, Zhao Fei and Zheng Yunyun reached Yi Junlin's table. With a frigid tone, Zhao Fei confronted them, "So it is you who bullied my cousin. Who are you? You can't possibly be students from Zhonghai University, can you?" At that moment, Situ Kong glared at Zhao Fei and shouted, "Who is this little brat? Get lost." Zhao Fei cast a disdainful glance at Situ Kong and retorted, "You." Instantly, Situ Kong's expression darkened with anger, and he stepped forward. However, a middle-aged man behind Zhao Fei abruptly intervened, striking towards Situ Kong with the prowess of a martial artist, a formidable 5th-grade Huangjing warrior. Just as the warrior's hand was about to land on Situ Kong, a chopstick shot from Yi Junlin's hand, piercing through the warrior's palm. "Oh!" The 5th-grade Huangjing warrior's face changed dramatically as he let out a pained cry. In an instant, the expressions of everyone present shifted. Situ Kong regained his composure and turned to Yi Junlin, saying, "Thank you, young Master Yi." Zhao Fei, surprised, remarked, "You can actually fight. No wonder you dared to bully my cousin. Cousin, hurry and call someone to cripple this guy, and those 2 vixens as well. I want to teach them a lesson." Zheng Yunyun's face contorted with malice as she fixed her fierce gaze on Yi Junlin and his companions. "These 2 girls are quite attractive. Let my cousin have some fun with them before I deal with them." Zhao Fei's eyes glinted wickedly as he glanced at Su Shuai and Tan Yao Yao. The other students in the cafeteria were taken aback by his words, while Hon Charan merely scoffed, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. "Do you wish to die?" Yi Junlin lifted his gaze to Zhao Fei. "Oh, you have quite the audacity, don't you? Do you know who I am?" Zhao Fei sneered at Yi Junlin's words. "Fool. My cousin is the 2nd son of the Zhao family, one of the 6 great families of Jiangnan Prefecture. Do you think you can touch him? Do you believe you have 9 lives?" Zheng Yunyun derided Yi Junlin with a scornful expression. As Zhao Fei's identity was revealed, the students in the cafeteria gasped in shock. They were well aware of the 6 great families of Jiangnan Prefecture, the overlords wielding immense power, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals like themselves. In an instant, the crowd regarded Yi Junlin with pity, shaking their heads in dismay. Offending a young master from a prominent family was tantamount to sealing one's fate. Yet, at that moment, a brazen voice erupted, "What does the Zhao family amount to?" As this voice reverberated through the cafeteria, it left the crowd in stunned silence, their faces reflecting disbelief. They never anticipated that someone would dare to speak to the prestigious Zhao family of Jiangnan County in such a manner. Were they seeking their own demise? Zhao Fei's expression turned icy as he surveyed his surroundings and shouted, "Who dares? At that moment, the group of individuals entered the cafeteria, led by a corpulent man clad in a custom-tailored suit, resembling the Buddha himself. Following this rotund figure were several impeccably dressed individuals exuding an imposing presence, exhibiting an air of utmost deference. Among them was He Feng, the proprietor of the shopping mall embroiled in conflict with Yi Junlin and Zheng Yunyun. The corpulent man was none other than Fu Datsai, the head of the Zhongnan branch of the Long Family Commerce Association. Fu Datsai hurriedly approached Yi Junlin and his companions, fixing his gaze on Zhao Fei as he exclaimed, "The Zhao family is nothing. Scrum. What is your identity to insult the Zhao family so brazenly? Do you wish to court death?" Zhao Fei retorted, his face aflame with rage. Suddenly, Fu Datsai delivered a resounding slap across Zhao Fei's face, his demeanor exuding arrogance as he declared, "How dare a mere descendant of the Zhao family speak to me in such a tone? Even your grandfather, Zhao Weiguo, would not dare to be insolent before me." The force of Fu Datsai's slap left everyone present in shock, while Zhao Fei, clutching his face, shouted furiously, "You scoundrel! How dare you strike me?" Silence. This gentleman is Fu, the head of the Jiangnan branch of the Long Family Commerce Association. Before Zhao Fei could finish, one of the men in a suit behind Fu Datsai pointed at him and admonished. The words rendered Zhao Fei momentarily speechless, staring in disbelief at Fu Datsai. "Why, you are Fu." As the second son of the Zhao family, he was well aware of the Long Family Commerce Association and had heard of Fu Datsai's formidable reputation. After all, he was a figure even the Zhao family would not dare to offend lightly. However, having never encountered him before, he did not recognize Fu Datsai, leading to this unexpected confrontation. Instantly, Zhao Fei's complexion soured. The other students in the cafeteria, upon learning of the corpulent man's identity, gasped in astonishment. Though they had yet to step beyond the gates of their school, they were acutely aware of the Long Family Commerce Association's formidable influence in the Dragon Kingdom. For them, anyone associated with the Long Family Commerce Association represented an insurmountable authority, and the head of a regional branch was an even more unattainable figure. However, Fu Datsai's subsequent actions left everyone in the cafeteria utterly astounded. Chapter 35: The downfall of the Shen family after striking Zhao Fei with a resounding slap. Fu Datsai swiftly turned his attention to Yi Junlin, his demeanor transforming instantly to one of obsequiousness. "Young Master Yi, greetings. I am Fu Datsai. I apologize for my tardiness, which allowed these subordinates to disturb you." This scene left the students astounded, including Su Shuai, Tang Yaoyao, Situ Kong, and Hon Charan, all of whom were taken aback. After all, Fu Datsai was the head of the Long Family Commerce's Zhongnan branch, a position of immense prestige. The fact that he had just struck the scion of the illustrious Zhao family, and was now bowing and scraping before a mere youth, was an unexpected and striking contrast. Yi Junlin cast a discerning glance at Fu Datsai, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. "You know me?" "Indeed, young Master Yi. You possess the Supreme Dragon card, making you one of our most esteemed patrons at the Long Family Commerce," Fu Datsai replied with utmost deference. He had hurried here upon hearing He Feng's report that someone in Zhonghai possessed the Supreme Dragon card, and had utilized all available resources to ascertain the identities of Yi Junlin and his companions, leading him directly to this location. Fu Datsai recognized the caliber of individuals who held the Supreme Dragon card. They were either the elite at the pinnacle of the Long Family Commerce or true powerhouses with significant influence in Long Country. No one else could possibly possess such a card, and certainly, none could be compared to Fu Datsai, a mere branch manager. Although he was surprised upon discovering Yi Junlin's identity, given that it was typically difficult for someone of his status to acquire the Supreme Dragon card, Fu Datsai speculated that perhaps it was gifted to him by a powerful ally. Regardless, in Fu Datsai's eyes, Yi Junlin was a formidable figure deserving of his utmost respect and flattery. After all, if he could ingratiate himself with Yi Junlin, it might open doors to the influential figures behind the Supreme Dragon card, significantly advancing Fu Datsai's career and potentially elevating him from a mere branch manager to a position within the headquarters of the Long Family Commerce. Unbeknownst to him, He had no inkling of the true extent of the power wielded by the individual behind Yi Junlin, who held the Supreme Dragon card. There's no need for such formality. Since you are here, you may handle these individuals. I would prefer not to be disturbed during my breakfast, Yi Junlin said nonchalantly, regarding Fu Datsai. Understood, young Master Yi. Please, enjoy your meal. Fu Datsai nodded respectfully before shifting his gaze to Zhao Fei. You wretch! How dare you offend young Master Yi? Seize him and throw him out. Do not stop until he is half dead. No, no. I am the second son of the Zhao family. Zhao Fei exclaimed, his complexion paling. Even if Zhao Weiguo were to arrive today, you would still be dealt with. Fu Datsai retorted with an air of authority. Immediately, several individuals clad in black suits advanced toward Zhao Fei. His bodyguards, attempting to intervene, were swiftly overpowered by Fu Datsai's formidable subordinates. Despite being martial artists, Zhao Fei's guards were no match for the strength of Fu Datsai's entourage. Soon, Zhao Fei was dragged out, followed by a brutal beating. A series of anguished screams echoed from outside the cafeteria, causing the expressions of those present to shift uneasily. You are also with that brat? At this moment, Fu Datsai's gaze turned towards Zheng Yunyun. Indeed, they were all in league together. It was this woman who led him to trouble. Just as Zheng Yunyun was about to hastily dissociate herself, Tan Yaoyao maliciously exclaimed, You. Zheng Yunyun was instantly infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood. Since you are all accomplices, let us throw you out to be beaten as well. Fu Datsai declared without a hint of courtesy. No, President Fu, I beg you. Zheng Yunyun pleaded with Fu Datsai, but her entreaties fell on deaf ears. She too was dragged out to face a brutal thrashing. Young Master Yi, are you satisfied with this? Fu Datsai then inquired of Yi Junlin. It's acceptable, Yi Junlin nodded in agreement. Just then, Yi Junlin's phone rang. It was a call from Yena. Yena, what is it? Yi Junlin asked. Young master, the Shen family is causing trouble again. Yena replied. Directly relaying that the Shen family had issued a notice declaring that unless Yi Junlin was dead, the economic situation in Zhonghai would regress by 30 years. The Shen family has now mobilized all their financial resources to ruthlessly suppress the Zhonghai stock market and is using their power to blockade all enterprises in Zhonghai, leading to chaos in the stock market and widespread panic among companies. Yena elaborated. Upon hearing this, Yi Junlin's expression turned icy, his eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent as he uttered, It seems the Shen family truly seeks destruction. Since they wish to play, I shall indulge them. With a decisive click, Yi Junlin ended the call and turned to Fu Datsai, saying, Come outside with me. Shuya, we will step out for a moment. He added to Su Shuya before leading Fu Datsai out. At that moment, Hon Charan's gaze towards Yi Junlin underwent a complete transformation, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. She had not anticipated that the very individual she had looked down upon moments ago would now command such respect from the head of the Long family's branch. In comparison, the second son of the Zhao family, whom she had long desired to befriend, seemed utterly insignificant. The two were simply not on the same level. If she could ascend to the ranks of Yi Junlin, the esteemed young master. As this thought crossed her mind, Hon Charan suddenly glanced at Su Shuya. A deep jealousy and hatred flickering in her eyes due to Yi Junlin's previous demeanor towards her. In that moment, Hon Charan was consumed with profound envy towards Su Shuya, who not only usurped her title as the first beauty of the school but also captured the admiration of someone as illustrious as Yi Junlin, while she herself was left empty-handed. You have taken my title as the first beauty, then I shall seize him for myself. Hon Charan silently vowed within her heart. She possessed an unwavering confidence, believing that in the eyes of others, Yi Junlin was merely infatuated with Su Shuya's beauty. She was certain that her own looks and figure were equally as striking, if not more so than Su Shuya's. Moreover, she had a deeper understanding of how to captivate the hearts of wealthy young gentlemen. Thus, she was convinced that she could make Yi Junlin, the enigmatic nobleman, kneel at her feet. At that moment, Yi Junlin remained blissfully unaware of her intentions. He arrived outside the dining hall accompanied by Fu Datsai, who regarded him with curiosity. "Young Master Yi, how may I assist you?" he inquired. "You are the head of the Jiangnan branch of the Long Corporation, correct?" Yi Junlin asked. "Indeed." Fu Datsai affirmed with a nod. "How does the influence of your branch compare to that of the Shen Corporation?" Yi Junlin inquired once more, taken aback by the question. Fu Datsai hesitated but ultimately responded, "The Long Corporation's assets, companies, and industries in the entire Jiangnan region are predominantly managed by our branch. Although the Shen Corporation ranks among the top 10 groups in Jiangnan, they pale in comparison to our branch's capabilities." "Very well. I want you to mobilize all the resources of the Jiangnan branch to suppress the Shen Corporation. I desire their immediate bankruptcy within a day. Is that feasible?" Yi Junlin stated directly. "This." Fu Datsai's expression shifted in shock at Yi Junlin's audacity. Yi Junlin frowned. "What? Is it not possible? Young Master Yi. While it can be done, the Shen Corporation is not a small entity. Although I am the head of the Jiangnan branch, any action against the Shen Corporation requires approval from the headquarters of the Long Corporation, otherwise, I lack the authority to proceed." Fu Datsai explained. "Are you implying that you only heed the commands of the Long Corporation headquarters?" Yi Junlin asked, his tone growing colder. Fu Datsai's expression changed slightly as he nodded, "Yes." Despite Yi Junlin holding the esteemed dragon card, he was not an official member of the Long Corporation, which made it unreasonable for Fu Datsai to mobilize the organization's forces against the Shen Corporation on his command. "Then what if I possess this?" Suddenly, Yi Junlin revealed an object to Fu Datsai. Chapter 36, The Dragon Soul Ring. With a swift motion, Fu Datsai unveiled an object in response to Yi Junlin's command. It was a purple ring, within which a golden dragon seemed to swim gracefully. "Do you still refuse to heed my commands, even with this?" Yi Junlin remarked, rotating the purple ring in his hand as he gazed at Fu Datsai with a calm demeanor. Boom! The moment Fu Datsai laid eyes on the purple ring, his mind erupted in a cacophony of disbelief, rendering him utterly speechless. "How could you possess the dragon soul ring?" he stammered, his body trembling as waves of unimaginable shock surged within him. This was no ordinary ring, it was the dragon soul ring. A symbol of authority belonging to the founder of the dragon clan, representing the identity of the dragon head. Within the dragon clan, this ring held unparalleled significance. When the ring is revealed, the dragon head appears. This was a well-known decree among all members of the dragon clan. The meaning was straightforward: anyone who wielded the dragon soul ring was the dragon head, capable of commanding the entire clan. Even the current president of the dragon clan had to obey the dragon head's orders unconditionally. However, ever since the dragon head withdrew from the world, the ring had vanished, never to be seen again. Every member of the dragon clan had seen a photograph of the dragon soul ring upon entering the clan, ensuring they would recognize it upon sight. Consequently, Fu Datsai immediately discerned that the ring in Yi Junlin's possession was indeed the emblem of the dragon head. "Are you the new dragon head?" Fu Datsai asked, his astonishment evident. In the next instant, Fu Datsai knelt before Yi Junlin, bowing respectfully as he exclaimed, "I, Fu Datsai, was unaware of your identity as the dragon head and spoke disrespectfully. I beseech you to forgive my transgressions." Seeing Fu Datsai trembling in fear, Yi Junlin was momentarily taken aback. The ring had been bestowed upon him by his fifth master, who had claimed that with it, he could command the entire dragon clan. Yi Junlin had intended to test its influence, but the outcome exceeded his expectations. It was astounding that after so many years of his master's retreat, a single ring could instill such reverence among the members of the dragon clan. Truly, his fifth master was remarkable. Yi Junlin, filled with admiration, addressed Fu Datsai. "Ignorance is no crime, rise." "Thank you, dragon head." Fu Datsai expressed his gratitude hastily, drenched in cold sweat, his back soaked through with apprehension. "Please, Do not call me Dragonhead, continue to refer to me as young Master Yi. Yi Junlin stated directly. Yes, young Master Yi. Fu Datsai replied respectfully. His heart overwhelmed with astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the new Dragonhead was so remarkably young, it was simply unbelievable. Had he not witnessed the Dragon Soul Ring with his own eyes, coupled with the knowledge that it had previously belonged to the Dragonhead, he would scarcely have believed such a thing to be possible. Surely no one could acquire the Dragon Soul Ring without the Dragonhead's consent. Could it be that this young Master Yi is a disciple of the Dragonhead? Rich Daikai mused internally. For this was the only explanation that could elucidate why the Dragonhead would entrust the Dragon Soul Ring to Yi Junlin. Can I command you to bring about the bankruptcy of the Shen family within a single day? Yi Junlin inquired, gazing intently at Rich Daikai. Indeed, I can. Of course. I would not dare to disregard young master's command. Rich Daikai promptly assured, his eyes fixed upon Yi Junlin. Shall I immediately inform the headquarters of the Merchant Association of your arrival, so they may come to welcome the Dragonhead? Do not. I wish to avoid drawing too much attention. For now, please refrain from revealing my identity to anyone other than yourself. Yi Junlin replied decisively. His sole intention was to avenge the Yi family, and he did not desire to create an uproar. Understood. Rich Daikai nodded. Secretly delighted that the Dragonhead had confided his identity solely to him, a testament to the trust placed in him. If he could become the Dragonhead's confidant, securing a position within the Merchant Association's headquarters would surely be a certainty. With this thought, Rich Daikai squinted his eyes. A sycophantic smile gracing his face as he regarded Yi Junlin. Young master, has the Shen family offended you? Shall I dispatch someone to annihilate them? The Shen family is a prominent clan in Jiangnan Prefecture. Can their destruction be so easily orchestrated? Yi Junlin retorted, scrutinizing Rich Daikai. Though formidable, the Shen family amounts to nothing before the Dragon Merchant Association. With but a word from young master, I could mobilize all resources to obliterate them. Rich Daikai declared earnestly. Hold off on the destruction. I wish to see the Shen family languish and witness their decline. Such a sensation is far more tormenting. Yi Junlin commanded coldly. Rich Daikai was taken aback, acknowledging the Dragonhead's cunning nature. Yes, young master, I understand. I shall see to it that the Shen family is bankrupt before the sun sets today, he asserted. Good. Yi Junlin nodded. Subsequently, Rich Daikai exchanged contact information with Yi Junlin, and they returned to the dining hall. He Feng, from now on, you must comply with any requests from young Master Yi. Understood? Rich Daikai ordered, startling He Feng, who quickly nodded in affirmation. Then I shall take my leave. Rich Daikai declared, hastily departing with his entourage. You. He Feng began, casting a glance at Yi Junlin. Return now, I will seek you out if needed. Yi Junlin instructed. Indeed. He Feng promptly handed Yi Junlin a business card before turning to leave. At that moment, the students in the dining hall regarded Yi Junlin with expressions of shock and disbelief. At that moment, Hon Charan approached Yi Junlin, her countenance no longer cold and disdainful, but instead adorned with a goddess-like smile as she introduced herself. Hello, I am Hon Charan. Swear, let's go now that you've finished. Yi Junlin remarked, disregarding Hon Charan entirely, taking Su Shua's hand as they made their way outside. In that instant, Hon Charan felt exceedingly awkward. It was her first time being so proactive in greeting someone at school, only to be met with outright dismissal, especially in front of so many peers, leaving her utterly humiliated. Hon Charan, you were just looking down on others, yet now, seeing someone of a more distinguished status, you are shamelessly attempting to ingratiate yourself. How utterly insincere. Tan Yaoyao remarked scornfully at Hon Charan before turning away. Tan Yaoyao's words struck Hon Charan deeply, causing her face to darken with fury and her expression to turn as cold as frost. Outside the cafeteria, Yi Junlin bid farewell to Su Shuai and prepared to leave the school when suddenly, Situ Kong rushed over, calling out to him, "Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. Is there something you need?" Yi Junlin inquired, looking at Situ Kong. "Young Master Yi, I wish to become your disciple. I beg you to accept me as your student," Situ Kong declared, kneeling before Yi Junlin. Chapter 37, The Four from 7 years ago. Do you wish to take me as your master? Yi Junlin gazed at Situ Kong, who wore an expression of astonishment. "Indeed, young Master Yi. I am aware of your prowess in martial arts. I have long desired to enhance my own abilities. Yet I have lacked a mentor. The moment I witnessed your skills, I resolved to seek your guidance in mastering martial arts," Situ Kong earnestly declared. "Your skills are commendable. There is no need for you to take me as your master," Yi Junlin replied, slightly incredulous. He had only just begun his own journey. How could he possibly assume the role of a teacher? "Young master, I recognize your intention to console me, but my meager skills are insufficient. Otherwise, I would not have been unable to defeat that fellow, Ito Hai, leading to ridicule from those in our martial arts society who admire the martial traditions of Long Country, as they are mocked for our supposed inferiority to their karate. This is precisely why I wish to seek your mentorship. To learn true martial arts and prove to those from in country that we, too, possess worthy skills," Situ Kong implored. "Please accept me as your disciple," he beseeched Yi Junlin. "Rise fast," Yi Junlin said calmly, and Situ Kong complied. "Given that we are of similar age, it would be inappropriate for you to regard me as your master. However, considering your genuine passion for the martial arts of Long Country, I shall offer you guidance when time permits. While I cannot guarantee your ascendance to the pinnacle of strength, I assure you that you will surpass the karate of in country," Yi Junlin assured Situ Kong. Although Situ Kong felt a pang of disappointment at not becoming a disciple, he was nonetheless elated by Yi Junlin's willingness to mentor him. "Thank you, young master. Very well, in a few days, once I have attended to some matters, I shall provide you with some instruction," Yi Junlin stated before departing. As Yi Junlin walked away, Situ Kong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with intense hatred. "Mother, do not worry, I will strive to enhance my strength. I shall ensure that the man who wronged you pays dearly." Upon leaving Zhonghai University, Yi Junlin sought out Yena. "Yena, you need not remain by my side to care for me any longer." "Young master, did I err in my duties?" Yena responded, her expression shifting with concern. "No. I wish to assign you another task," Yi Junlin replied. "Please, command me, young master," she urged. "I require you to covertly protect Shuya for the next 24 hours, ensuring her safety at all costs. If you encounter anyone beyond your capabilities, contact me immediately. Above all, Shuya must not be placed in any danger. Can you manage this?" Yi Junlin instructed. "Yes, young master," Yena affirmed without hesitation. Yi Junlin's decision stemmed from a desire to safeguard Shuya, preventing a recurrence of the day's unfortunate events. With Yena's capabilities and her identity as a woman, she was not only well-suited to protect Shuya but would also provide Yi Junlin with peace of mind. "Indeed, young master. I have successfully retrieved all the assets of the Yi family that were previously divided among the Bai, Su, and Ming families, as well as several others in Zhonghai. However, how should we proceed with these assets?" Yena inquired, gazing at Yi Junlin. "We must consolidate these assets. I intend to restore the Yi name to prominence in the Zhonghai business realm," Yi Junlin replied coldly. The Yi group represents the culmination of his father's efforts, and Yi Junlin is determined to rebuild the Yi family as a tribute to his father's spirit. "Understood." Yena nodded in acknowledgement. "In 6 days, we will observe the anniversary of my family's passing. Once it concludes, the Yi family shall publicly announce its resurgence," Yi Junlin stated with a chilling resolve. "Very well, young master. However, since the Yi family is to be re-established, we must select a competent administrator to manage the company. Who do you have in mind? Yena asked, looking at Yi Junlin. An administrator. Allow me a moment to ponder. Yi Junlin replied solemnly, recognizing that the selection of this individual is crucial for the future of the Yi family. At that moment, Yi Junlin's phone rang. Hello. Upon answering, he heard Jiang Muge's voice. Mr. Yi, are you free for lunch today? My father has been eager to invite you. I am available, I shall come over shortly. Yi Junlin replied decisively. An hour later, he arrived at the Jiang family villa. Simultaneously, a monumental event unfolded in Jiangnan County. Fu Datsai, the head of the Long family's Jiangnan branch, suddenly mobilized billions of funds to aggressively suppress the Shen family's stock market. The Shen family, which had previously been exerting pressure on the Zhonghai stock market, was caught off guard by Fu Datsai's unexpected assault, resulting in substantial losses and a dramatic decline in stock prices. This turn of events left the Shen family utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why the Long family would suddenly target them. After all, the Shen family had never had any grievances with the Long family. The question lingered, why had Fu Datsai amassed such a colossal sum to undermine the Shen family? Furthermore, Fu Datsai not only concentrated funds to attack the Shen stock market but also mobilized all resources of the Long family in Jiangnan to exert pressure on the Shen family from all angles, coercing major suppliers to terminate their collaborations with the Shen group while simultaneously digging into the ranks of Shen's senior executives and co-members. Faced with this relentless onslaught from Fu Datsai, the Shen family suffered devastating losses and was left in a state of utter confusion. Observing this overwhelming pressure, numerous companies collaborating with the Shen family, fearing the wrath of the Long family, hastily chose to sever ties with Shen, for they deemed offending the Long family far graver than clashing with the Shen family. While offending the Shen family might still leave room for survival, crossing the Long family meant certain doom in Long Nation. As various companies rushed to announce their termination of contracts with the Shen family, the stock prices plummeted dramatically, leading to a catastrophic crash. In an instant, with the formidable Shen family backing them, the Shen Corporation, ranked among the top 5 companies in Jiangnan County, found itself teetering on the brink of collapse and bankruptcy. As the Shen Corporation faced relentless suppression, companies across Zhonghai collectively exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, within the Shen household in Jiangzhou, the elderly patriarch, upon hearing of the corporation's plight, was so enraged that he coughed up blood and fainted on the spot. Concurrently, in the opulent confines of a luxurious private room in the capital, a young man adorned in splendid attire and wearing an extravagant watch sipped on fine wine, attended to by 2 stunning models who were pampering him, embodying a regal indulgence. At that moment, the door to the room swung open, and a man hurriedly entered. Addressing the young man with utmost respect, "Young master, trouble has arisen." "What is it?" The young man replied casually. "The scion of the Yi family has returned," the man announced. "The scion of the Yi family?" The young man was momentarily taken aback, to which the man elaborated. "It is the very Yi Junlin who was once trampled underfoot by you 7 years ago, subsequently having his limbs broken and being cast into the sea." In a flash, the young man's gaze sharpened, and his expression shifted dramatically. If Yi Junlin were present, he would instantly recognize this young man as the mysterious elite who had once humiliated and ravaged him, leading to the downfall of his family 7 years prior. Chapter 38, Do You Wish to Die? At this moment, the young master, who had caused the downfall of the Yi family 7 years ago, was taken aback upon hearing that Yi Junlin was still alive. "Indeed, young master, it seems that this individual possesses extraordinary strength," having recently returned to Zhonghai and already stirred up quite a commotion. The man reporting the news detailed the events Yi Junlin had instigated in Zhonghai over the past few days, including how he compelled the various forces that had once targeted the Yi family to visit on the anniversary of their misfortunes to pay their respects and atone for their past transgressions. Upon hearing this, the young master took a sip of his red wine and scoffed. "This waste has proven to be somewhat interesting. surviving after having his limbs broken and thrown into the sea, and now he dares to return for revenge. How amusing. Young master. Should I contact someone immediately to deal with him? The man inquired, looking at the young master. No need, killing him outright would be too mundane. Isn't he eager for those who once opposed the Yi family to visit on the anniversary to pay their respects? On that very day, when he believes he can avenge the Yi family and redeem himself, we shall cast him into the depths of hell. Wouldn't that be far more entertaining? The young master smiled with a sense of intrigue. Indeed, young master. The man nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the villa where Jiang Shengtian resided in Zhonghai, Yi Junlin had arrived. Mr. Yi, you have come. Jiang Muge greeted him warmly. Young Master Yi. Jiang Shengtian, clad in a white robe, looked at Yi Junlin with a favorable expression. Chairman Jiang, your previous act of saving me is not a great favor, you need not be so courteous. Yi Junlin replied calmly. Were it not for young Master Yi, I would have perished long ago, and the Jiang consortium might have been seized as well. Moreover, I learned that when Su Tianwang sent someone to harm Muge, it was you, young Master Yi, who intervened. Otherwise, Muge might have faced dire consequences. Therefore, to my Jiang family, you have rendered us 3 significant favors, and I, Jiang Shengtian, must express my gratitude, otherwise, I would feel restless. Jiang Shengtian spoke earnestly. Father, Mr. Yi, the meal is ready, let us dine and converse. Jiang Muge interjected, leading Jiang Shengtian and Yi Junlin to the dining table. Younger Master Yi, allow me to toast you. Jiang Shengtian raised his glass in salute, drinking it in one gulp, with Yi Junlin following suit. Chairman Jiang, I have come today with a request. Yi Junlin said, looking at Jiang Shengtian, who appeared puzzled. Younger Master Yi, you need not be so polite. Feel free to speak of anything you require. I wish to have Miss Jiang. Yi Junlin stated directly. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Jiang Muge, who had just taken a sip of red wine, was caught off guard and began to cough, while Jiang Shengtian was momentarily stunned, before a smile spread across his face. So that is what you mean. Just so happens that our Muge does not have a boyfriend yet. If you, young Master Yi, have an interest in her, I would wholeheartedly support it. In an instant, Jiang Muji's face flashed a deep crimson, revealing a hint of shyness as she transformed from a poised and mature woman into a delicate young lady. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin quickly realized the ambiguity of his previous statement and hastily clarified, please do not misunderstand. My intention is to propose that Miss Jiang become the president of the Yi Corporation. The mention of the Yi Corporation caught Jiang Shengtian off guard. While Jiang Muji's gaze flickered momentarily before her expression returned to normal, she regarded Yi Junlin and asked, Mr. Yi, are you referring to the Yi family of old? Indeed, I plan to restore the Yi Corporation, however, it currently lacks a capable administrator. And I am not particularly adept in matters of business. Thus, I am in search of someone to assist me in managing the company, Yi Junlin stated directly. And why would that someone be me? Jiang Mugu inquired with curiosity. As the daughter of President Jiang, Miss Jiang, you must possess significant capabilities in the business realm. Otherwise, Su Tianwang would not have targeted you so relentlessly. Moreover, I find you to be trustworthy. Which is why I hope you will accept the role of president of the Yi Corporation and manage it on my behalf. I wonder if you would be willing? Yi Junlin regarded Jiang Mugu earnestly. Absolutely. Jiang Mugu replied without a moment's hesitation. You're agreeing so readily? Yi Junlin expressed surprise. You have saved me twice, as well as my father and the Jiang Chamber of Commerce. Now that you have made this request, I have no reason to refuse. However, I cannot guarantee that I will manage it perfectly. Jiang Mugu responded, once again exuding her elegant demeanor. That is of no concern. Yi Junlin replied nonchalantly. Young Master Yi, I am grateful for your trust in my daughter, Mugu. By the way, young Master Yi, Should you require any assistance from the Jiang Chamber of Commerce during the rebuilding of the Yi Corporation, do not hesitate to let me know. Jiang Shengtian remarked, directing his gaze at Yi Junlin. I plan to hold an opening ceremony for the Yi Corporation in a few days. And I hope President Jiang will be able to attend. Yi Junlin announced. Certainly. Jiang Shengtian affirmed. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from outside the villa. Stand aside. Bang. The villa door was forcefully flung open, then a group of individuals stormed in. At the forefront was Ning Hao from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. Flanked by several imposing figures, and further behind them were a group of martial artists clad in white attire, their temples bulging and eyes gleaming with intensity. At that moment, Jiang Shengtian, Jiang Mugu, and Yi Junlin all turned their gazes toward Ning Hao and his entourage. Well, look who it is. You are all here. How delightful to see the whole family together. Ning Hao remarked, a chilling glint in his eyes as he regarded Yi Junlin. Ning Gongzi, what brings you here? And what is the meaning of barging into my home with such a large group? Trespassing is against the law. Jiang Mugu rose. Her expression icy as she confronted Ning Hao. Against the law? And what of it? Who dares to apprehend me? Ning Hao retorted arrogantly. It seems that the lesson from the last slap has yet to sink in. Yi Junlin took a sip of wine and gazed at Ning Hao with a cold indifference. Young man, I shall forever remember that slap from last time. Since you are here today, I will return that slap to you tenfold. A chilling glint flickered in Ning Hao's eyes as he fixed his stare upon Yi Junlin. Do you wish to die? Yi Junlin cast a glance at Ning Hao. A hint of murderous intent glimmering in his gaze. Such audacity from a youth. Do you truly think you can threaten young Master Ning? Are you even aware of his stature? To harbor intentions against him is nothing short of folly. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit, exuding an impressive aura, looked at Yi Junlin with disdain and scoffed. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Yi Junlin launched a chopstick that shot forth with great speed. Chapter 39, Can a mere healer truly overturn the heavens? In an instant, that chopstick pierced through the throat of the middle-aged man. A spray of crimson erupting from his neck. His eyes widened in shock, completely unprepared, as he collapsed to the ground. This scene caused a profound change in expression for Ning Hao and those around him. You actually killed Steward Su. Do you comprehend his significance? He is the steward of the Chinese Medicine Association of the Dragon Kingdom, a figure of great importance to our association. Ning Hao glared at Yi Junlin, his voice icy. And what of it? Yi Junlin responded dismissively. You dare to slay a member of our Chinese Medicine Association? Such arrogance. Seize him. Another cold voice commanded from beside Ning Hao. Immediately, a group of individuals clad in white attire surged towards Yi Junlin, all trained guards of the Chinese Medicine Association, tasked with safeguarding its upper echelons. In a flash, these guards reached Yi Junlin, their movements swift and formidable. Once more, Yi Junlin waved his right hand, launching several chopsticks that hurtled toward the guards. In a heartbeat, as the guards approached Yi Junlin, they were pierced through by the flying chopsticks, blood gushing forth. Within moments, the trained warriors of the Chinese Medicine Association lay sprawled on the ground. At this moment, Ning Hao and the senior members of the association were expressions of profound dismay. They had come seeking vengeance for Ning Hao, yet instead of avenging their grievances, they had incurred such devastating losses. You! Ning Hao glared at Yi Junlin, fury burning in his eyes as Yi Junlin approached him. With Yi Junlin's advancing steps, Ning Hao's countenance darkened, his body trembling slightly. What? What do you intend to do? Ning Hao stammered at Yi Junlin. If a mere slap did not teach you a lesson, then I shall ensure you learn a thorough one this time. Yi Junlin replied coldly. Young man, do not act recklessly. Ning Shao is a disciple of Elder Zhou, one of our association's 5 directors. Elder Zhou is a towering figure in the medical community of the Dragon Kingdom, respected even by the nobility of the capital. If you dare to harm Ning Shao, Elder Zhou will not let you go. Indeed, with a single word from Elder Zhou, countless individuals will seek your demise. The senior members of the Chinese Medicine Association threatened Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin, if you dare to lay a finger on me, my master will ensure you face dire consequences. Ning Hao shouted defiantly. In the next moment, Yi Junlin seized Ning Hao by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Instantly, Ning Hao's face flashed crimson as he struggled, while the senior members of the association stood frozen in shock. Master Yi, perhaps we should reconsider. Jiang Shengtian ventured, glancing at Yi Junlin. He was acutely aware of Master Ning Hao's influence and status within the Dragon Kingdom, for he was indeed a towering figure in the realm of medicine, having saved numerous powerful elites. Should Ning Hao meet his demise, the wrath of Elder Zhou would be unleashed, and countless dignitaries would seek to eliminate Yi Junlin without hesitation. Yet, Yi Junlin uttered not a word. With a swift motion of his right hand, he severed Ning Hao's neck and carelessly discarded the lifeless body upon the ground. For one who had been granted an opportunity only to seek death, Yi Junlin would not allow another chance to bring trouble upon himself. You actually killed young Master Ning? The senior members of the Chinese Medicine Association gazed in disbelief at the tragic fate of Ning Hao, their eyes wide with shock. In that moment, they could already envision Elder Zhou's fury, which would send tremors throughout the entire medical community of the Dragon Kingdom. Do you wish to perish as well? Yi Junlin cast a glance at the high-ranking officials of the Chinese Medicine Association, who nearly fell to their knees in terror, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows, silencing them instantly. Take this man's corpse and inform his so-called master not to provoke me, or he shall meet the same fate. Yi Junlin commanded with an impassive demeanor. Promptly, the members of the Chinese Medicine Association hoisted Ning Hao's body and hastily departed from the scene. Turning to Jiang Shengtian, Yi Junlin remarked, Chairman Jiang, I apologize for soiling your residence. It is of no consequence. Jiang Shengtian replied, shaking his head, Young Master Yi, you have killed Ning Hao, and he. I understand what you intend to convey, Chairman Jiang. There is no need for concern on my behalf, his master is merely a physician with some skill, nothing extraordinary. Yi Junlin stated dismissively. He held Ning Hao's master in utter disregard, believing that no mere healer could pose a significant threat. After spending some time at the Jiang residence discussing matters pertaining to the Yi clan with Jiang Mugu, Yi Junlin took his leave. Meanwhile, in a quaint, antique manner, a middle-aged man sat solemnly in a hall. He was Lin Shengtian, Lin Mengwei's father. Presently, a steward stood before him, stating, Master, this is all the information we have been able to gather regarding Yi Junlin. Why is there only information from 7 years ago? What of the intervening years? Lin Shengtian inquired, furrowing his brow as he examined the dossier on Yi Junlin. Master, we have yet to uncover anything from those years. It is as if he vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind, the steward responded. Lin Shengtian's brow furrowed further. With the power of the Lin family, tracking an individual should have been effortless, yet the absence of any information on Yi Junlin during the past 7 years left him perplexed. It appears this young man is indeed enigmatic, Lin Shengtian mused, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. The steward continued, Master, with the young lady currently residing in Zhonghai and unwilling to return, how shall we address the Mu family? Should we consider postponing the engagement? Absolutely not. This marriage must proceed as planned, for it is crucial to the future of our Lin family. Lin Shengtian's expression turned icy as he commanded. Seal off all information regarding Meng Wei. We must ensure that the Mu family remains oblivious to her presence in Zhonghai. Understood, the steward nodded, but, Master, how shall we retrieve the young lady? That Yi Junlin. Fear not, someone will take care of him, Lin Shengtian replied in a deep voice, rising to make his way towards a shrine deep within the Lin family's rear courtyard. In the blink of an eye, night descended. Yi Junlin returned to his villa, where Lin Mengwei sat on the sofa, indulging in snacks. Have you truly resolved to stay here indefinitely? Yi Junlin said with a hint of irritation. You should leave at once. Oh, come now, don't be so petty, Lin Mengwei replied playfully. I am currently without a home. Can't you allow me to stay for a few days? She then took Yi Junlin's hand, coaxing him. Just as Yi Junlin was about to respond, Lin Mengwei interjected, Come. Let me take you to a delightful place. Without waiting for his consent, she enthusiastically pulled him out. Chapter 40, A natural-born menace in a bar situated in Zhonghai. The thunderous sound of heavy metal music reverberated, stirring the souls of the patrons. Men and women alike indulged in drinks and danced exuberantly. At that moment, Yi Junlin and Lin Mengwei made their entrance into the establishment. Is this the amusing place you mentioned? Yi Junlin inquired, gazing at Lin Mengwei with astonishment. Indeed. The first time I stepped into a bar, I found it quite entertaining. Lin Mengwei replied, her lips curling in a dismissive manner. Have you forgotten the lessons from our last visit? Yi Junlin remarked, exasperated. This young lady had nearly ended up in a precarious situation after drinking too much during their previous outing, yet here she was, daring to return. Of course I haven't forgotten. I brought you along, didn't I? With your remarkable skills, who would dare to lay a hand on me? Lin Mengwei said with a mischievous smile. I have no interest in playing the role of your bodyguard. Yi Junlin shot her a glare, though he did not leave. Instead, he approached the bar to order a drink. Feel free to order whatever you wish, tonight, I shall take care of the bill. Lin Mengwei declared boldly as she joined him. No need, I've got plenty of money. Yi Junlin replied decisively. Soon after, the two began to enjoy their drinks. Hey! Pretty lady, our boss would like to invite you for a drink. A young man with bleached hair approached Lin Mengwei, his eyes scanning her alluring figure, swallowing hard. Not interested. Lin Mengwei replied curtly, refusing the young man without hesitation. The young man's expression darkened as he retorted, Do you know who my boss is? He is the owner of this bar, the infamous Brotherhood of Zhonghai. Do you dare disrespect him? Who cares about Brotherhood? Get lost, you are being obnoxious. Lin Mengwei snapped, her irritation evident. You. The young man's anger flared, ready to retaliate. Just then, a group strode over. Led by a middle-aged man clad in leather armor, a fierce tiger tattoo emblazoned across his chest, flanked by a band of thuggish companions. Brotherhood! The young man exclaimed. His tone shifting to one of reverence upon recognizing his leader. Pretty lady, you have quite the fiery spirit, and I admire that. Come, join me for a drink. Brotherhood's gaze bore into Lin Mengwei, glinting with predatory intent as he reached out towards her. Quickly, Lin Mengwei sidestepped to stand beside Yi Junlin, exclaiming. Don't touch me. I have a boyfriend. Brotherhood's eyes turned to Yi Junlin, a cold malice flickering within them. Kid, I've taken a liking to your woman. Scram. How brazen. Yi Junlin calmly sipped his drink, responding nonchalantly. This is my territory, and I will act as I please. Now leave. Or I'll make you regret it. Brotherhood boasted, but before he could finish his threat, Yi Junlin seized a bottle from the bar and hurled it at Brotherhood. Bang! The wine bottle struck the head of the tiger brother with a resounding crack, blood gushed forth. Yi Junlin coldly scoffed, oh, how noisy. At that moment, the expressions of Huang Mao and the men behind Tiger Brother shifted dramatically, and the other patrons in the bar turned their gazes toward the commotion. Upon witnessing the assault on the Tiger Brother, they were taken aback. After all, he was the kingpin of this bar street. Who dared to challenge him? How dare you strike me? Tiger Brother, clutching his head, glared at Yi Junlin with a menacing snarl. He bellowed, attack. Dismember this scoundrel. Instantly, all of Tiger Brother's underlings brandished their daggers and lunged at Yi Junlin, launching a frenzied assault. The other patrons in the bar instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Yi Junlin's impending doom. Soon, anguished cries erupted, and those in the bar sensed something amiss. They opened their eyes only to find Yi Junlin still seated calmly, while Tiger Brothers' minions lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. At that moment, Tiger Brother stood frozen, utterly incredulous as he stared at Yi Junlin, having scarcely comprehended how the man had dispatched his lackeys. Was this not utterly bizarre? Who are you? You must have come here seeking trouble. Do you even know who I serve? Tiger Brother shouted at Yi Junlin. Speak no more. No one can save you now. Yi Junlin retorted coldly. Oh, who is it that bears such wrath? Just then, a soft and enchanting voice wafted in from outside the bar. A woman clad in a black cheongsam entered, the garment elegantly slit high, revealing her long, fair legs adorned with purple stilettos. Her figure was captivating, voluptuous with alluring curves, and her wine-red wavy hair cascaded down her back, with striking features and long, flattering lashes accentuating her enchanting phoenix eyes. She exuded an irresistible charm that ensnared all who beheld her. As this captivating figure appeared, a throng of men in the bar swallowed hard, their expressions betraying their infatuation. Who is this woman? So alluring, murmured many, their desires ignited at the sight of her. Do you dare to lay a hand on her? You truly court death. Someone cautioned, igniting further curiosity among the crowd about the identity of this woman. She is the master behind Tiger Brother, known as Menyong, also infamously dubbed the Black Widow. A knowledgeable patron explained. Black Widow? Why such a moniker? Many inquired, puzzled. Because she has had 3 husbands, all of whom perished after being with her. It is said that she is a natural calamity for men. Any man who associates with her is doomed, hence the title of Black Widow. Do you still dare to pursue her? Those acquainted with the woman in the chipao cast disdainful glances at others. And his words instantly doused those within the bar who harbored thoughts about her with a chilling realization, awakening them from their reverie. Such a femme fatale, adept at ensnaring men, would deter even the boldest, regardless of her beauty. The notion of dying for a woman is mere rhetoric, in truth. They would never sacrifice themselves for one. Sister May, your arrival is timely. This brat has left me in this state, you must stand up for me. Tiger Brother lamented as he approached the woman in the chipao. Young man, are you the one who assaulted my companion? Sister May inquired, her soft voice melting hearts. Leaf Junlin regarded Sister May, a frown creasing his brow as a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. Indeed, it was I who struck him. Is there a problem? He replied. You possess quite the audacity, young man. Do you know who I am? Those who lay a hand on me face dire consequences, Sister May warned pointedly. Listen. Aside from the Wolf King of the Wolf Gate, Sister May reigned supreme in Zhonghai. With the Wolf King now dead, we, the May clan, are the underground queens of Zhonghai. By striking me, you have insulted Sister May, and you shall not leave here unscathed. Tiger Brother proclaimed, directing a fierce accusation at Leaf Junlin. Is that so? Leaf Junlin replied with a faint smile, addressing both Tiger Brother and Sister May. Are you aware of how the Wolf King perished? Sister May furrowed her brow in concern, while Tiger Brother demanded, what do you mean, boy? I killed the Wolf King. Leaf Junlin stated matter-of-factly, taking a sip of his drink. Chapter 41, The Day of Reckoning. Boom. As Yi Junlin uttered the words that he had slain the Wolf King, an immediate silence enveloped the bar, quickly followed by an uproar. Everyone stared at Yi Junlin in disbelief, their shock palpable. Who was the Wolf King? Surely no one present was unaware of his identity. He was the underground sovereign of Zhonghai, a figure whom none dared to offend. Just days prior, news had erupted that the Wolf King had been murdered, sending shockwaves throughout Zhonghai, yet the perpetrator remained unknown. Now, with Yi Junlin claiming responsibility, astonishment swept through the crowd. Swish. Upon hearing Yi Junlin's declaration, Brother Hu was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ha ha. You truly are a braggart, daring to utter such words. You think you can kill the Wolf King? How utterly ridiculous. Crack. Suddenly, the wine glass in Yi Junlin's hand shattered. With a swift motion, he sent the shards flying, piercing through Brotherhood's body. Puff, puff, puff. The shards punctured Brotherhood, causing blood to spurt forth as his eyes widened in shock before he collapsed to the ground. Do you believe it now? Yi Junlin remarked coolly. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, the expressions of those in the bar shifted dramatically. And the enchanting Mengyong narrowed her eyes, observing Yi Junlin intently. Little brother, what a remarkable skill you possess. No wonder you could kill the Wolf King, she exclaimed, softly clapping her hands and smiling alluringly. Her smile, akin to a blooming garden, captivated the men in the bar, each ensnared by her charm. Yet, Yi Junlin remained utterly composed, unaffected by her allure. Do you not intend to avenge your subordinate? Yi Junlin inquired, to which Mengyong responded candidly. Such a worthless individual dared to offend someone like you, little brother. He deserved to die. By the way, I am Mengyong. May I know your name? Mengyong approached Yi Junlin, her red lips parting, releasing a fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk that wafted toward him. Yi Junlin, he replied curtly. Young Master Yi. I apologize for the earlier offense. How about I invite you for a drink as an apology? Mengyong suggested, her captivating gaze fixed on him. Vixen. Let's go. Lin Mengwei interjected, huffing as she pulled Yi Junlin away. Is this young Master Yi's girlfriend? She is truly beautiful. Mengyong smiled at Lin Mengwei. Humph. Lin Mengwei pouted, glancing at Yi Junlin. Are you not leaving? If you don't hurry, this vixen will have you. Yi Junlin cast a fleeting glance at Mengyong but said nothing as he made his way towards the exit. Mengyong watched his retreating figure, her enchanting eyes glimmering with intrigue. That guy just now, did he not fall under her spell? Let me tell you, that woman is nothing but a vixen. So do not be deceived. Lin Mengwei murmured outside the bar. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin quietly mused, an innate enchanting physique. I never imagined encountering one here. What are you saying? Lin Mengwei gazed curiously at Yi Junlin. At that moment, Yi Junlin's phone rang, and upon answering, the voice of Fu Datsai resonated from the other end, a young Master Yi. The Shen Corporation has officially declared bankruptcy. Well done. Yi Junlin commended. Thank you for your praise, young Master Yi. It is my duty. However, I've received word from headquarters inquiring why I took action against the Shen Corporation. I managed to concoct a reason to placate them. But I fear they may not simply accept it. I am concerned. Fu Datsai expressed. There is nothing to fear. If necessary, have them come to me. Yi Junlin replied coldly. Understood, young Master Yi. Is there anything else you would like to instruct? Fu Datsai inquired. Yi Junlin then informed Fu Datsai about the upcoming opening of the Yi Corporation and requested his assistance in gathering some individuals to lend their support on that day. Certainly. Young Master Yi. Fu Datsai readily agreed. Meanwhile, in Jiangzhou, at the Shen residence. In one of the rooms, Shen Wanshon lay on the bed, appearing exceedingly haggard and aged. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon-patterned battle robe, with a stern countenance, entered the room. Should any member of the military be present? The sight of this dragon-patterned robe would undoubtedly evoke astonishment, for it is a garment exclusively worn by the esteemed generals of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon seeing Shen Wanshon's condition, the middle-aged man's expression shifted as he hastened to call out, "Father." As he uttered these words, Shen Wanshon slowly opened his eyes and spoke, "Chen Jun, you have finally returned." "Father, I am sorry. It is I who have returned." The middle-aged man, filled with remorse, revealed himself to be Shen Wanshon's second son, Shen Qianjun, the brother of Shen Qianqiu. "Qianjun, your elder brother, sister-in-law, and Aoa are gone, the Shen Corporation has perished." Shen Wanshon lamented, his face a mask of anguish. "Father, I am aware of everything. I will avenge my elder brother, sister-in-law, and Aoa. As for the Shan Corporation, I will demand an explanation from the Long Corporation. If they fail to provide one, I shall lead an army to obliterate their Jiangnan branch. Shen Qianjun declared coldly, the terrifying aura of slaughter emanating from him. Qianjun. I have sent Shenren to lead the venomous Snake Legion back. You must avenge your elder brother, sister-in-law, and Aoa. Shen Wanshan grasped Shen Qianjuan's hand tightly. Rest assured. Father. I have heard that in a few days it will be the anniversary of the Yi family's tragedy. That brat Yi Junlin intends to have all those who wronged the Yi family come forth to atone. On that day, I will personally escort him on his final journey. Shen Qianjun proclaimed, each word imbued with a chilling resolve. In the capital, within a particular courtyard room, an enraged voice erupted, "Scoundrel." Inside the room, an elderly man with white hair and eyebrows wore an expression of intense fury. Standing before him was a trembling man. This elder was Zhou Sanqing, one of the 5 honorary directors of the Chinese Medicine Association of the Dragon Kingdom, a towering figure in the realm of medicine and also Ninghao's mentor. At that moment, upon learning of the death of his beloved disciple, Zhou Sanqing was consumed by an inferno of rage. The audacity of Yi Junlin is utterly outrageous. An affront too great to bear. Zhou Sanqing exclaimed, slamming his hand on the priceless Ziton wood table before him, which shattered into pieces immediately. Calm down, old Zhou. The association is already deliberating on how to address this matter. Came the reply from the man. What is there to deliberate? An eye for an eye. That scoundrel has taken my disciple's life, he must pay for it with his own. Zhou Sanqing declared with authority. Immediately issue a proclamation in my name. Whoever brings this murderer before me will receive a free consultation from me. Understood. The man nodded, fully aware that such an announcement would inevitably cause a seismic stir. Meanwhile, within another family in the Dragon Nation, 2 figures sat conversing. One was Gongsan Yang, the third master of the Gongsan family, who previously sought the mountain river map from Yi Junlin, and the other was his elder brother, Gongsan Lai. Third brother. Master San has issued a directive, we must retrieve the mountain river map within a week, or face dire consequences, as you well know, Gongsan Lai said, his expression grave. I understand. I will mobilize our forces immediately, we will reclaim the mountain river map at all costs. Gongsan Yang replied solemnly, then sighed. It is a pity that our eldest brother has fallen into madness due to that incident, otherwise, our illustrious Gongsan family would not be subjugated by Master San. Third brother. Do not speak of such matters lightly, it would be troublesome if Master San were to hear you. Hurry and retrieve the mountain river map. Gongsan Lai urged. Understood. Gongsan Yang nodded in agreement. In the Ingguo, upon discovering the bodies of his son and younger brother, Ito Taku, the leader of the Ito family, was consumed by fury. Baka. Ito Taku roared, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Those damned Dragon Nation people dared to kill my son and brother. I will make you wish you were never born. He immediately set about gathering a formidable force to exact revenge on the Dragon Nation. Unbeknownst to Yi Junlin, a multitude of adversaries were converging upon him. In the ensuing days, however, he enjoyed a period of tranquility, free from any disturbances. Soon, the day of the Yi family's memorial arrived. Chapter 42, Commemoration and Murder as Yi Junlin descended from the mountain. 10 fleeting days had passed in the blink of an eye. Today marked the anniversary of the Yi family's tragedy. 7 years prior, on this very day, the Yi family was annihilated. 7 years hence, Yi Junlin was poised to exact vengeance for his family. Young master, are we ready to depart? Cold Edge approached Yi Junlin with utmost respect. Let us go, Yi Junlin replied with a detached demeanor, striding towards the villa's exit. Meanwhile, Lin Mengwei lazily descended from the upper floors and inquired, what are you up to so early in the morning? To commemorate and to kill, Yi Junlin uttered succinctly, leaving the villa and heading towards the ancestral home of the Yi family. Concurrently, at the Jiangnan branch of the Shenu division, All 5 deputy commanders stood before a single figure, bowing respectfully. "We welcome the commander back. Who would have thought that in my mere half-month absence so much could transpire in Jeongnan?" The man, cloaked in a black mantle, regarded them coldly. He was Seong Tion, one of the 9 commanders of the Jeonwoo division. "Commander, today is the anniversary of the Yi family's demise. Jeonghai will likely not see a peaceful day," Shenjian, the foremost among the 5 deputy commanders, remarked. "Not merely unsettled. We may be on the brink of something monumental." Seong Tian's eyes glimmered with sharp insight as he spoke coldly. "Does the commander possess some knowledge?" The 5 deputies inquired with curiosity. "Yi Junlin has slain Zhou Sanqing's disciple from the Chinese Medicine Association," Seong Tian revealed. At this declaration, the expressions of the 5 deputies shifted dramatically, their astonishment palpable. "He has dared to kill a disciple of Elder Zhou. Has he lost his mind?" They were acutely aware of Elder Zhou's esteemed status within the realm of medicine in Longwa. It was no exaggeration to say that his word could command the loyalty of countless influential figures, for even the powerful would one day fall ill, and in such times, Elder Zhou would be their beacon of hope. Hence, these individuals were eager to curry favor with him. Now that his disciple had been murdered, how could he simply let it slide? Moreover, Shen Qianjun of the Shen family has returned, Seong Tian continued. And his words caused the 5 deputy commanders' faces to pale further. "Shen Qianjun has returned? This is indeed dire news." Shen Jian intoned gravely. A storm of blood and chaos was inevitable in Jeonghai, and the Jeonwoo division's mandate was to contain this incident and prevent societal upheaval. "Issue my orders to mobilize all members of the Jeongnan branch of the Jeonwoo division. We shall proceed to Jeonghai," Seong Tian commanded authoritatively. At that moment, a multitude surged towards Jeonghai, where ominous clouds loomed. Arriving at the site of the Yi family's ancestral home, Yi Junlin stood before what had become a desolate ruin. A grand altar was erected, adorned with spirit tablets bearing the names of his parents, sister, and other members of the Yi family. Father, mother, sister. Yi Junlin gazed upon the tablets, a pang of anguish reflected in his eyes as memories flooded back, and sorrow enveloped his heart. Soon after, Yi Junlin stepped forward to light 3 incense sticks, paying homage to the ancestral tablets of the Yi family. "Father, mother, sister, I hope you are well in paradise. Today, I shall avenge you. I will spare none of those who have wronged you." A cold glint of murderous intent flickered in Yi Junlin's eyes as he bowed once more in reverence. "Brother Junlin." At that moment, the voice of Shuai reached his ears. Yi Junlin glanced over and saw Su Shuai, arm in arm with Old Master Su, accompanied by Su Tiongwe and his wife, Su Tionmin. Both Su Tiongwe and Du Mengwan wore reluctant expressions. "Shuai, Grandfather Su, what brings you here?" Yi Junlin inquired, regarding Su Shuai and the others. "Brother Junlin, today marks the anniversary of Uncle and Auntie's passing. Naturally, we must come to pay our respects," Su Shuai replied. "Junlin, I have a good relationship with your father. Yet when the Yi family faced calamity, I was unable to assist in any way. I have carried a deep sense of guilt since then. Today, I bring the Su family to pay our respects as a form of atonement for your father's sake," Old Master Su expressed, his face etched with remorse. "Grandfather Su, you are too kind. Even if the Su family had intervened back then, it would have been of little use and may have even brought trouble upon you," Yi Junlin countered. "Father, the Yi family members are already dead. What is the point of paying respects? I have heard this lad intends for those who harmed the Yi family to come and apologize today. If those people come here, we will be in danger," Su Tiongwe remarked, directing his words at Old Master Su. "Enough. If it weren't for Junlin clarifying the poison incident for you, do you think you would still be standing here? Go and pay your respects to the Yi family this instant." Old Master Su rebuked Su Tiongwe sharply. Upon hearing this reprimand, Su Tiongwe dared not speak further. Subsequently, Old Master Su, Su Shuai, Su Tiongwe, and Su Tiamin each took turns lighting incense and offering their respects. Afterward, Yi Junlin turned to Old Master Su and said, "Grandfather Su, you should return home after paying your respects." "Junlin, I have heard that the Bai, Su, and Ming families are conspiring against you. Can you handle it alone? Would you like me to bring some people to assist you?" Old Master Su inquired, concern evident in his gaze. Yi Junlin shook his head in response. "Grandfather Su, you need not worry about me. Today, only those who have harmed my Yi family will face consequences." "Humph, how eloquently you speak. What can you achieve on your own? No matter how skilled you are. How many can you truly confront? It seems you are courting death. Since you have survived, you should find a safe place to live out your days rather than recklessly seeking revenge. It is utterly foolish." Du Mengwan remarked disdainfully, her contempt unmistakable. "Mother." Su Shuai shot an unhappy glance at Du Mengwan. "Enough of this." Old Master Su's voice cut through the tension. He turned to Yi Junlin, asking, "Junlin, do you truly not require assistance from the Su family?" "No need, Grandfather Su. You all should return home," Yi Junlin replied resolutely. Soon after, the Venerable Su departed with his companions, while Su Shuai dashed directly towards Yi Junlin, bestowing a gentle kiss upon his cheek. "Brother Junlin, you must not come to any harm," she implored. "Do not worry, silly girl," Yi Junlin replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. Just as the Su family had left, 3 figures materialized in the vicinity. These 3 were none other than the patriarchs of the Jiang, Su, and Ming families. "At last, you have arrived. But is it merely the 3 of you? I expected your entire clan to come and offer their respects to the Yi family in atonement," Yi Junlin remarked coldly. "Regarding the trio, do you truly believe we have come to express our apologies?" The Ming family patriarch retorted with a chilling gaze fixed upon Yi Junlin. "Today, you shall meet your demise," proclaimed the Su family patriarch. "Death." The Bai family patriarch echoed, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he locked his gaze on Yi Junlin. Suddenly, a cacophony of heavy and rapid footsteps resounded from all directions. Chapter 43, The Dragon Kingdom's Warrior. They shall perish in the next moment. A massive throng of individuals, numbering at least 3,000 to 4,000, surrounded the Yi family estate. These individuals were a motley crew. Some bore the triangular military daggers and donned mercenary attire, while others, clad in dark garb reminiscent of assassins, exuded a sinister aura. Among them were also numerous malevolent figures, their faces twisted with ruthless intent, along with a group of imposing martial artists. In essence, these thousands were no innocents, each radiated a palpable sense of bloodlust as they charged forward, encircling the vicinity with ferocity. Yi Junlin cast a discerning glance at the assembled multitude and coldly remarked, "Is this truly the best you could muster after days of searching?" Indeed, among them were renowned mercenaries from abroad, a host of international assassins, and a cadre of blood-stained villains, complemented by a faction of martial practitioners, each with numerous lives claimed by their hands. Their singular purpose today was to extinguish your life. Even if you were a deity, you would undoubtedly meet your demise today. The 3 elder gentlemen bellowed at Yi Junlin, their expressions twisted in rage. To expend such vast resources in order to eliminate a mere youth, does this not seem excessive? At that moment, a Babali man wielding an axe, his visage menacing, regarded Yi Junlin with contempt. "This brat possesses formidable strength, you must not underestimate him. Today, whoever slays him shall be rewarded with a bounty of 1 billion. The elder from the Bai family shouted. "Indeed. A mere act of killing him will earn you 10 billion. Echoed the elders from the Ming and Su families. Swish. 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 Upon hearing the promise of 10 billion, the eyes of the assembled crowd ignited with fervent desire. For these individuals, the allure of such a bounty was monumental, enough to spur them into action. "I shall claim that 10 billion. Roared the man with the axe, charging towards Yi Junlin with the ferocity of a wolf zeroing in on its prey. The others, unwilling to be outdone and fearful of losing the prize, brandished their weapons and surged towards Yi Junlin. In that moment, the collective of mercenaries, assassins, villains, and martial artists appeared resolute in their intent to slay Yi Junlin. The scene was utterly terrifying, rivaling the earlier gathering of 8,000 from the Shen family. After all, these thousands were true executioners, unflinching in the face of bloodshed. Unlike the mere guards of the Shen family. At that juncture, as Ling Feng prepared to engage, Yi Junlin halted him. "Today, I shall be the one to deliver death," he declared, an aura of dread emanating from him. In a flash, Yi Junlin propelled himself into the fray, unleashing a massacre. Bang! The leading man with the axe was obliterated in a single punch, both he and his weapon shattered. Puff, puff, puff. Next, Yi Junlin moved like lightning, weaving through the throng, employing both fists and feet. Each strike he delivered claimed one life, if not several. At this moment, Yi Junlin resembled a relentless killing machine, mercilessly slaughtering those before him. He channeled all the anguish and fury stemming from the anniversary of the Yi family's demise into this brutal massacre. In the blink of an eye, over half of the thousands present lay slain. Before Yi Junlin, no matter if they were mercenaries, assassins, or infamous criminals. None could withstand the force of his fist. The remaining 1,000 were paralyzed with fear, clutching their weapons yet too terrified to advance. This demonic display of carnage brought clarity to their minds, previously clouded by the allure of a billion. However, while they hesitated, Yi Junlin surged forward, continuing his frenzied assault. Soon, hundreds more bodies littered the ground. Outside the Yi family mansion, the landscape was a grotesque tableau of carnage, the earth soaked in crimson. The three elder patriarchs, witnessing this, were expressions of sheer disbelief. "Charge! Kill him! 20 billion!" They bellowed in desperation as they observed the retreat of their hired hands, doubling the bounty in a frantic bid to incite action. They had risked everything to eliminate Yi Junlin, for if he remained, their three families would face annihilation. Regrettably, no amount of money could galvanize the frightened warriors. They were paralyzed by terror, yearning only to flee, yet Yi Junlin offered no escape. With a series of sickening splatters, the assembled forces met a gruesome fate at the hands of Yi Junlin alone. Bloodied and exuding an aura of death, his eyes glimmered with a terrifying light. At that moment, the three elders stood utterly stupefied. "Kneel!" Yi Junlin's voice thundered, compelling the three to collapse before him. Thud. 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 They knelt. Their faces pale and despair etched in their eyes, unable to fathom the terrifying depth of Yi Junlin's power. He was no longer merely human. "Bow your heads," he commanded once more. Elder Ming shouted defiantly, "Even if you kill us today, the Yi family will not return. They have become mere wandering spirits." With a surge of rage, Yi Junlin struck, shattering Elder Ming's skull with a single blow. "Bow your heads," he ordered again. The expressions of the elders from the Bai and Su families shifted dramatically. Elder Su began to speak, but before he could finish, Yi Junlin silenced him with another devastating strike, ending his life. "Bow your heads," he reiterated. "You shall not die a peaceful death." Elder Bai screamed, his eyes filled with fury. In an instant, Yi Junlin's hand descended once more, sending the Elder Bai to his demise. "Cold blade," Yi Junlin called out. "Young master." Cold wind's gaze swept towards Yi Junlin, who coldly commanded, "Go and eliminate every member of the three major families, and bring their heads back." "Understood." Cold wind nodded. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted. A middle-aged man clad in a dragon-patterned battle robe, with a stern countenance, stepped forward, clapping his hands. He was Shen Qianjun, the second eldest of the Shen family, flanked by 4 men in combat uniforms. Behind them trailed over 1,000 individuals, all dressed in dark garments, their eyes glinting with a snake-like coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. They were the Snake Legion, a military force cultivated by the Shen family abroad. "Yi Junlin, you indeed possess some capability. You can command the slaughter of thousands with but a word," Shen Qianjun remarked. His expression icy as he observed Yi Junlin with a mocking applause. "Who are you?" Yi Junlin replied coolly. "You have slain the head of the Shen family." "My elder brother. I am Shen Qianjun." Shen Qianjun retorted coldly. "Is it the Shen family that has come to meet their demise?" Yi Junlin cast a glance at Shen Qianjun, while a man in uniform beside Shen pointed at Yi Junlin and exclaimed, "Impudent! How dare you speak to the war general in such a manner?" "War general?" Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow at Shen Qianjun. "Boy, open your eyes wide and behold. Standing before you is General Shen, one of the 36 war generals of our Dragon Kingdom." The man in uniform declared proudly. The title of War General is a prestigious honor bestowed directly by the Ministry of War, reserved for those who have rendered great service to the Dragon Kingdom. There are only 36 war generals in the entire Ministry of War, each having shed the blood of countless foes, their status surpassing even that of a provincial governor. Shen Qianjun is one of these 36 war generals, however, due to his status. Few outside the upper echelons of the Shen family and the Ministry of War are aware of his true identity. The dragon-patterned battle robe he wore is a garment reserved solely for the war generals of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet upon learning Shen Qianjun's identity, Yi Junlin remained expressionless and stated, "A war general of the Dragon Kingdom. Then you shall die as well." Chapter 44, My people, can you still move? A general of the Dragon Nation. They must die. Yi Junlin spoke to Shen Qianjun with an expression devoid of emotion. His words caused the 4 men in military attire behind Shen Qianjun to change their expressions. They had not anticipated Yi Junlin's audacity. Dismissing even a formidable general of the Dragon Nation. How brazen! You are indeed quite arrogant. However, to kill me, one must first prove their strength. Shen Qianjun commanded coldly. At his order, a man with a scarred face and a fierce countenance gripped a military blade, pointing it at Yi Junlin and shouting, "Poisonous Snake Legion, attack!" In an instant, the man led the Poisonous Snake Legion in a charge towards Yi Junlin. Each member of this elite unit had survived various foreign wars, surpassing ordinary mercenaries in prowess. Armed with bloodthirsty military daggers, they advanced toward Yi Junlin with eyes glinting like venomous serpents ready to strike. Before Yi Junlin could make a move, Leng Feng surged forward, brandishing a dagger to engage the members of the Poisonous Snake Legion in fierce combat. One by one, he swiftly severed their throats, blood gushing forth. At this moment, Shen Ran, the leader of the Poisonous Snake Legion, fixed his gaze on Leng Feng and swung his military blade at him. The clash of their weapons produced a sharp metallic ring. Shen Ran was forced back several steps, but Leng Feng pressed forward, wildly stabbing towards his vital points. In the midst of the fray, Shen Ran was struck in the chest, his eyes widening in disbelief. Attempting to retaliate, he was instead sent flying by a kick from Leng Feng, crashing to the ground and spewing blood, ultimately lifeless. Witnessing their leader's demise, the members of the Poisonous Snake Legion charged at Leng Feng in a blind rage, yet each one fell before him, no match for his skill. "Subdue him," Shen Qianjun commanded, gesturing to the 4 men in military attire behind him, all elite guards of the highest caliber in the military. In a flash, the 4 men lunged at Leng Feng, their strikes precise and aimed at his vitals. A fierce battle ensued between Leng Feng and the 4 men. Though he faced them alone, he held his ground without faltering. They exchanged blows for over 100 moves, and despite their combined efforts, the 4 men could not gain the upper hand, suffering multiple injuries in the process. At this juncture, Shen Qianjun furrowed his brow and moved like a swift arrow toward Leng Feng, delivering a powerful punch. The speed of the strike created a thunderous sonic boom as it sliced through the air. As the cold front had just repelled the 4 men, the fist of Shen Qianjun unexpectedly appeared before him, leaving no opportunity for evasion or resistance. Just as Shen Qianjun's punch was about to land on cold front, a massive hand suddenly descended, grasping Shen Qianjun's fist and preventing any further advance. The owner of this formidable hand was Yi Junlin, who coldly regarded Shen Qianjun and remarked, "My subordinate is not someone you can touch." Shen Qianjun's expression shifted as he looked at Yi Junlin, his fist's power escalating. Yet it couldn't budge Yi Junlin's grip in the slightest. With a crack, Yi Junlin squeezed, shattering Shen Qianjuan's fist, causing the latter to grimace in pain. In retaliation, he swung his other fist towards Yi Junlin. However, with a resounding thud, Yi Junlin delivered a powerful kick that sent Shen Qianjun flying. Shen Qianjun soared several meters before crashing to the ground, coughing up blood, with his right hand contorted and deformed, exposing the stark whiteness of bone. General! The 4 men in combat attire exclaimed in alarm, their faces paling as they glared at Yi Junlin. You dare to attack the general? You are doomed. With a flick of his hand, Yi Junlin unleashed 4 silver needles that pierced the foreheads of the 4 men, killing them instantly, leaving them lifeless on the ground. At this moment, Shen Qianjuan's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Yi Junlin, utterly astonished by the latter's overwhelming strength. It was inconceivable that he, the battle general, could be defeated in a single move. Is this the prowess of a Dragon Kingdom battle general? Yi Junlin taunted, his expression laced with disdain. Shen Qianjun, filled with rage, retorted, You dare lay a hand on me? Do you wish to oppose the War Department? I am a man of principle, I do not harm others unless provoked. Should anyone offend me, I will exact my vengeance. If you seek to kill me, prepare to die, regardless of your identity or background. Yi Junlin's gaze remained unwavering as he replied, Do you comprehend the consequences of attempting to kill me? I am a battle general, bestowed with the rank of 1 star by the Marshal of the War Department. If I perish, you will become a target of pursuit throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. And there will be nowhere left for you to hide. Do you dare to kill me? Shen Qianjun scoffed at Yi Junlin's words, clearly unconvinced that Yi Junlin would dare to take his life. There is nothing in this world I fear. Yi Junlin's expression was stoic as he approached Shen Qianjun step by step. As Yi Junlin drew near, Shen Qianjuan's countenance shifted, and just as Yi Junlin stood before him, a sharp blade appeared in Shen Qianjuan's left hand. He sprung up violently, lunging at Yi Junlin. The speed of Shen Qianjuan's strike was astonishing. And given the proximity between them, most would find it impossible to react in time to defend. Yet Yi Junlin seemed to anticipate Shen Qianjuan's move, extending his hand to swiftly seize Shen Qianjuan's left hand and crush it. At that moment, Shen Qianjun emitted a pained groan, his expression contorting in anguish. Just then, the sharp blade fell to the ground, only to be deftly caught by Yi Junlin, who immediately pressed it against Shen Qianjuan's throat. You! Shen Qianjun glared at Yi Junlin, his eyes brimming with resentment. I vowed to kill you, and you shall perish. Yi Junlin replied coldly, preparing to strike. However, at that instant, the chilling and authoritative voice echoed, Stop. With a swift motion, as the frosty command reverberated, the blade in Yi Junlin's hand severed Shen Qianjuan's throat, a spray of crimson erupting forth. Chapter 45, Is Sister Not Dead? At that moment, a figure emerged, revealing Xiang Tian, the commanding officer of the Jiangnan Division of the Shenwu Division, accompanied by 5 deputy commanders and numerous members of the division. Upon witnessing the carnage strewn across the ground, their expressions shifted dramatically. Particularly upon seeing the lifeless body of Shen Qianjun, the 5 deputy commanders were utterly astonished. The renowned War General of the Dragon Kingdom, Shen Qianjun, had been slain. At this instant, the 5 deputy commanders were engulfed in shock. Among the 36 War Generals of the Dragon Kingdom, each one was bestowed a title by the Marshal of the War Department, embodying true military prowess. Their status was so elevated that even the influential figures in the capital would treat them with utmost respect. Yet here lay Shen Qianjun, a general who had met his demise. The ramifications of this news would be unfathomable should it spread. Xiang Tian gazed at Shen Qianjuan's corpse, his countenance grim. He directed a cold stare at Yi Junlin and demanded, I instructed you to cease your actions, why did you not comply? Do you think I must obey just because you commanded me? Who do you think you are? Yi Junlin retorted disdainfully. The 5 deputy commanders were taken aback by Yi Junlin's audacity, realizing that this youth was indeed exceedingly arrogant to address their commanding officer in such a manner. It is well known that the 9 commanders of the Shonu division hold a status even higher than regional governors, and their unique positions demand respect from all. Never before had anyone dared to openly insult a commander of the Shonu division, and Yi Junlin was undoubtedly the first to do so. Xiang Tian's brow furrowed at Yi Junlin's words as he replied coldly, Yi Junlin, while it is understandable for a young and powerful individual to exhibit some arrogance, excessive pride invites calamity. A tree that stands out will inevitably be uprooted by the wind. I have no interest in your empty threats. Yi Junlin retorted without hesitation. You have slain our general of the Dragon Kingdom, committing an egregious crime. Today, I shall take you into custody. You would do well not to resist. Perhaps you might prolong your life a little longer, otherwise this place shall become your final resting ground. Xiang Tian declared sternly. Arrest me? Ha! Yi Junlin scoffed. You are hardly qualified to apprehend me. In an instant, Xiang Tian vanished from sight, reappearing before Yi Junlin. His hand transformed into a claw infused with fierce energy, tearing through the air as it lunged towards Yi Junlin. Unfazed, Yi Junlin clenched his right fist and retaliated with a powerful strike, meeting Xiang Tian's claw head-on. Bang! A sound as thunderous as a storm erupted. Xiang Tian was sent staggering backward, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he regarded Yi Junlin. The 5 deputy commanders and other members of the Shonu division were left utterly stunned, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Their commanding officer had failed to overpower Yi Junlin. How could this be? A young upstart had repelled one of the 9 commanders of the Shonu division. If this were to spread, no one would dare believe it. You. Xiang Tian's gaze remained locked on Yi Junlin, his face a canvas of fluctuating emotions. You are no match for me, begone. Yi Junlin declared coldly. Who exactly is behind you? Xiang Tian fixed his gaze on Yi Junlin, his eyes shimmering with intensity. He was well aware of Yi Junlin's background 7 years prior. He was merely an ordinary heir of a family lacking any martial prowess. Yet, in a mere 7 years, he had cultivated such formidable strength. This indicated that he had evolved remarkably within that time frame, undoubtedly supported by a powerful force, otherwise, his personal efforts alone could not have led to such extraordinary advancement. This has nothing to do with you. Yi Junlin retorted icily. No matter who stands behind you, this is the Dragon Kingdom, and you will not wreak havoc here. You have slain a general of the Dragon Kingdom, the capital offense for which no one can save you. You would do well to return with me immediately. Perhaps there remains a sliver of hope. Otherwise, once the War Department is enraged, your demise is inevitable. Xiang Tian called out coldly, his demeanor unyielding. Whoever is angry can come find me. Now, you may leave. Yi Junlin replied sharply, exuding an air of reckless audacity. It was astonishing to witness the transformation of the once disregarded waste, trampled upon 7 years ago, into someone of such remarkable prowess. Just then, a chilling, mocking voice echoed through the air, followed by the appearance of a group of individuals. At the forefront was a man in his 30s, exuding an air of arrogance. His gaze upon Yi Junlin laced with derision. Yi Junlin's eyes narrowed as he recognized this man, a henchman of the enigmatic young master from 7 years past. The very one who had ordered his limbs to be shattered before casting him into the sea. Yi Junlin had indelibly etched this face into his memory. You have indeed come. Yi Junlin remarked coldly, having orchestrated this confrontation to draw the attention of that young master, thus sparing himself the trouble of seeking him out. It appeared that the young master was aware of his existence, though he had not come in person. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Capturing this henchman would reveal the whereabouts of the individual responsible for his family's ruin. Kid, your life is remarkably tenacious, it seems you cannot perish so easily. However, 7 years ago, you were fortunate to survive, and today, you shall undoubtedly meet your end. Attack. The henchman of the young master sneered, gesturing for his companions to charge at Yi Junlin. Boom! 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 As they made their move, an overwhelming force erupted from them. All were formidable practitioners of the profound realm. The sheer might of their capabilities caused Xiang Tian's expression to shift, astonishment etched upon his face. After all, it was no ordinary force that could easily command multiple experts of the profound realm, and these individuals were not to be trifled with, each possessing strength surpassing the second rank of the profound realm. As the masters of the mysterious realm swiftly approached Yi Junlin, he unleashed his prowess with lightning speed, mercilessly vanquishing them one by one. In a flash, the expression on the face of the young master's aide shifted dramatically. Overwhelmed with shock at the sight of his companions being dispatched so effortlessly. You. The aide's eyes widened as he gazed at Yi Junlin. Just as he began to speak, Yi Junlin closed the distance, seizing him by the throat and slamming him to the ground. With a cough, the aide spat blood. His face contorted in agony. "Tell me, where is your master?" Yi Junlin's expression twisted with menace, his crimson eyes fixed on the aide, who was so terrified that he could scarcely articulate a response. At that moment, the aide's phone rang, and Yi Junlin swiftly retrieved it and answered. A youthful voice emanated from the device. "So, has that brat been dealt with?" Upon hearing that voice, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent surged within Yi Junlin, causing the hand that held the phone to crack audibly. It was the very voice of the young master who had orchestrated the destruction of Yi Junlin's family years ago. With a fierce effort to contain his rage, Yi Junlin retorted, "I apologize for disappointing you, I am still alive." An eerie silence enveloped the line for several seconds before the young master's voice returned. "It seems I underestimated you, kid. I never imagined you would grow to this extent. 7 years ago, you forced my sister to her death, murdered my parents, and obliterated the Yi family. I will exact every drop of blood owed to me in due time." Clutching the phone, Yi Junlin enunciated each word with terrifying intensity, each syllable infused with lethal intent. "Ha ha." The young master on the other end of the line, rather than being intimidated, let out a cold laugh, mocking, "You are quite audacious, kid. But no matter how formidable you have become, before me, you are nothing but refuse, a mere waste. Seeking vengeance against me is utterly laughable." With a chilling tone, he added, "By the way, I have one more thing to inform you, your sister is not dead." Boom! At the revelation of the last statement, Yi Junlin's pupils constricted, and an aura of terrifying power erupted from him. Chapter 46, Annihilation of the Three Clans. Boom! Upon hearing the enigmatic young master proclaim that his sister was not dead, Yi Junlin's pupils constricted, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from him. As this fierce energy surged forth, the surrounding air became thick and unyielding, leaving all others present gasping for breath, engulfed in a profound sense of suffocation. "What did you say?" Yi Junlin gripped his phone tightly, his teeth clenched as he shouted. "I said your sister is alive. But would you like to know where she is now?" The mysterious young master chuckled with a playful glint in his voice. "Where is my sister? Tell me." Yi Junlin roared, his voice reverberating so powerfully that it nearly ruptured the eardrums of those around him. "Do you wish to know? I shall reveal it only once you are dead." Ha ha ha. The enigmatic young master laughed heartily. Bang! In an instant, Yi Junlin crushed the phone in his hand, reducing it to mere shards, his icy gaze locking onto the young master's subordinate, as he demanded with lethal intent, "Speak. Where is your master?" "I." The young master's subordinate, struck by the terror etched on Yi Junlin's face, was about to reply when suddenly 4 glimmering blades appeared behind Yi Junlin, hurtling towards him with deadly precision. "Be careful, young master." Cold Blade's face paled as he shouted at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin swiftly turned, his fists smashing forward to collide with the 4 blades, shattering them with sheer force. Puff! 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 As Yi Junlin's fists tore through the air, the 4 assailants were sent flying, crashing to the ground and spewing blood, lifeless on impact. These 4 figures were clad in tight black attire, their faces concealed by masks, revealing only their eyes. Ninja from Ming Nation. The commanding officer of the Shonu division, Xiang Tian, observed the assailants with furrowed brows, astonished. The techniques employed by these 4 were indeed ninjutsu, capable of rendering one invisible. A skill unique to the ninjas of Ing Nation. Yet how could such ninjas be present here? Swish. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while Yi Junlin was preoccupied with the ninjas, the young master's subordinate attempted to flee, only to be confronted by a cadre of Ing Nation warriors brandishing katanas. The leader, a middle-aged man dressed in samurai garb with a handlebar mustache, wielded his katana and, without uttering a word, cleaved the fleeing subordinate in half, leaving Yi Junlin no time to intervene. Witnessing the soul lead to the whereabouts of the enigmatic young master vanish, Yi Junlin's expression darkened considerably, his eyes ablaze with relentless murderous intent directed at the group of Ing Nation warriors. You are the one who killed my Ito family's second master and young master, aren't you? Today, you. The Ing Nation man who had slain the young master's subordinate glared at Yi Junlin and began to speak, but before Yi Junlin delivered a single, devastating punch that obliterated the man before him, sending a shower of crimson blood cascading through the air, transforming Yi Junlin into a veritable harbinger of death. The warriors from the Ito family could only watch in horror as Yi Junlin's bloodthirsty gaze fell upon them, propelling him into a furious rampage. In the blink of an eye, he had decimated the group of samurai, leaving no room for retaliation. The members of the Shunwu division, witnessing this frenzy of carnage, swallowed hard, their eyes betraying a palpable fear. They had never encountered such a savage slaughter. Yi Junlin was nothing short of a madman. The 5 deputy commanders stood frozen in shock, their expressions a mix of numbness and disbelief. With the adversaries dispatched, Yi Junlin's rage and malice gradually subsided. He cast a cold glance at Xiang Tian, demanding, "Are you not leaving? Do you wish to join them in death?" Xiang Tian met Yi Junlin's gaze, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Without uttering a word, he led the Shunwu division away, acutely aware that any further comments might provoke Yi Junlin's lethal wrath. As the Shunwu division departed, Yi Junlin called out, "Leng Feng. Your subordinate is here." Leng Feng stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Take this Tenji order and notify the Tenji pavilion. Spare no effort in locating that young master, and also uncover the truth regarding my sister's fate, whether she lives or dies." Yi Junlin handed Leng Feng the Tenji order bestowed upon him by his master. Years prior, the bodies of his parents and sister had been cast into the Yi family, consumed entirely by flames, leaving Yi Junlin uncertain of the veracity of the young master's claims. Yet, he chose to believe in the possibility of a surviving kin in this world. "Yes, young master," Leng Feng replied, his expression shifting to one of solemn respect. Meanwhile, the deputy commander Xian Jian turned to Xiang Tian, inquiring, "My lord, what shall we do now? With Shen Qianjun dead in Jiangnan County, if the War Department pursues this matter, our Shunwu division may find ourselves implicated. This individual possesses extraordinary strength and a background that is undoubtedly formidable. Even the War Department cannot hold us accountable." Xiang Tian replied in a low voice, his gaze intense. "It appears that peace will elude Jiangnan County from this point forward." Before long, an hour had passed, and news swept across Zhonghai. The Bai, Su, and Ming clans had been completely annihilated, their members decapitated, leaving behind a gruesome trail of headless corpses. The revelation sent shockwaves throughout Zhonghai. In a hospital within Zhonghai, a woman with her face wrapped in bandages sat, her shock palpable as she listened to a man before her. Her pupils dilated in disbelief as she exclaimed, "What did you say, Miss? The entire Bai family has been slaughtered by Yi Junlin. Now, you are the last remaining heir. You must flee at once to avoid detection, for your life may be forfeit if he finds you." The man spoke to the woman before him, who was none other than Bai Jiruo, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Since her disfigurement and the ensuing humiliation inflicted by Yi Junlin, Bai Jiruo had remained in the hospital for treatment, never returning to the Bai family, thus narrowly escaping a calamity. Yi Junlin, upon hearing of her family's destruction, her eyes brimmed with an endless hatred as she gritted her teeth and shouted furiously. Bai Jiruo's fists clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound. Her gaze transforming into one of ferocity. "Yi Junlin, you have marred my visage, violated my body, and annihilated my family. This enmity shall never be forgiven. I, Bai Jiruo, Vow that I shall not rest until this vengeance is fulfilled. Her voice, filled with uncontainable wrath, echoed throughout the room. Subsequently, Baijiro departed from the hospital, vanishing completely from Zhonghai. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin paid little heed to the woman, unaware that in the near future, she would bring a multitude of troubles upon him. After retrieving the heads of the 3 clansmen to offer as sacrifices to the spirits of the Yi family, Yi Junlin left the ancestral home bloodied and returned to his villa. However, tension hung thick in the air within Yi Junlin's villa, as an atmosphere of imminent conflict loomed. Chapter 47, lay down the map of rivers and mountains, and end it all at this moment in Yi Junlin's villa. A figure clad in black stood alongside a group of individuals. This enigmatic elder in black was the same mysterious figure who had previously bid for the map of rivers and mountains at the auction. The others were none other than Gongsun Yang and the formidable members of the Gongsun family he had brought along. The elder held a box in his hand, which contained the precious map of rivers and mountains belonging to the Yi family. It was evident that both the elder and Gongsun Yang had discovered Yi Junlin's residence with the intent to seize the map. However, the elder had gotten there first and claimed it for himself. I care not who you are, surrender the map of rivers and mountains, or you shall not live here today, Gongsun Yang declared coldly, glaring at the elder. Begone. The elder's eyes glinted with murderous intent as a chilling aura radiated from him. It seems you are insistent on a confrontation, Gongsun Yang retorted, his expression hardening as he prepared to strike. At that moment, Yi Junlin entered the room, his demeanor icy as he surveyed the scene. To steal from me in my own home and to think you can brawl here, do you hold me in such low regard? Swish. 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 The elder and Gongsun Yang's gazes snapped toward Yi Junlin. Upon seeing him, bloodied and emanating an aura of death, their expressions shifted dramatically. You, Gongsun Yang began, but Yi Junlin interrupted coldly, release the map of rivers and mountains, and end it here. Upon hearing Yi Junlin's domineering and ruthless words, Gongsun Yang and his companions' faces paled. The elder regarded Yi Junlin with disdain, scoffing, you speak boldly, young one. My reluctance to engage in our previous encounter stemmed from a desire to avoid unnecessary commotion. Do you truly believe that killing a mere lieutenant makes you formidable? Today, the map of rivers and mountains shall be mine. In an instant, Yi Junlin's cold gaze locked onto the elder. With a single stride, he closed the distance, transforming his hand into a claw and lunging forward. The elder's countenance changed as he prepared to defend himself, but Yi Junlin's claw struck like lightning, seizing his throat before he could react. Crack! In an instant, Yi Junlin crushed the elder's throat, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never anticipated that, despite his profound mastery, he would be vanquished in an instant, yet Yi Junlin remained expressionless, delivering a single strike that sent the man hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground and violently expelling blood, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. Upon witnessing the remarkable talent nurtured by his family being effortlessly defeated by Yi Junlin in a single strike, Gongsun Yang's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that Yi Junlin's strength was formidable to such an extent. At long last, you have returned. At that moment, Lin Mengwei hurried down the stairs, gazing at Yi Junlin with a sense of relief. The sudden intrusion of the two groups into the villa had startled her, prompting her to hide away until she heard Yi Junlin's voice, which reassured her enough to emerge. Miss. Suddenly, several individuals appeared, and the leader among them gazed at Lin Mengwei, exclaiming. They were all members of the Lin family, including 2 martial artists of the Profound Realm. What brings you here again? Lin Mengwei gazed at the other person, her expression darkening as she spoke with displeasure. Miss. We are here under the orders of the clan leader to escort you back, then to dispose of this brat in the process. The leader spoke, his gaze sweeping towards Yi Junlin, revealing a hint of coldness that eliminate him. Swish. Swish. In an instant, the 2 practitioners of the mysterious realm charged towards Yi Junlin, both unleashing the formidable power of the 5th tier of the mysterious realm, seeking their own demise. Yi Junlin's expression turned icy, his hands resembling twin dragons reaching for pearls. And he struck out directly. Upon witnessing this, Gongsun Yang's demeanor stiffened as he seized the opportunity to swiftly retreat with the members of the Gongsun family. Bang! Bang! Two resounding sounds, heavy as thunder, echoed through the air. The two fifth-grade martial artists collided fists with Yi Junlin, their fists and arms exploding upon impact. Yi Junlin's punch, unstoppable in its momentum, struck their chests, piercing through with explosive force. The two martial artists, drenched in blood, were propelled outward, crashing before the individual who had spoken, causing the latter's expression to freeze in utter shock. These two individuals were esteemed protectors of the Lin family, having vanquished numerous formidable foes on their behalf. How could it be conceivable that they were swiftly defeated by Yi Junlin's bare hands? Upon witnessing this, Lin Mengwei's expression shifted slightly, and she exclaimed to the man, "Why are you all still lingering here? Do you wish to meet your demise in such a place?" The man cast a fleeting glance at Yi Junlin before turning away with his companions. As for Yi Junlin, he shot a glance at Lin Mengwei and declared, "Leave this place at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." After Yi Junlin concluded his words, he ascended the stairs with the map of mountains and rivers in hand. Meanwhile, Lin Mengwei gazed at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, her expression shifting restlessly. She pondered to herself, could this individual be a deranged killer, reveling in the act of murder? Several hours later, the Shan family, one of the 6 prominent clans of Jiangnan, was mercilessly slaughtered. Every member of the Shan family, numbering in the thousands, was annihilated without exception. The moment this news broke, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire Jiangnan prefecture. The Shan family, one of the 6 prominent clans of Jiangnan, boasts a profound foundation that none dare to provoke. Yet, they have been utterly annihilated, leaving one in a state of astonishment. Everyone is deeply curious about who possesses such immense power capable of annihilating the entire Shan family. Yet no one knows the answer. At this moment, within the Dragon Kingdom's War Department, the news of Shen Chenjuan's demise has similarly caused a stir throughout the department. Instantly, the upper echelons of the War Department were engulfed in fury. After all, Shen Qianjun was a distinguished general bestowed by their own ranks. And to have him slain in such a manner was nothing short of a slap in the face to the department. Swiftly, orders were dispatched to the commander of the Jiangnan war zone, demanding the immediate mobilization of troops to apprehend the perpetrator responsible for Shen Qianjuan's demise within the shortest possible time frame. Failure to do so would render the commander unfit for his position. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber, the young master who had eradicated the Yi family sat contemplatively, a cigarette in hand, with a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. Before him stood a man clad in a black Zhongshan suit, sporting a crew cut, his demeanor as frigid as ice. "Young master, shall I personally eliminate that brat?" he inquired, his tone devoid of warmth, exuding an aura of formidable pressure. "That brat has even slain Shen Chenjun. It seems he has encountered numerous fortuitous events over the past 7 years, emerging remarkably powerful. However, having now offended the War Department, he shall reap the consequences without our intervention. We need only to observe the unfolding drama." The young master exhaled a cloud of smoke, a smirk gracing his lips, embodying an air of omnipotent control. In the capital, within an enigmatic locale, a figure abruptly opened his eyes and intoned gravely, "The heavenly order has emerged." Chapter 48, High School Deskmate, the Yi Mansion. Here, Yi Junlin made his appearance, prompted by a communication from Jiang Muge, who wished to report on matters pertaining to the Yi Corporation. The building had once again proudly displayed the name of the Yi family, and it had been restored as the headquarters of the Yi Group. Yi Junlin ascended the stairs without delay. Soon, he arrived at the door of an office and entered without hesitation. Inside sat a woman clad in a tailored suit, exuding an aura of sophistication and poise, none other than Jiang Muge. Standing before her was another woman in professional attire, presenting documents for review. "Mr. Yi, you have arrived," Jiang Muge exclaimed, rising swiftly upon seeing Yi Junlin, while the professional woman turned, her eyes reflecting surprise. This was the same woman whom Yi Junlin had encountered previously, who had narrowly escaped an inappropriate advance from her superior. Are you engaged in work? I hope I am not interrupting, Yi Junlin inquired. Oh, not at all. My secretary was merely briefing me on a few matters, Jiang Muge replied, her gaze shifting towards the other woman. Xiao Zhang, you may step out for now. Yes, President. The woman nodded, casting a glance at Yi Junlin as she exited. Yi Junlin experienced a fleeting sense of familiarity, though he could not quite place it. Mr. Yi. Do you know Secretary Zhang? Jiang Muge observed Yi Junlin's expression and asked. There is a sense of familiarity, but perhaps it is merely a misjudgment on my part. He responded. Xiao Zhang was previously the secretary to the general manager who occupied this building. I found her capable and sincere. So I decided to retain her as my secretary, Jiang Muge explained. I see, perhaps I have encountered her during my last visit, Yi Junlin remarked. His expression contemplative as he turned his attention back to Jiang Muge. What did you wish to discuss with me? Mr. Yi. I primarily wanted to brief you on the procedures and arrangements for tomorrow's opening, Jiang Muge began, to which Yi Junlin interjected. You may handle these matters as you see fit, there is no need to consult me. After all, you are the rightful owner of the Yi Corporation. And with the opening tomorrow, it is prudent for you to be acquainted with the processes and arrangements, Jiang Muge replied. Rest assured, I will attend the opening. But I shall not present myself as the owner of the Yi Corporation, Yi Junlin stated firmly. Excuse me? Jiang Muge's gaze sharpened as she regarded Yi Junlin. Mr. Yi. You mean? I hereby entrust the entire responsibility of the Yi Corporation to you, I shall merely assume the role of a shadowy proprietor. Yi Junlin declared with a calm demeanor. Very well, Jiang Muge nodded in agreement. After a brief conversation with Jiang Muge, Yi Junlin prepared to leave the office. At that moment, a voice called from behind him, Yi Junlin. Startled, Yi Junlin turned to see the secretary standing before him, her expression tinged with nervousness. Hello. Is there something you need? Yi Junlin inquired. Do you not remember me? Zhang Yunxi gazed at Yi Junlin with a hint of disappointment. In return, Yi Junlin looked at her and asked, do we know each other? We were desk mates in our first year of high school. Back then, my meal card was empty. And you lent me yours, Zhang Yunxi recounted. It's you. As she spoke, memories of the frail and timid girl who once sat beside him flooded Yi Junlin's mind. They had shared a desk for a year, but after the troubles that befell the Yi family, 7 years had passed, and he had failed to recognize her. You finally remember me. Upon seeing Yi Junlin's recognition, a radiant smile blossomed on Zhang Yunxi's face. I apologize. It's been so long that I didn't recognize you at first, Yi Junlin admitted, a bit embarrassed. But you've changed greatly since then. You've become so beautiful that it's no wonder I didn't recognize you. At his compliment, Zhang Yunxi's cheeks flushed. And with a hint of shyness in her eyes, she responded, the last time you visited, I recognized you, but I didn't have the chance to greet you. I've heard about your family's situation, are you doing well? It's all in the past now, he replied. May I have your contact information? Zhang Yunxi asked nervously, her gaze fixed on Yi Junlin. Of course. He replied. They exchanged contact details, and Yi Junlin said, let us keep in touch. I must be on my way now. Before long, night fell. With nothing to occupy his time, Yi Junlin returned to the bar he had visited previously and ordered a drink. With the 3 major families eliminated, his quest for vengeance on behalf of the Yi family was halfway complete. Next, he needed to locate that young lord and ascertain the fate of his sister. For now, he could only await news from the Chenji Pavilion. Unbeknownst to him, he had consumed dozens of shots of vodka. Hey girl, why are you pretending? A waitress shouldn't be off limits. What are you acting all high and mighty for? Tonight I am going to have my way with you. A cacophony of insults erupted from a nearby booth. Yi Junlin glanced over and spotted a familiar figure. Seated in that booth were several wealthy young men, one of whom was gripping a woman dressed in a white shirt and a form-fitting skirt. She was holding a fruit platter, clearly a waitress at the bar. That woman was none other than Zhang Yunxi. "Sir, please show some respect. I am a waitress, not a hostess," Zhang Yunxi exclaimed, a mixture of urgency and anger in her voice as she attempted to free herself from his grasp. However, he clung to her tightly, sneering, "Oh, are you pretending now? Is the pay not enough? I have plenty of money." With an arrogant expression, the young man tossed a wad of cash onto Zhang Yunxi's face, causing her eyes to well up with tears, her expression filled with helplessness. "Can I play with you now?" he sneered, preparing to pull Zhang Yunxi into his embrace. "Oh!" Suddenly, a large hand emerged, seizing the hand of the young man who had been gripping Zhang Yunxi. The latter's expression shifted dramatically as he let out a pained cry, relinquishing his hold on Zhang Yunxi. In a swift motion, she turned around to find Yi Junlin standing before her. A flicker of joy illuminated her eyes, only to be quickly overshadowed by a sense of unease, causing her to lower her gaze, filled with inner turmoil. "Who the hell are you? Let me go!" the young man exclaimed through gritted teeth, glaring at Yi Junlin. With a sharp crunch, Yi Junlin exerted his strength, fracturing the young man's hand, prompting tears to stream down the latter's face. The other young men at the booth exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they directed furious stares at Yi Junlin. "Who do you think you are, daring to act here? Do you even realize where you are? This is Madame May's bar, and she has strict rules. Anyone causing trouble here will face dire consequences." They referred to Madame May, the formidable figure in their midst. At that moment, as if summoned by their words, Madame May approached, clad in a high-slit black chipao, her long, fair legs exuding an alluring charm. The young men gazed at her, their faces etched with fear. "Madame May, this scoundrel has broken my hand. He has defied your rules, and you must not let him go," the young man with the injured hand implored as he addressed Madame May repeatedly. With a resounding slap, Madame May offered no words, striking out decisively. Chapter 49. Do you wish to entice me? A crisp and resounding slap echoed through the bar. However, the hand of Madame May did not land upon Yi Junlin's face, but rather upon the cheek of the young gentleman with a severed hand. The impact left him and several others in a state of utter bewilderment. "Madame May, you," the young man stammered, confusion etched upon his features. Yet, she offered no further words, commanding, "Have him thrown out. He is not to set foot in this bar again, and the others with him should be ejected as well." With her words hanging in the air, her subordinates swiftly seized the young man and his companions, casting them out of the establishment. Turning to Yi Junlin, Madame May expressed her respect. "My apologies, young Master Yi, for the disturbance. It appears the staff here are not up to standard." Yi Junlin cast a casual glance at her, to which she nodded in agreement. "You are right, young Master Yi. I assure you, such incidents will not recur." His gaze then shifted to Zhang Yunxi. "Are you unharmed?" "Thank you," Zhang Yunxi replied gratefully. Yi Junlin, intrigued, inquired, "I thought you worked at the Yi Corporation. Why are you serving here?" "Please, don't misunderstand, this is merely a part-time job," Zhang Yunxi clarified. Madame May then turned her attention to Zhang Yunxi. "I apologize for the inconvenience earlier. I will ensure you receive compensation, and if you choose to continue working here, your pay will be quintupled." Zhang Yunxi was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected fortune but quickly deduced that it was likely connected to Yi Junlin. "Thank you, madam, but I do not require compensation. As for my salary, I would prefer it to be based on my performance." "Very well," Madame May acknowledged, after which Zhang Yunxi announced, "I must return to my duties. Young Master Yi, I apologize once again for the earlier incident. I assure you that this young lady will not face any further harassment here," Madame May reiterated. "You possess keen insight," Yi Junlin remarked coolly, preparing to return to the bar for a drink. At that moment, Madame May interjected, "Young Master Yi, Might I have the honor of preparing a drink for you myself? You can mix drinks? Yi Junlin queried, glancing at her. With an alluring smile, she responded. I possess a modest understanding. If you wouldn't mind, please accompany me upstairs, then allow me the pleasure of crafting a drink just for you. Very well. Yi Junlin readily agreed, following Madame May to a room on the second floor of the bar. Upon entering, a fragrant aroma reminiscent of orchids and musk enveloped them. The room was tastefully adorned, exuding an intimate ambience, and a bar stocked with an array of spirits stood to one side. Please have a seat for a moment, Madame May said, as she approached the bar and began to skillfully mix a drink, while Yi Junlin settled onto the sofa. Minutes later, Mengyong approached Yi Junlin, holding a glass of vividly enchanting wine. Young Master Yi, this is a concoction I prepared, do give it a taste. Yi Junlin raised the glass and took a sip, remarking, quite pleasant. This wine is called Fiery Red Lips, and there is another way to enjoy it should young Master Yi wish to try. Mengyang said, seated beside him with a flirtatious expression. What method? Yi Junlin inquired with curiosity. Without hesitation, Mengyang took a sip from the glass, her crimson lips becoming even more alluring as she leaned in to press them against Yi Junlin's, evidently intending to feed him the wine. Yi Junlin frowned, directly gazing at Mengyang. Are you attempting to seduce me? Upon hearing his words, Mengyang paused, swallowing the wine in her mouth. Her enchanting phoenix eyes gazing at Yi Junlin with a sultry glance, exhaling gently, does young Master Yi not fancy Mengyang? At that moment, the captivating glint in her eyes, combined with her soft, delicate voice and a faint fragrance, was enough to ensnare the hearts of most men. Even Yi Junlin felt a stir of forbidden desire within him. Indeed, her innate allure was formidable. He immediately recited a verse from the sutras in his mind to calm his racing heart, downing the remainder of the wine in one go. I am not fond of overly forward women, he declared. Well, I've had my drink, I shall take my leave. Yi Junlin stood up, fearing that lingering any longer might lead to unforeseen consequences, particularly as he had never experienced intimacy before. Facing a woman with such innate charm, coupled with her overt seduction, resisting the temptation was no simple feat. Were it not for his considerable self-discipline, he might have succumbed to her allure. Is young Master Yi leaving so soon? Will you not stay and share a few more drinks with Mengyang? She asked, her eyes shimmering with reluctance, making it difficult to refuse. Yet, Yi Junlin turned away resolutely and walked towards the exit. Suddenly, a cacophony of crashing sounds erupted from the first floor of the bar. Upon descending, Yi Junlin witnessed a throng of individuals clad in white burst into the establishment, wielding sharp blades and wreaking havoc upon the bar's interior. The patrons and staff cowered in fear, while Mengyang's subordinates were all swiftly taken down. Who are you to cause trouble in my territory? Mengyang demanded, stepping forward to confront the intruders. From the group of white-clad assailants emerged a burly man with a cold demeanor, his fierce eyes exuding a menacing aura akin to that of a tiger. He scrutinized Mengyang and proclaimed, you are the one who has replaced the Wolf Gang. The current underworld ruler of Zhonghai, Mengyang. Who are you? Mengyang replied with a serious tone. By who men, Zhanhu? The man declared, his voice resonating like a tiger's roar, causing the ears of those present to ring. Upon hearing the name By Who Men, Mengyang's expression shifted, astonishment evident in her gaze as she looked at him. You are from By Who Men? Indeed. Zhanhu affirmed. Uncertain of the intentions behind the visit of the White Tiger Gate members, Mengyang spoke up. What brings you here today? Our leader wishes for you to pledge allegiance to the White Tiger Gate. Zhanhu replied, his gaze fixed coldly upon Mengyang. Upon hearing these words, Mengyang's expression shifted once more, her delicate brows furrowed and her eyes flickered with uncertainty. What? Are you unwilling? The man glared at Mengyang, his voice booming with menace. Mengyang indeed contemplated aligning herself with the White Tiger Gate, yet alas, she was already bound to another. With a hint of regret, she declared, you have a master. Who might that be? Jean, whose demeanor turned icy as he demanded, fixing his gaze upon Menyong. That person. Menyong's eyes darted towards Yi Junlin with conviction. Chapter 50, The Four Dominators. With a swift motion, as Menyong declared that her master was Yi Junlin. The battle tiger of the White Tiger sect cast a penetrating gaze upon him, revealing a glimmer of incredulity. He, merely a wet behind the ears youth. You would acknowledge him as your master. Surely, you have taken a fancy to this greenhorn, he scoffed disdainfully at Yi Junlin. Upon hearing Menyong's words, Yi Junlin turned his attention towards the battle tiger, only to find Menyong affectionately wrapping her arm around his, her expression brimming with intimacy. Indeed. I have developed feelings for him, which is why I willingly submit to him. However, he is not just some callow youth. Do you know how the Wolf King met his demise? How did he die? The battle tiger inquired, curiosity piqued. He was slain by him. Menyong declared, casting a glance at Yi Junlin. At this revelation, the battle tiger's expression shifted slightly as he scrutinized Yi Junlin. He killed the Wolf King? How can that be? Do you take me for a fool? The battle tiger was well acquainted with the Wolf King, whose formidable strength and numerous subordinates made him a challenging adversary. Otherwise, the White Tiger sect would not have waited until now to contemplate striking against Zhonghai. How could this mere lad, scarcely in his 20s, have possibly vanquished the Wolf King? Believe it or not, but for Menyong to submit to your White Tiger sect, only her master's consent will suffice. Menyong gazed at Yi Junlin with a flirtatious expression. Since you claim he is your master, then I shall kill him. A murderous glint flashed in the battle tiger's eyes as he launched a powerful fist towards Yi Junlin. His blow descended like a ferocious tiger, unstoppable in its momentum. Yi Junlin, his countenance devoid of emotion, regarded the battle tiger as the fist neared him. And with lightning speed, he countered, seizing the tiger's throat with an iron grip. Crack! Without uttering a single word, Yi Junlin crushed the throat of this White Tiger sect elite. Thud! With a flick of his wrist, he sent the battle tiger's lifeless body crashing to the ground, leaving the members of the White Tiger sect in stunned silence. You actually killed Lord Battle Tiger. The members of the White Tiger sect glared furiously at Yi Junlin, each gripping their blades, emanating an aura of icy malevolence. Do you seek death as well? Yi Junlin casually scanned the group, his gaze brimming with bloodlust and ferocity, causing an inexplicable tremor to course through them, eliciting cold sweat and a sensation of suffocation. As if their hearts had momentarily ceased to beat. Retreat. One of the overseers among the White Tiger sect, filled with trepidation, shot a wary glance at Yi Junlin before ordering his men to carry away the battle tiger's corpse. Young Master Yi, you truly are formidable. At that moment, Menyong regarded Yi Junlin with a radiant smile, her beauty blooming like a flower. Do you comprehend the consequences of exploiting me? Yi Junlin's gaze was calm yet sent shivers down Menyong's spine, filling her with dread. I. Menyong's complexion paled slightly as she opened her mouth to speak. But Yi Junlin interjected coldly, since you have declared me your master, remember, I am your master from this day forth. With that, Yi Junlin departed from the bar. As Menyong heard Yi Junlin's words, her gaze flickered incessantly. Subsequently, Yi Junlin returned to the villa, only to discover that Lin Mengwei was no longer present. He ascended the stairs and unveiled the treasured landscape painting of the Yi family. Yi Junlin had encountered this artwork in his youth. Yet he perceived it merely as an ordinary landscape painting, devoid of any particular significance. Thus, he had long harbored doubts about why this painting could be deemed a family treasure. Now, however, the repeated attempts by outsiders to seize this painting ignited a sense of curiosity within him. He felt it must conceal some profound mystery, one he had yet to uncover. Yi Junlin then scrutinized the painting meticulously, hoping to discern any hidden secrets. Yet, after an hour of intense observation, he found nothing. In his eyes, it remained an ordinary landscape painting, lacking any other mysteries. Could it be that I have misjudged? Is this truly just an ordinary piece? Yi Junlin murmured to himself. Meanwhile, In a chamber of the Gongsan family, Gongsan Young and his elder brother Gongsan Lai sat together, both bearing solemn expressions. This individual's strength is indeed terrifying. Gongsan Lai remarked, his brows furrowed and astonishment evident in his eyes after hearing Gongsan Young's report. His prowess exceeds my expectations. Few among the younger generations of Longo possess such capabilities. Even if they do, they are likely found only within the prominent families or the major factions of the capital. Yet, this individual hails from a family that has long been annihilated. His strength suggests he has encountered extraordinary opportunities in recent years, Gongsan Young analyzed in detail. At this point, such discussions are futile. Without obtaining that landscape painting, we cannot report back to Master San. Gongsan Lai said gravely. Brother. Find a way to stall Master San, I will seek assistance. Gongsan Young declared resolutely. Gongsan Lai paused, looking at his brother. Seek assistance. Who do you intend to find? Are you suggesting we look for someone capable of dealing with the Chi family scion? Gongsan Young shook his head. No. I aim to find someone who can heal our elder brother. If he recovers, we shall no longer be subject to Master San's coercion. Who could possibly help? We both know the situation with our elder brother. Despite our efforts to find numerous renowned doctors, none have succeeded in treating him. Who can you find? Gongsan Lai questioned. The president of the Longwa Medical Association, Xue Changqing. Gongsan Young replied, his eyes narrowing with determination. In Jiangnan County, a magnificent edifice stood. Adorned with a colossal marble statue of a white tiger, exuding an aura of authority and dominance. This was the stronghold of the White Tiger Gate. One of the 4 underground overlords of Jiangnan County. The 4 underground powers of Jiangnan County included the Qinglong Mountain Villa, White Tiger Gate, Zhuke Society, and Shonu Pavilion. Their influence permeating every city within Jiangnan. Numerous hotels, clubs, real estate companies, and various industries throughout the region fell under the control of these 4 dominant factions. Even they each possess a substantial number of personnel and a multitude of martial artists, which has resulted in their formidable strength. Even the 6 prominent families of Jiangnan County dare not provoke them lightly. Of course, these 4 overlords would not easily offend the 6 great families. Both parties adhere to a tacit agreement of non-interference, and at times, they even engage in cooperation. Upon learning of the assassination of the Wolf Gate's leader, the White Tiger Gate contemplated seizing the opportunity to advance into Zhonghai. However, they did not anticipate that their expedition would result in disaster. Not only did they fail to conquer Zhonghai, but they also suffered the loss of a key general. How audacious to kill someone from the White Tiger Gate. I shall see just how formidable this mere speck of land, Zhonghai, truly is. At this moment, within the White Tiger Gate, upon receiving the news of his subordinate Battle Tiger's demise, Yang Tian, who was filled with fury and issued a command to let the people of Zhonghai understand the might of the White Tiger Gate. The following day, at 9 in the morning, Yi Junlin departed from his villa and headed to the Yi family estate to attend the grand opening ceremony. Outside the Yi building, a multitude of floral arrangements adorned the entrance, while luxury cars congregated around the vicinity. High-ranking executives from the Zhong Family Business Association, led by Zhong Shengtian, had all come to participate. Additionally, numerous business leaders from various regions of Jiangnan County had appeared, all under the directive of Fu Datsai to show their support for the Yi family. Thank you all for attending the grand opening ceremony of the Yi family today. At that moment, Jiang Muge stood before the crowd, wearing a smile. Suddenly, dozens of Audi A8s surged forward, escorting a Bentley, capturing the attention of everyone present. A large group of bodyguards clad in black suits, exuding a cold demeanor, emerged from the Audi vehicles and approached the Bentley. One of them opened the car door, and a middle-aged man, dressed in a suit with a square face and a commanding presence, stepped out and made his way directly toward the Yi family. At this moment, Jiang Muge gazed at the imposing middle-aged man and could not help but inquire, is this gentleman here to attend the grand opening ceremony of our Yi family? The Yi family? The middle-aged man cast a glance at Jiang Muge and coldly retorted, I am here to find Yi Junlin, and I demand that he come out. Chapter 51, He is unworthy, am I? With a commanding presence, the middle-aged man concluded his remarks, prompting the attention of Jiang Mugu and Jiang Shengtian to shift toward him. Jiang Mugu, her brow slightly furrowed, inquired, Sir, have you come here to cause trouble? I shall not repeat myself, summon Yi Junlin to come forth. The middle-aged man demanded coldly, his demeanor exuding authority. Are you looking for me? At this moment, Yi Junlin appeared, regarding the middle-aged man with calm composure. The man's gaze locked onto Yi Junlin as he sneered. So, you are Yi Junlin? And you are? Yi Junlin replied nonchalantly. I am Su Tianfeng, the president of the Su Group in the capital. The man stated plainly. His declaration caused a shift in expression among Jiang Mugu, Jiang Shengtian, and the other executives present. The Su Group was a prominent corporation among the top 100 in the Dragon Nation, boasting considerable influence in the capital, making it a formidable force. Even Jiang Shengtian's Jiang clan commerce could hardly be compared to the Su Group, and collectively, the companies represented by those present were no match for Su's power. Su Tianfeng. I'm unfamiliar with you, Yi Junlin remarked, casting a dismissive glance at the president of the Su Group. It's no wonder you dare to act so recklessly, or you are truly a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vast world beyond. Su Tianfeng regarded Yi Junlin with contempt. You are here for that fellow, I presume. Yet, it is rather telling that Master Zhou does not seek vengeance for his disciple himself but rather sends a mere outsider. Clearly, his disciple holds little significance in his eyes. It was evident that Su Tianfeng had come seeking retribution for Ning Hao, specifically aiming to curry favor with Master Zhou through Yi Junlin. Humph, you insignificant insect. Do you truly believe you are worthy of Master Zhou's attention? You overestimate yourself. Su Tianfeng waved his hand dismissively. Seize this brat and proceed to swallow up that so-called Yi clan. With Su Tianfeng's command, Jiang Mugu's expression shifted dramatically, prompting Jiang Shengtian to step forward. President Su, please calm your anger. This is all a misunderstanding. Su Tianfeng cast a cold glance at Jiang Shengtian. Who are you? Greetings, President Su. I am Jiang Shengtian, the president of the Jiang clan commerce in Jiangnan County. Concerning the matter between young Master Yi and young Master Ning. Before Jiang Shengtian could finish, Su Tianfeng interjected, What? Do you wish to plead for this brat? Let me make it clear, you are not worthy. Su Tianfeng's words rendered Jiang Shengtian exceedingly awkward, leaving him with no room for rebuttal. Though the Jiang clan commerce ranked among the top in Jiangnan County, it paled in comparison to a conglomerate like the Su Group. He is unworthy, then am I? Suddenly, a haughty voice resonated through the air. Who? Su Tianfeng furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. Just then, Fu Dakai arrived with a large entourage, the earlier words having originated from him. As Su Tianfeng laid eyes on Fu Datsai, his expression shifted dramatically. And he exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Fu, what brings you here? Fu Datsai, as the head of a branch of the Long Clan Business Association, was not only renowned in Jiangnan County, but also a prominent figure throughout the commercial realm of Long Country. Consequently, Su Tianfeng recognized him at a glance. Furthermore, due to the influence of the Long Clan Business Association behind Fu Datsai, Su Tianfeng regarded him with a degree of respect. Humph. Fu Datsai responded with a scornful demeanor. Su Tianfeng, have you become so arrogant simply because you possess a bit of wealth? Is this how you speak? Upon hearing Fu Datsai's words, Su Tianfeng felt a tinge of embarrassment and stammered, Mr. Fu, what do you mean by that? Fu Datsai replied bluntly, I am friends with young Master Yi. What do you think I mean? Owing to Yi Junlin's prior instructions, Fu Datsai refrained from revealing the connection between Yi Junlin and the Long Clan Business Association, for he feared that Su Tianfeng might be so startled as to lose his composure. Nevertheless, even without this revelation, upon learning of the friendship between Yi Junlin and Fu Datsai, Su Tianfeng's face darkened, revealing his astonishment. He glanced at Yi Junlin. clearly struggling to comprehend how someone of such humble origins, who had faced ruin, could forge a friendship with the leader of a branch of the Long Clan Business Association. Not only was he perplexed, but even Jiang Shengtian and his daughter, along with the others present, were expressions of disbelief. Having not anticipated that Yi Junlin shared such a connection with Fu Datsai. As Su Tianfeng's expression continued to fluctuate, he spoke solemnly, "Mr. Fu, I apologize. I was unaware of your relationship with this individual. However, this person has killed an apprentice of Elder Zhou, and I have come merely to seek justice for Elder Zhou. Seeking justice is not your place. You should stay where you belong." Fu Datsai retorted arrogantly. "Oh, such bravado. One might think the president of the Long Clan Business Association has arrived." A playful, mocking voice echoed through the air. In an instant, the gazes of those present shifted, revealing several new arrivals, at the forefront of whom stood a rebellious young man clad in high-end attire. "Young Master Yun, what brings you here?" Su Tianfeng asked, his expression astonished as he hurried forward, adopting a sycophantic and humble demeanor, as if the young man were his master and he merely a servant. "This fool is merely a branch head of the Long Clan Business Association, why should you fear him?" the young man remarked with a disdainful snort. To which Su Tianfeng nodded repeatedly, "You are absolutely right, young Master Yun. You hail from the Yun family in the capital." Fu Datsai inquired, furrowing his brow. "At least you possess some discernment and recognize my identity." The young man scoffed. "The Yun family?" Jiang Shengtian's eyes widened in shock as he regarded the young man. Jiang Muge, curious, turned to her father and asked, "Father, who is the Yun family?" The Yun family is a prestigious lineage in the capital, holding a status far superior to that of the Zhou family, rendering the 6 prominent families of Jiangnan County as insignificant as ants in their presence. No wonder this young man exhibits such audacity, disregarding even Mr. Fu, the leader of the Long Clan's Chamber of Commerce in this county. It turns out he is from the Yun family. Given the Yun family's esteemed status, the Long Clan's Chamber of Commerce would hardly risk offending them over a mere county leader, as Jiang Shengtian explained. At that moment, Mr. Fu glanced at him and inquired, "Have you come here for young Master Yi as well?" The young man shot a glance at Yi Junlin and replied coldly, "This brat has killed an apprentice of Elder Zhou, leaving him in a foul mood. Elder Zhou was supposed to treat my family's elder. But now this scoundrel has delayed that. What do you suggest I do?" Upon hearing the young man's words, Mr. Fu's expression shifted, his gaze flickering restlessly. While Su Tianfeng interjected vehemently, "To delay Elder Yan's treatment, this young man deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Indeed, he truly deserves death. I have come today to carry his corpse to appease Elder Zhou's wrath," the young man declared, fixing a cold stare at Yi Junlin. "What if I refuse?" "Mr. Fu retorted defiantly. The young man regarded him with disdain. "You are merely a steward dispatched by the Long Clan's Chamber of Commerce to Jiangnan County. Do you really believe yourself to be of high standing within the chamber? With your status, how dare you obstruct my business? If I were to kill you today, the Long Clan would not dare retaliate." Upon hearing this, Yi Junlin's expression turned icy, and just as he was about to speak, Jiang Mugo hurriedly stepped forward to address the young man. "Young Master Yun, please temper your anger." "What? Little beauty, do you wish to protect this scoundrel as well?" The young man glanced at Jiang Mugo, to which she responded, "Young Master Yun, you seek to have Elder Zhou treat your grandfather, and thus intend to kill young Master Yi, correct?" "Precisely," the young man affirmed. "However, young Master Yi is also capable of healing, and his medical skills may not be inferior to Elder Zhou's. If you are willing, you could allow young Master Yi to treat your grandfather, thus avoiding enmity between us. What do you think?" Jiang Mugo proposed, looking intently at the young man. "He can heal?" The young man cast a skeptical glance at Yi Junlin and sneered, "Do you think I'm a fool? He is hardly worthy of being compared to Elder Zhou. It's laughable. He doesn't even have the qualifications to carry Elder Zhou's shoes." "Enough!" Yi Junlin suddenly interjected, the flash of silver light darting forth. Chapter 52, Becoming mute in an instant, a silver needle pierced the body of the young man, leaving him momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth to speak but found himself rendered utterly speechless, as if he had become mute. This startling scene caused Su Tianfang, Jiang Mugu, Fu Dakai, and others to gasp in astonishment. "What have you done to young Master Yun?" Su Tianfang exclaimed, glaring at Yi Junlin. "Nothing much, just made him mute." Yi Junlin replied with a dismissive smirk. His words caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere, and the young man glared furiously at Yi Junlin, attempting to articulate his thoughts but failing to produce any sound. "You scoundrel! How dare you render young Master Yun mute? Someone, seize him." Su Tianfang barked at Yi Junlin. Immediately, the group of bodyguards he had brought surged toward Yi Junlin. "Block them!" Fu Dakai shouted. And his guards charged out to engage in fierce combat with Su Tianfang's bodyguards. While Su Tianfang's men were merely ordinary bodyguards, Fu Dakai's guards were seasoned warriors. Thus, despite their numerical advantage, Su Tianfang's men were swiftly overpowered. In the blink of an eye, Su Tianfang's bodyguards lay defeated on the ground. Subsequently, several of young Master Yan's protectors, all of whom were Yellow Realm warriors, rushed forward to confront Fu Dakai's guards. Bam! 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 After a fierce tussle, young Master Yan's protectors ultimately succumbed, all sustaining injuries in the process. "Fu, are you intent on opposing the Yun family? Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions?" Su Tianfang's frosty gaze fixed on Fu Dakai. "I am fully aware, but what of it? I, Fu Dakai, shall do as I please. Your opinion holds no sway over me. You, a mere lackey, should be wary of misplacing your civility." Fu Dakai replied coolly, narrowing his eyes. Had he not known Yi Junlin's true identity, he might have hesitated to confront the Yun family on his behalf. However, now that he was aware, he felt compelled to stand by Yi Junlin. After all, before the newly appointed leader of the Long Clan commerce, even the formidable Yun family was not to be feared. Su Tianfang seethed in frustration, rendered speechless by Fu Dakai's retort. "Enough with the idle chatter, just leave." Yi Junlin interjected impatiently, casting a glance at the young man. "Did you not claim I was unworthy to be compared to old Master Zhou? Then go seek his help for your muteness. I wish to see if he can remedy your condition." The young man shot Yi Junlin a furious glare, suppressing his rage before turning to depart, with Su Tianfang hastily following suit. The injured bodyguards and protectors also made their exit. "Very well, let the opening ceremony resume," Yi Junlin remarked, his gaze shifting to Jiang Mugu. "Yes, let us continue," Fu Dakai echoed. Thus, the interrupted opening ceremony of the Yi family proceeded anew. An hour later, as the opening ceremony concluded, Jiang Muge gazed at Yi Junlin in one of the Yi family's offices. "Mr. Yi, you truly are impressive. Even acquainted with prominent figures like Mr. Fu. However, concerning the Yun family and old Zhou, you need not worry about these matters, I shall handle them. For now, focus solely on the development of Yi enterprises," Yi Junlin replied calmly. "By the way, ensure that all news reports and photographs regarding me are withheld today. And do not disclose my presence within the company," Yi Junlin instructed. His intent was clear, he wished to preserve the sanctity of his daily life. "Understood." Jiang Muge nodded. "Very well, you may return to your tasks, feel free to contact me should any issues arise." Yi Junlin then rose and exited the office. Just as he left, Zhang Yunxi approached him, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for last night." "It was nothing," Yi Junlin replied nonchalantly. Could you please refrain from mentioning my part-time job at the bar to Mr. Jiang?" Zhang Yunxi implored, her gaze pleading. Yi Junlin, puzzled, inquired. "Isn't your salary as a secretary substantial? Why then would you need to work as a waitress at a bar?" I require the money," Zhang Yunxi murmured, lowering her head, avoiding his eyes. "Is everything all right? Are you in dire need of funds?" Yi Junlin pressed gently. Zhang Yunxi hesitated, unable to respond. Prompting Yi Junlin to assure her, "Rest assured, I will not mention it to Mr. Jiang. If you truly require assistance, I can lend you some money." "No, thank you." Zhang Yunxi shook her head. Seeing her reluctance, Yi Junlin chose not to press further. After all, she was unwilling to divulge her circumstances. "By the way, I received invitations from several former classmates from high school, proposing a reunion. Would you care to attend?" Zhang Yunxi then asked. "A reunion? No. I only attended for a year and hardly know anyone. I shall pass on the opportunity to mingle," Yi Junlin replied, shaking his head. "Very well," Zhang Yunxi acknowledged. And soon the afternoon had arrived. Meanwhile, at the Yun family residence in the capital, the news of the young master becoming mute left the family in shock. The head of the Yun family, Yun Zhongtian, father of the young master, was utterly enraged. "How dare they lay hands on my son? Master Yun. I intended to assist in capturing that brat, but to my surprise, Fu Datsai, the head of the Jiangnan branch of the Long Corporation, aided him, injuring both my men and the young master's guards, even declaring war against the Yun family." Su Tianfeng stoked the flames of anger. "Fu Datsai, a mere branch head of the Long Corporation, dares to oppose my Yun family. He possesses remarkable audacity." Yun Zhongtian fumed. "Butler, contact the Long Corporation immediately and demand an explanation. Also, reach out to Old Zhou. We must secure his assistance in healing my son. Notify the Dark Guards to retrieve Yi Junlin's head at once." Yun Zhongtian's complexion turned ashen, his demeanor frigid as he barked orders. Meanwhile, as the head of the Yun family seethed with rage, Yi Junlin received word from Ling Feng, young master. "The commander Weishan of the Jiangnan War Zone has led his troops to Zhonghai, presumably on orders from the War Department, to apprehend you." "Apprehend me? Huh?" Yi Junlin scoffed dismissively. Before long, Yi Junlin's villa was besieged by a throng of heavily armed soldiers, each wielding firearms with formidable presence. They were indeed from the Jiangnan War Zone, led by Commander Weishan himself. "Action!" Weishan commanded sternly, intent on storming the villa to capture Yi Junlin. At that moment, the villa door swung open, and Yi Junlin emerged leisurely, remarking, "So many people, what is the purpose of this gathering?" "You are Yi Junlin, scion of the Yi family," Weishan declared, regarding him with an imposing glare. "Are you the commander of the Jiangnan War Zone?" Yi Junlin glanced at Weishan, who scrutinized him in return. "It seems you are well informed about my arrival. Here to arrest me?" Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow in disdain. "Indeed, you have slain General Shen. And I am here under orders to bring you to justice. Should you resist, you will face immediate execution," Weishan stated flatly, and as his words fell, the soldiers behind him raised their weapons, aiming directly at Yi Junlin. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, the faint scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. Swish! Leng Feng stood resolutely beside Yi Junlin, clutching a dagger and casting a cold stare at the assembled forces. In stark contrast, Yi Junlin maintained his composure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "How formidable you are, Yi Junlin. I am aware of your prowess and exceptional strength, yet in this world, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot surpass the bullet. It would be wise for you to surrender peacefully, otherwise, at my command, you shall become a porcupine," Weishan asserted with an air of dominance. "My greatest aversion is surrendering," Yi Junlin replied calmly. Swish! Weishan's expression darkened as he backed fire. "I would like to see who dares to pull the trigger," a chilling voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 53, The Arrival of the Senior Brother with a Sharp Sound. Weishan glanced around and noticed a group of individuals approaching, all clad in Dragon Squad uniforms. Dragon Squad personnel. Weishan furrowed his brow as the group drew nearer. The leader, a man with an indifferent demeanor, stated coldly, "I would like to see who dares to fire a shot." At this moment, Weishan interjected. "This commander is executing military orders. What brings you, the Dragon Squad, here?" "You are Weishan, the commander of the Jiangnan Battle Zone, correct?" the man retorted, casting a fleeting glance at Wei Shan, his voice laced with authority. You cannot touch him. His tone carried an air of command that made Wei Shan's brow frown deeper. Although it was unwise to offend the Dragon Squad, he was nonetheless a dignified commander of a battle zone and a member of the War Department, belonging to a distinct organization. He would not allow the Dragon Squad to overshadow him. He looked at the man and proclaimed sternly, I am executing military orders. And no one is permitted to interfere, otherwise, all will be treated as accomplices and apprehended. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, a contingent of soldiers from the Zhongnan battle zone aimed their firearms at the Dragon Squad members. Commander Wei has quite the temper, came a low voice from behind the group of Dragon Squad personnel. The Dragon Squad members parted to reveal a man in a cloak, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, whose face exuded an aura of stern authority, instilling an intangible pressure. Salutations, Lord Long Si. The Dragon Squad members respectfully addressed him in unison. Long Si. Upon hearing this title, Wei Shan's expression shifted, revealing his astonishment. There exist 4 Long Si within the Dragon Squad, responsible for its overarching management, their status only subordinate to the elusive leader of the Dragon Squad. Each of these 4 Long Si possesses formidable strength and the authority to command the entire Dragon Squad, holding a status several tiers above that of Wei Shan, the commander of a battle zone. You are one of the 4 Long Si of the Dragon Squad? Wei Shan inquired, his voice low. The man met his gaze and replied, I am Fu Shao, one of the 4 Long Si. Upon hearing this name, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Junlin's eyes. Meanwhile, Wei Shan's expression fluctuated as he regarded Fu Shao, stating, I did not expect that even the esteemed Long Si would be stirred today, how surprising indeed. Long Si Fu. Do you intend to defy the military orders of the War Department for this individual? Wei Shan spoke with a grave demeanor. He is a person of significance to our Dragon Squad, hence, you cannot harm him. Fu Shao asserted directly, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Wei Shan's expression darkened as he was about to respond, but Fu Shao continued, if you have any grievances, you may contact the War Department and have them discuss this matter with me directly, or take it up with our leader. Swish, swish, swish. Upon hearing these exceedingly forceful words, Wei Shan's expression continued to shift. Just then, a chilling voice rang out, no need to discuss, this boy has slain General Shen, and no one can protect him. As the chilling command reverberated through the air, 2 men clad in combat attire, their expressions icy and exuding an aura of ruthless determination, emerged. They were Du Zhangjiang and Feng Zhangjiang. Wei Shan gazed at the 2 with astonishment, realizing they were among the other 2 of the 36 war generals of the Dragon Nation. So, you are from the Dragon Group, Dragon Commander. Let me make it clear, even if your leader graces us with their presence today, they cannot shield this brat. Du Zhangjiang asserted coldly, his eyes glinting with a frigid malice as he regarded Fu Shao. Indeed, this brat has slain General Shen, striking at the dignity of my war division. He must face the consequences, echoed Feng Zhangjiang vehemently. At that moment, Yi Junlin appeared unfazed, observing the unfolding drama with calm detachment. Is that so? Should you wish to lay a hand on him, you must first ascertain whether you possess the requisite strength, Fu Shao replied directly. With a swift motion, Du Zhangjiang and Feng Zhangjiang exchanged glances, a chilling light flashing in their eyes. We have heard tales of the 4 dragon commanders of the Dragon Group being unparalleled experts. Today, we shall see if the rumors hold true. They declared in unison, launching an attack towards Fu Shao. Their prowess surpassed even that of Shen Chenjun. Yet Fu Shao remained unperturbed, raising a palm with nonchalance as he deftly sidestepped their onslaught, his movements akin to a fleeting shadow. In an instant, he retaliated with a lightning-fast strike, targeting both generals simultaneously. The 2 generals, taken aback, quickly attempted to defend themselves. However, upon contact with Fu Shao's palm, they were propelled backward, half-kneeling in defeat, blood spilling from their mouths. In the wake of a single palm strike, the disparity in strength was starkly evident. Wei Shan watched in disbelief as Fu Shao dispatched the two formidable generals with a mere gesture. It was common knowledge that any one of the 36 war generals of the Dragon Nation had blood on their hands from slaying thousands. Each a formidable force within the war division. The fact that these two had been vanquished in an instant was nothing short of astonishing. Wei Shan's expression turned grave as he regarded Fu Shao, astonished by the Dragon Commander's formidable might. However, he was even more intrigued by the connection between Yi Junlin and this Dragon Commander. Who would go to such lengths to protect him and risk incurring the wrath of the war division? It seems you two have much to improve upon. With such meager strength, how can you defend your homeland and protect your territory? Fu Shao admonished, his words igniting a sense of shame within the two generals, who had never anticipated being bested in a single move. Truly, as one of the 4 Dragon Commanders, we concede this day. But the grievance against General Shan shall not be left unaddressed. Brat, consider yourself fortunate today for having someone to shield you. But do not expect such luck to follow you next time. The two generals spat coldly at Yi Junlin. After their conversation, the two departed, while Wei Shan, his gaze flickering, also withdrew with his subordinates. With Fu Shao present today, his ambition to subdue Yi Junlin had become unattainable. He could only return to report this matter for higher authorities to decide. As all these individuals exited, Fu Zhao's eyes turned towards Yi Junlin. He approached directly, kneeling partially on the ground, and proclaimed, "Disciple Fu Shao of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion pays respects to the young master. Brother Fu, you are being too courteous. As my senior, how can you bow to me? Please rise." Yi Junlin replied, for Fu Shao was indeed one of the 7 outer disciples accepted by his third master, ranking as his 6th senior brother. "Young master, you are the esteemed disciple of the pavilion's elder and possess the Heavenly Mechanism Order, destined to become the future master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. I am merely an outer disciple taken in by the elder, unworthy to claim the title of senior brother," Fu Shao articulated, looking earnestly at Yi Junlin. "Regardless of whether one is an inner or outer disciple, since you became a disciple before me, you are indeed my senior brother. Please stand," Yi Junlin insisted. "Thank you, young master," Fu Shao responded as he rose, and Yi Junlin gazed at him, saying, "You need not address me as young master, calling me junior brother suffices." "Very well," Fu Shao replied solemnly. "Brother Fu, I appreciate your assistance earlier." Yi Junlin expressed his gratitude, to which Fu Shao shook his head, saying, "Junior brother, you are the future master of our Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. As a member of this esteemed establishment, I cannot stand idly by while you are wronged. Rest assured, I will find a way to address matters with the War Department and ensure they do not disturb you again." "Then I am truly grateful, Brother Fu," Yi Junlin responded. Fu Shao then remarked, "Junior brother, although today marks our first meeting, as fellow members of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, there is no need for such formality. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Your other senior brothers will also lend their support." "Understood," Yi Junlin nodded. Just then, he received a phone call, and his brow furrowed. Chapter 54, introducing a suitor in the restaurant. The Su family gathered around the table for a meal, accompanied by a dapper young man in a suit, exuding an air of sophistication. "Mom, while Yu Jun is indeed impressive, he does not capture my heart. It is Brother Junlin I admire." At that moment, Su Shuya was fervently arguing with her mother, Du Mengwan. Du Mengwan retorted, "What merits does that boy possess? Can he even compare to Yu Jun? Yu Jun is a PhD graduate from a prestigious international university, a promising talent working at the Long Corporation, now serving as the manager of their Zhonghai branch. He is young and accomplished with a bright future ahead, while that boy is a mere shadow of himself. Having lost everything, he is not worthy to be compared to even a finger of Yu Jun." Mom Su Shuya expressed her discontent. At that moment, the young man spoke up. "Aunt, please do not be too upset. Shuya is still young and naive, easily misled, but now that I am back, I vow to protect her from deceit. She has my protection, your presence is unnecessary." A cold voice echoed through the restaurant as Yi Junlin strode in. Brother Junlin. Su Shuai's face lit up with joy as she rushed towards him. Yi Junlin affectionately ruffled her hair. This scene darkened the expression of the young man. What brings you here? Du Mengwan asked, visibly displeased by Yi Junlin's arrival. Junlin, you arrived just in time, please join us for dinner. Su old master invited warmly. Thank you, Grandfather Su. I have yet to dine, Yi Junlin replied with a gentle smile. His reason for coming was a call from Yena, informing him that Du Mengwan intended to introduce a suitor to Su Shuai, prompting his immediate arrival. 7 years ago, Yi Junlin and Shuai, in their youth, had promised to be together for a lifetime. Though 7 years had passed, their feelings remained unchanged. In Yi Junlin's heart, Shuai was already his, and he would not allow anyone to encroach upon their bond. The young man before him was young Yujun, the suitor Du Mengwan had introduced. There is no place for you here anymore, Du Mengwan coldly remarked at Yi Junlin. Junlin, sit next to me, Shuai, come join us. Su old master commanded, and promptly Yi Junlin and Su Shuai took their seats beside him. Is this the esteemed young master that Shuai favors? Young Yujun cast a glance at Yi Junlin, who paid him no heed, instead serving dishes to Su Shuai. Yi Junlin, do you lack manners? Did you not hear Yujun speaking to you? Du Mengwan scolded him. And one cannot fault young Master Yi, he is a person who has lost everything, perhaps no one has taught him the values of upbringing and etiquette, young Yujun retorted, adopting a condescending tone. With that, Yi Junlin's gaze sharpened, casting a chilling glance at the young man. For a moment, the atmosphere on site became somewhat awkward. Su Tianmin hastily interjected, Junlin, please do not take offense. Yujun has just returned to the country and is not very familiar with the circumstances, so please forgive any indiscretion. Yi Junlin, let me speak plainly. Yujun is the son of a friend of mine and has long been acquainted with Shuai. He is a graduate of a prestigious university abroad, now returning as a distinguished member of the Long Family Commercial Association, and has even become a planning manager at the Jiangnan branch. Moreover, he is the future husband I have chosen for Shuai, and he is regarded as my son-in-law by Du Mengwan. Du Mengwan stated directly to Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin cast a glance at young Yujun and remarked, who Shuai chooses as her future husband should be her decision alone. You merely believe Shuai to be naive and think you can manipulate her at will. Allow me to inform you that you are utterly lacking in comparison to Yujun. Do you truly believe you are worthy of being Shuai's husband? Du Mengwan scoffed. Worthy? That is uncertain. Yi Junlin replied with a gentle smile. Young Master Yi, you certainly possess confidence. However, I have heard that you currently have nothing. You probably do not even have a job. If you cannot support yourself, how can you offer Shuai a bright future? Coincidentally, my company is in need of a security guard. Why not come work for us? I can offer you 3,000 a month, which should suffice for your living expenses. As for Shuai, you need not involve yourself with her. At that moment, young Yujun regarded Yi Junlin with an air of superiority, mocking him coldly. With a swift glance, Yi Junlin responded, do not concern yourself with whether I have a job. However, I suspect that you may find yourself unemployed quite soon. He. Young Yujun laughed derisively, casting a scornful gaze. Let me inform you, I have just been appointed as the planning manager of the Jiangnan branch of the Long Family Commercial Association. How could I possibly be unemployed? It is laughable. I see you are merely envious of my position. Suddenly, young Yujun's phone rang. He quickly answered, Director He. What can I do for you? What? I've been fired. Why? In the next moment, young Yujun stood up abruptly, disbelief etched on his face. Soon, despair flickered in his eyes as he pleaded into the phone, Director He, please grant me another chance. If I have made any mistakes, I will rectify them immediately. Please do not dismiss me. Slap. At that moment, young Yujun's call was abruptly terminated. Jun, what has happened? Du Mengwan asked anxiously. Is it not obvious? He has been fired. Junlin smiled softly, glancing at young Jun. It seems my predictions were indeed accurate. You truly are without a job now. You. Young Jun's expression darkened, filled with rage as he glared at Junlin, veins bulging. And I must take my leave. After taking a deep breath, young Jun addressed Du Mengwan and hastily exited. What is going on? How could Jun have been suddenly dismissed? At this moment, Du Mengwan wore a perplexed expression, while Elder Su and the others were equally confounded. As for Junlin, he scoffed, this proves that even heaven can no longer tolerate him. Silence. Du Mengwan glared at Junlin and retorted, with Jun's knowledge and talent, even if he were expelled, he would swiftly secure a good job. And you? You haven't even attended university, your family is gone, what will you do in the future? I fear you might have to settle for being a security guard. Enough, Mengwan. Cease your words. At that moment, Elder Su furrowed his brow and admonished her. With his reprimand, Du Mengwan dared not utter another word. Junlin. Do not heed her baseless claims. Grandpa is aware of your relationship with Shuya, and I wholeheartedly support your union. Elder Su directly addressed Junlin. Thank you, Grandpa. Junlin replied with a gentle smile. Now, let us dine. Elder Su beckoned, and everyone began to eat. After the meal, Su Shuya escorted Junlin outside and gazed at him. Brother Junlin, is Jun's job loss somehow related to you? What a coincidence. Why? Are you concerned for him? Junlin teased, observing Su Shuya with intrigue. Brother Junlin, please do not misunderstand. Although I have known Jun for a long time, there is nothing between us. My heart has always belonged solely to you. Silly girl, I was merely jesting. Junlin playfully pinched Su Shuya's nose and remarked, that fellow has ulterior motives. You should steer clear of him. Understood. Su Shuya nodded, then looked at Junlin. By the way, Brother Junlin, our school's anniversary gala is tomorrow night. Would you like to attend? Me? I am not a student of your school, what purpose would I serve there? Junlin queried, puzzled. I have never attended such a grand event and feel quite anxious, so I would like you to accompany me. Su Shuya gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Very well. I have nothing else to do anyway. Junlin acquiesced without hesitation. Thank you, Brother Junlin. Su Shuya planted a kiss on his cheek. Her face flashed with shyness as she returned inside. At that moment, Yena appeared behind Junlin and said, Young master, that young Jun dares to pursue Miss Su. Shall I take care of him? There's no need. Let him lose his job, consider it a lesson for him. Junlin shook his head, acknowledging that young Jun's expulsion was indeed orchestrated by him. He had sent a message to Fu Datsai, prompting the dismissal of young Jun. Which is why he had alluded to the possibility of the latter losing his position. Continue to protect Shuya, Junlin said calmly before departing from the Su residence. Subsequently, Junlin returned to the bar he had visited earlier, intending to enjoy a few drinks. However, upon entering, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Chapter 55, Why should I lift a finger to kill him? At this moment, the bar lay in ruins, a chaotic scene of destruction. Within its confines stood a large group of figures clad in white, brandishing sharp blades, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Who are you? Get out. One of them barked coldly upon spotting Junlin's entrance. Junlin scanned the group and recognized them as associates of the White Tiger sect, evidently here for revenge. Where is Menyong? Junlin inquired, his tone devoid of warmth. Kid, you talk too much. The man scoffed, gripping his dagger and lunging at Junlin. A clear indication of his ruthless nature. With a swift motion, Junlin executed a technique to disarm him, seizing the blade and countering with a lethal strike. The sound of flesh parting echoed as the White Tiger member had his throat slashed, his eyes wide with shock as he collapsed to the ground. Immediately, The remaining members of the White Tiger sect turned icy, all charging towards Yi Junlin with their weapons drawn. With an impassive expression, Yi Junlin wielded the dagger with precision, dispatching each assailant with brutal efficiency. In the blink of an eye, dozens of White Tiger members lay slain. Just as Yi Junlin prepared to continue his assault, a commotion from the second floor caught his attention. He cast a fleeting glance and hurled a dagger, piercing a White Tiger member and pinning him against the wall. With a leap, he ascended to the second floor. Inside the room where Menyang was mixing drinks, she was bound to a sofa, while a man with a buzz cut and a malevolent demeanor was staring at her clothing. "My beauty, no need to scream. Today, I shall have my way with you. If you please me, perhaps I can persuade the leader to spare your life," he taunted. Menyang glared at him defiantly, retorting, "You will meet a terrible fate. Even in death, that will only come after I have my fun." The man sneered, preparing to rend her garments completely. At that moment, a powerful hand appeared, grasping his hair and slamming him to the ground, tearing his scalp and drawing blood. The owner of that formidable hand was Yi Junlin, who swiftly released Menyang from her bonds and inquired, "Are you all right?" As she beheld Yi Junlin, a figure akin to a celestial being emerging in her moment of despair, her previously frozen heart stirred with ripples of emotion. "Thank you," she expressed gratefully. "You bastard. Who dares to lay a hand on me?" The man snarled, rising from the floor, his face twisted with rage and bloodlust as he glared at Yi Junlin. "Be careful. He is the fierce tiger, one of the 5 tigers of the White Tiger sect, far more terrifying than the battle tiger," Menyang warned Yi Junlin. In that instant, the remaining White Tiger members burst into the room, calling out to the fierce tiger, "Brother, are you all right?" "Just in time. Help me deal with this bastard," the fierce tiger bellowed. Instantly, the group surged towards Yi Junlin, who seized another knife, ready to unleash a massacre. In an instant, Yi Junlin appeared as a deity of death, ruthlessly ripping the lives of the White Tiger sect members. These individuals were utterly incapable of withstanding even a single blow from him, meeting their grim fates with tragic swiftness. Witnessing this, Kwang Hu's expression darkened as he abruptly drew a blood-stained longsword, cleaving it toward Yi Junlin with ferocity. The clash of blades resonated with a harsh clang, and in that moment, Kwang Hu's weapon was severed. With a swift stroke, Yi Junlin cleaved Kwang Hu's body in two, a sight that left the remaining White Tiger sect members in stunned disbelief. Unfazed, Yi Junlin continued his relentless assault. Within mere moments, all of Kwang Hu's men lay slain, not a single one spared. Discarding his sword, Yi Junlin turned his gaze toward Menyang, instructing her to prepare a drink. Menyang regarded Yi Junlin for a brief moment before rising to fulfill his request. Soon, she returned with a glass of wine, which he nonchalantly consumed amidst the sea of corpses surrounding him. The scene was undeniably surreal, had it been anyone else. The gruesome tableau would have induced nausea, let alone the thought of indulging in alcohol. "Thank you for today," Menyang expressed her gratitude once more. "I have stated that I am now your master, and since you belong to me, no one else shall lay a hand on you." Yi Junlin replied coldly after taking a sip of his drink. Her heart trembled at his words, and Menyang's gaze shifted from seductive allure to a complex blend of emotions directed at him. "I have received word that the White Tiger sect is preparing to launch a full-scale invasion into Zhonghai. This Kwang Hu is merely a vanguard. Soon, the main forces of the White Tiger sect will descend upon Zhonghai," she cautioned, but Yi Junlin interrupted, "If they come to seek death, then I shall oblige them." "The White Tiger sect is no ordinary force," Menyang informed him of the 4 great overlords of Jiangnan County, yet he remained unmoved, stating, "You need not concern yourself with the White Tiger sect. From this day forth, you shall be the underground queen of Zhonghai." "Thank you, master," Menyang responded respectfully, her eyes flickering with a hint of admiration. "Very well, tidy up this bar," Yi Junlin commanded as he finished his drink and stood to leave. Just as he reached the door, he turned back to Menyang, asking, "I heard you caused the deaths of 3 husbands. Is that true?" "Indeed. Are you frightened?" She shot back, her gaze sharp. Yi Junlin merely shrugged, "Not at all, I am simply curious how you, still a maiden, came to have 3 husbands." With that, he departed, leaving Menyong blushing in his wake. After exiting the bar, he contacted Leng Feng, instructing him to keep a watchful eye on the White Tiger sect, declaring that should they dare to step foot into Zhonghai, they would face merciless annihilation. The rivers and seas of Zhonghai are the very terrain where Yi Junlin was raised, and he intends to remain there for an extended period. Thus, he plans to firmly seize control of this domain to avert future complications. This is also the reason Yi Junlin appointed Menyong as the underground queen of Zhonghai. He requires someone capable of managing any affairs on his behalf. Although he has Cold Blade and Smoke, they are ultimately disciples of the third master. He must cultivate his own talents. At this moment, Yi Junlin's gaze was suddenly drawn to a figure in the distance. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the capital, 3 figures sat in contemplation. One was a middle-aged man clad in a white long robe, his eyes deep and penetrating, while the other 2 were elderly men donned in long cloaks. "The head disciple of the sect has appeared. What are your intentions?" one elder inquired, directing his gaze at the middle-aged man. "What of his appearance?" The middle-aged man leisurely lifted a cup of tea, a relaxed expression on his face. "The former headmaster has bestowed upon him the Tenji order," indicating his intention to pass the position of head of the Tenji Pavilion to him. "Are you truly willing to relinquish the position of headmaster so easily?" the other elder remarked, his tone grave. The middle-aged man smiled faintly, producing a token. "The Tenji order is now in my possession." The token he revealed was the very Tenji order that Yi Junlin had previously entrusted to Cold Blade. The Tenji order. The 2 elders stared at the token, their expressions shifting dramatically. "How did this Tenji order end up in your hands?" they exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the middle-aged man. He replied, "He wishes to investigate the perpetrator responsible for the downfall of his family, hence he brought forth the Tenji order. My junior brother is still too naive." The middle-aged man shook his head. "Even with the Tenji order, it is of no consequence. As long as the former headmaster speaks a word, he will still ascend as the new headmaster," one elder retorted. "And what if he is no longer around?" the middle-aged man replied indifferently. The 2 elders exchanged startled glances. "Are you suggesting that you would kill him?" "If you act and the former headmaster learns of it, it would spell disaster," they cautioned in unison. "Kill him? Why would I need to lift a finger?" The middle-aged man took a sip of his tea, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 56. You must take responsibility for me. The following day, at the exquisite villa of Yi Junlin, within a certain room, Lin Mengwei gradually awoke, her head still somewhat foggy from the remnants of intoxication. As she surveyed the somewhat familiar surroundings, she pondered, "Where am I? Of course, you are in my home." At that moment, Yi Junlin entered the room, casting a glance at Lin Mengwei. "It's you!" Lin Mengwei exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she swiftly scanned the room, realizing it was indeed the chamber she had previously occupied in Yi Junlin's villa. "How did I end up here?" she queried, bewildered. Her memory only extended to wandering aimlessly around Zhonghai after leaving Yi Junlin's residence, followed by an evening spent drinking alone at a bar, ultimately leading to her inebriation and loss of consciousness. To her disbelief, she had awakened once more in this very place. "You really have a poor memory, don't you? The first time I encountered you, you were thoroughly drunk at a bar, and last night, you were in a similar state. If I hadn't fortuitously found you, you might have been ravaged by a pack of wolves from the bar." Yi Junlin admonished, recalling how he had stumbled upon her outside another bar reaching, and had no choice but to bring her back. Although he harbored no interest in her, he could not simply stand by and watch her succumb to such a fate. "Thank you," Lin Mengwei replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed upon hearing Yi Junlin's words. Her gaze then fell upon the nightgown she wore, and she inquired, "Did Sister Yan-A change my clothes last night?" "No, Yan-A is not here," Yi Junlin replied nonchalantly. "Then who changed my clothes?" Lin Mengwei asked. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she looked at Yi Junlin. Is there anyone else in this villa besides me? Yi Junlin shot her a look of incredulity before stepping outside. Instantly, Lin Mengwei's expression froze, her mind blank for several seconds. Soon, her face flashed crimson. Overwhelmed with embarrassment and shyness, prompting her to cover her head with a blanket. Meanwhile, as Yi Junlin descended the stairs, he found Ling Feng standing in the living room. Who addressed him, "Young master, I have prepared breakfast." "You can cook breakfast?" Yi Junlin queried, astonished. Ling Feng shook his head, "I can't, I bought it from outside." Yi Junlin was momentarily taken aback, regarding Ling Feng with newfound respect. "You are quite honest. By the way, how is the investigation I asked you to initiate with Chenji Pavilion progressing?" Yi Junlin inquired. His thoughts consumed with discovering information regarding the heir and his sister who had obliterated his family. "Young master, Chenji Pavilion is still conducting the investigation." "There are no updates yet," Ling Feng replied solemnly. "Inform them to mobilize all resources at Chenji Pavilion, I want results." Yi Junlin commanded coldly. Although he initially hesitated to leverage the influence of his masters, he realized that relying solely on his own efforts to uncover the truth was proving to be exceedingly challenging. Thus he had no choice but to utilize their power. "Understood," Ling Feng nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Lin Mengwei descended in her nightgown. Gazing at Yi Junlin with an indignant cry, "You must take responsibility for me." "Responsibility? What do you mean?" Yi Junlin looked at Lin Mengwei in bewilderment. "Responsibility for marrying me." Lin Mengwei huffed playfully. Yi Junlin then cast a fleeting glance at Lin Mengwei, "Are you feverish?" "Marry you? How could that be possible?" Lin Mengwei, brimming with indignation, retorted, "You have seen my body, should you not take responsibility? You vomited all over yourself last night, if I did not change your clothes, who would? Moreover, with that lack of figure, who would even want to look?" Yi Junlin replied with indifference. "You." Lin Mengwei, the pampered young lady, was so incensed by Yi Junlin's words that she felt as if she would bleed from her mouth. "You scoundrel, just wait. I shall certainly show you whether I possess any curves or not." With a pout, Lin Mengwei huffed and dashed away. Meanwhile, in Jiangzhou, within the White Tiger sect, upon learning that another esteemed subordinate had been slain, the sect leader Yang Tianhu was utterly incensed. "Outrageous. Summon 5,000 disciples of the White Tiger sect to march towards Zhanghai. Spare no mercy for that seductress and her master. Annihilate anyone who dares oppose the White Tiger sect in Zhanghai." Yang Tianhu bellowed. In the capital city, within a chamber, a white-haired elder was administering treatment to a young man, his hands adorned with several silver needles piercing the young man's head and chin. These two were none other than Elder Zhou Sanqing, one of the 5 honorary directors of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association of Longguo, and the young master of the Yun family, rendered mute by Yi Junlin's actions. At this moment, the head of the Yun family, Yun Zhongtian, stood nearby, his expression laced with anxiety. After several minutes, Elder Zhou Sanqing removed the silver needles from the young master and inquired, "Now, try speaking." The young master opened his mouth yet remained unable to utter a single word. "Elder, why can my son still not speak? Is he not cured?" Yun Zhongtian anxiously pressed Elder Zhou Sanqing. Elder Zhou Sanqing's brow furrowed, his gaze flickering before he finally spoke, "Your son's condition is beyond my ability to remedy." "What? Even you, Elder Zhou, cannot heal my son?" The news struck Yun Zhongtian's face with disbelief and despair. Elder Zhou Sanqing's countenance was equally grim. As a distinguished master in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, renowned throughout the nation, he was accustomed to treating various ailments. Yet, now he found himself unable to heal the young master of the Yun family, which was undeniably a dent to his pride. "Your son's condition is quite complex. At my current skill level, I truly cannot treat him, perhaps only the president of the association could offer hope," Elder Zhou Sanqing solemnly stated. Instantly, Yun Zhongtian's expression darkened to an extreme. The president of the Longwo Traditional Chinese Medicine Association was a true giant in the field, the Grand Master. And few in the capital could summon him to act. Even the Yun family, with its stature, could not compel his intervention. Elder, is there truly no other way? Yun Zhongtian implored. The only remaining course of action is to enlist the assistance of the Qi Junlin. His medical prowess is indeed remarkable, I have underestimated him. Zhou Sanqing's eyes gleamed with intensity as he spoke, while Yun Zhongtian's gaze sharpened. He immediately placed a call, informed the shadow guards not to kill the boy but to capture him alive. If we can bring him back, I would very much like to meet him. Zhou Sanqing proclaimed with utmost seriousness. Understood. Yun Zhongtian nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Kingdom's War Department base, two generals who had previously fought against Fu Shao stood in a room, their expressions filled with discontent. General Shui exclaimed. That boy has killed one of our War Department generals, are we truly going to let him go? Even if Fu Shao is one of the 4 dragon commanders, does he dare to oppose the entire War Department? General Du remarked, addressing General Shui, one of the 36 generals. This decision comes from above. Do not concern yourselves with the death of General Shen. General Shui responded with an air of authority. Before General Du could voice further objections, he was pulled out of the room by General Feng. This boy is somehow connected to the Tianji Pavilion, it seems we must investigate further. General Shui murmured, his gaze intensifying. Shortly thereafter, in another part of the War Department base, the two generals stood together. General Du, filled with indignation, questioned. Why did you pull me out just now? Do you not wish to avenge Brother Shen? I certainly desire to avenge Brother Shen, but since General Shui has spoken, voicing further concerns is futile, it would be more prudent to seek alternative means for retribution. General Feng replied gravely. What other means do you propose? General Du scanned General Feng with a critical eye. The latter, his eyes sparkling with determination, suggested, let us seek out General Ling. He is fiercely protective of his own and does not permit anyone to harm our War Department personnel. If he learns of Brother Shen's murder, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance. And given his status, there will be no repercussions from the higher-ups. This is a commendable plan, if General Ling intervenes, even with Fu Zhao's protection. That boy will surely meet his end. General Du declared, his eyes glinting with a cold resolve. As the night descended, Yi Junlin made his appearance at Zhonghai University. Chapter 57, The Anniversary Banquet. Tonight marks the 50th anniversary celebration of Zhonghai University, and Yi Junlin has come to accompany Su Shuya to the gala. At this moment, a plethora of luxury vehicles are parked at the entrance of the university, from which numerous impeccably dressed men and women, all distinguished alumni invited to the anniversary banquet, disembark. These illustrious alumni are prominent figures, wielding power and wealth, as their status as exceptional alumni suggests. In stark contrast to these polished individuals, Yi Junlin, arriving by taxi and clad in humble attire, appears somewhat out of place. Indeed, the alumni regard him with a hint of disdain, unwilling to spare him more than a fleeting glance as they proceed into the university. At this juncture, Tang Yaoyao, adorned in a stylish JK uniform, approaches Yi Junlin, radiating youthful charm and vibrancy, capturing one's attention. Where's Shuya? Yi Junlin inquires of Tang Yaoyao. She's changing into her outfit for her role as the host. She sent me to fetch you, Tang Yaoyao pouts. Let's go then, Yi Junlin nods, making his way into the university, while Tang Yaoyao, observing him, pouts further. Don't you have anything to say about how stunning I look today? You're beautiful. Yi Junlin responds straightforwardly. Tang Yaoyao rolls her eyes at him, retorting, how very perfunctory. Soon, Yi Junlin follows Tang Yaoyao into the largest sports hall of Zhonghai University, now transformed into the venue for the anniversary banquet, resembling a grand soiree. Apart from the distinguished alumni, there are numerous student representatives from Zhonghai University, predominantly female, all dressed exquisitely, eager to engage with their esteemed seniors. The anniversary banquet commences. And Su Shuya appears in an opulent gown valued at 360,000, instantly captivating the attention of all present. With her flawless figure, beauty, and poise, combined with the lavish attire, she resembles a regal princess, rendering many of the male attendees, especially those distinguished alumni, utterly entranced, their eyes gleaming with fervent admiration. Amidst the crowd, another campus beauty, Hon Charan, gazes at Su Shuya, her eyes betraying a profound jealousy. "Shuya looks truly beautiful tonight," Tan Yao Yao exclaims, admiring Su Shuya. "My woman, how could she not be beautiful?" Yi Junlin replies with a slight smile, holding a glass of wine. "How self-absorbed." Tan Yao Yao shoots him another eye roll. At that moment, Su Shuya takes the microphone and steps onto the stage, commencing her role as the host for the evening's festivities. After a round of speeches from the university's senior officials and several distinguished alumni, Su Shuya announces, "Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the dance segment of this anniversary banquet. Feel free to choose your partners and enjoy yourselves." Subsequently, Su Shuya departed from the podium, her gaze sweeping through the crowd until it alighted upon Yi Junlin. Just as she intended to approach him, an individual materialized before her, exclaiming, "Su Shuya, I am your senior from the graduating class of 2019. May I have the honor of inviting you for a dance?" Taken aback, Su Shuya was about to decline when several other alumni joined her, all eager to extend their invitations for a dance. Momentarily flustered, she found herself at a loss. At that moment, a man in his mid-twenties, clad in a pristine white suit, exuding an extraordinary charm and an air of aristocracy, approached with measured steps. As he advanced, the brilliance of the other men in attendance was instantly overshadowed. "Su Shuya, I am your senior, Hao Hua. Might I have the privilege of requesting a dance with you?" The gentleman in white slightly bowed, extending his hand towards Su Shuya, accompanied by a polite smile that epitomized gentlemanly decorum. At this juncture, the earlier suitors retreated, relinquishing their opportunity to dance with Su Shuya. Their withdrawal was precipitated by their recognition of the distinguished man before them, Hao Hua. Renowned among their peers as the illustrious young scion of the Hao family, one of the top 3 influential conglomerates in Jiangnan County. Despite his youth, he had already ascended to the position of vice president, a true prodigy among men. In the presence of such an exceptional individual, none dared to vie for his attention. Meanwhile, the other women present looked on with envy, having aspired to engage with Hao Hua, yet he had overlooked them entirely. Now, witnessing him personally invite Su Shuya to dance, their feelings of envy and jealousy magnified. As Su Shuya regarded Hao Hua, she was about to respond when he interjected. "Su Shuya, this is my first invitation to anyone for a dance. You wouldn't refuse me in front of so many witnesses, would you?" His words clearly placed her in a predicament, compelling her to accept his invitation lest she risk humiliating him. Being the host, Su Shuya was acutely aware of Hao Hua's status. To publicly rebuff him could potentially incite the ire of the higher-ups at Zhonghai University. Just as she found herself ensnared in this dilemma, Yi Junlin strode forward. He approached Su Shuya, wrapped his arm around her waist, and coldly addressed Hao Hua. "Shuya is my woman. If you wish to dance, seek someone else." With that, Yi Junlin took Su Shuya away, leaving Hao Hua's outstretched hand awkwardly suspended in the air, his expression darkening in an instant. This marked the first time he had been so publicly humiliated. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically, particularly among those aware of Hao Hua's identity, who were astounded that anyone would dare to disregard the young scion of the Hao family in such a manner. Was this individual truly courting disaster? As a prominent conglomerate among the top 3 in Jiangnan Prefecture, the Hao family boasts an extensive industrial presence across various cities within the region. Their standing is scarcely inferior to that of the 6 illustrious families of Jiangnan. Hao Hua, as the young master of the Hao clan, commands such respect that no one in Jiangnan would dare to disregard him, let alone publicly humiliate him. At that moment, Hao Hua retracted his hand, his expression dark as ink, and cast a piercing gaze towards Yi Junlin, coldly commanding, "Halt." Upon hearing Hao Hua's words, The crowd turned their attention to Yi Junlin, who paused and met his gaze with an icy retort. Was my previous statement not sufficiently clear? I understood it well. However, I believe you are unworthy of Su Shuemei. Hao Hua regarded Yi Junlin with palpable disdain, his contempt evident. Chapter 58, A Billion. I believe you are unworthy of Su Shuemei. Hao Hua gazed at Yi Junlin with disdain, his eyes brimming with unabashed contempt. With these words, an immediate hush fell over the banquet hall as every pair of eyes turned to focus on the confrontation between Hao Hua and Yi Junlin. As Su Shuemei prepared to interject, Yi Junlin cast a glance at his opponent. My woman's worthiness is none of your concern. It is rather presumptuous of you to meddle in matters that do not involve you. You. The audacity of Yi Junlin's retort darkened Hao Hua's expression. A shadowy glint flashing in his eyes. Young man, several school leaders approached in an attempt to diffuse the tension, only to be deterred by a single glare from Hao Hua. As a senior, I feel it is my duty to protect my junior from those who merely seek to charm and deceive innocent young ladies, he continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Given Su Shuai's beauty, her partner must indeed be a true paragon. Do you believe you fit that description? Hao Hua relentlessly mocked Yi Junlin. The alumni of Zhonghai University, who had already graduated, shook their heads in disapproval, realizing that offending the illustrious young master of the Hao family could spell disaster for Yi Junlin, and that Su Shuai would inevitably fall into Hao Hua's grasp. Observing the exquisite beauty of Su Shuai, whose grace and figure were unparalleled, the alumni swallowed their envy. Recognizing that they were not reckless enough to offend the young master of the Hao family for a woman, an act reserved for the foolish. Hao Xuezhang, Su Shuai interjected, her expression revealing her displeasure. I acknowledge our shared background as alumni of Zhonghai University, but do not overstep your bounds. Su Shuai, I am merely looking out for your interests. Hao Hua retorted. Indeed, Su Shuai, another chimed in, with your talents and beauty, you deserve a partner of Hao Ji's caliber. This fellow beside you is nothing more than a pretty face, following him will yield nothing but disappointment. That's right. Hao Gu, so young yet already a vice president, is hailed as a luminary in Zhongnan's business arena. The difference between him and this fellow is akin to that between a lion and an ant. At this moment, several alumni began to flatter Hao Hua, belittling Yi Junlin with their scornful remarks. Furious, Su Shuai was about to voice her objections when Yi Junlin gently restrained her. Smiling as he said, it's all right, Shuai. No need to be upset. A gaggle of sycophants. Yi Junlin glared at the fawning alumni, his cold demeanor inciting their wrath, prompting them to retort angrily, what did you just say? I had no intention of engaging with you, but since you insist on provoking me, do not blame me for retaliating. Yi Junlin replied, his tone indifferent as he faced Hao Hua and his entourage. Do you truly believe you can strike us? Hao Hua chuckled mockingly, stating, I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge us. Tonight's banquet features a significant event. The alumni will donate to the construction of Zhonghai University. If your contributions exceed mine, only then shall you have managed to strike a blow against me. Haha, Xiao Hao, are you not making this young man quite uncomfortable? With his attire worth merely a few dozen yuan, what could he possibly donate? Perhaps he expects others to contribute to him instead. This fellow, managing to scrape together a few hundred yuan would be a remarkable feat. Expecting him to make a donation is a notion fit for the next lifetime. Indeed, the monthly allowance of Xiao Hao likely surpasses what this young man could earn in over a decade. To anticipate that he could out-donate Xiao Hao is akin to expecting the sun to rise from the west. In that moment, those who had previously flattered Xiao Hao seized the opportunity to mock Yi Junlin once more, regarding him with the same amusement one might reserve for a circus monkey, their expressions brimming with derision and amusement. The others present merely chuckled at Yi Junlin, perceiving Xiao Hao's actions as sheer humiliation directed at him. After all, given his age, demeanor, and attire, he appeared to be an ordinary university student. The idea that he could donate more than Xiao Hao was utterly laughable. Well, what do you say? I've granted you the opportunity to be embarrassed, I wonder if you dare to accept. Hua Hua derided Yi Junlin. Since you seem so fond of being humiliated, I shall gladly oblige. How much do you intend to donate? Yi Junlin merely scoffed. The crowd gasped in astonishment at Yi Junlin's audacity to compete with Xiao Hao in terms of donations. Even Hua Hua displayed a flicker of surprise, not having anticipated that Yi Junlin would actually dare to accept the challenge. You truly are unaware of your own limitations, aren't you? Do you comprehend Xiao Hao's esteemed background? Do you genuinely believe you could match him in contributions? Indeed, if you can out-donate us, we shall deem you impressive. Many scoffed at Yi Junlin without restraint. You lot prattle on endlessly, why not make your donations? Tan Yao Yao approached, her expression one of disdain. I, Mo as a student of Zhonghai University, hereby pledge 500,000 to give back to my alma mater. One of Xiao Hao's sycophants proclaimed fast. I, Su Song, pledge 500,000. I, Lu Jie, pledge 800,000. Instantly, they all boasted, their eyes gleaming with arrogance as they turned to Yi Junlin, as if to challenge him. What about you? Are you capable of such a feat? Such a paltry sum? How dare you even utter it? Yi Junlin cast a scornful glance at them. You speak boldly, young man. Why not pledge a few 100,000 yourself? Let us see if you can. They shouted, pointing at him. What amount do you plan to donate? At this moment, Yi Junlin's gaze fell upon Hua Hua, who adjusted his suit, adopting an air of superiority. I, Hua Hua, representing the Hao family, shall donate 30 million to Zhonghai University. The room erupted in astonishment at Hua Hua's declaration, everyone taken aback by such a generous offer. A donation of 30 million was indeed extravagant. In that instant, both alumni and current students alike regarded Hua Hua with envy, their expressions filled with admiration. At this moment, the most exhilarated individuals were the leaders of Zhonghai University, each on the verge of leaping with excitement. They expressed profound gratitude to Mr. Hao for his generous donation to their alma mater. Indeed, Mr. Hao exemplifies the exceptional caliber of students at Zhonghai University. On behalf of the entire faculty and student body, I extend our heartfelt thanks to Mr. Hao. The principal of Zhonghai University hastily declared into the microphone. Now, young man, I have made my contribution, it is your turn. I am intrigued to see how much you can donate, Mr. Guo observed with a mischievous glint in his eye, while the others turned their attention to Yi Junlin, anticipating a potential spectacle. 30 million. I expected that with your earlier showmanship, you might donate a few billion, he scoffed, revealing his disdain. Yi Junlin merely smirked at Mr. Guo's taunt. With a darkened expression, Mr. Guo coldly retorted, enough with the chatter. If you wish to donate, do so promptly. If you cannot master the funds and fear embarrassment, you may kneel and bow 3 times, and I shall consider assisting you with a contribution. 1 billion. Yi Junlin suddenly declared. As his words resonated throughout the venue, an overwhelming silence enveloped the crowd, leaving them utterly speechless. Chapter 59, a resounding slap in the face. What did you say? At once, Hao Hua's expression shifted as he fixed his gaze on Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin glanced at him and proclaimed, I am donating 1 billion to Zhonghai University. Boom! Upon utterance of these words, the atmosphere erupted with astonishment. Every individual present widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Yi Junlin. 1 billion. How could this be possible? Who would donate such an astronomical sum? This amount transcends mere pocket change, it is equivalent to the entire assets of a medium-sized enterprise. Even a formidable conglomerate like the Hao family, ranked among the top 3 in Zhongnan, would find it exceedingly difficult to produce such a sum in one go. The sheer audacity of Yi Junlin's claim was nothing short of shocking. Impossible. How could you possibly have 1 billion? Hao Hua's expression morphed into one of incredulity as he confronted Yi Junlin. Are you truly intending to donate 1 billion to the university? The president of Zhonghai University, too, regarded Yi Junlin with a mix of disbelief and skepticism. This young man was merely seeking attention. How could he possibly have 1 billion? Even if sold, he would not be worth that much. Indeed, if he can donate 1 billion, I shall eat my words. Yes, if he donates 1 billion, I too shall eat my words. At this moment, those who had been mocking Yi Junlin voiced their incredulity, utterly convinced he could not possess such wealth. The others present shared a similar sentiment, viewing Yi Junlin's declaration as a mere jest. After all, even if one were wealthy, would they casually donate 1 billion? That would be akin to madness. With a swift motion, Yi Junlin produced the Supreme Dragon card and addressed the president. Can this be used for the donation? Certainly. The president nodded, albeit hesitantly. Yi Junlin presented the Supreme Dragon card to him, urging, "Go ahead and swipe it." At this juncture, the president, still somewhat incredulous about the card containing 1 billion, chose to embrace the philosophy of better to believe than to disbelieve and proceeded to swipe the card. What are you holding? That hardly resembles a bank card. How could such an item possibly yield 1 billion? The mockery from the naysayers continued, their disbelief palpable. Yet, amidst the crowd, one individual's gaze sharpened upon seeing the Supreme Dragon card, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Minutes later, the president returned, his face flushed with excitement, practically radiating enthusiasm as he approached Yi Junlin. Thank you for your generous donation of 1 billion to Zhonghai University. Everyone here, including myself, is profoundly grateful for your contribution. With these words, the onlookers were left utterly speechless, frozen in sheer astonishment. Hao Hua and his sycophantic entourage were rendered dumbfounded. President, does he truly possess 1 billion in that card? Hao Hua implored, eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, young Master Hao, there is 1 billion in this card. And it has now been donated to the university. The president nodded emphatically. Surely you aren't colluding with him to deceive me? At this moment, Hao Hua gazed intensely at the principal with an expression of utter disbelief. He simply could not fathom that Yi Junlin possessed a fortune of 1 billion. Let alone that he would so generously donate it. How could I possibly deceive you? If you doubt me, I can provide the card transaction records. The principal hastily replied, observing Hao Hua's discontent. Hao Hua's visage darkened to an extreme degree, akin to the taste of bitter defeat. He never anticipated that he would be so publicly humiliated, and the slap to his face was resounding. Meanwhile, those who had previously mocked Yi Junlin now wore expressions of shock, rendered speechless, while others present exhibited looks of incredulity. They were all stunned by Yi Junlin's astonishing donation of 1 billion. Among the crowd, Hon Charon watched Yi Junlin, who waved his hand dismissively, her heart racing with admiration as she silently vowed, "I shall surely win you over." At that moment, Yi Junlin accepted the Supreme Dragon card, his gaze sweeping over those who had derided him, and he coldly remarked, "Did you not wish to eat humble pie? The time has come." That was all a misunderstanding. One of the mockers stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment as he regained his composure. A misunderstanding? Were you not quite spirited in your ridicule just moments ago? And now you claim it's a misunderstanding? Yi Junlin retorted icily. The group was left in an awkward silence, their faces painted with embarrassment, casting furtive glances at Hao Hua. "You brat." Hao Hua regained his composure and was about to speak, but Yi Junlin interrupted him with a chilling remark, "You dare to speak after merely donating a few million. If I were you, I would have long sought a hole to hide in. You." Hao Hua was rendered speechless, his face a deep shade of fury. "Remember this, if you lack funds, refrain from pursuing women or pretending to be affluent, it only invites ridicule." Yi Junlin sneered at Hao Hua before taking Su Shuai by the hand and departing. In that moment, Hao Hua stood there, the mocking words of Yi Junlin echoing in his ears, and the peculiar stares from the crowd ignited his fury. Upon leaving the banquet, Su Shuai looked at Yi Junlin with concern, saying, "Brother Junlin, you were too impulsive just now, donating 1 billion is no small matter. How long will it take to earn that back? It's nothing, 1 billion is merely a trifle. Yi Junlin dismissed her concern. For it was merely pocket money from his master, and he saw no reason to refuse it. Shuya, let me escort you home, Yi Junlin suggested. I still have other matters to attend to at the banquet. Why don't you head back first, brother Junlin? Su Shuya replied. Very well. Yi Junlin nodded, embracing Su Shuya briefly before taking his leave. However, just as Yi Junlin ventured down a narrow path, he suddenly heard a cacophony of scornful voices emanating from a nearby grove. Situ Kong, do not be so ungrateful. It is an honor for you that the young master can use your blood essence. Do you truly believe that bearing the surname Situ makes you a true heir? You are merely a bastard of the Situ family. Were it not for the family head's sentiment, you wouldn't even be worthy of the Situ name. In the depths of the forest, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit stood confidently, flanked by several companions. Before him stood Situ Kong, the president of the Martial Arts Society at Zhonghai University. At that moment, the middle-aged man was berating and mocking Situ Kong, with clenched fists and a pallid countenance. Rage surged in Situ Kong's eyes as he retorted, I have no connection to your Situ family. Just because your young master has encountered a health issue, why must I be sacrificed? The middle-aged man replied coldly, since you bear the surname Situ, it is your duty to contribute to the Situ family. Now is the time for you to fulfill that obligation. Situ Kong shot back icily, how outrageous. To save your young master, you demand my life. The Situ family truly consists of heartless and unfeeling beasts. In response, the middle-aged man's expression darkened, and he raised his hand, delivering a swift slap towards Situ Kong. Chapter 60, The Land of Calamity. Suddenly, a silver needle shot forth with great speed, piercing the hand of the middle-aged man, eliciting a pained grunt as he exclaimed, Who? The individuals behind him regarded their surroundings with vigilant expressions. At that moment, Yi Junlin approached leisurely. Situ Kong, taken aback, exclaimed, Young Master Yi. Who are you? The middle-aged man backed at Yi Junlin. Does my identity concern you? Yi Junlin replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he cast a glance at the man. Seize him. The middle-aged man commanded, his demeanor turning icy. The group behind him surged toward Yi Junlin, all possessing strength above the 7th rank of the Yellow Realm. Slap. Yi Junlin struck out with a swift palm, unleashing a fierce energy that sent the entire group sprawling, each one collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. This scene caused the middle-aged man's pupils to constrict in shock. He stared at Yi Junlin and demanded, Who are you? Do you dare to oppose the Situ family? Yi Junlin coldly regarded the man, taking a step forward, which caused the man to stumble back in fright before turning to flee. The fallen individuals also scrambled to rise and escape the scene. Thank you, young Master Yi, Situ Kong said, his expression filled with gratitude. Yi Junlin glanced at him and inquired, What is your relationship with those people? Situ Kong's gaze flickered as he replied, They are members of the Situ family, and I am the illegitimate son of the family head. Illegitimate son? Yi Junlin expressed a hint of surprise. My mother was once a maid in the Situ family. She was dishonored by the family head during a drunken night, then subsequently, she was cast out. After leaving, she discovered she was with child, and she raised me alone, working multiple jobs to support my education. Unfortunately, her health deteriorated under the strain, and she fell gravely ill. Before she passed, she revealed my true lineage to me. That was the day I learned I was an illegitimate child. Situ Kong concluded with a self-deprecating smile, his face marred by a profound sense of desolation. And now they seek you for? Yi Junlin inquired with curiosity. The eldest son of the Situ family has fallen ill and requires a marrow transplant, but only the blood marrow of a close relative will suffice. Once a person's marrow is depleted, their days are numbered. Thus, they thought of me, intending to use my marrow to save their heir. It is truly laughable, to them. My life as an illegitimate child holds no value. To save their young master, they would sacrifice me without a second thought. All while masquerading it as a contribution to the Situ family. It is utterly ridiculous. Situ Kong retorted, his eyes brimming with bitterness and fury. Does your father, the head of the Situ family, condone such actions? Yi Junlin's brow furrowed, struggling to fathom how a father could be willing to sacrifice his own son. He is not my father, and in his heart, I have never been his son. In his eyes and those of the entire Situ family, I am merely an inconsequential illegitimate child. Only that esteemed eldest son of the Situ family is regarded as his true offspring. If my life could be exchanged for that cherished son's, he would unhesitatingly choose to sacrifice me. Situ Kong's fists clenched tightly, his eyes brimming with boundless hatred. In their eyes, your strength is insufficient, and thus, they look down upon you, Yi Junlin remarked calmly. I am aware of this. Which is precisely why I have dedicated myself to martial training, striving to become a true powerhouse one day. I intend to return to the Situ family with my mother's spirit tablet to seek justice for her. Yet, it seems that I cannot even safeguard my own life, let alone avenge my mother. Situ Kong's eyes were filled with reluctance, his face a portrait of helplessness and desolation. I can offer you an opportunity to seek justice for your mother. Come to Villa number 1 of Ipin Biyuen tomorrow, and I will personally instruct you. At that moment, Yi Junlin said directly to Situ Kong. Swiftly, upon hearing Yi Junlin's words, the spark of excitement ignited in Situ Kong's eyes as he looked at him. Is that true? Thank you, young Master Yi. I despise those who are callous and ungrateful. The Situ family looks down upon you, treating you as mere ants to trample upon at will. Therefore, you must grow stronger and strike back fiercely, making them realize that the life of the Situ family's eldest son is valuable just as your own life is. Yi Junlin stated coldly. Yes, young Master Yi. At this moment, Situ Kong clenched his fists, his expression invigorated, his eyes glimmering with determination. Very well. I shall take my leave. After speaking, Yi Junlin prepared to head home, but suddenly, he sensed something, his gaze sweeping toward the southeastern corner of the school. Young Master Yi, what are you looking at? Situ Kong inquired curiously, while Yi Junlin proceeded toward the southeastern corner of Zhonghai University. Soon, Yi Junlin traversed several teaching buildings and arrived at the exterior of a seemingly abandoned structure surrounded completely by thick barbed wire, evidently prohibiting entry. In the stillness of the night, this building exuded an eerie and sinister aura, with intermittent wails echoing, sending shivers down one's spine. Young Master Yi, why have you come here? This is not a good place. Situ Kong followed closely, addressing Yi Junlin. You are familiar with this place? Yi Junlin asked Situ Kong. Who replied, Young Master Yi, this building is known as the Ghost Building. It is said that numerous individuals have inexplicably jumped to their deaths here, without any prior warning, leading to a plethora of supernatural tales that terrify other students into avoiding it. The school administration, considering the institution's reputation, has entirely abandoned this building and sealed it off, forbidding anyone from approaching. The Ghost Building? Yi Junlin then gazed intently at the structure, perceiving a dense aura of malevolence within, truly a place of great calamity. The ominous aura is formless and intangible, imperceptible to the ordinary individual, only those of considerable martial prowess can discern its presence. However, should an ordinary person linger in its vicinity for an extended period, they may find the malevolent energy infiltrating their being, leading to a derangement of the mind. The individuals who previously leapt from the building were likely afflicted by this very aura, compelled into a senseless plunge. Yet, what could account for such a potent malevolence in this location? Is there a formidable evil entity concealed within? Yi Junlin pondered. Resolutely, he decided to traverse the barbed wire and venture into the building to uncover the truth. Young Master Yi, do you intend to enter this cursed edifice? It is unwise, Situ Kong exclaimed, observing him. Suddenly, Yi Junlin's gaze sharpened, and he seized Situ Kong, swiftly pulling him aside. Mere moments after their disappearance, two figures clad in black appeared, fixated on the towering structure before them. The malevolent aura grows ever more intense, it seems the seal will soon shatter entirely, one remarked. After all these years of waiting, that object is finally set to emerge once more. We must return immediately to inform our master. It must not fall into the hands of others. The second one, eyes gleaming with intensity, coldly declared. Subsequently, the duo departed. Once they had left, Yi Junlin and Si Tukong emerged from their concealment. Yi Junlin gazed at the building, murmuring a seal. That object. Could it be that a great evil is imprisoned here? Soon, he grasped the situation. It appeared that something was sealed within the building. And the impending rupture of that seal was the source of the overwhelming malevolent energy. Those two individuals were evidently intent on seizing that object. Intriguing. A subtle smile graced Yi Junlin's lips. He had not anticipated such a discovery during his visit to Zhonghai University. Who were they, young master? Si Tukong inquired. Curiosity piqued. That's of no concern to you. Remember to find me tomorrow, and do not speak of tonight's events to anyone. Yi Junlin instructed before departing. With a clearer understanding of the haunted building's nature, Yi Junlin resolved not to re-enter. He returned directly to the villa, only to find Lin Mengwei absent. Paying it little mind, he ascended the stairs towards the bathroom. Oh! Upon opening the bathroom door, a piercing scream resonated throughout the entire villa. Chapter 61, Practicing Martial Arts. At this moment, within the confines of Yi Junlin's bathroom, a woman reclined in the bathtub, indulging in a soothing bubble bath. This woman was none other than the esteemed Miss Lin Mengwei. Upon catching sight of Yi Junlin's sudden intrusion, her countenance paled, and she emitted a piercing scream. Hastily covering her chest with her hands, Yi Junlin was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lin Mengwei. What are you doing here? You should leave at once, he exclaimed. Lin Mengwei shouted back, urging him to vacate the premises. Shortly thereafter, Yi Junlin exited the bathroom, and moments later, Lin Mengwei emerged, clad in a nightgown. Her expression tinged with embarrassment. You could have at least knocked before entering. Was that intentional? Lin Mengwei shot him a disapproving glance. Hold on, you must understand. This is my room. Why should I knock to enter my own bathroom? It is you who has wandered into my space to bathe. Are you attempting to seduce me? Yi Junlin retorted, a smirk playing on his lips as if he had seen through her intentions. Lin Mengwei huffed in indignation. How dare you think that? I would never attempt to seduce you. The truth is, my room lacks a bathtub, hence my borrowing yours for a bath. I had no idea you would return so suddenly. Let us hope that's the case. I have no interest in you. Now, please leave my room. It is best to avoid tarnishing my reputation, Yi Junlin asserted firmly. You. Lin Mengwei was nearly speechless with frustration at his words. Shouldn't that have been her line? With a disdainful huff, she turned and retreated to her own room, seething, Damn Yi Junlin, I will make you pay for this. Once back in her room, Lin Mengwei wielded a pillow as if it were Yi Junlin, unleashing her fury upon it. Am I really that unattractive? She muttered after her outburst, reflecting on her physique. Earlier that morning, Yi Junlin had remarked on her lack of curves, and now he claimed disinterest in her altogether. This left Lin Mengwei, who had always prided herself on her beauty, questioning her allure. No. I must prove my charm. I refuse to believe that with my looks and figure, I cannot pique your interest. She pouted defiantly. For women, while some may find attention from men distasteful, the absence of any interest can be equally disheartening. Especially for a stunning beauty like Lin Mengwei, such a notion was intolerable. Thus, she resolved to demonstrate her allure to Yi Junlin, determined to reveal her true charm. Meanwhile, in Zhonghai, a young man of remarkable grace sat with a glass of red wine, savoring its richness. He was the same individual who had cast a curious glance at Yi Junlin when he unveiled the Supreme Dragon card during the Zhonghai University Anniversary Gala. Yi Junlin? The scion of the Yi family who was obliterated 7 years ago. The young man's eyes flickered with intrigue upon hearing his subordinate's report. Young master, why are you investigating this person? A subordinate standing before the young man expressed his confusion. This lad has produced a supreme dragon card tonight. The young man replied nonchalantly. Swish. Instantly, the subordinate's expression changed, shock evident on his face. The supreme dragon card? How is that possible? How could he possess the supreme dragon card of the Long clan? I share your curiosity, which is why I requested you to investigate, the young man said. Taking a sip of red wine, his gaze flickering. Young master, shall I delve deeper into his background? The subordinate inquired. Yes. Look into his information from the past 7 years. I have a premonition that this individual is extraordinary, he may prove beneficial to me, the young man replied. And the subordinate nodded before departing. Immediately, the glimmer of brilliance flashed in the young man's eyes, lost in thought. Before long, a new day dawned. Yi Junlin rose and descended to the lower floor, where he found Leng Feng standing, though the latter appeared slightly pale and weak. Have you been injured? Yi Junlin asked. Observing Leng Feng. Last night, the White Tiger sect mobilized 5,000 men. I sustained some injuries while confronting them, but it is inconsequential, Leng Feng responded solemnly. 5,000 men. Quite a formidable display. Yi Junlin scoffed, swiftly producing a silver needle and stabbing it into Leng Feng, his wounds healing rapidly. Thank you, young master. Leng Feng expressed his gratitude. Your potential is commendable. I shall impart to you a formidable technique. With diligent practice, you will enhance your strength significantly. Yi Junlin then proceeded to share a secret skill from his sixth master with Leng Feng. If powerful figures from the Dark Realm were aware that Yi Junlin so readily bestowed the ultimate technique of the Dark Emperor upon another, they would likely be enraged. After all, the Dark Emperor's techniques are coveted treasures, sought after by countless elite warriors of the Dark Realm, and Yi Junlin's act seemed a gross misappropriation. However, Yi Junlin remained oblivious to such concerns. Having nearly mastered his sixth master's techniques, he saw no issue in passing them on. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Yi Junlin approached the door and opened it to find Situ Kong standing outside, calling out, Young Master Yi. You have arrived quite early, have you had breakfast? Yi Junlin inquired. I have already eaten. Situ Kong replied, to which Yi Junlin responded, very well, today I shall teach you something. They then proceeded to the villa's courtyard, where Yi Junlin observed Situ Kong, stating, your foundation is still insufficient, I shall first teach you a set of boxing techniques, which you must practice diligently. Excellent. Situ Kong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Suddenly, a group of individuals clad in black emerged, each wielding sharp blades and their eyes gleaming with menace, fixating on Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin, come with us. Yi Junlin scanned the group coldly. Who sent you? You'll find out once you come with us. Attack. One of them commanded. And they charged towards Yi Junlin, revealing themselves as the dark guards dispatched by the Yun family from the capital. Perfect, I could use you all for practice. Yi Junlin declared. Situ Kong, pay close attention. Yi Junlin declared as he unleashed a formidable martial technique, launching an assault upon the group. Situ Kong, fully focused, scrutinized every movement of Yi Junlin with unwavering concentration. At that moment, Yi Junlin executed a powerful and aggressive style, his strikes ferocious, his form swift as the wind, and his fists crackling like thunder. To perfect this technique, Yi Junlin refrained from immediately incapacitating the group of Yun family's shadow guards, instead treating them as living practice dummies for several arduous minutes, ultimately sending them sprawling, each one battered and groaning in pain. Have you memorized it all? Yi Junlin inquired, gazing at Situ Kong. I've committed it to memory. Situ Kong nodded affirmatively. Excellent, retaining it after just one demonstration, your talent is commendable. Now, commence your practice. Yi Junlin instructed directly. Subsequently, Situ Kong began to practice before Yi Junlin, demonstrating considerable form, while Yi Junlin occasionally offered guidance. In the blink of an eye, several hours elapsed, and Situ Kong was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. You've trained well, your next task is to practice daily until you fully integrate this technique. I shall provide you with a medicinal formula, follow it to prepare the concoction, and after each training session, soak for an hour. Yi Junlin elaborated. Thank you, young Master Yi. Situ Kong expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Yi Junlin then wrote out the medicinal formula, imparted a few final instructions, and allowed him to depart. Just then, Yi Junlin received a phone call. Young Master Yi, something has happened with President Fu. Came an urgent voice from the other end of the line. Chapter 62, Is this reason sufficient? Jiangzhou Airport. Yi Junlin appeared here alone, having come to Jiangzhou upon receiving a call from Fu Dotsai's assistant, who informed him that representatives from the Long Family's Business Association had arrived, intending to dismiss Fu Dotsai from his position due to his enmity with the Yun family, and even to hand him over to the Yun family for retribution. This call was naturally orchestrated by Fu Dotsai to seek Yi Junlin's assistance. The reason Fu Dotsai had offended the Yun family was to protect Yi Junlin. He could not allow anything to happen to him. For who would work for him in the future otherwise? Upon exiting the airport, Yi Junlin hailed a taxi and headed towards the Long Family's Business Association branch in Jiangzhou. At the same time, not far away, a woman stood watching as Yi Junlin got into the car, her gaze flickering. This woman was none other than Zheng Yunyun, the one who had previously fought with Su Shuai over a dress. She had come today to pick up a friend and was taken aback to encounter Yi Junlin. Instantly, Zheng Yunyun hurried back to the Zhao family, informing her cousin Zhao Fei about Yi Junlin's arrival in Jiangzhou. That brat has come to Jiangzhou. Zhao Fei's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Zheng Yunyun's words. Will he be here to deal with us? Zheng Yunyun queried, worry etched on her face. Humph. That would be ideal. I had intended to visit Zhonghai to settle scores with him, but it seems he has delivered himself right to my doorstep. Zhao Fei's eyes glinted with a chilling malice as he declared. Cousin, you intend to confront him? But what about the Long Family's Business Association? Zheng Yunyun looked at Zhao Fei in disbelief. I have received word that Fu Dotsai is to be dismissed by the Long Family's Business Association. He is currently struggling to protect himself, let alone this brat. Zhao Fei replied coldly. That scoundrel caused me to be brutally beaten by Fu Dotsai last time, and I had no outlet for my anger. Now that this brat has come to me, I shall not be merciful. The humiliation and pain inflicted by Fu Dotsai, I will repay tenfold to this lad. I will ensure he wishes for death. At this moment, Zhao Fei's eyes were filled with boundless hatred as he swiftly took out his phone to rally forces against Yi Junlin. Unbeknownst to Yi Junlin, who had just arrived in Jiangzhou, he was already being targeted. He had reached the branch of the Long Family's Business Association. At the entrance of the branch, Fu Dotsai's assistant anxiously awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Yi Junlin, he hurriedly approached with utmost respect, exclaiming, Young Master Yi. He had previously encountered Yi Junlin and, although unaware of his true identity, recognized him as the owner of the Supreme Dragon card, thus treating him with great reverence. Is Mr. Fu in? Yi Junlin inquired. Mr. Fu is in his office, and representatives from the Long Family's Business Association headquarters are also present. The assistant replied. Take me there. Yi Junlin commanded as he stepped into the branch. At that moment, within Fu Dotsai's office, he stood with a solemn expression, while a man in his 30s, exuding arrogance, lounged in Fu Dotsai's chair with his feet propped up on the desk, displaying a blatant disregard for decorum. Behind him stood 4 men clad in black, each exuding an imposing presence, clearly masters of their craft. Fu Dotsai, you truly possess remarkable audacity. Not only do you dare to mobilize the resources of our guild to confront the Shen family of Jiangnan, but you also have the temerity to offend the illustrious Yun family of the capital. Have you been in this position for too long and become inflated with a sense of self-importance, forgetting your true identity? The cold and arrogant man regarded Fu Dotsai with disdain. Fu Dotsai was about to speak when the man interjected coldly, Enough. There is no need for words. The headquarters is furious with your actions, and as a consequence, the Yun family has exerted pressure on our guild. After a unanimous discussion, it has been decided to relieve you of all your duties within the Long Family Guild and to hand you over to the Yun family for their disposition. As for the head of the Jiangnan branch of the Long Family Guild, I shall assume that role now. At that moment, Fu Dotsai's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the man, stating, "He Shao, you cannot dismiss me from my position. Nor can you deliver me to the Yun family." The man, upon hearing Fu Dotsai's defiance, wore an expression as if he had had the grandest of jokes. Looking at Fu Dotsai with cold laughter, "Fu Dotsai, have you lost your mind? Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" "I am fully aware." Fu Dotsai narrowed his eyes defiantly. "How amusing. Fu Dotsai, do you truly believe you hold such significance? Today, I wish to hear your justification for resisting the headquarters' decision to relieve you of your position and to transfer you to the Yun family." The man regarded Fu Dotsai with derision. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and a chilling voice resonated, "Is this reason sufficient?" In an instant, a dark flash shot forth, a card that struck the desk before the man, causing his complexion to drain of color, nearly causing him to slide from his chair. The four men in black behind him immediately shifted, positioning themselves protectively beside him, their gazes fixed upon the doorway. At that moment, Yi Junlin strode into the room, his demeanor exuding an air of icy indifference. "Yi Shao." Upon seeing Yi Junlin's entrance, Fu Dotsai felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood that as long as Yi Shao was present, no one could harm him. "Who are you?" the man snapped, regaining his composure to glare at Yi Junlin. "The reason you seek lies before you. Is it sufficient?" Yi Junlin's gaze remained cold as he addressed the man. The man's eyes darted to the black card embedded in the desk before him. It was the Supreme Dragon card. He hastily pulled it from the desk, and upon recognizing it, his pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically as he stood up abruptly, disbelief etched on his face. "This is the Supreme Dragon card?" The man's eyes reflected immense shock as he turned his gaze toward Yi Junlin. "Is this Supreme Dragon card yours?" "It is not mine. Could it possibly belong to you?" Yi Junlin retorted coolly. How could you possess the Supreme Dragon card?" The man, clutching the card, appeared profoundly agitated. He was acutely aware of the card's value and rarity. Within the entirety of Long Nation, few were deemed worthy of such an honor. Before him stood a young man, astonishingly in possession of a Supreme Dragon card, a sight that seemed almost unfathomable. He harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of this card, however, upon meticulous examination, he was compelled to concede that it was indeed genuine. Such a revelation should suffice to warrant action against Fu Dotsai, wouldn't you agree? Yi Junlin remarked coldly at the man, whose expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at Fu Dotsai and inquired, "Are you aware of the existence of this Supreme Dragon card?" "Of course. You must be familiar with the regulations of the Long family's commerce. Anyone who possesses a Supreme Dragon card is regarded as the most esteemed guest of the Long family, deserving of utmost protection." Previously, when Yi Shao instructed his subordinates to deal with the Shun family, they naturally complied. And when the Yun family intended to act against Yi Shao, my subordinates were obligated to intervene, or otherwise it would contravene the rules of the Long family's commerce, Fu Dotsai replied with a calm demeanor. At that moment, the man's expression soured, and he exclaimed, "If that is the case, why did you not report this matter? It is I who forbade him from reporting it. Is that a problem?" Yi Junlin shot a glance at the man, whose countenance changed instantly. He hurriedly approached you with a respectful air, saying, "Yi Shao, you have misunderstood. What you mentioned is certainly permissible. My previous ignorance led to this misunderstanding, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness." "And will you still remove his position and hand it over to the Yun family?" Yi Junlin inquired coldly. The man shook his head vehemently, "Certainly not." "Then you may take your leave," Yi Junlin replied icily. The man nodded respectfully and departed with his four companions. Fu Dotsai then turned to Yi Junlin, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Yi Shao, for your intervention today. This matter arose because of me, and thus I must resolve it, Yi Junlin stated nonchalantly. Fu Datsai continued, Yi Shao. Now that He Shao is aware of your possession of the Supreme Dragon card, he will undoubtedly report it. Let him report it. As long as they remain unaware of my true identity, it suffices, Yi Junlin remarked while glancing at Fu Datsai, who promptly assured, rest assured, Yi Shao. I will not disclose your true identity to anyone without your permission. That is good. Since all is well, I shall take my leave, Yi Junlin said, preparing to depart. Fu Datsai interjected, Yi Shao, it would be a pity for you to return so soon after arriving in Jiangzhou. Allow me to show you around. Jiangzhou is far more prosperous than Zhonghai. There is no need, I shall explore on my own, Yi Junlin replied, exiting the premises. Meanwhile, Yi Shao, having left the branch, made a phone call. Elder brother, a Supreme Dragon card has appeared in Jiangzhou. What? A Supreme Dragon card? What is the situation? Came a deep voice from the other end. Yi Shao recounted the events in detail. That is impossible, there are only 9 Supreme Dragon cards. And I am well aware of the identities of the other 8 owners. This individual cannot be one of them. The voice on the phone declared. And what of the last card? Curious, Yi Shao inquired as the voice on the other end continued, the owner of the final card is undoubtedly not him. Thus the Supreme Dragon card in his possession must be a counterfeit. What? A counterfeit? That is impossible. I have verified it. Yi Shao exclaimed, astonished. How could you ascertain its authenticity when you have never encountered a genuine Supreme Dragon card? It takes audacity to dare create a fake. Keep your eyes on Fu Datsai and that young man, I am heading to Jiangzhou immediately. The voice on the other end commanded coldly. Following the call, Yi Shao hung up, scoffing, how dare you, Fu Datsai, to seek out someone to forge a fake Supreme Dragon card. You are doomed. Chapter 63, Not Selling Out in Jiangzhou, on the streets. Yi Junlin strolled alone, surveying his surroundings as he contemplated purchasing a gift for Shuya. After all, Shuya had endured years of disfigurement because of him, and he felt a profound sense of guilt towards her. Thus, he wished to present her with a token of his remorse, a small form of atonement. The triennial jewelry conference was set to commence at 7 o'clock this evening at the Jiangzhou International Building, showcasing an array of exquisite jewelry pieces crafted by top artisans from both domestic and international spheres. At that moment, a television broadcast on a nearby large screen captured Yi Junlin's attention. He murmured to himself, the jewelry conference, now that would make a splendid gift. It was evident that Yi Junlin intended to select a piece of jewelry from the conference as a gift for Shuya. However, with several hours remaining until the event's commencement, he decided to find a place to have a bite to eat first. As night fell, at 6:55 Yi Junlin arrived at the Jiangzhou International Building. Due to the jewelry conference, the entire venue had been cleared, allowing only invited guests to enter, and security was stringent. Outside, a considerable number of armed police officers stood guard, for the event featured precious jewelry pieces worth billions, and any mishap was utterly unacceptable. Just as Yi Junlin was about to enter the building, a guard stopped him, saying, Sir, please present your invitation. Invitation? What is that? Yi Junlin queried, perplexed. Anyone attending the jewelry conference must possess an invitation to enter. If you do not have one, I must ask you to leave, the guard replied plainly. An invitation for a jewelry conference? How absurd, Yi Junlin thought to himself. Just as he was about to contact Fu Datsai to procure an invitation, a woman's voice suddenly called from behind him, young Master Yi. Turning swiftly, Yi Junlin beheld a woman clad in an elegant gown radiating poise and beauty. It was none other than Hon Charan, the second most beautiful woman at Zhonghai University, who bore an expression of delight. It's you? Yi Junlin remarked, his demeanor decidedly aloof as he cast a fleeting glance at Hon Charan. Young Master Yi, are you here to attend the jewelry conference? Hon Charan inquired warmly. Yes. But I lack an invitation, and they won't let me in, Yi Junlin replied coldly. Hon Charan promptly produced an invitation, exclaiming, "Young Master Yi, I have an invitation. Allow me to take you inside." Yi Junlin regarded Hon Charan, not rejecting her offer. Although he harbored no fondness for her. It seemed a waste of time to have food outside procure an invitation when one was readily available. A flicker of joy illuminated Hon Charan's eyes as she realized the opportunity to draw closer to Yi Junlin had unexpectedly presented itself. With invitation in hand, she led him into the building, both making their way towards the exhibition hall where the jewelry conference was to be held. "Young Master Yi, what brings you to Jiangzhou so suddenly?" "My family resides in Jiangzhou, and you may seek my assistance should you require anything." Hon Charan seized this opportunity to draw closer to Yi Junlin, yet the latter remained entirely indifferent, leaving her feeling somewhat frustrated. However, considering his esteemed status, she bit her tongue. This prized catch, she must secure. Soon, the two arrived at the exhibition hall, which was already teeming with a multitude of affluent elites from Jiangnan Prefecture, all prominent figures in society. At the forefront of the hall stood several independent counters, each adorned with a glass display case showcasing exquisite pieces of jewelry. Beneath each piece, the name and price were inscribed, with prices starting from the millions. Some even reaching tens of millions or more, truly priceless treasures. At this moment, many wealthy ladies and young heiresses gazed at the jewelry with fervent excitement. After all, jewelry possesses an innate allure for women, especially such top-tier pieces. "Young Master Yi, these jewels are designed by the world's foremost jewelers. Which one do you fancy? Charan can procure it for you." Hon Charan smiled at Yi Junlin. "No need, I have sufficient funds," Yi Junlin replied succinctly, leaving Hon Charan momentarily speechless. Subsequently, Yi Junlin began to survey the surroundings, intent on selecting a piece of jewelry suitable for Shwaya. After careful consideration, his gaze settled upon a crystal pendant. This pendant featured a sapphire resembling a star at its core, encircled by a ring of crystals, shimmering brilliantly under the lights, a truly breathtaking sight. "The ocean star," Yi Junlin mused, his eyes sparkling with admiration, believing this pendant to be perfect for Shwaya. However, the price of the ocean star was exceedingly steep, a staggering 1 billion. Making it one of the most coveted pieces at the jewelry fair. A number of young heiresses gathered around the ocean star's counter, their eyes ablaze with desire, clearly yearning to possess it. Yet, upon seeing the price, they hesitated. After all, 1 billion was not a sum that everyone could readily part with. "You wish to purchase this pendant, young Master Yi?" Hon Charan approached him, glancing at the ocean star, her eyes betraying a flicker of longing. But she quickly resigned upon noting the price. Yi Junlin, undeterred, turned to a nearby staff member and stated, "I would like to buy this pendant." With his declaration, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, disbelief etched on their faces. Was it possible that someone truly intended to purchase this pendant worth 1 billion? Had he lost his mind? Even the staff member was taken aback, stammering, "Sir, are you certain?" "Absolutely," Yi Junlin affirmed decisively. "Very well, I shall contact the person immediately." The staff member nodded and departed, swiftly returning with a middle-aged man clad in a suit. "Are you the one interested in purchasing this crystal pendant?" the man inquired, his expression one of surprise as he regarded Yi Junlin. "Indeed, please package it for me," Yi Junlin affirmed with a nod. "I apologize, but this crystal pendant is not for sale," the middle-aged man replied, shaking his head resolutely. Chapter 64, Today. "I shall eliminate them." Upon hearing the middle-aged man declare that the crystal pendant was not for sale, Yi Junlin's expression shifted, prompting him to inquire, "Why is it not for sale?" The other attendees shared similar looks of curiosity as they regarded the man, for during the duration of this jewelry convention, anyone could purchase any item that caught their fancy. Why, then, was this pendant unavailable? The middle-aged man explained, "This pendant has already been reserved by someone. Thus it cannot be sold to you, sir." "I apologize," Yi Junlin furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering with surprise. He had not anticipated that this pendant, valued at 1 billion, had already been pre-ordered. He then turned to the man and stated directly, "You mentioned that this pendant has been reserved. But it has not been officially sold yet, correct?" The middle-aged man hesitated before nodding. What Yi Junlin said next left him utterly astonished. "In that case, I will offer 10 times the price to purchase it. You wouldn't refuse such an offer, would you?" With this proclamation, the onlookers were rendered speechless. Their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. 10 times the price. That amounted to 100 billion. Spending such a sum on a mere pendant. Was he out of his mind? Koncharan, who stood nearby, was equally taken aback. Previously, Yi Junlin had donated 1 billion at school, which had already opened her eyes. But now he was willing to spend 100 billion on a pendant. It was almost enough to make her question the value of money itself. The wealthy young ladies present gazed at Yi Junlin with captivated hearts, enchanted by the prospect of him gifting the pendant, named Ocean Star, to them. They imagined themselves instantly smitten, ready to abandon their dignified airs in adoration. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man swallowed hard, struggling to believe Yi Junlin's words. "Sir, are you serious?" "Of course," Yi Junlin replied confidently. 100 billion. How utterly ridiculous. Suddenly, a mocking voice interjected. The crowd turned to see a group approaching, led by Zhao Fei, the second young master of the Zhao family, one of Zhongnan's affluent households, accompanied by his cousin Zheng Yunyun and a retinue of bodyguards. "Young Master Zhao." The attendees greeted Zhao Fei with respect as he arrived. "Kid, do you really think you can come up with 100 billion? You truly are a master of empty boasts." Zhao Fei approached, taunting Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin glanced at Zhao Fei. "It seems the last beating you received wasn't enough. Are you back for more?" "Humph." Zhao Fei scoffed coldly. "Last time, you had food outside to protect you, but now that he is finished, I am eager to see who will shield you today." "How do you know he is finished?" Yi Junlin cast a glance at Zhao Fei, who coldly remarked, "Humph. I have already received the news. The headquarters of the Long Family's Business Association has sent someone to remove Fu Datsai from his position. Thus, your support has vanished. And today I shall make you regret it. You are doomed, kid." Zheng Yunyun also pointed at Yi Junlin and exclaimed. "So it is true that you dared to seek death only after learning of Fu Datsai's troubles. But are you certain that Fu Datsai is finished?" Yi Junlin shrugged and offered a sly smile. "Of course, at this moment, Fu Datsai is utterly insignificant," Zhao Fei proclaimed with an air of confidence. "Young Master Zhao. Such arrogance." Suddenly, the voice of Fu Datsai echoed through the atmosphere. A corpulent figure appeared, making his way toward them. Zhao Fei's astonishment quickly morphed into disdain as he beheld Fu Datsai's presence. To him, the man had been stripped of all authority and was no longer a threat. And as a proud second son of the Zhao family, he felt no fear. "Fu Datsai, you." Zhao Fei was about to mock him when Fu Datsai, with his fleshy hand, swiftly slapped him, sending him sprawling to the ground. The sheer weight of Fu Datsai, who weighed around 200 pounds, was not to be underestimated. The blow left Zhao Fei bloodied and missing half of his teeth. This scene shocked everyone present. Zhao Fei was left dazed, utterly unable to comprehend that Fu Datsai would dare to strike him. "Cousin." Zheng Yunyun was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly assisted Zhao Fei to his feet. "Fu Datsai. How dare you strike me?" Zhao Fei glared at Fu Datsai, his face contorted in rage. With a resounding slap, Fu Datsai sent Zhao Fei crashing to the ground once more, exclaiming, "It seems I was too lenient with you before, allowing you to become so arrogant. Today, I, Fu Datsai, will teach you a lesson. What will you do about it? Scoundrel!" The attack. Zhao Fei, his face smeared with blood, called out to his bodyguards. However, As they prepared to act, Fu Datsai's assistant coldly interjected, "Before you stand the head of the Jiangnan division of the Long Family Business Association. Do you dare to lay a hand on Mr. Fu? Do you not fear the consequences of incurring the wrath of the Long family?" At these words, the bodyguards hesitated. Fully aware of the Long family's formidable reputation, they understood that offending them could lead to dire consequences. "You have not been removed?" Zhao Fei's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on Fu Datsai. "My apologies for disappointing you," Fu Datsai replied with a cold snort. Then turned his attention to Yi Junlin, approaching him with respect. "Young Master Yi, are you unharmed?" "I am fine. But I wish to never see the two of them again," Yi Junlin stated coldly. Fu Datsai nodded in understanding. Fu Datsai then set his gaze upon Zhao Fei and Zheng Yunyun, commanding, "Take them away and handle the situation." Such a simple statement caused the expressions of the affluent elites at the jewelry convention to shift dramatically. The illustrious second young master of the Zhao family from Jiangnan declared a death sentence so nonchalantly. How audacious! Zhao Fei and his cousin Zheng Yunyun were rendered utterly speechless. Zhao Fei exclaimed, "You cannot kill me. I am the second young master of the Zhao family. If you do, the Zhao family will not let you escape unscathed." "Humph! The Zhao family, what are they worth?" Fu Datsai retorted disdainfully, "Today, I shall ensure your demise is unequivocal. Someone, go notify Zhao Weiguo." With a cold snort, Fu Datsai fixed his gaze upon Zhao Fei, declaring, "Today, you shall witness whether your father can save you." Before long, after a mere 10 minutes, Zhao Weiguo, the head of one of the 6 prominent families of Jiangnan, arrived at the scene, accompanied by Zheng Yunyun's father, Zheng Qiu. "Father, save me! Father!" Zhao Fei and Zheng Yunyun cried out, their eyes lighting up like drowning children grasping at a lifeline upon seeing their fathers. Zhao Weiguo approached Fu Datsai and inquired, "Mr. Fu, what is the meaning of this?" Fu Datsai replied coldly, "Today, I intend to kill them. Do you consent?" The countenance of Zhao Weiguo and Zheng Qiu changed dramatically, reflecting their distress. "Mr. Fu, my son is unruly. If he has offended you, I implore your forgiveness. The Zhao family has maintained a good relationship with the Long family business, and I hope you will show mercy this once," Zhao Weiguo implored. "And what if I insist on executing them?" Fu Datsai narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with ice. Zhao Weiguo's expression darkened as he retorted, "If you are determined to take my son's life, then the Zhao family will have no choice but to stand against the Long family business. Do you truly believe your Zhao family is worthy of opposing the Long family business?" Fu Datsai scoffed. Just then, the group of individuals entered through the doorway. Leading them was a man in his 40s, clad in an exquisite suit, exuding an imposing aura. Beside him was He Shao, who had aimed to replace Fu Datsai earlier that day, followed by a cadre of stern-faced men dressed in combat attire, each a formidable fighter. "He Shao, what brings you here?" Fu Datsai asked in astonishment, gazing at the commanding figure before him. "Fu Datsai, you possess a great deal of audacity," the imposing man rebuked with an air of authority. "Seize him." With a single command, his followers lunged toward Fu Datsai. Chapter 65, A befriending young Master Yi, death awaits suddenly. The scene unfolded, leaving Fu Datsai momentarily stunned, while the others present were equally bewildered and at a loss. "Mr. He, what have I done? Why am I being apprehended?" Fu Datsai inquired, his confusion evident as he gazed at the man before him. "Why are you being apprehended? Do you still not comprehend? You dared to have counterfeit Supreme Dragon cards fabricated to deceive the Chamber of Commerce. Do you truly wish to court your own demise?" Mr. He retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Fu Datsai. "Counterfeit Supreme Dragon cards." The color drained from Fu Datsai's face, and the rest of the assembly gasped in astonishment. They were well aware that the Long family's dragon cards were categorized into various levels, with the Supreme Dragon card being the pinnacle. Possessing such a card would elevate one to the status of the most esteemed guest of the Long family, granting access to unparalleled privileges and benefits. The significance of the Supreme Dragon card was thus made apparent. Yet, the audacity of Fu Dechai to forge such a card was simply preposterous. Brother, it was he. He was the one who deceived me with the counterfeit Supreme Dragon card. Mr. He exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Yi Junlin. In an instant, the man cast a glance at Yi Junlin and ordered, "Seize him." Immediately, a group of individuals clad in combat attire charged towards Yi Junlin, who merely smirked and retorted. Who claims my Supreme Dragon card is counterfeit? Humph, even as death approaches, you dare to be defiant. Mr. He scoffed disdainfully, while his elder brother scrutinized Yi Junlin, asserting, "There are only 9 Supreme Dragon cards in existence, and I am acquainted with the owners of the other 8. You have no connection to them. Do you truly believe they would relinquish their Supreme Dragon cards to you? But there is still one remaining, is there not?" Yi Junlin replied nonchalantly. "You are even less likely to possess the last Supreme Dragon card." The man glared at Yi Junlin, his voice laced with derision. He was acutely aware that the final card had been claimed by the Dragon Patriarch, making it impossible for this youth to possess it. "Young man, save your futile struggles. With the counterfeit Supreme Dragon card in your possession, both you and Fu Dechai are doomed," Mr. He remarked with a cold laugh. At that moment, Zhao Weigo and Zheng Qiu let out a sigh of relief, with Zhao Weigo looking at Fu Dechai with a hint of schadenfreude, saying, "Mr. Fu, it seems the one facing death now is not my son, but you. Seize him, take him away." The man bellowed once more as the assailants lunged towards Yi Junlin, only to be repelled by an unseen force. The man's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Junlin. "You dare to resist? Ignorant fool. First, behold this." Yi Junlin casually tossed the dragon soul ring towards him. Upon catching it, the man's body trembled, his pupils dilating in disbelief. "You." The man stared wide-eyed at Yi Junlin, rendered speechless by the revelation. Yi Junlin looked at him, challenging, "Now, do you still intend to claim it is counterfeit? Brother, this seems to be." At that moment, Mr. He regarded the ring with a glimmer of recognition. At that moment, the man, He Feng, experienced a tumultuous upheaval within, his expression shifting like a chameleon, reflecting sheer astonishment. He never anticipated that Yi Junlin possessed the Dragon Soul Ring, a symbol of the Dragon Head, exclusive to the founder of the Dragon Merchant Association. How could it possibly be in the hands of this young man? He did not entertain the notion that the Dragon Soul Ring was a counterfeit after all, while the Supreme Dragon card might be replicated. The Dragon Soul Ring was utterly unique, with no possibility of imitation. Could it be that he is? As He Feng recalled Yi Junlin's possession of the Supreme Dragon card, coupled with the Dragon Soul Ring, a bold hypothesis took shape in his mind: the young man might be connected to the Dragon Head. Perhaps he was the heir chosen by the Dragon Head for the Dragon Merchant Association, which would explain his possession of both the Supreme Dragon card and the Dragon Soul Ring. Upon forming this conjecture, He Feng's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat beading on his brow. He had never imagined that this youth before him wielded such considerable influence. Immediately, he approached Yi Junlin, returning the Dragon Soul Ring and preparing to kneel. However, Yi Junlin leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "I prefer that no one, including those from the Dragon Merchant Association, learns of my identity." Startled by Yi Junlin's words, He Feng's gaze sharpened, and he nodded in understanding. At that moment, the others present remained utterly bewildered, entirely at a loss for what had transpired. Before long, He Feng declared, "Release Mr. Fu, this was all just a misunderstanding." Hearing He Feng's words, He Shao was taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother, be silent." He Feng rebuked his younger brother, casting a resentful glance at Fu Dechai. Realizing that Fu must have known Yi Junlin's true identity all along, yet had failed to divulge any information, nearly causing him to offend the new Dragon Head. "Mr. Fu, I apologize for the earlier misunderstanding, please do not take it to heart." He Feng then addressed Fu Dechai, who shook his head in response. "No need for formalities, Mr. He. I am unscathed. However, these two have wronged young Master Yi, and they Feng's gaze turned cold as he directed it towards Xiao Fei and Zheng Yunyun, stating, "Those who offend young master Yi shall be executed." Upon hearing this, Zhao Weiguo and Zheng Qiugang, who had just begun to relax, found their hearts sinking once more. Zhao Weiguo hastily addressed Feng, "Mr. He, I am Zhao Weiguo, head of the Zhao family in Jiangnan County. My son and niece have been unruly." Before Zhao Weiguo could finish, Feng interjected coldly, "The Zhao family? Is it? I am aware, one of the 6 prominent families of Jiangnan County. What? Do you still wish to challenge the Dragon Merchant Association?" Zhao Weiguo's expression darkened, filled with hesitation. Feng regarded him with an at this moment, Zheng Qiu's expression changed drastically as he anxiously gazed at his brother-in-law, Zhao Weiguo, imploring him for assistance. However, Zhao Weiguo's countenance was ashen, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Ultimately, he turned to Fu Datsai, Feng, and Yu Junlin, stating, "My son and my niece have erred and must face the consequences. I hope the long family business will not extend its ire towards the Zhao family." It was evident that, for the sake of the Zhao family, Zhao Weiguo had chosen to forsake his second son and niece. Zheng Qiu, standing beside him, was filled with frustration, yet, with his brother-in-law having abandoned them, what recourse did he have? "At least you are wise enough," Feng remarked coldly. "Then we shall take our leave." Zhao Weiguo departed with Zheng Qiu. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, unable to fathom that the esteemed second son of the Zhao family had met such a fate. At that moment, Yi Junlin cast his gaze towards the middle-aged man in charge of selling the crystal pendant, asking, "Now, can I purchase this crystal pendant?" With a swift motion, both Feng and Fu Datsai turned their attention to the middle-aged man who, confronted by the 2 powerful figures, felt an overwhelming pressure. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he repeatedly replied, "Of course." Suddenly, a cold and domineering voice rang out, "This crystal pendant has already been reserved by me. Who permitted you to sell it to someone else?" Chapter 66, In this Jiangnan prefecture, whoever I wish to perish shall surely meet their demise. With a swift motion, a multitude of figures clad in azure garments emerged at the jewelry convention, numbering in the hundreds, their imposing presence startling the attendees. The individuals belonged to the Qinglong Villa. Fu Datsai furrowed his brow at the sight of this group, while many in attendance recognized their identities. For it was only the Qinglong Villa that donned such azure attire in Jiangnan Prefecture. The Qinglong Villa is one of the 4 underground overlords of Jiangnan, renowned alongside the Baihu men, and is considered the mightiest among them, with its influence permeating various sectors throughout the region, backed by a formidable network of connections. Numerous affluent elites in Jiangnan aspire to forge ties with the Qinglong Villa, and even the previous 6 prominent families dared not confront them lightly. A testament to the villa's formidable reputation. As discussions regarding the presence of the Qinglong Villa ensued, a woman adorned in high-end fashion, sporting sunglasses and an array of dazzling jewelry, exuding an air of arrogance, strode into the venue. It was none other than Du Zilin, the esteemed young mistress of the Qinglong Villa. Was that extravagant crystal pendant, valued at a staggering 1 billion, truly reserved by her? At this moment, many attendees began to murmur among themselves about the young mistress of the Qinglong Villa. Du Zilin, removing her sunglasses, approached assertively and addressed a middle-aged man, declaring, "This ocean star pendant has already been reserved by me. Who permitted you to sell it to another?" The middle-aged man's expression shifted, revealing a hint of anxiety as he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "You merely reserved it, you haven't purchased it yet," he retorted. "Thus I am free to sell it to someone else. At worst, you could demand a breach of contract fee. However, if you are unwilling, I could offer you 100 billion to acquire it from you. What do you think?" Yi Junlin suggested, gazing at Du Zilin. Du Zilin cast a disdainful glance at Yi Junlin, proudly asserting, "Do you perceive me as someone in need of money? I desire this pendant. Anyone daring to contest me shall face death." With her final word, a shiver coursed through the hearts of those present. acknowledging her fierce nature as the young mistress of the Qinglong villa, one who so readily calls for death, a true embodiment of tyranny. At this juncture, He Feng's demeanor turned icy as he remarked, "Young lady, your words are quite audacious. Today, I shall witness who you can truly condemn. In Jiangnan Prefecture, whoever I wish to see perish shall indeed meet their end," Du Zilin proclaimed, her arms crossed in a haughty manner. As her entourage of over 100 Qinglong villa members brandished glimmering blades, exuding a chilling aura that stifled the atmosphere. "Should you dare to contest with me, you shall die," Du Zilin stated, casting a glance at Yi Junlin, and as her words fell, a figure in azure lunged at Yi Junlin with a raised blade. In that moment, the assembly bore witness to the overwhelming might, tyranny, and ruthlessness of the young mistress of the Qinglong villa. Yet, Yi Junlin's expression turned cold as he waved his hand, causing the several individuals in green attire rushing towards him to fall to the ground. He gazed at Du Zilin and declared, "Originally, I had no intention of holding you accountable, but since you seek to take my life, you shall bear the consequences." With a swift motion, Yi Junlin stepped forward and instantly appeared before Du Zilin, seizing her throat with his grip. "Release the young lady." The members of the Qinglong Mountain Villa shouted in unison as they brandished their weapons and charged towards Yi Junlin. "Subdue them," He Feng commanded sharply. And his companions surged forward, eager to engage in battle with the Qinglong Mountain Villa's forces. However, just then, a voice echoed from outside, "Halt." In an instant, a young man of remarkable appearance and demeanor entered, exuding an air of elegance with every gesture. Following closely behind him was a man clad in a blue long robe, who bore a slender sword in his arms. "Young master." The members of the Qinglong Mountain Villa bowed and addressed the young man, who was none other than Du Yunshao, the eldest son of the Qinglong Mountain Villa. "Brother, save me," Du Zilin cried out in anguish upon seeing her elder brother. Du Yunshao cast a calm glance at his sister before turning his steady gaze upon Yi Junlin. "This gentleman, my sister, has acted impulsively, and I kindly ask for your forgiveness. Might you consider releasing her? I am not one to show mercy to those who wish to take my life," Yi Junlin replied coldly. As his words fell, he tightened his grip on Du Zilin's throat, severing her life with a swift motion. With a flick of his wrist, he cast Du Zilin's lifeless body at Du Yunshao's feet. In that moment, all present stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Yi Junlin had indeed slain the young lady of the Qinglong Mountain Villa. The members of the Qinglong Mountain Villa were equally astonished at Yi Junlin's audacity. Du Yunshao, gazing upon his sister's corpse, felt his previously composed demeanor darken, shadows flickering in his eyes. He knelt down to close her unblinking eyes and uttered a single word, "Kill." In an instant, a piercing sound of air being sliced filled the room. The man in the blue robe, accompanying Du Yunshao, shot towards Yi Junlin like a swift arrow. His speed was unparalleled, breaking through the air with a resounding whoosh, and his sword was drawn in a flash, targeting Yi Junlin's throat with blinding brilliance. The speed of the blue-robed man was so astonishing that the onlookers could scarcely comprehend the situation, and both He Feng and Fu Dotsai's expressions shifted dramatically, realizing it was too late to intervene. Just as everyone anticipated that Yi Junlin would be struck down by the sword, he deftly waved his right hand, his index and middle fingers lightening fast, clamping down on the opponent's blade. At that moment, the sword was a mere inch from Yi Junlin's throat. Yet it was firmly held at bay by his fingers, unable to advance even a fraction further. The blue-robed man's expression darkened as he exerted more force. Yet he could not push the blade forward, for Yi Junlin's fingers were like an impenetrable barrier, staunchly halting the strike. In the next moment, Yi Junlin pinched his fingers together, effortlessly shattering his opponent's sword. He then hurled the broken tip of the blade at the man in the green shirt, which hurtled toward him with great speed. Swish! The green-clad man's expression shifted dramatically, his reflexes were extraordinary as he swiftly twisted his body to evade the strike. However, Yi Junlin's palm suddenly materialized, landing squarely on the man's chest. Thud! The green-clad man was sent flying, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood. Your swordsmanship is commendable, yet it still lacks a certain finesse, Yi Junlin remarked, observing the fallen man. Du Yunshao, witnessing the swift defeat of the green-clad man, felt a change in his demeanor, his eyes flickering as he regarded Yi Junlin. I did not anticipate that you, sir, are a concealed master. It seems I have underestimated your prowess. Come forth to avenge your sister, let us not squander time. Yi Junlin stated directly. Surprisingly, Du Yunshao chose not to engage further. Instead, he hoisted his sister's lifeless body and departed. Shortly thereafter, the green-clad man rose from the ground, cast a fleeting glance at Yi Junlin, and followed suit, with the remaining members of the Qinglong Mountain Manor all vacating the scene. Is this how it ends? How dull. Yi Junlin scoffed, his gaze shifting to the middle-aged man as he produced a supreme dragon card. Now, this pendant can be processed, let us proceed with the transaction. Young Master Yi. For such a mere pendant, there is no need for you to pay, I shall cover the expense. He Feng interjected hastily. Suddenly, with a click, the lights at the jewelry conference dimmed entirely, enveloping the venue in darkness. Chapter 67 The Invitation of the Vermilion Bird. Why did the lights suddenly go out? What is happening? As the lights of the jewelry convention abruptly extinguished, chaos ensued. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed. Soon, the lights flickered back on, revealing Yi Junlin pinning a man to the ground, one hand gripping his throat while the other seized the man's wrist, from which dangled a pendant, the Ocean Star, valued at 1 billion. The display case that once held the Ocean Star was now empty, its protective glass shattered by some sharp instrument. Is this item truly something you could steal? Yi Junlin coldly regarded the man, snatching the pendant from his grasp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 3 figures lunged toward Yi Junlin, each wielding a blade with remarkable swiftness. 2 of them advanced to attack Yi Junlin, while the third aimed for the pendant in his hand. Clearly, they were accomplices of the man beneath him, all intent on seizing the prized Ocean Star. Others present were astonished, unable to believe that thieves would dare to appear in such a venue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Observing the trio, Yi Junlin's hand twitched, and 3 silver needles shot forth, claiming the lives of the assailants on the spot. You! The man pinned beneath Yi Junlin's weight watched in horror as his companions fell, his expression shifting to one of fury as he glared at Yi Junlin. You will pay for this. Crack! Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Junlin crushed the man's neck. Young Master Yi, are you unharmed? He Feng and Fu Datsai rushed forward to check on him. Yi Junlin replied, I am fine. These individuals do not appear to be mere common thieves. Should I investigate their identities? He Feng inquired. There's no need to concern ourselves with who they are. Yi Junlin dismissed the notion with indifference. Subsequently, Yi Junlin declined He Feng's offer to cover the cost, opting instead to purchase the pendant himself. Remarkably, the jeweler did not insist on the full price of 100 million, instead, they halved it to 50 million, a gesture undoubtedly influenced by the Dragon clan's connections. After securing the pendant, Yi Junlin exited the venue, with Hon Charan trailing beside him. She could not help but comment, Young Master Yi, this pendant is extraordinarily valuable. I wonder which fortunate lady will possess it? Only Shuya is worthy of such a treasure. Yi Junlin declared unequivocally. Upon hearing this, Hon Charan's expression darkened, her eyes brimming with jealousy and her heart filled with resentment. She questioned her own family background, appearance, and figure, convinced they rivaled Su Shuya's. Once deemed unattractive, Su Shuya now seemed to tower over her, having usurped her title as the school's belle and garnered attention from none other than the illustrious Yi Junlin, who lavished her with expensive jewelry. This twisted Hon Charan's feelings further, even leading her to harbor murderous thoughts against Su Shuya. If Su Shuya were no longer present, would not both Yi Junlin and the billion-dollar pendant rightfully belong to her? Su Shuya, a glimmer of malice flickering in Hon Charan's eyes. Unbeknownst to Yi Junlin, who had already exited the building. Honcharan's thoughts harbored a deadly intent. Had he known, he might have been compelled to eliminate her on the spot. As Yi Junlin stepped outside, a Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt before him. The door swung open, revealing a woman clad in crimson, her features exquisitely delicate. Approaching Yi Junlin, she bowed slightly and greeted, "Young Master Yi, greetings. Who might you be?" Yi Junlin inquired with curiosity. "I am but a humble member of the Juke Society, sent by our esteemed leader to invite you for a gathering. Might you consider gracing us with your presence?" She replied with utmost humility. The Juke Society, one of the 4 underground titans of Jiangnan County, had emerged unexpectedly after Yi Junlin had just crossed paths with the Qinglong Mountain Villa, raising his suspicions regarding their intentions. "Am I to refuse?" Yi Junlin replied coolly. "Please, young Master Yi, do not put me in a difficult position. If I fail to secure your attendance, I fear I may not see the dawn of tomorrow." The woman knelt before him, desperation evident in her demeanor. "Your leader is quite ruthless, I find it amusing." "Very well, let us proceed." Yi Junlin smirked, stepping into the car. Minutes later, the lavish Rolls-Royce came to a stop outside an upscale establishment where a line of luxury vehicles awaited. And numerous prominent figures from Jiangnan County entered the venue. Warm embrace. The name struck him as rather direct. Yi Junlin chuckled softly as the woman in red beckoned. "Young Master Yi, please, after you." She guided him into the establishment, where the opulent decor dazzled the senses, reminiscent of a royal palace. The most striking feature was the array of stunning women dressed in colorful kippeos, each exuding beauty and grace. Their welcoming smiles as they greeted the men with a bow filled the atmosphere with an air of delight and satisfaction. Ascending to the top floor, they arrived at a solitary room. As the door swung open, a scene of extravagance unfolded before them. The floor was adorned with imported Persian carpets, and above hung a chandelier of European royal glass crystals. Walls were embellished with masterpieces by Picasso, alongside various exquisite antique decorations, rendering the entire space fit for royalty. As Yi Junlin stepped into the room, the woman in crimson retreated, closing the door behind her. He, however, remained remarkably composed. Sinking into the leather sofa and pouring himself a drink, feeling at home within these lavish surroundings. "You are indeed quite handsome, young Master Yi. Even stirring a flutter in my heart." A sultry voice emerged as a woman, clad in a flowing red gown and adorned with striking red hair styled elegantly, stepped gracefully from behind the beaded curtain. The woman exuded an air of mature charm, her allure rivaling that of the legendary Menyong. Yet she possessed an additional quality that Menyong lacked, an undeniable nobility, reminiscent of a regal queen, evoking an intense desire for conquest at first glance. "Are you the president of the Juke Society?" Yi Junlin inquired, casting a calm gaze upon her. "You may call me Enai Huang," she replied, gracefully taking a seat beside him, her demeanor demure and captivating, her phoenix-like eyes stirring a flutter in the heart. "Speak plainly, what is it that you seek from me?" Yi Junlin stated directly. "I wish for you to be Enai Huang's man," she whispered softly, leaning closer to him. Chapter 68, The Object of Desire. The enchanting Ni Huang, president of the Vermilion Bird Society, nestled closely against Yi Junlin, whispering tantalizingly in his ear, evoking an intoxicating allure that was difficult to resist. However, after experiencing the previous temptations from Menyong, Yi Junlin appeared remarkably composed this time. He cast a glance at Ni Huang and said, "We are strangers, you approach me, demanding that I become your man. Do you take me for a fool?" With a slight smile gracing her lips, Ni Huang poured herself a glass of red wine. Crossing her long, delicate legs, exuding an enchanting and fervent aura that radiated a queenly presence, imbued with an air of restraint. "Your calmness surpasses my expectations, indeed. You are the man who publicly defeated the young lady of the Qinglong manor, truly exceptional." At this moment, Ni Huang took a sip of her wine, her soft tongue caressing her crimson lips, igniting a surge of desire. "Is it merely for this that you wish for me to be your man?" Yi Junlin chuckled softly. Of course, it is not limited to that. You also effortlessly defeated one of the 4 great masters of Qinglong Manor, the Qingjian. At such a young age. Your ability to vanquish him in a single move speaks volumes of your extraordinary talent. Ni Huang continued. Qingjian. You refer to that swordsman beside the young master of Qinglong Manor. His swordplay is commendable, yet his strength is quite lacking. Yi Junlin retorted dismissively. Upon hearing this, Ni Huang's gaze flickered slightly. While others may not grasp Qingjian's true prowess, she was acutely aware that he was one of the 4 great masters of Qinglong Manor. Possessing strength at the threshold of the profound realm, one of the elite in the entire Jiangnan region. If such a formidable opponent was deemed weak by Yi Junlin, how powerful must he be? In that instant, Ni Huang's interest in Yi Junlin deepened. She looked at him and inquired, is there more? Indeed. The most crucial point is that you possess the Supreme Dragon card. Ni Huang declared. This card symbolizes the prestigious status of a distinguished guest of the Long Family's Merchant Association. Possessing it signifies a powerful background. You seem to desire me as your man, but in reality, you seek to control me. To utilize my background and abilities to elevate your Vermilion Bird Society to new heights. You do not wish for a partner, rather. You desire a slave to serve your purposes, do you not, President of the Vermilion Bird Society? Yi Junlin remarked with a playful smile, gazing at Ni Huang. My lord. You have misunderstood my intentions. I genuinely wish to be your woman. Ni Huang replied coyly, her eyes sparkling with allure, enough to tempt even the most virtuous. Yet, I harbor no interest in you. Yi Junlin stated bluntly before rising and departing the room. Ni Huang watched him leave, her phoenix-like eyes shimmering with thoughts unknown. As Yi Junlin exited, a woman clad in red entered, bowing respectfully to Ni Huang. Mistress, will you truly let him go? This young man is not ordinary. Even I cannot fully discern him. Ni Huang smiled seductively, yet I find myself utterly intrigued by him. Master, he has killed Du Zilin. The Qinglong villa will surely not allow him to survive the night. Exclaimed the woman in red. President, a large number of people from Qinglong villa have arrived outside. Suddenly, a woman hurriedly entered and bowed to Ni Huang. What brings the people of Qinglong villa here? The expression of the woman in red shifted, while Ni Huang rose and reassured. There is no need to worry, they are not here to confront us. Ni Huang then approached the window and gazed outside. At that moment, a throng of individuals clad in blue, wielding sharp knives, emerged outside the establishment. There were hundreds of them, members of Qinglong villa. Leading them was a man in a blue robe, approximately in his 50s, with striking white eyebrows and piercing eyes that glinted like those of a hawk. Instilling fear in all, he was none other than Bai Ying, one of the 4 masters of Qinglong villa. Just as Yi Junlin stepped out of the establishment, he encountered this crowd. People from Qinglong villa. Yi Junlin observed them and remarked, you certainly arrived swiftly. Are you the one who killed our young mistress? Bai Ying fixed a cold glare upon Yi Junlin, exuding an aura of menace. I did indeed slay her, do you have an objection? Yi Junlin replied, his expression unperturbed. In Jiangnan County, to dare oppose Qinglong villa is to seek one's own demise. Kill. Bai Ying commanded, and the hundreds of Qinglong villa members surged towards Yi Junlin. Knives drawn. With a swift motion, Yi Junlin stepped forward, instantly shattering the wrist of one attacker, causing the knife to fall, which he deftly caught and cleaved downwards. Splat. The man was bisected in an instant, crimson blood and entrails erupting forth. Splat, splat, splat. Yi Junlin wielded his blade with lethal precision, cutting through the throng of hundreds with relentless ferocity. The well-trained members of Qinglong villa scarcely caught a glimpse of Yi Junlin before they were dispatched one by one. In the blink of an eye, over 100 members of Qinglong villa lay defeated at Yi Junlin's feet. At that moment, Bai Ying's brow furrowed. He moved with the swiftness of a breeze, vanishing from sight. The next instant, Bai Ying, one of the 4 masters of Qinglong villa, materialized before Yi Junlin. His hand morphing into a claw aimed viciously at Yi Junlin's head. This claw was imbued with formidable force, even steel would succumb to its might. Let alone a human skull. Bai Ying's speed was remarkable, his assault rapid and unyielding, leaving no opportunity for counteraction. His strength had ascended to the first tier of the Shen realm, surpassing even the previous adversary clad in blue. Yet, despite his speed, Yi Junlin was swifter still. Splat! Just as Bai Ying's claw was a mere 3 inches from Yi Junlin's head, Yi Junlin's blade pierced through Bai Ying's chest, a spray of crimson blood erupting forth. Bai Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. With a swift motion, Yi Junlin withdrew the blade, and Bai Ying fell to the ground, lifeless, his eyes forever closed. At this moment, the remaining members of the Qinglong villa stood in stunned silence as they witnessed the demise of the White Eagle. Who else dares to court death? Yi Junlin remarked with an expressionless countenance. In an instant, all the members of Qinglong villa fell into a profound silence. They glanced at the corpses strewn across the ground. Then turned their gaze to Yi Junlin, their eyes betraying a palpable fear, prompting them to retreat without hesitation. Clang! Yi Junlin hurled the dagger in his hand backward, where it lodged itself firmly in the door of the establishment, and he exited with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the venue, Enai Huang and the woman in red observed the preceding scene in its entirety. His strength is astonishing, the woman in red exclaimed in disbelief. To possess such power at such a young age, it seems his background is quite formidable. Investigate his identity thoroughly, but ensure he remains unaware. That final strike was a warning to us. Enai Huang's eyes gleamed, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Understood, my lady. The woman in red nodded before turning to leave the room. You will undoubtedly become my pawn. At that moment, Enai Huang opened her palm, gently clenched it. Her eyes brimming with ambition and desire, exuding an undeniable aura of regality. As for Yi Junlin, upon leaving the establishment, he strode directly into a secluded alley and spoke, "Come forth." Chapter 69, a bounty of 5 billion for the head of Yi Junlin. With Yi Junlin's words hanging in the air, 4 figures abruptly materialized before and behind him, effectively cornering him in the narrow alley. You've been following me all this way, what do you intend to do? Yi Junlin inquired coldly. Having sensed that he was being trailed since his departure from the club, which had led him to this secluded passage. Hand over the ocean star. One of the 4 demanded, fixing his gaze upon Yi Junlin. Are you all here for that pendant? Yi Junlin replied, somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a trinket would incite the interest of so many, especially individuals of their caliber. I purchased the pendant. Why should I relinquish it to you? Yi Junlin retorted with indifference. If you refuse to comply, do not blame us for our actions. The expressions of the 4 hardened as they simultaneously launched their attacks toward Yi Junlin. All 4 possessed formidable strength, each a master of the Xian realm. Crack! 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 In an instant, Yi Junlin moved, striking with lightning speed and crushing their throats effortlessly. The 4 Xian realm experts fell without even managing to mount a defense. However, rather than leaving, Yi Junlin's gaze shifted to the end of the alley, where a man clad in black was approaching him, step by deliberate step. 4 bounty hunters. Instantly eliminated, your strength is indeed impressive. The man in black halted 3 meters away, scrutinizing Yi Junlin. Bounty hunter. Yi Junlin glanced at the 4 lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, surprised to discover that they belonged to bounty hunters. He had previously had his 6th master mention them as a unique group from abroad. Bounty hunters, as the name implies, are individuals who undertake tasks for a price. Whenever a bounty is issued, those willing to act will step forward, and whoever successfully completes the task will receive the reward. This is the essence of bounty hunters, who engage in a myriad of tasks ranging from assassination, treasure hunting, theft, to protection. The fact that these 4 bounty hunters sought to seize the pendant indicated that someone had indeed placed a bounty on it, prompting their involvement. Yi Junlin then turned his attention to the man in black. Are you also a bounty hunter? I am not a bounty hunter. The man in black shook his head. meeting Yi Junlin's gaze. But I too have come for the Ocean Star, surrender it. It seems you have chosen to join them in their demise, Yi Junlin stated coldly. In an instant, the man in black vanished from sight, his figure appearing like a ghost beside Yi Junlin in the dimly lit alley. Wielding a weapon resembling a triangular military dagger, thrusting directly towards Yi Junlin's vital points. This strike was swift, fierce, and precise, devoid of any hesitation. The man's prowess was several levels above that of the previous bounty hunters. Yet, before Yi Junlin, he remained no more significant than an insect. Crack! As Yi Junlin extended his hand, just as the opponent's strike was about to land, his claw-like fingers seized the assailant's throat, crushing it instantly. With a resounding thud, Yi Junlin flung the lifeless body of the cloaked figure onto the ground, eyes vacant in death. In an instant, Yi Junlin vanished into the alleyway. Moments later, two figures emerged, gazing in astonishment at the body of the fallen assassin. The fact that even the 89th-ranked assassin, the Ghost Stinger, had been slain indicated the formidable strength of their adversary. One of them spoke in a low voice, while the other replied, "Inform the higher-ups immediately. We must secure that Ocean Star." Unbeknownst to Yi Junlin, a mere pendant had ensnared him in a dark vortex. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Jiangshou, nestled by the mountains and waters, stood a magnificent manor with a plaque above the entrance inscribed with the words Qinglong Manor. This was the stronghold of the Qinglong Manor, the foremost among the 4 underground overlords of Jiangnan Prefecture. The manor was regarded as a sanctum that many dignitaries aspired to enter. At this moment, within the main hall of the manor, a man nearing 50, with graying hair at the temples, clutching 2 pearls, donned in a traditional Tang suit, sat with a grim expression, emanating an oppressive aura that rendered the air thick with tension. He was none other than Du Zhenting, the master of Qinglong Manor. Swiftly, a figure appeared, his son, Du Yunshao. "What news do you bring?" Du Zhenting inquired, his demeanor dark. "Father, a White Eagle is dead. And over half of the Qinglong Manor members we dispatched have either perished or been gravely injured," Du Yunshao replied in a hushed tone. Boom! Upon hearing this, a surge of wrath erupted from Du Zhenting, his fury palpable. "Insolence!" He slammed his hand onto the table, shattering the precious golden silk Nanmu table into splinters. "Father, please calm your anger," Du Yunshao implored, bowing deeply. "Was it that boy who killed White Eagle and the others?" Du Zhenting asked, suppressing his rage. Du Yunshao nodded, "Yes. According to those who escaped, that boy possesses terrifying strength, dispatching White Eagle with a single blow. Moreover, he has visited the Gentle Nest, reportedly escorted by someone from the Zhuke Society. Could he have ties to the Zhuke Society? Or perhaps he was sent by someone?" Du Yunshao ventured, glancing at his father. "Humph. I doubt that woman has the audacity to kill my daughter, Du Zhenting." Du Zhenting scoffed dismissively. "Immediately send someone to investigate this boy's identity. Also, notify the Viper and Dark Edge to return at once. I want this boy and all those around him to accompany Zilin to her grave," Du Zhenting commanded, each word laced with deadly intent. "Understood, father." Du Yunshao nodded in agreement. In another part of Jiangzhou, Hishao sat in shock while gazing at his elder brother. "Hifeng. Brother, are you serious? Is that young man truly the dragon head? He possesses the dragon soul ring, making him the newly appointed leader of the Long family commerce." Hifeng's expression was grave. "If he is indeed the dragon head, the current leader of the Long family commerce will have to yield." Hishao's expression shifted rapidly, filled with astonishment. "Just wait. This will surely stir a tempest within the Long family commerce." Hifeng's eyes flickered, his demeanor intensely serious. Meanwhile, at the Zhao residence, Zhao Weiguo stared at the lifeless body of his second son, Zhao Fei, his countenance dark as ink, seething with fury. "Zhao Weiguo, do you still consider yourself a man? You cannot even protect your own son. What purpose does your position as the head of the Zhao family serve?" At that moment, Zhao Weiguo's wife, Cradling Zhao Fei's corpse, scolded him with a heart-wrenching expression. Enough! Zhao Weiguo retorted coldly, his eyes glinting with a chilling murderous intent. He turned to the steward and commanded. Contact the dark pavilion, I want that young man's life. The young man to whom Zhao Weiguo referred was none other than Yi Junlin. Unable to confront the Long family commerce directly, he resolved to target Yi Junlin instead. As Jiangzhou was engulfed in turmoil due to Yi Junlin's emergence. Far away in the capital, a mysterious young master, responsible for the downfall of the Yi family, leisurely smoked a cigarette and remarked, I truly underestimated this young man. I never imagined he could compel the War Department to cease its pursuit. Indeed, he has not wasted these 7 years. However, this makes the game all the more intriguing. Issue a bounty. The young master then declared a reward of 5 billion for the head of Yi Junlin. Chapter 70, Situ Kong, I will protect you the following day. At Jiangzhou Airport, aboard a flight to Zhonghai, Yi Junlin occupied his seat. Suddenly, a woman hurriedly rushed over, bypassing Yi Junlin to sit beside him by the window. She wore a fitted crop top that accentuated her slender waist, paired with blue jeans that showcased her long, graceful legs. However, her face was obscured by a mask and sunglasses, complemented by a cap that concealed her features entirely. At that moment, 4 tall men in black suits strode through the cabin, stopping beside Yi Junlin's seat to fix their gaze upon the woman. One of them spoke, Miss Lon. Do you think you can escape? Please come with us. Instantly, the woman beside Yi Junlin, her expression shifting beneath her mask, declared. I have already stated that I am not interested in your young master. Since Miss Lon is unwilling to accompany us, we cannot be held responsible, the man retorted. As the 4 men moved to forcibly take her away. Just then, the flight attendant approached them, asserting, What do you think you are doing? Please stop immediately. The plane is about to take off, and you are disrupting its normal operation. Silence. The speaking man barked at the attendant. They then reached across Yi Junlin towards the woman, prompting Yi Junlin to frown and interject, You are blocking my way. Kid, shut up. The man shot back. Glaring at Yi Junlin. With a swift motion, Yi Junlin slapped the man, sending him sprawling to the floor. The other 3 men, taken aback, prepared to retaliate. But Yi Junlin swiftly dispatched them as well. Get out of my way immediately, do not delay my return home. Yi Junlin commanded coldly. The 4 men, covering their faces, scrambled to their feet, ready to protest, but Yi Junlin interrupted, Speak another word, and I shall throw you from this plane. Their hearts racing at Yi Junlin's intimidating gaze. They suppressed their anger and quickly vacated the cabin. Before long, the plane took off smoothly. At this juncture, the woman removed her sunglasses and mask, revealing a flawlessly beautiful face that radiated an ethereal charm. She turned to Yi Junlin with a gentle smile, Thank you for helping me earlier. I merely wished to prevent them from disrupting the flight, not to assist you, Yi Junlin replied, leaning back against his seat nonchalantly. Lan Mengdai was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a response from Yi Junlin, especially after revealing her true identity. Typically, one would expect excitement and requests for autographs upon seeing her face. Yet he remained so indifferent. Do you not recognize me? Lan Mengdai inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yi Junlin glanced at her and replied, Are we acquainted? With these words, Lan Mengdai found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. She never anticipated that in this era of flourishing entertainment, there would be young individuals unfamiliar with her, which led her to ponder whether her influence had waned. Yi Junlin, however, paid little mind to such thoughts and simply closed his eyes, awaiting the airplane's descent. Throughout the journey, Lan Mengdai occasionally glanced at Yi Junlin, noticing his complete lack of engagement with her, which dampened her spirits. Even if he did not recognize her, she was, after all, the stunning beauty. His indifference was rather infuriating. Several hours later, the plane landed at Zhonghai Airport. Yi Junlin and Lan Mengdai exited the airport together, where a business vehicle awaited them outside. attended by two women, Jiang Muge and her bodyguard, Xiaoye. Upon seeing Yi Junlin and Lan Mengdai appear together, Jiang Muge's expression froze momentarily. Lan Mengdai, spotting her, dashed over and embraced her, exclaiming, "Muge, I've missed you so much." "Mengdai, it's been a while." Jiang Muge responded with a slight smile, to which Lan Mengdai declared, "This is my first visit to Zhonghai, so you must treat me well." "Rest assured, I certainly will." Jiang Muge nodded, her gaze shifting to Yi Junlin, "Young Master Yi. What brings you here? Do you know each other?" Lan Mengdai, astonished, inquired, "You know young Master Yi?" Jiang Muge replied, "You are acquainted with him." Lan Mengdai shook her head, "Not really, but we were on the same flight and he sat beside me." "Isn't that quite the coincidence?" Jiang Muge remarked in surprise. Yi Junlin then addressed them, "You both carry on with your conversation, I shall take my leave." "Young Master Yi, may I offer you a ride?" Jiang Muge asked. But Yi Junlin waved his hand, "No need." Shortly thereafter, he hailed a taxi and departed. Meanwhile, Lan Mengdai turned to Jiang Muge with curiosity, "Muge, are you quite familiar with this fellow? You even call him young Master Yi?" "This is a long story, let us get in the car first." Jiang Muge replied as she led Lan Mengdai into the vehicle, also leaving the airport. As Yi Junlin sat in the taxi, intending to return to his villa, he received a call from Tan Yaoyao. "Hello, what is the matter?" he inquired. "Where are you? Can you come to the school?" Tan Yaoyao requested. And Yi Junlin's expression hardened. "Has Shuya encountered trouble again?" "It's not about Shuya, if you're free, please hurry over," Tan Yaoyao urged. After hanging up the phone, Yi Junlin instructed the taxi driver to Zhonghai University. Dozens of minutes later, Yi Junlin arrived at Zhonghai University just as a group emerged from the campus. Among them was Situ Kong, who was covered in blood and being restrained by the crowd. Yi Junlin's brow furrowed as he approached, coldly commanding, "Release him." "Young master," Situ Kong gasped, recognizing Yi Junlin. Just then, Tan Yaoyao rushed over, looking at Yi Junlin with relief. "You've arrived." Indeed, it was they who suddenly appeared at the school and without any provocation, assaulted classmate Situ, intending to abduct him. Even the school security was powerless to intervene, hence, "I called you for assistance," Tan Yaoyao exclaimed, gazing at the group and Situ Kong. "Who are you?" "Stand aside." The leader of the group, an elderly man with grey hair clad in a long gown, glared at Yi Junlin, his countenance exuding an air of unyielding authority. Without needing to guess, Yi Junlin understood that these individuals were undoubtedly from the Situ family. "I command you to release him." Yi Junlin stepped forward, addressing the elder with a commanding tone. "Presumptuous." The elder scoffed, and two individuals behind him lunged at Yi Junlin. Bang! Bang! With a mere flick of his hand, Yi Junlin sent the two assailants flying, crashing to the ground in agony. The elder's brows furrowed as he opened his mouth to speak, but Yi Junlin swiftly advanced, seizing him by the throat and coldly declaring, "I shall not repeat myself." The elder, now grasped by the throat, instantly turned crimson, struggling futilely, while the group behind him exchanged alarmed glances and called out, "Release Batlahu at once, you brat." Crack! Yi Junlin mercilessly crushed the elder's throat, discarding the lifeless body onto the ground before launching himself at the remaining assailants, sending them sprawling. He dusted off his hands and remarked coldly, "You have compelled me to take action." Situ Kong then turned to Yi Junlin with gratitude, "Thank you, young Master Yi. Do not speak." Yi Junlin swiftly thrust a silver needle into Situ Kong's body to aid in his recovery. The members of the Situ family gazed at Yi Junlin, their eyes betraying their fear. In less than 3 minutes, Situ Kong's injuries healed. And as Yi Junlin withdrew the needle, he addressed the group coldly, "Return and inform the Situ family that Situ Kong is under my protection. If you wish to court death, feel free to come." Upon hearing Yi Junlin's words, the group trembled and dared not utter another word, hastily carrying away the elder's corpse. When did you two become so close? Tan Yao Yao inquired curiously, observing Yi Junlin and Situ Kong. Young Master Yi is imparting martial arts to me. Situ Kong responded. Oh. I see. Tan Yao Yao understood, while Yi Junlin turned to her and asked, where is Shuya? Shuya did not come to school today. Tan Yao Yao replied. Yi Junlin pressed further. Why hasn't Shuya come to school? I asked her earlier, it seems she had some family matters to attend to, but I am not certain. Immediately, Yi Junlin's expression grew serious, fearing for Shuya's safety. He made his way to the Su family without delay. Chapter 71, Begging on the streets at this moment. The atmosphere in the Su family was notably oppressive. In the place that once belonged to the elder Su, a young man sat Hao Hua, the heir of the Hao group, one of the top 3 conglomerates in Jiangnan. Meanwhile, Su Laozi, Su Tiongguo, Su Tianmin, Du Mengwan, and Su Shuya stood there, their expressions grim. Su Shuya. You have but one choice, either obediently become my woman or watch the Su group crumble into bankruptcy. Hao Hua remarked with a sly smile. Having come to vent his resentment from being humiliated by Yi Junlin at Zhonghai University, he was using the Su group as leverage to coerce Su Shuya into submission. Previously, Yi Junlin had declared Su Shuya as his woman, hence Hao Hua was determined to see her willingly fall into his embrace. He was eager to witness Yi Junlin's reaction to this development. Hearing Hao Hua's words, Su Shuya's expression shifted, filled with inner turmoil. She could never betray her beloved Junlin, yet the thought of the Su group's downfall because of her weighed heavily on her heart. The Su group was the lifeblood of the Su family, its loss would spell their utter ruin. Given the Hao group's capabilities, causing the Su group's bankruptcy was merely a matter of time. Young Master Hao, must you truly be so ruthless? Su Laozi glared at Hao Hua, who merely scoffed in response, ruthless. What of it? Shuya, you should consider becoming young Master Hao's woman. He is the future heir of the Hao group, and being with him would not be a disadvantage. Su Tiongguo interjected, eager to prevent the Su group's collapse, as he still aspired to be its master. Silence. Su Laozi reprimanded Su Tiongguo coldly, turning to Hao Hua, young Master Hao, I recognize the might of the Hao group, but your demands are unacceptable to the Su family. Indeed. Su Tianmin echoed, fully aware of Shuya's feelings for Junlin, and he would never allow his daughter to sacrifice herself for the family. At that moment, Hao Hua's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. You Su family members possess quite the backbone. Very well, do not blame me, after today. Prepare to beg on the streets. As soon as these words left his lips, Su Shuya's countenance altered. And she was about to respond when a chilling voice echoed from outside, the one who should be begging on the streets is you. With that, Yi Junlin strode in, his demeanor icy. Junlin. Su Shuya exclaimed, feeling a surge of reassurance as he approached her, gently ruffling her hair and offering comfort. It's all right, I am here. You've come as well. Hao Hua's expression turned cold upon seeing Yi Junlin, his eyes flashing with a fierce glare. I did not settle the score with you earlier. Yet you dare to trouble Shuya again. Clearly, you are unaware of the danger you are in. Yi Junlin gazed coldly at Hao Hua and exclaimed, humph. The one who is truly courting death is you. I simply chose not to hold you accountable earlier, otherwise, do you think you could have it so easy? I am the distinguished heir of the Hao family, annihilating you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Hao Hua, regarding Yi Junlin with disdain, retorted, the Hao family. After today, there will be no Hao family left. With a stoic expression, Yi Junlin produced his phone and dialed Fu Datsai. Young Master Yi, what is your command? Came Fu Datsai's voice from the other end. I demand the immediate bankruptcy of the Hao group. Yi Junlin declared emphatically, word by word. His proclamation left both the Su family members and Hao Hua taken aback. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Hao Hua laughed derisively at Yi Junlin. How absurd. Who do you think you are? The Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. You expect me to believe the Hao family will collapse immediately? You truly are blowing your own horn. Du Mengwan glanced at Yi Junlin with an expression of reproach. What is this fool doing? Doesn't he feel embarrassed? After concluding the call, Yi Junlin turned to Hao Hua, saying, you will soon discover whether I am boasting or not. Fine, today I shall witness how you intend to backtrack on your words. Hao Hua replied with a cold snort. Before long, within a mere 10 minutes, Hao Hua received a call from his father. Upon answering, he asked, Dad, what is the matter? You wretched boy, whom have you offended? Roared Hao Hua's father furiously from the other end of the line, leaving Hao Hua stunned and momentarily speechless. What do you mean? I haven't offended anyone. Hao Hua responded, utterly bewildered. If you haven't offended anyone, how could the Long family's business suddenly target the Hao family? The stock is plummeting, and the losses are staggering, you ungrateful child. His father's tirade echoed through the phone, loud enough for everyone present to hear, even without speakerphone. The Su family elders were astonished. They had not anticipated that the Long family would suddenly strike at the Hao family. I do not care whom you have angered. If you wish to retain the Hao surname, you must immediately go and apologize, seeking their forgiveness. Otherwise, I will disown you as my son. Hao Hua's father shouted before abruptly hanging up. At that moment, Hao Hua appeared utterly dazed. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his pupils constricted as he fixated on Yi Junlin. Was it you? Did you instigate the Long family to attack the Hao family? Ha! Yi Junlin let out a cold laugh, not answering, yet his laughter spoke volumes, confirming that he was indeed responsible. Such a coincidence could not be mere chance. How could you possibly have the influence to command the Long family? Hao Hua's expression darkened as he stared at Yi Junlin, unable to fathom that the other party had ties to the Long family. Do you still think I am boasting? Yi Junlin replied, his tone as frigid as ice. At this moment, Hao Hua's expression transformed repeatedly, as his father's final words echoed incessantly in his ears. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, suppressing the fury within, and gazed at Yi Junlin, saying, I apologize, it was entirely my fault. I beseech you, spare the Hao family. Is this how you plead? Yi Junlin scoffed coldly. Hao Hua clenched his fists tightly, then held deeply, and then, with a resounding thud, he knelt before him. At this juncture, Hao Hua relinquished his dignity entirely to prevent the Hao family from facing bankruptcy. After all, such humiliation paled in comparison. If the Hao family truly fell into ruin, everything he possessed would vanish. I apologize, I implore you, spare the Hao family. Hao Hua continued to plead from his kneeling position before Yi Junlin. I have declared that after today, there shall be no more Hao family. Prepare to take to the streets as a beggar. Yi Junlin looked down upon Hao Hua, coldly declaring. Chapter 72, The Diva of the Music World. Upon hearing Yi Junlin's words, Hao Hua lifted his gaze, his eyes blazing with fury as he shouted maniacally. You scoundrel, I shall fight you to the end. Swish. At that moment, Hao Hua rose abruptly and charged towards Yi Junlin, seizing his opponent's body and hurling him away with force. Bang! Hao Hua fell heavily to the ground, spewing blood in a frenzy. Break his limbs and cast him onto the streets, Yi Junlin commanded coldly. Whoosh! At that moment, the figure of Yan Er, who had long been lurking in the shadows, emerged, dragging Hao Hua's body towards the exit. Soon, anguished cries echoed from outside, revealing that Hao Hua's limbs had been evidently shattered by Yan Er. Meanwhile, Old Master Su and the others remained in a state of shock. Beep, beep, beep. Subsequently, the series of notification chimes emanated from their mobile devices. Mr. Su, along with Su Tiongwa and the others, regained their composure and, upon checking their phones, each experienced a dramatic change in expression, leaving them utterly astonished. They all received a breaking news alert on their phones. The report detailed that the Hao group had come under a comprehensive assault from the Long Chamber of Commerce, with the major enterprises ranking among the top 10 in Jiangnan County joining forces to target and suppress Hao. In less than half an hour, The stock price of the Hao Group, which had been among the top 3 in Jiangnan County, plummeted catastrophically, signaling its bankruptcy. Tragically, the chairman of the Hao Group took his own life by jumping from a building. Upon reading this news, Old Master Su and the others changed their expressions dramatically. They had never anticipated that the Hao family would indeed face bankruptcy. It was simply surreal. The Hao family enterprise, a colossal conglomerate among the top 3 in Jiangnan Prefecture, with assets exceeding 1,000 billion, has vanished just like that. It is truly hard to believe unless one has witnessed it with their own eyes. At this moment, Elder Su Tiongguo, and the others turned their gazes towards Yi Junlin, their hearts filled with astonishment. Junlin, your connection with the Long family business? Elder Su inquired, looking at Yi Junlin. I once unexpectedly saved the head of the Jiangnan branch of the Long family business this time. I am leveraging that favor to request his assistance against the Hao family. Yi Junlin fabricated a reason, choosing not to reveal the actual circumstances. After all, matters concerning his several masters were not suitable for public disclosure. So it is. Old Master Su nodded slightly, while Du Mengwan scoffed, I thought you were truly remarkable. But it seems you are merely flaunting a borrowed favor. What a pity that your intellect is insufficient, such a significant boon squandered so easily. Enough said. If it were not for Junlin this time, our Su family would have been doomed. Old Master Su spoke directly, Grandfather Su, Uncle Su. Now that the matter has been resolved, I shall take Shuai out for some leisure. Yi Junlin spoke, and he directly took Su Shuai away from this place. This child, Junlin, truly cares for Shuai. Old Master Su sighed, affirming that with him safeguarding Shuai, we could rest assured. Su Tianmin nodded. Tianmin, starting tomorrow, you shall officially take over the Su family business. At this moment, Old Master Su cast a direct gaze at Su Tianmin, who was momentarily taken aback. Su Tiongguo, on the other hand, changed his expression dramatically and voiced his displeasure, saying, Father, what do you mean by this? Isn't it my responsibility to manage the Su family? Su Tiongguo retorted, his voice laced with reluctance. You are not suited to oversee the company, henceforth, allow your younger brother to take charge of the Su family. And you shall assist him. The elder Su spoke coldly. Father Su Tiongguo protested, but his father cut him off, enough. It is settled. With that, the elder Su exited the room. With a scornful glance at Su Tianmin, Su Tiongguo returned to his chamber, retrieving his phone to dial a number, whispering a few words. Upon ending the call, a cold glint flickered in his eyes as he muttered, Su Tianmin, do not blame your elder brother, I am compelled by the old master. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin and Su Shuai departed from the Su residence, seeking out a fine restaurant for a meal. Shuai, this is a gift I bought for you. Do you like it? Yi Junlin presented her with a crystal pendant. As Su Shuai beheld the pendant, her eyes widened in wonder. What a beautiful pendant. This pendant is called Ocean Star, I believe it suits you perfectly. Yi Junlin explained. Holding the pendant, Su Shuai gazed at the sapphire, shimmering like the ocean in a brilliant blue. And shyly inquired, Brother Junlin, this pendant must be quite expensive, right? No matter the cost, if you cherish it, it is worth it. Yi Junlin replied with a warm smile. Thank you, Brother Junlin. A sweet smile graced Su Shuai's face, but then she looked at him with a hint of embarrassment. But I haven't prepared a gift for you. Do not worry, this gift is but a small token to repay you. Over the years, you have endured much because of me. I offer this as a means of atonement, you need not feel burdened by it, he replied gently. Brother Junlin, I am not aggrieved. Su Shuai shook her head and lightly kissed Yi Junlin on the cheek. At that moment, two women entered the restaurant together. Witnessing the scene before them, their expressions momentarily frozen. These two were none other than Jiang Muge and Lon Mengdai. Isn't that him? Lon Mengdai exclaimed, astonished at Yi Junlin. While Jiang Muge's gaze shifted to Su Shuai kissing him, her expression shifting to one of quiet discontent. Is she his girlfriend? Curiously, Lan Mengdai turned to Su Shuya and murmured, "No wonder he showed no interest in me, it seems he has such a beautiful girlfriend." Despite her confidence in her own appearance, she felt a pang of inadequacy upon seeing Su Shuya. "Muge, should we go say hello?" Lan Mengdai proposed, though Jiang Muge hesitated. "Muge, your expression seems off, are you feeling jealous?" Lan Mengdai inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Of course not, stop being ridiculous." Jiang Muge replied with a shake of her head. Yet Lan Mengdai insisted, "Then let us go greet them." Without further ado, Lan Mengdai pulled Jiang Muge along as they approached Yi Junlin, calling out, "Hi." Yi Junlin and Su Shuya's gazes turned toward them. "Yi Shao, what a coincidence." Jiang Muge turned to Yi Junlin and spoke, to which Yi Junlin replied, "You are here for a meal too? I hope we haven't disturbed you." Jiang Muge responded softly, "Brother Junlin, who are these two?" At that moment, Su Shuya looked curiously at the two women. "This is Jiang Muge, a friend of mine, the other one, I do not know," Yi Junlin introduced directly. While Lan Mengdai interjected, "I am Lan Mengdai." "Lan Mengdai. Could you possibly be the renowned diva of the music industry, Lan Mengdai?" Upon hearing the name, Su Shuya suddenly recalled something, looking at her in astonishment. "You know me?" Lan Mengdai smiled, while Su Shuya's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I have heard many of your songs, I never imagined I would meet you in person. How fortunate. Could you grant me an autograph?" "Of course." Lan Mengdai promptly took out a pen and signed for Su Shuya, while Yi Junlin smirked, "Is the diva of the music industry really that impressive?" "Brother Junlin, are you unaware? Miss Lan is currently the most popular singer in Long Country, with multiple albums breaking sales records, hailed as the new generation's diva." Su Shuya explained enthusiastically. "Did you hear that?" Lan Mengdai said with a proud huff, looking at Yi Junlin. Yet, Yi Junlin remained unfazed, calmly eating his meal. "Young Master Yi, may I inquire about this young lady?" Jiang Muge asked, glancing at Su Shuya. "Her name is Su Shuya, she is my girlfriend," Yi Junlin stated plainly. "Hello, Miss Su." Jiang Muge greeted her, his demeanor somewhat awkward, while Lan Mengdai gazed at the pendant on the table, exclaiming, "Isn't that the Ocean Star pendant crafted by Italy's top jewelry designer?" "Ocean Star?" Jiang Muge's gaze shifted to the pendant. "It is said to be worth 1 billion, how could it be here?" Lan Mengdai expressed her astonishment. 1 billion. Su Shuya gasped at the price, looking at Yi Junlin. "Brother Junlin, is this pendant truly so expensive?" "I told you, as long as you like it. No price is too high." Yi Junlin smiled gently, taking the pendant and preparing to place it around Su Shuya's neck. At that moment, a glint of cold light suddenly shot toward Yi Junlin's hand, which held the pendant. Chapter 73, There is only one path. Whoosh. A glimmering blade shot forth, aimed directly at Yi Junlin's palm. The three women gasped in shock, while Yi Junlin furrowed his brow. With a swift motion, he seized the dagger midair. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, dozens of figures materialized within the restaurant, clad in black attire, their eyes glinting with a cold light, emanating an aura of chilling menace. Leading this group was a stern-looking middle-aged man, his eyes radiating a frosty glare, fixated on the pendant in Yi Junlin's grasp. Yi Junlin cast a cold glance at the intruders. "Are you here for the pendant once again?" "Young man, hand over the pendant willingly, or it shall bring you untold peril." The middle-aged man barked. "I am curious to see how you intend to bring me to harm." Yi Junlin retorted disdainfully. "Attack." The middle-aged man issued a command, prompting his followers to advance on Yi Junlin. Just then, two more figures appeared, Leng Feng and Yena. They charged toward the group, with Leng Feng's strength having notably advanced. Boom, boom, boom. Leng Feng and Yena engaged in fierce combat with the assailants, while the middle-aged man's expression hardened as he lunged toward Yi Junlin. In an instant, the man stood before Yi Junlin, attempting to snatch the pendant, his strength exceeding the 6th grade mystic realm. Stab. Just as the man's hand was about to grasp the pendant, the dagger Yi Junlin held pierced his palm, pinning it to the table. Oh! The man emitted a pained groan, his face contorting in agony, while his other hand swung violently at Yi Junlin. Stab. Yi Junlin deftly wielded a chopstick, piercing the man's other hand and securing it to the table once more. At this moment, the man's expression was a grotesque mask of pain. Speak. Who are you? Why do you seek the pendant? Yi Junlin demanded coldly. Since acquiring the pendant, he had faced multiple attacks, indicating its extraordinary significance. The man gritted his teeth, remaining silent, refusing to speak. Then perish. Yi Junlin abruptly withdrew the dagger, slicing the man's throat. The man's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground. Oh! Blue Dream Butterfly recoiled in horror at the sight of death, letting out a shriek. In contrast, Jiang Muge and Su Shuai, having witnessed Yi Junlin's lethal prowess before, remained composed. At that moment, Leng Feng and Yena had dispatched the remaining assailants. Clear this area and investigate their identities along with the pendant's origins, Yi Junlin commanded. Subsequently, Leng Feng and Yena methodically removed the bodies while Yi Junlin turned to Su Shuai. Shuai, I must keep the pendant with me for now. Until we uncover its true nature, I cannot risk placing it in your hands for your safety. All right. Su Shuai nodded and remarked, Brother Junlin, this pendant seems rather extraordinary. Perhaps we should reconsider. How could we possibly do that? This is the very first gift I have bestowed upon you, and it cannot be discarded, Yi Junlin replied, shaking his head. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards Jiang Muge and Lon Mengdai. I hope I did not startle you earlier. What you have taken a life? Lan Mengdai asked, her voice tinged with apprehension as she looked at Yi Junlin. Is there an issue with that? Yi Junlin retorted, his demeanor remarkably calm for him. Taking a life was merely a trivial matter. Lan Mengdai hesitated, wanting to say more, when Jiang Muge interjected, Young Master Yi. We shall not intrude upon you and Miss Su's meal any longer, we will take our leave now. Without further ado. Jiang Muge grasped Lon Mengdai's arm and led her away. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin and Su Shuai continued their repast. In a distant county of Longwo, within an ancient mansion, a man of striking presence was seated in the main hall. He bore a resemblance to Situ Kong, he was none other than Situ Xiongtian, the patriarch of the Situ family and father of Situ Kong. At that moment, Situ Xiongtian furrowed his brow upon hearing the report from a subordinate who had returned from Zhonghai University. Who is that young man? How dare he kill even the butler of the Situ family? Patriarch, his name is Yi Junlin, the scion of a family that was annihilated 7 years ago in Zhonghai. He has just returned to Zhonghai in recent days, the subordinate reported. How could the heir of a perished family possess such formidable strength? Situ Xiongtian's eyes flickered with intrigue. Regardless of who he is, anyone who dares to impede my quest to save my son must perish. Suddenly, a commanding female voice resonated from outside. A resplendently dressed woman entered, her expression dark and fierce. She was none other than Madame Situ, Shangwan Miaoyun. Madam, what brings you here? Situ Xiongtian inquired, to which she coldly retorted. If I had not arrived, Fonga would be doomed. Even now, you have yet to bring that illegitimate child back, are you reluctant to act against him? With a frosty demeanor, Shangwan Miaoyun continued, you heard it earlier, someone is protecting him, which is why he has not been retrieved. In response, she commanded. Protecting that illegitimate child? Then eliminate him. I care not for the details, within 3 days, I demand to see the blood essence of that child before me. Should you, the patriarch of the Situ family, fail to accomplish this, I will summon my father and let the Shangwan family handle it. With that, Shangwan Miaoyun left, her words hanging ominously in the air. Situ Xiongtian's expression darkened as he turned to his subordinate, commanding, inform Qingfeng to bring Situ Kong back, should there be any interference. Eliminate them without mercy. Understood, the subordinate nodded. In Zhonghai, after Yi Junlin and Su Shuya finished their meal, he escorted her back to the school before returning to his villa. What is the matter? You appear rather glum, Yi Junlin observed, noticing Lin Mengwei seated on the sofa, her brow furrowed and a pained expression on her face. My father just called, stating that if I do not return home soon, he will completely disown me from the Lin family, cease to recognize me as his daughter, and cut off all my financial support. Lin Mengwei spoke up. Then just go back, what's the big deal? Yi Junlin replied dismissively. No, if I return, I will have to be engaged to that fellow from the Mu family. And I have no desire to marry him. Lin Mengwei shook her head vehemently, her expression one of refusal. Do you wish to sever your father-daughter relationship and be cast out of the family? Yi Junlin gazed at Lin Mengwei, who shook her head in response, of course not. Then, if that is not an option, you are left with but one path. Yi Junlin stated calmly. What path? Lin Mengwei looked at him curiously. Death. If you were to die, you would neither have to enter into an engagement nor sever ties with your father. Yi Junlin said earnestly. You should go die instead. Lin Mengwei shot him an exasperated glare, hurling a cushion from the sofa at him before storming upstairs in a huff. Yi Junlin muttered. Isn't my suggestion a good one? Soon, nightfall enveloped the city. Yi Junlin made his way to Menyong's bar, intending to indulge in a few cocktails. The drinks crafted by Menyong were quite commendable, while they did not rival those brewed by his esteemed masters. They were certainly superior to the various libations he had sampled since descending the mountain. Young Master Yi. Upon entering the bar, one of Menyong's subordinates greeted him respectfully. Where is Menyong? Yi Junlin inquired. The master is upstairs with a few guests. The subordinate replied. Yi Junlin proceeded directly upstairs and, upon reaching the doorway, overheard Menyong's cold and furious voice from within, absolutely not. I will never agree to such an absurd proposal. Chapter 74, Surrogacy. Absolutely not. Such an absurd proposition is something I will never consent to. In the confines of the room, Menyong glared angrily at the woman before her, resolutely refusing. This woman, adorned in opulent attire, exuded an air of superiority, flanked by a maidservant and 4 men clad in black, emanating an intimidating presence. You wretched creature! If it were not for you, my beloved son would not have perished. Now you dare refuse to lend your body to ensure the Yan family's lineage. The woman, with a chilling demeanor, scolded Menyong, her hand raised to strike. At that moment, the door swung open, and Yi Junlin rushed in, seizing the woman's wrist. Who are you? Let me go, she cried. With a swift motion, Yi Junlin sent her staggering backwards, causing her to fall to the ground. Madam. The maid's expression changed as she hurried to assist the fallen woman. Are you all right? Yi Junlin inquired, glancing at Menyong, who shook her head and replied, Thank you. Master. Master. The woman cast a venomous look at Yi Junlin, her face darkening as she spat at Menyong. So this is why you dared to refuse. You found a pretty boy to be your lover, and you call him master. You truly know how to play the game. I have always said you are nothing but a loose woman, or my son should never have married you. Slap. Upon hearing the woman's scathing insults, Yi Junlin's expression hardened as he delivered a sharp slap, knocking her off balance. Speak another word, and I shall ensure you are silenced forever, he declared coldly. How dare you strike my lady? Seize him. The maid shouted at Yi Junlin, commanding the 4 men in black to take action. Swish. 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 The 4 men lunged at Yi Junlin, each possessing strength above the 6th rank in the Yellow Realm. Boom. 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 They came swiftly yet departed even faster. Before they could reach Yi Junlin, they were all sent flying, crashing to the ground with anguished cries. You. The woman glared at Yi Junlin with a dark fury. Leave. Yi Junlin uttered a single word, causing her to tremble within, cold sweat breaking out on her back. With the aid of her maid, the woman exited the room, while the 4 guards, gritting their teeth against the pain, crawled away. "Thank you, master." Menyong expressed her gratitude to Yi Junlin. "Is that woman your deceased husband's mother?" Yi Junlin inquired as he settled onto the sofa, gazing at Menyong, who nodded in affirmation. "She is the mother of my 3rd husband, the matron of the Yen family, the foremost noble house in Anling County." And what did she mean by leaving behind a bloodline? Yi Junlin continued to question. "My 3rd husband was the only son of the Yen family. And now that he has passed away, the Yen lineage is left without an heir. They specifically sought to extract my late husband's sperm, hoping to persuade me to conceive a child carrying the Yen bloodline, ensuring the continuation of their family legacy." Menyong recounted this to Yi Junlin, who was utterly astonished by such an unconventional proposition. "Why not simply find another woman for this purpose?" he inquired with curiosity. They consulted a master who claimed that only if I were to conceive could there be a possibility of bearing a male heir, allowing the Yen family to endure. Upon hearing this, Yi Junlin scoffed, "What utter nonsense." He looked at Menyong and added, "Such absurdity is beneath your concern. If they dare approach you again, contact me directly." "Yes, master." Menyong nodded in agreement. "Prepare me a drink," Yi Junlin commanded. Soon, Menyong had crafted a drink for him, which he savored leisurely. "Are you acquainted with the president of the Juke Society?" Yi Junlin inquired, gazing at Menyong. "Indeed, she is one of the 4 underground overlords of Jiangnan County. The president of the Juke Society, a woman of remarkable prowess, established this formidable organization and became a true legend in the region," Menyong reflected. "Do you intend to supplant her?" Yi Junlin asked, sipping his drink while observing Menyong. Startled, she replied, "Master, what do you mean by that? Since you have become my subordinate, you should not confine yourself to such a modest territory as Zhonghai." Yi Junlin remarked with a cryptic tone. Outside the bar, a lady from the Yan family cast darkly, "Damn those wretched fools. Just wait, I will contact my family and have them send reinforcements immediately." As night fell into stillness, after spending an hour in the bar, Yi Junlin returned to the villa, preparing to retire for the night. However, upon entering his room and switching on the light, he was taken aback. On his bed lay a woman clad in a V-neck lace gown, her long, fair legs adorned in black stockings, intertwined in a manner exuding an alluring sensuality. This woman was Lin Mengwei. "What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to seduce me?" Yi Junlin remarked, his lips curling in disdain. Having encountered the charms of Menyang and Enai Huang, Lin Mengwei's attempts failed to pique any interest in him. "Didn't you previously say my figure was unappealing and that you had no interest in me? So, do you find me intriguing now?" Lin Mengwei winked at Yi Junlin, her smile tinged with a hint of shyness and anxiety. "Not at all," Yi Junlin bluntly declared, delivering a blow to Lin Mengwei's confidence. She had not anticipated that her meticulous efforts would garner no interest from him, leaving her feeling humiliated. "All right, you may leave now, do not disturb my sleep," Yi Junlin said, still unimpressed. "No. Your words have wounded my tender heart, you must make amends." Lin Mengwei sat up, gazing at Yi Junlin with a look of pitiful desperation. "What do you intend to do?" Yi Junlin glanced at the girl, realizing she harbored ulterior motives. "I have an appointment with someone tomorrow, you will accompany me and pretend to be my boyfriend," Lin Mengwei declared without hesitation. "Absolutely not." Yi Junlin rejected her outright. But Lin Mengwei's eyes instantly welled with tears, her expression one of sorrowful grievance as she looked at him. "Wah, you are bullying me." "Wait. When have I ever bullied you?" Yi Junlin asked, bewildered by her display. "You are indeed bullying me, Wah." In an instant, Lin Mengwei's cries grew louder. All right. I agree to your request, will that suffice?" Yi Junlin relented, sensing that if he did not acquiesce to her whims tonight, sleep would elude him. "Oyari, thank you." Upon hearing his response, Lin Mengwei's tears vanished, replaced by a radiant smile brimming with excitement. Observing her transformation akin to a Sichuan opera face change, Yi Junlin could not help but exclaim, "Your acting skills are worthy of an Oscar." He he. Lin Mengwei chuckled mischievously, replying, "You promised me. You cannot go back on your word. See you tomorrow." With that, she skipped away joyfully, leaving Yi Junlin shaking his head in resignation. The following day, as dawn broke, Yi Junlin was still lost in slumber when his phone rang, jolting him awake. It was Su Shuya on the line, her voice trembling with tears. "Wah, brother Junlin." In an instant, Yi Junlin was alert, asking, "Shuya, what is wrong?" "Brother Junlin, something has happened to my father." Su Shuya sobbed. Chapter 75, The Accident. At this moment, Old Master Su sat solemnly, his countenance heavy with sorrow. Beside him, Du Mengwan and her daughter Su Shuya were weeping quietly. Suddenly, Yi Junlin rushed in, calling out to Su Shuya, "Shuya. Brother Junlin." Su Shuya cried, throwing herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face. "What happened, Shuya?" Yi Junlin inquired. Concern etched on his face. With a look of deep sadness, Old Master Su lamented, "This morning, Tianmin was en route to discuss a business collaboration when, unexpectedly, his car veered off a winding mountain road and plunged into a ravine." Hearing this, Yi Junlin's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such a calamity befalling Uncle Su. "And Uncle?" he hesitated to ask, just as Su Tiongua approached briskly. "Tiongua, what is the situation?" Old Master Su questioned urgently. Since learning of Tianmin's accident, he had dispatched Su Tiongua to the scene to ascertain any glimmer of hope for his son. "Father, the car fell into the ravine and exploded. It was completely obliterated." "My brother," Su Tiongua lowered his head, unable to finish the sentence, but the implication was unmistakable. Su Tianmin had perished, leaving no trace behind. Tianmin. Upon receiving the heartbreaking confirmation of her husband's demise, Du Mengwan cried out in anguish before fainting. "Mother!" Su Shuya's expression changed dramatically, and Yi Junlin stepped forward to support the collapsed Du Mengwan. "Mother, what is wrong? Please don't scare me," she urged, anxiety filling her heart. Having just lost her father and not wishing to see her mother suffer further. "Do not worry, Shuya, Auntie merely succumbed to shock. She will recover with a moment's rest." Yi Junlin reassured her. "Alas, what sins has our Su family committed to deserve such fate?" Old Master Su lamented, trembling, his frail body barely able to stand. In that moment, he appeared drastically aged, as if years had been stripped away from him in an instant. The recent tragedy involving Su Tianlin, followed by the loss of Su Tianmin, was an insurmountable blow to him, particularly the agony of outliving one's own child. "Father, you must take care of yourself." Su Tiongua expressed concern, a barely perceptible smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Tiongua, what caused the accident?" Old Master Su asked, regaining his composure. According to the police report, it appears that the tire of the car burst suddenly, leading to a loss of balance, which caused it to collide with the roadside barrier before plunging into the ravine, resulting in a fuel leak and subsequent explosion, Su Tiongua explained. Perhaps this is destiny," the elderly Mr. Su exclaimed wearily. At that moment, Du Mengwan slowly awakened after being treated with acupuncture by Yi Junlin. "Mother, how are you?" Su Shuya asked. Her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Du Mengwan. "Tianmin, how could you leave us like this?" Du Mengwan cried out in profound anguish. Suddenly, her gaze fixed upon Yi Junlin, and she rebuked him furiously. "It is all your fault. You brought disaster upon the Yi family back then. And now that you have returned, how much trouble have you caused the Su family? Now even Tianmin has suffered because of you." "Mother, what nonsense are you talking about? Dad's mishap has nothing to do with Brother Junlin." Su Shuya quickly interjected, looking at her mother. "How can it not be related? He is a harbinger of misfortune. Just look at how much trouble he has brought since his return. Your father was fine until he came back, and now this incident has occurred." If it is not because of this harbinger of misfortune, then what else could it be? Du Mengwan shouted in a frenzied and distorted manner. Enough. Swear. Take your mother back to her room. Elder Mr. Su commanded sternly. Mother, let me help you back to your room to rest. Su Shuai said as she supported her mother, who continued to angrily shout at Yi Junlin, harbinger of misfortune, it is all your fault. Junlin. Your Aunt Du is simply overwhelmed with grief and cannot accept this blow at the moment, so she speaks irrationally. I apologize on her behalf. Please do not take it to heart. Elder Mr. Su said to Yi Junlin with a look of regret. Grandpa Su, you are too kind. I do not mind at all. With Uncle Su in trouble, please take care of your health. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Yi Junlin replied to Elder Mr. Su. Ma'am. Elder Mr. Su nodded wearily. Afterward, Yi Junlin stayed at the Su residence for a while before departing. He had initially intended to keep Su Shuai company, but she was preoccupied with her mother, so he chose not to intrude and left fast. Young master. I have gathered information regarding the pendant. Soon, Leng Feng approached Yi Junlin. What is it? Yi Junlin inquired. I discovered that someone abroad has issued a bounty. Whoever obtains the Ocean Star pendant will receive a reward of 2 billion. Leng Feng replied. Is that so? Yi Junlin was astonished, realizing at last why so many people were attempting to seize the pendant. However, if the pendant is worth only 1 billion, why would anyone be willing to offer 2 billion as a reward? With that thought, Yi Junlin took out the pendant to examine it, curiosity filling his eyes. His intuition told him that this pendant concealed a tremendous secret. By the way, young master, the group that attacked you yesterday is comprised of members from the Black Hawk Corps, a mercenary group ranked among the top 20 in the industry. Additionally, I have found that many individuals are participating in this bounty task, and it is likely that a considerable number of people will come to seize this pendant. Leng Feng continued. Ha. Yi Junlin smiled gently and said, let them come, for I find myself rather idle, it shall serve to alleviate my boredom. He then added. By the way, young master, there is another matter. At that moment, Leng Feng's expression turned grave as he gazed at Yi Junlin. Yesterday, a bounty was issued. A bounty again? Yi Junlin inquired, astonished. The opponent has placed a staggering reward of 5 billion for your head. Leng Feng stated solemnly. 5 billion for my head? Is my life truly worth such a fortune? Yi Junlin exclaimed, raising an eyebrow in astonishment. Such a reward, whether domestically or internationally, is exceedingly high, thus. It is likely that numerous formidable forces will take up the offer, Leng Feng replied. That's of no concern, let them all come. Yi Junlin remarked nonchalantly. However, I am curious as to who would offer such an exorbitant sum for my life. I have offended very few since my descent from the mountain. Who would place a price of 5 billion on my head? I have already contacted the Tianji Pavilion to investigate. Leng Feng stated directly. While Yi Junlin regarded him and asked, have there been any updates on the young master who annihilated my Yi family and my sister? There is still no news from Tianji Pavilion at this time, Leng Feng responded. Yi Junlin frowned, his gaze flickering with concern. Although he was not very familiar with Tianji Pavilion, based on previous circumstances, it seemed to be an enormous organization. How could they have uncovered nothing thus far? This instinctively felt amiss to him. Suddenly, Yi Junlin's phone rang. It was Lin Mengwei calling. You must come to HCF, I will send you the address. Lin Mengwei said directly. Chapter 76, he wants to kill me, so I shall kill him in the elegant ambience of the HCF. Lin Mengwei was clad in casual attire, seated across from a strikingly handsome young man adorned in luxurious designer clothing, his wrist boasting a $1 million Patek Philippe watch. He exuded the air of a privileged aristocrat, flanked by 2 bodyguards in black suits, both formidable martial artists at the 9th rank of the Huang realm. This young man was Mu Chen, the betrothed whom Lin Mengwei's father had pressured her into accepting. Mengwei, this is your first time inviting me out. And I am quite pleased. It seems you no longer mind the nature of our relationship, Mu Chen observed with a smile directed at Lin Mengwei. What relationship are you referring to? Lin Mengwei questioned as she sipped her coffee, casting a brief glance at Mu Chen. We are soon to be engaged. Naturally, as fiancé and fiancée, Mu Chen replied nonchalantly. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of marrying you, Lin Mengwei stated bluntly. At that moment, Mu Chen's expression darkened, fixing his gaze on Lin Mengwei. Mengwei, please do not jest with me. Our union has been sanctioned by both the Mu and Lin families. It is a matter of parental decree and matchmaking, one cannot simply renege on such commitments. But I already have a boyfriend. Do you truly believe I would agree to an engagement with you? Lin Mengwei reiterated. Mu Chen's demeanor shifted, astonishment washing over his face. You have a boyfriend? That is impossible. How could you possibly have a boyfriend, Mengwei? Do not attempt to deceive me with such tactics, they are futile. He shook his head, clearly disbelieving her words. Darling, you are here. Lin Mengwei suddenly exclaimed, rising from her seat. Mu Chen whipped around to see a young man approaching Yi Junlin. Without hesitation, Lin Mengwei strode over to Yi Junlin, affectionately linking her arm with his, then seated herself in front of Mu Chen. Witnessing his future fiancé display such intimacy with another man, Mu Chen's expression darkened ominously. Mu Chen, this is my boyfriend, Yi Junlin. Lin Mengwei introduced with a gleam of satisfaction. Impossible. He cannot possibly be your boyfriend. Mu Chen glared at Yi Junlin, his voice laced with hostility. Smirk. Lin Mengwei, undeterred by Mu Chen's disbelief, leaned in and planted a kiss on Yi Junlin's cheek, asserting, now do you believe me? Hey. I only agreed to pretend to be your boyfriend, I didn't consent to being taken advantage of. Yi Junlin protested in a whisper. Receiving an exasperated glare from Lin Mengwei, who thought to herself, what an insufferable brat, acting as if he is the one wronged. Mengwei. Mu Chen's fury was palpable, his eyes wide in disbelief. Now that you are aware I have a boyfriend, I kindly ask you to speak with my father about cancelling this engagement, Lin Mengwei declared to Mu Chen. This was precisely why she had enlisted Yi Junlin to pose as her boyfriend, to dissuade Mu Chen, allowing her to proactively suggest the cancellation of the engagement, thus ensuring her father would not cast blame upon her. Ha ha. Suddenly, Mu Chen let out a chilling laugh, an eerie sensation enveloping the air. What are you laughing at? Lin Mengwei furrowed her brows, gazing at Mu Chen. Lin Mengwei, your actions today are merely a ploy to compel me to annul our engagement. Are they not? I shall defy your expectations. Mu Chen retorted coldly. You. For a moment, Lin Mengwei found herself at a loss for words, taken aback by Mu Chen's obstinacy. As for you, daring to covet my woman, you shall perish. With that final word, Mu Chen's bodyguards lunged toward Yi Junlin with unrelenting ferocity, targeting his vital points without a hint of mercy. Swish. Swish. Yi Junlin casually flicked his wrist, sending 2 silver needles hurtling forth, piercing through the foreheads of the 2 bodyguards. Their eyes widened in shock as they collapsed to the ground. In an instant, Mu Chen's expression shifted, fixing his gaze on Yi Junlin. You are indeed a master. At that moment, a man clad in a Zhongshan suit appeared abruptly, standing beside Mu Chen with a vigilant demeanor, sent by the Mu family to discreetly protect him. You intend to kill me, do you? Yi Junlin spoke indifferently, fixing his eyes on Mu Chen. Indeed, you deserve to die, Mu Chen declared icily, calling to the man beside him, Uncle Su, eliminate him. With a swift motion, the man launched an attack towards Yi Junlin. Swish! Another silver needle shot forth, piercing through the man's forehead, causing him to collapse at Mu Chen's feet. In that moment, Mu Chen was thoroughly alarmed, staring at Yi Junlin with trepidation. You! Swish! A 4th silver needle was unleashed, striking Mu Chen's forehead, his eyes widening in horror as he slumped onto the table. Upon witnessing Mu Chen's demise, Lin Mengwei's expression shifted drastically as she looked at Yi Junlin. You killed him? He sought to take my life, thus, I took his, Yi Junlin replied with remarkable composure. At this juncture, Lin Mengwei's countenance fluctuated. She had approached Yi Junlin with hopes of dissuading Mu Chen, never anticipating that it would culminate in his death. Mu Chen was the eldest son of the Mu family, the future heir, and now he lay lifeless. Would the Mu family simply let this transgression go unpunished? After all, the Mu family's influence extended far and wide. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Lin Mengwei felt an overwhelming sense of calamity descending upon her. Just as Lin Mengwei was about to express her thoughts to Yi Junlin, he stood up. Well, I have fulfilled my promise. Farewell. With an air of nonchalance, Yi Junlin exited the CAF. Lin Mengwei, gazing at Mu Chen's lifeless body, wore an expression of distress, ultimately reaching for her phone to call her father. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin had not been gone from the CAF for long when he received a message from Menyang, prompting him to head to the bar. At this moment, the bar was not yet open for business. Menyang sat face to face with a man sporting a handlebar mustache. The latter addressed her, Miss Menyang. The White Tiger Gate is currently eyeing you with hostility. The only way to contend with them is through an alliance with our Ito family. Do not hesitate. With our support, I assure you, it will not be long before you ascend as the sovereign of the entire underground world of Jiangnan County. Menyang took a sip of wine and remarked lightly, did you just say that the supporters behind the Wolf Gate are also from your Ito family? Indeed. Had it not been for the demise of the Wolf Gate's leader, it is likely that Miss Menyang would not have had the opportunity to converse with me now. The man with the mustache spoke with a hint of disdain, subtly revealing the formidable power of the Ito family behind him. So, your family has long coveted the position of the underground overlord of Jiangnan County. Menyang replied calmly. Precisely. Thus it would be wise for Miss Menyang to ponder carefully whether to collaborate with us. Should you decline, the Ito family will merely support another faction. And in that scenario, Miss Menyang's fate may not be particularly favorable, the mustached man coldly retorted. Suddenly, Yi Junlin's figure appeared, striding directly towards them. Upon seeing Yi Junlin approach, Menyang addressed the man, saying, whether to collaborate with your Ito family depends on my master. Your master? The man was taken aback. Yes. It is he. Menyang pointed towards Yi Junlin. The man then cast a scrutinizing glance at Yi Junlin, his brow furrowing. You are one of the Ito family. Before the man could finish his sentence, Yi Junlin fixed his gaze upon him and coldly interjected. Indeed, I am. Just as the man was about to launch into an elaborate introduction, Yi Junlin swiftly crushed his throat. In an instant, several samurai from the Ito family turned icy and charged at Yi Junlin. With a flick of his wrist, dozens of silver needles shot forth, swiftly claiming the lives of these warriors. Master, do you have a vendetta against the Ito family? Menyang inquired, observing Yi Junlin, who nodded in affirmation. Yes. I killed their young master. I never anticipated they would seek to negotiate with you. They aim to dominate the underground world of Jiangnan County. The previous Wolf Gate was established with their backing. The ambitions of the Ito family are rather considerable, Menyang mused softly. These mere people from Ingwa dare to meddle in Longwa affairs, they truly overestimate themselves. Yi Junlin scoffed disdainfully. Master. Someone has delivered a letter. At that moment, a subordinate of Menyang presented a letter. Upon opening it, she furrowed her brow. What is it? Yi Junlin inquired, to which she responded. The leader of the White Tiger Gate has sent an invitation requesting my presence tonight. With a swift motion, Yi Junlin's lips curled into a slight smile. While Menyang continued, the leader of the White Tiger Gate has personally come to invite me, this could very well be a trap. She glanced at Yi Junlin, asking. Should I attend? Why not go? Since he has personally come to offer a head, how could we refuse? Yi Junlin replied with a cold chuckle. A glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Yi Junlin and Menyong proceeded directly to the location indicated by the leader of the White Tiger Gate, Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Chapter 77, in the Drunken Immortal Tower. Weapons are prohibited in the bustling heart of Zhonghai City. A magnificent structure resembling an octagonal pagoda stands tall, constructed entirely of red bricks and green tiles, exuding an air of antiquity reminiscent of ancient taverns. This is none other than the renowned establishment known as the Drunken Immortal Tower. At this moment, Yi Junlin and Menyong arrived, gazing at the sign bearing the name Drunken Immortal Tower with a hint of confusion. Is this truly a tavern? Yi Junlin inquired. Indeed. It is the most famous tavern in Zhonghai and even the entire nation hailed as the premier tavern of the Dragon Kingdom, Menyong explained. Is it really that remarkable? Yi Junlin expressed his astonishment. The spirits served within the Drunken Immortal Tower are unparalleled. Those who have tasted its offerings become utterly enamored with the unique flavors, which cannot be found elsewhere. It is said that the wines here are meticulously handcrafted, and the finest among them is reputed to intoxicate even the gods with a single sip, hence the tavern's name, Menyong elaborated. Today, the Drunken Immortal Tower has become a sanctuary for countless wine enthusiasts across the country, though the prices are not affordable for the average person. How intriguing! Yi Junlin remarked with a subtle smile as he stepped into the tavern. Welcome. Upon entering, he was greeted by two women clad in kipios, their faces veiled, who bowed in welcome. The interior of the tavern was adorned with an exquisite blend of antiquity and elegance, with every material used being of the highest quality, epitomizing understated luxury. Are you guests of Master Yang? One of the chipo-clad women approached them and inquired softly. Yes, we are, Menyong replied. Please, follow me. The woman beckoned, leading Yi Junlin and Menyong upstairs. The tavern was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any other patrons aside from themselves. Upon inquiry, Yi Junlin learned that the entire Drunken Immortal Tower had been reserved by the master of the White Tiger sect for the day. Soon, they arrived at a private room where a solid Nanmu table awaited them. At one end sat a robust middle-aged man dressed in white, the master of the White Tiger sect, Yang Tianhu. Behind him stood four men clad in black Zhongshan suits, each emanating a fierce aura, their temples bulging, indicating their formidable martial prowess. Master Yang, your guests have arrived, the chipo-clad woman said with a slight bow before exiting. Yang Tianhu set down his wine cup and glanced at Yi Junlin and Menyong, his gaze fixating on Menyong. You must be Menyong. As your name suggests, you are indeed captivating. Who are you? He then turned his gaze to Yi Junlin, his tone becoming serious. Master Yang, this is Menyong's master, Menyong interjected. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yang Tianhu's eyes as he scrutinized Yi Junlin. You are the one behind Menyong? Indeed. Yi Junlin replied nonchalantly as he seated himself opposite Yang Tianhu, pouring himself a cup of wine from the jug on the table. After taking a sip, a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. The wine at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is indeed exquisite, and it is authentically handcrafted. Most importantly, the brewing technique is intricate, akin to that of his master Jiu. However, the ingredients and certain processes still fall short in comparison. It is truly unexpected to savor such ancient brews in this mundane world. Yi Junlin could not help but express his admiration. This ancient brew is crafted using traditional methods of winemaking from bygone eras. To this day, many of these ancient techniques have been lost to time, and contemporary wines are produced using various modern machines, lacking the distinctive flavor of ancient brews. At that moment, Yang Tianhu observed Yi Junlin's nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by his imposing presence. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in his eyes as he remarked, "No wonder you are the one behind Menyong. You certainly possess some skills. It appears that the individuals I previously dispatched from the White Tiger sect were all eliminated by your hand, am I correct?" Yang Tianhu stated coldly. Indeed. Yi Junlin replied with an air of calm as he sipped his wine. Yang Tianhu's eyes glinted with a cold light as he continued. I had my doubts about a mere woman wielding such influence. It turns out it was you pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us get straight to the point. What is it that you seek? Yi Junlin smirked slightly. You have slain numerous members of my White Tiger sect, and logically, I should demand retribution. However, I am one who values talent, so I am willing to offer you a chance. If you are willing to join the White Tiger sect, I shall overlook the past. Yang Tianhu gazed at Yi Junlin with an authoritative expression. His decision stemmed from the realization that the 5,000 men he had previously dispatched had suffered heavy losses at the hands of a single individual. This revelation made him aware of the formidable power behind Menyong, leading him to consider recruiting Yi Junlin rather than pursuing a relentless confrontation, thus enhancing the strength of the White Tiger sect. Join the White Tiger sect. Yi Junlin glanced at Yang Tianhu, who affirmed, indeed, join my White Tiger sect. And I shall disregard the past. I would consider joining, but you must relinquish the position of sect master to me. Upon uttering these words, Yi Junlin observed Yang Tianhu's expression shift dramatically, darkening ominously as he retorted, Are you jesting with me? Do I appear to be one for jest? Yi Junlin leisurely sipped from his cup, while Menyong stood by, attentively pouring wine for him. Young man, it seems you are determined to oppose my White Tiger sect. Yang Tianhu said, his demeanor growing increasingly somber as he locked his gaze onto Yi Junlin, his eyes flashing with a chilling intensity. At that moment, the four individuals behind Yang Tianhu all fixed their icy stares upon Yi Junlin, emanating a palpable aura of lethal intent. What? Are you planning to make a move? Yi Junlin smiled lightly. If you refuse to join my White Tiger sect today, then next year on this day shall mark the anniversary of your demise. Yang Tianhu coldly declared. At that instant, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from outside the tavern. Menyong's expression sharpened as she swiftly approached the window, peering outside, her countenance changing abruptly. She hastily approached Yi Junlin and spoke, There are at least several thousand men from the White Tiger sect outside, all armed. Yi Junlin gazed at Yang Tianhu and remarked, It seems you have come prepared. I have stated that you must either join my White Tiger sect or face death. The choice now lies with you. Yang Tianhu presented a formidable demeanor as he regarded Yi Junlin. With a faint smile, Yi Junlin replied, I choose your death. In an instant, he held the wine cup in his hand towards Yang Tianhu. With a loud crash, Yang Tianhu's expression shifted as he unleashed a powerful strike, shattering the cup, yet he was forced to stagger back, astonished as he looked at Yi Junlin. Do you dare to act here? What is there to fear? Yi Junlin retorted dismissively. At that moment, Menyong's expression changed as she was about to speak, when a cold voice resonated within the private room. Violence is prohibited within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Chapter 78, Kneeling in submission within the confines of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, any form of violence is strictly prohibited. As this proclamation echoed through the air, a flicker of intrigue danced in Yi Junlin's eyes. Beside him, Menyong hurriedly cautioned, Master. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion has a rule, no one is permitted to engage in combat here, otherwise, they shall face the pavilion's retribution. You truly possess audacity, daring to provoke conflict within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Yang Tianhu glared at Yi Junlin with a chilling demeanor. Unfazed, Yi Junlin retorted, If I wish to fight here, I shall do so, no one can stop me. Yang Tianhu was taken aback by Yi Junlin's words. Those who have visited the Drunken Immortal Pavilion are acutely aware that the sole decree is to abstain from causing trouble or engaging in combat. Transgressors face dire consequences, ranging from severed limbs to a lifetime of confinement to bed. This rule applies universally, irrespective of one's status, whether they be influential nobles, wealthy scions, or formidable warlords. Anyone who dares to instigate chaos within the pavilion will inevitably incur its wrath, rendering them unwelcome forevermore. Many have doubted the severity of this decree. But regardless of their prominence, those who defied it met with crippling fates, and their powerful allies dared not retaliate against the pavilion. Over time, It became evident that the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was not merely an ordinary tavern, its backing was formidable, instilling fear in all who frequented its halls. Thus, no one would dare breach the peace within its walls. Even someone as formidable as Yang Tianhu refrained from violating this rule, choosing to meet Menyang here as a precaution against potential threats. However, he was utterly astonished that this young man before him would audaciously flout the pavilion's regulations and utter such provocative declarations. In astonishment, Menyang was taken aback by Yi Junlin's words. Just as she was about to advise him to temper his speech, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a woman clad in a red chipao, accompanied by several others. "Young master, do you intend to disrupt the rules of my Drunken Immortal Pavilion?" The woman in the red chipao regarded Yi Junlin with an icy expression. "I seek to kill, no rules shall bind me." Yi Junlin fixed his gaze upon Yang Tianhu, advancing step by step toward him. In an instant, the woman's eyes narrowed, and she lunged at Yi Junlin, striking from behind with a fierce palm imbued with potent force. Without even glancing at her assault, Yi Junlin retaliated with a swift punch, sending her hurtling backward. She crashed against the door, blood spilling forth. The atmosphere shifted. Both Yang Tianhu and Menyang were visibly startled at Yi Junlin's boldness in attacking a member of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The expression of the pavilion's personnel also darkened, and the injured woman in the red chipao glared at Yi Junlin, questioning, "Are you certain you can bear the consequences of violating the rules of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion?" Yi Junlin disregarded her entirely, striding straight toward Yang Tianhu. "Seize him." Yang Tianhu gazed coldly at Yi Junlin as he approached, commanding the 4 warriors behind him to attack. These 4 were all practitioners of the Profound Realm, the 4 strongest members of the White Tiger sect. Crack! 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 Yi Junlin, moving like lightning, darted past the 4, causing their throats to shatter. Their eyes widened in shock as they collapsed to the ground. In an instant, the 4 Profound Realm warriors were annihilated. This scene left Yang Tianhu utterly astounded. Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, an overwhelming sense of impending doom washed over him. He abruptly looked up, only to find Yi Junlin standing before him. Swish! Yang Tianhu's expression shifted as he struck out with his palm, however, before his hand could even reach Yi Junlin, the latter's hand had already grasped his throat. Crack! Another crisp, melodious sound of bone snapping echoed through the air. The leader of the White Tiger sect, one of the 4 underground overlords of Jiangnan County, had his throat crushed by Yi Junlin, dying instantly without a chance to resist. When Menyang witnessed the fall of such a formidable figure, her eyes widened in disbelief, her heart racing with shock. Although she was aware of Yi Junlin's terrifying prowess, she had never fathomed it could be to such an extent. He could dispatch a dominant overlord with such ease. It was utterly frightening. After eliminating Yang Tianhu, Yi Junlin carried his lifeless body as he made his way outside. The patrons of the Zhuexian Lu looked on with varied expressions. "The wine at Zhuexian Lu is quite exceptional, I shall return to savor it again." Just as Yi Junlin was about to step out of the private room, he cast a slight smile at the woman in the red chipao. To the ears of those in Zhuexian Lu, his words dripped with blatant provocation. This audacious fellow had violated the rules of Zhuexian Lu, harmed its patrons, and yet dared to say he would return for more wine. It was utterly outrageous. Soon enough, Yi Junlin exited Zhuexian Lu, dragging Yang Tianhu's corpse behind him. Outside the establishment, a large group of White Tiger sect members had gathered, all armed and their eyes glinting with a chilling ferocity. Bang! Yi Junlin flung Yang Tianhu's body onto the ground before them. "Leader!" The faces of the White Tiger sect disciples paled as they beheld the lifeless form of their leader, disbelief etched across their features. "I present you with 2 choices, either follow your leader into death, or lay down your weapons and kneel in submission," Yi Junlin declared flatly, regarding the group with an impassive expression. You monster! You have killed our leader, you shall meet a terrible fate. Everyone, open fire and kill him." One of the mid-ranking members of the White Tiger sect shouted in fury, ready to pull the trigger. At that moment, a silver needle shot forth, claiming his life in an instant. With a thud, the mid-ranking member collapsed, his eyes forever fixed in a vacant stare. Is there anyone else who wishes to join him in death? Yi Junlin surveyed the crowd with indifference. Your leader is dead. Are you certain you wish to perish for him? Menyong coldly addressed the group. The disciples of the White Tiger sect exchanged furtive glances before ultimately relinquishing their weapons and kneeling before Yi Junlin one by one. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall heed her every command. Do you understand? Yi Junlin instructed, gesturing towards Menyong. Yes. The disciples of the White Tiger sect nodded in unison. Tonight, you will proceed to the headquarters of the White Tiger sect and seize complete control. I shall dispatch someone to assist you, Yi Junlin announced to Menyong, subsequently summoning Leng Feng to aid her in subduing the sect. Afterward, Yi Junlin made his way towards Ipin Beiyuan, opting to walk rather than take a taxi, as it was in close proximity. However, as he passed through a secluded street, he observed several ruffians encircling a woman, preventing her from escaping. What are you doing? Step away. Don't touch me, or I will call the police. The woman, visibly anxious, was none other than Zhong Yunxi. Little beauty, go ahead and call. By the time you do, we'll have had our fun. The gang of ruffians sneered, one of them reaching out towards Zhong Yunxi's chest. Bang! Just as the man's hand was about to make contact, an unseen force propelled him into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spewing forth as he howled in agony. Swish! 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 The remaining ruffians' expressions shifted dramatically as they turned to see a young man standing coldly before them. Who are you? They asked, a tinge of fear creeping into their voices. Scram! Yi Junlin's voice emanated a chilling aura, instilling terror that sent the ruffians fleeing in haste. Are you all right? Yi Junlin inquired, his gaze settling on Zhong Yunxi, who exhaled in relief. Thank you, she replied. Are you heading home after work? Yi Junlin asked. To which she nodded. It's quite late, it's unsafe for you to be out alone. Allow me to escort you, he offered. Zhong Yunxi shook her head, no. That would be too much trouble. Not at all, I have nothing pressing to attend to. Let us go, he insisted, and after a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced. A short while later, Yi Junlin accompanied Zhong Yunxi to a dilapidated and chaotic neighborhood, the impoverished district of Zhonghai. He was taken aback that someone of her stature, a secretary in a prominent corporation who also worked part-time at a bar, would reside in such a place. My home is just ahead, you can head back now, Zhong Yunxi said awkwardly. You are finally back, girl. Hurry and give me some money. Suddenly, a disheveled middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol, staggered into view, calling out to Zhong Yunxi. Dad, how could you have drunk so much again? Zhong Yunxi's expression shifted dramatically at the sight of him. Stop the nonsense and give me the money, the man scolded Zhong Yunxi, attempting to snatch the bag from her grasp. With a furrowed brow, Yi Junlin was poised to intervene, but Zhong Yunxi interjected, Dad, I will give you money. Let's return home first, and I will provide it for you there. Thank you, Yi Junlin, we shall take our leave now. In a flurry, Zhong Yunxi spoke to Yi Junlin before assisting the man as they moved inside. Observing the situation, Yi Junlin opted to refrain from further comment and turned to depart. Zhong Yunxi guided the inebriated man into a modest dwelling, where he drunkenly demanded, Hurry up and give me money. Dad, you spend your days either drinking or gambling, my salary has been entirely depleted by you. There is no money left, Zhong Yunxi replied, her expression heavy with resignation. Do you think I am unaware? You have secretly stashed away a considerable sum. The man retorted, his dissatisfaction evident. Zhong Yunxi's expression shifted sharply. No, that is reserved for my brother's surgery, or I cannot give it to you. That little rascal is barely alive, or what surgery is needed? It would be a waste of money. Hand over the cash, the man shouted drunkenly. Absolutely not. Zhang Yunxi declared firmly. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, the man struck Zhang Yunxi across the face, growling, "Will you give it to me or not?" "No," she responded, clutching her face, tears welling in her eyes as she refused once more. "You ungrateful girl, I raised you. How dare you deny me a bit of Chapter 79, a sensation in Zhongnan County. In the depths of this pitch-black villa, a glimmer of cold light suddenly emerged, aimed directly at Yi Junlin's vital points. The scene unfolded with astonishing swiftness amidst the darkness, such that even a formidable warrior might struggle to respond in time. Yet, Yi Junlin maintained an air of calm, delivering a powerful strike that surpassed the speed of the icy threat, landing squarely on his assailant. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated through the darkness, followed by a pained groan. With a swift motion, Yi Junlin illuminated the room, flooding the villa with light, revealing a figure shrouded in black lying not far from him. The individual, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, bore a grievous injury and regarded Yi Junlin with a look of incredulity, still clutching a black scythe in his hand. Yi Junlin cast a glance at the familiar weapon and inquired, "Are you an assassin from the Dark Pavilion?" "You know of the Dark Pavilion?" the assailant replied, astonished. He was indeed the assassin dispatched by Zhao Weiguo to eliminate Yi Junlin. "You dare to attempt my life? You possess quite the audacity," Yi Junlin remarked with a cold smile. The man frowned in response, demanding, "Who are you? Go back and inquire with your superior. I am Yi Junlin. He will enlighten you as to my identity," Yi Junlin replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, the assassin's gaze flickered as he rose to depart. At that moment, Yi Junlin noticed a note left on the coffee table, penned by Lin Mengwei. "Yi Junlin, the identity and background of Mu Chen are significant. I will return home to buy you some time. You must leave Zhonghai swiftly and avoid detection." After reading the note, Yi Junlin smirked. That girl has finally left. He paid no heed to Lin Mengwei's warning to flee Zhonghai, instead heading straight to bed, oblivious to the unfolding events at the Lin family estate. There, Lin Mengwei stood before her father, Lin Shengtian, her expression one of disbelief. "What? You want me to accompany Mu Chen in death? What kind of joke is this? You have the audacity to speak. Were it not for you, Mu Chen would not have met such a fate. He is the sole heir of the Mu family. And now he has perished because of you. It is already a mercy that the Mu family has not demanded the entire Lin family to pay the price." Lin Shengtian bellowed. "Is it not you who forced my hand? If you had not compelled me to become engaged to Mu Chen, would any of this have transpired?" Lin Mengwei retorted, her dissatisfaction evident. "You, slap." In a fit of rage, Lin Shengtian struck Lin Mengwei across the face. Instantly, her eyes brimmed with tears, her expression a mixture of hurt and injustice. "Mu Chen is the only son of the Mu family, and now he has died because of you. If you survive, the Mu family will demand the entire Lin family to accompany him in death." Lin Shengtian spoke in a grave tone. "So you propose to sacrifice your own daughter?" Lin Mengwei cried out, tears glistening in her eyes. With a clenched fist and a pained expression, Lin Shengtian sighed. "I am not only your father but also the head of the Lin family. I must consider the well-being of the entire clan. I cannot jeopardize the entirety of the Lin family for your sake, and for that, I am truly sorry. I shall not accompany Mu Chen in death," Lin Mengwei declared resolutely. Meanwhile, Lin Shengtian coldly ordered, "Bring the young lady away and ensure she is closely guarded. She must not escape again." In a dimly lit chamber within the Dragon Kingdom, an array of cold weapons adorned the walls, the veritable cornucopia of lethal artistry. At this moment, a masked man clad in a cloak stood, idly toying with a weapon in his grasp. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared, kneeling before the man. "Master, we have received news from the Zhongnan branch." "What is it?" the masked man inquired in a